After being jilted by a scoundrel, Song Wan acquired a premier rich and beautiful system. Ding! Today's check-in has granted you a divine gene optimization serum. Ding! Today's check-in has awarded you a luxurious supercar. Ding! Today's check-in has bestowed upon you a magnificent mansion.
Ding.
Many years later, a journalist gazed at Song Wan, who was fervently pursued by various male and female deities, yet remained unattainable, having successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the wealth rankings. He could not help but recall the humble words she spoke during their interview. "I am not different from you. I merely possess a bit more wealth. Indeed, it is just a slight fortune, a mere trifle." Chapter 1. Ding System Binding. Mo City, Linhai University. Female Dormitory 302. Wan, you should try to be more optimistic. Lin Feng was clearly after your money. It is not worth your distress to suffer for such a scoundrel. Exactly, there are plenty of men out there. If this one doesn't work, we can simply find another. Tomorrow, I will gather our fellow seniors and juniors from the same hometown. You can choose the best one to infuriate that scoundrel. Song Wan's mind was still somewhat bewildered as she looked at the two friends before her, who were persistently trying to dissuade her, and she took a long time to comprehend the reality of her transmigration. The original owner of this body was also named Song Wan and was a sophomore at Mo City University. Just as her two roommates had mentioned, the original owner had been dating a boyfriend named Lin Feng since her freshman year. However, a while ago, she witnessed Lin Feng embracing a classmate weighing over 200 pounds as they entered a luxury car right outside the school. The original owner confronted him, and thus, their relationship came to an abrupt end. Everyone knew Lin Feng's true intentions, but it was precisely for this reason that the original owner felt particularly despondent and resorted to drinking heavily with her two closest dormitory mates, tragically drinking herself to death. Then she arrived here. There were so many issues that Song Wan found herself at a loss for words. Ding, the host has been detected as awakened. Would the host like to proceed with the binding? Song Wan was taken aback and resolutely refused. I do not wish to bind. She had read numerous system novels in her previous life. Who knew what sort of device this was in her mind? What if it turned out to be a scheme for wealth and harm? Wouldn't she just have transmigrated only to meet her doom again? Ding, the premier rich and beautiful system has been successfully bound. Congratulations, host, for taking the very first step toward becoming a top-tier rich and beautiful woman. Let the celebrations commence. Song Wan. So, her opinion was utterly inconsequential. It seems Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving a beginner's gift package. One divine gene optimization serum. Would the host like to extract it? Song Wan, complying without uttering a sound, inwardly inquired, what exactly is a divine gene optimization serum? As anticipated, the adorable voice of the system echoed in her mind once more. The divine gene optimization serum can enhance the host's existing genetic foundation to its most perfect state. It is recommended to consume it promptly. Song Wan. Would such a drastic change lead others to believe she had undergone cosmetic surgery? The divine gene optimization serum affects a gradual transformation and will not raise any suspicions. The premier rich and beautiful system is a legitimate system. Please do not equate it with those subpar systems. Song Wan's lips twitched. Just as she was about to respond, she heard the system quietly add, this system is indeed legitimate and will solely facilitate the host's evolution into a top-tier rich and beautiful woman, without any intent to harm. Song Wan felt a sudden sensation of being overheard while someone was speaking ill of her behind her back. Glancing at her two roommates, who were fervently expressing their indignation and attempting to dissuade her with various arguments, Song Wan timidly raised her hand and said, I understand your concerns, but I would like to excuse myself to the restroom first. The two roommates exchanged a glance, their skepticism towards Song Wan's words evident, yet they ultimately did not prevent her from going to the bathroom. As a prestigious university in the country, Linhai University boasted commendable dormitory facilities, with each dormitory equipped with its own private restroom. Song Wan quietly closed the door and softly addressed the system, saying, extract. No sooner had the words left her lips than a small blue vial appeared in her hand. Without hesitation, she brought the vial to her lips and drank its contents in one swift motion. Knowing that the system was a legitimate one, who wouldn't desire to enhance their beauty? After consuming the supreme genetic optimization liquid, Song Wan stood before the mirror, her heart brimming with anticipation. The original owner of her appearance could at best be described as merely delicate, with a sallow complexion that had darkened further due to excessive drinking. Song Wan's eyes widened as she observed her reflection. Though the transformation was not immediately apparent, she soon noticed a layer of dark impurities surfacing on the surface of her skin. At this point, foregoing a shower was no longer an option. Once she had thoroughly cleansed herself and stood before the mirror once more, she meticulously discerned differences that had not been there before. Her nose bridge appeared slightly elevated, her hairline had moved forward a tad, and her facial features seemed to have undergone subtle alterations, though one would hardly notice unless scrutinizing closely. Additionally, the pores on her skin had diminished in size, and her complexion seemed to have lightened a shade. Even the small amount of flesh around her abdomen had lessened. If her original appearance could only merit a score of 6 out of 10, it now seemed she could just barely reach a 7. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Song Wan's eyes. It truly had an effect. After admiring her transformation sufficiently, she called her roommates to assist her in fetching a fresh change of clothes. Each dormitory at Linghai University housed 4 individuals, and the 2 who had just been comforting her were named Li Lui, a petite and delicate girl, and a quintessential Southern belle. The other was Huang Ran, hailing from the northeast, standing at a height of 1.72 meters, often assuming the role of the elder sister among them. She had just been encouraging the idea of summoning seniors and juniors for Song Wan to choose from at her leisure. The last roommate, Qi Xingran, was a local of the metropolis, rarely returning to the dormitory, thus leaving Song Wan's closest relationships with Li Lui and Huang Ran. Upon seeing Song Wan emerge from the restroom, both girls visibly exhaled in relief. Huang Ran stepped forward, embracing Song Wan warmly, exclaiming, "Now that's more like it. A fresh and lovely beauty. Not even Lin Feng on stilts could compare." Initially, they had worried that Song Wan might retreat to the restroom to weep in secret, but now, with her radiant demeanor, she bore no resemblance to the despondent figure from before. Beside her, Li Lui beamed with delight. "Exactly. Our Wan Wan is so beautiful. Let that scoundrel rot." Song Wan chuckled softly, her heart relieved. The system had proven its reliability, and Li Lui and Huang Ren evidently failed to notice her subtle changes. The system's gentle voice chimed in, accompanied by a transparent panel appearing before her. Host Song Wan. Age, 19. Height, 160 centimeters can increase. Appearance rating, 6.1 can increase. Elite Heiress Progress Bar, 1.5. Total Progress Bar 100. Song Wan. She had just claimed her appearance must now merit a score of 7, yet the system had assigned her a mere 6.1, as if it were deliberately opposing her. Furthermore, what was this 1.5 progress bar nonsense? After relishing a moment of quiet satisfaction, it turned out she had barely reached 2% of the elite heiress goal. The system's judgment is based on a comprehensive integration of all information from this world, thus providing the most authoritative assessment. Please do not doubt, dear host. Moreover, being an elite heiress encompasses not just physical beauty, but also inner qualities. The more the host checks in, the more rewards will be earned, and the rating will rise. Ding. It has been detected that the host has not checked in today. Would you like to proceed? Check in. Song Wan replied decisively, without a moment's hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 million axe tooth coins. The system has automatically credited your account. Please check. Song Wan. Could you not just give me currency directly? The original owner was a gamer and frequently watched gaming live streams, so having an axe tooth account was hardly surprising. She opened her phone, navigated to her Axe Tooth live stream personal homepage, and indeed found 1 million Axe Tooth coins resting there. Song Wan, just a mix of emotions. The system truly was generous. 1 million Axe Tooth coins converted to 1 million RMB. So, the question remains, why couldn't it be an RMB? Ding. The virtual currency spent by the host will be refunded in the form of 10 to 100 times the amount in RMB. Please explore this for yourself. Song Wan's eyes brightened. Can I reward myself? The system. Cash withdrawal is prohibited. The host's ultimate goal is to become an elite heiress. An heiress would not be bogged down by trifles. Song Wan. Alright then. Even as a non-lucky individual, 1 million Axe Tooth coins could potentially be refunded as 10 million, and with that thought, the last remnants of her discontent evaporated. Chapter 2. 20-fold cashback. A windfall of 20 million. The dormitory at Linghai University features the quintessential upper-lower bunk arrangement, with Song Wan's bed situated on the right side, near the window. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Lui, she promptly picked up her charger, slipped off her shoes, and ascended to her bunk. Wan, are you alright? Li Lui inquired, casting a dubious glance her way. Weren't you in good spirits just a moment ago? You're not still mired in the shadows of heartbreak, are you? Huang Ran, seated nearby, also regarded her with concern. Song Wan smiled reassuringly at the two, displaying her phone which had the live streaming interface open. Fear not. That scoundrel is of no significance. After a drink, I've forgotten all about him. I merely wish to rest for a while in bed, while indulging in some game streaming. With that, Li Lui and Huang Ran breathed a sigh of relief. See? Just take your time to rest. As long as you're not pining for that scoundrel. Do whatever you like. Once the duo's attention had shifted away from her, Song Wan redirected her gaze to the gaming stream on her phone. Among the streamers she followed, several were currently live. She casually entered one stream, hosted by an individual named Tingzhu, who was playing a battle royale game. From her recollections, he was a skilled streamer with a pleasant voice. With over 300,000 viewers, the numbers were not particularly impressive among the inflated statistics of the platform, yet the barrage of comments indicated the presence of genuine viewers. As Song Wan entered, she noticed a comment repeatedly flooding the chat. Sister, you don't even take your role as a streamer seriously. I've matched with a top-tier player before. What else with you, a small streamer, acting all high and mighty? No wonder you're not popular. Song Wan recognized the name mentioned, Tornado, as a renowned streamer in the Battle Royale segment. Remaining in the stream, she observed the unfolding drama through the comments. The barrage was directed at a random female player who had been part of the previous match, initially engaging in banter with another girl on the team. When the host admonished her to focus on gameplay, the random player erupted in a flurry of profanities. Realizing the host was live, she switched tactics, showering him with flirtatious pleas for assistance. The host remained courteous, apologizing and explaining that he typically did not team up with female players, after which the girl began to persistently enter the chat under various IDs, repeating her demands. Song Wan thought to herself, indeed, in a vast forest, all sorts of birds can emerge. Unfazed, she resolved not to switch streams, locating the most expensive treasure map in the gift section and proceeding to send it. Oh my goodness. Am I seeing things? Brothers, quick, give me a punch. I can't believe I'm seeing a treasure map. I'm coming up. But how did I see a treasure map too? Juzi has struck gold. Receiving a treasure map. It must be Sister Wan Yu who couldn't bear to see that green tea girl's incessant insults. I'm so touched. Mom, I see a wealthy lady. Tingzhu, who had been explaining the game, momentarily paused, his disbelief evident as he exclaimed, Thank you, Sister Wan Yu. You're too generous. One must understand that a single treasure map costs 5,000 RMB, and he might not earn that much in a month of streaming. Overwhelmed with excitement, Tingzhu's voice trembled slightly. Sister Wan Yu, do you want to play Battle Royale? We can team up for the next match. What have you done, Wan Wan? Since Song Wan's phone was on speaker, Huang Ran, with her keen ears, caught the melodious voice of the male streamer. Exchanging wide-eyed glances with Li Lui, they were taken aback. If memory serves, ISN to your gaming ID, Wan Yu? What does it mean by Sister Wan Yu is too generous? And what about teaming up with Sister Wan Yu? Li Lui stood beneath Song Wan's bunk, her tone laced with disbelief. Wan Wan, you've fallen. You're actually spending money to play games with boys now? Huang Ran discreetly nudged Li Lui. Well, happiness can't be bought for a price. They know that Wan Wan's family isn't affluent. They can quietly subsidize her when she is out of money for meals. After all, the girl just experienced heartbreak. Let her vent her feelings. Li Lui subtly nodded, winking at Song Wan. Go for it, Wan Wan. I'm rooting for you. Song Wan, bewildered by their scrutiny, nodded in response before donning her headphones. Inside her ears, Tingzhu's voice continued. Sister Wan Yu, are you still there? At this point, the stream had amassed over 400,000 viewers, with newcomers still trying to comprehend the situation. Observing the wealthy, the host's voice is absolutely enchanting. Only the random girl persisted in her repetitive barrage of comments, questioning the small streamer's experience. Furrowing her brow, Song Wan remained silent, pressing her finger once more on the treasure map icon. Here we go again. Sister Wan Yu is incredible. 10 in total. What fortune has Juzi stumbled upon to encounter such a wealthy sister? 20. Sister Wan Yu, I'm begging for support. I eat very little, just some rice will do. Where did this tycoon come from? 30. That's a whopping 15,000 RMB. Poverty has limited my imagination. 31, 32, 33 without pause. Song Wan continued to send a total of 200 treasure maps before finally stopping. At that moment, the stream's viewership had surged to 2 million, and the comments were flooded, drowning out the previous chatter. Here we go. 200 treasure maps. That's a full million RMB. Jealousy is tearing me apart. Sister Wan Yu is phenomenal. Call her a sister? Bow down and call her a god. What does a million entail? Perhaps for true wealthy individuals, it is of little consequence, but ordinary people cannot so easily part with such sums. Even top-tier streamers seldom encounter such scenarios, let alone a small streamer like Tingzhu. Sitting in his chair, Tingzhu was in a state of utter bewilderment. 200 treasure maps equated to 1,000,000 RMB. Even after the platform's cut, he would still receive nearly 400,000. This sum surpassed his entire annual income. At this moment, Tingzhu was restless. Having been a streamer for over a year, he had received numerous tips, but most were just small tokens of appreciation. Occasionally, he would receive something more substantial. Yet the highest amount he had ever seen was a mere 300 RMB, which had exhilarated him for an entire week. Initially, he thought he was having the worst luck today, being relentlessly harassed by a random teammate in the chat. Adhering to his good upbringing, he found it difficult to retaliate directly at a girl. Just as he contemplated finishing the match and logging off, an unexpected benefactor appeared, showering him with treasure maps. "Do you want to play Sister One You? I can carry you, provide you with supplies, let you take the easy kills, and even shield you from bullets in critical moments." Tingzhu's clear voice was tinged with a hint of trepidation and caution, fearful of inadvertently scaring away his newfound benefactor. However, Song Wan had no inclination to listen to her words, for the familiar voice of the system had already begun to resonate in her mind.
Ding.
Detected that the host has spent 1,000,000 virtual coins, initiating a multiple cashback.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for drawing a 20-fold cashback. 20,000,000 RMB has been credited to the host's account. Please check your balance. Chapter 3. Replacing the black card. The sound of a text message followed, and Song Wan promptly returned her phone to the main interface. A new message caught her eye. Your card ending in 8106 has received an income of 2,000,000 yuan from Huaxia Bank on September 1st, with a balance of 2,000,018,360 yuan. Huaxia Bank. After counting the zeros several times, she finally confirmed that what she had just heard was indeed true. Song Wan felt a sense of fulfillment. 20 million. She had suddenly become wealthy. Still basking in her joy, she noticed a call coming in from Huaxia Bank. Taking a moment to compose herself, she answered the call, only to hear an exceedingly respectful voice on the other end. "Miss Song, we have just learned that you deposited 20 million RMB with Huaxia Bank. We have upgraded your status to top-tier VIP. May I inquire if you have time to come in and replace your bank card?" As if fearing that she might decline, the voice quickly continued, "Our black card is issued in limited quantities and has close collaborations with major brands. After switching to the black card, you will not only enjoy the highest level of service from Huaxia Bank, but also receive premium VIP treatment at various brands. Would you consider coming in to replace your card, Miss Song?" The final tone carried a hint of flattery, and Song Wan could almost envision the expression of the person on the other end of the line. After a brief pause, she nodded and replied, "Yes. I have time right now." Who among those who have read novels has not fantasized about possessing a black card? The person on the other end of the line took a moment of stunned silence before speaking rapidly. "Please let us know your current location. We will send a car to pick you up immediately. At Lehigh University, the girls' dormitory.
Just call me when you arrive."
After hanging up, she noticed Huang Ran and Li Lui looking at her with apprehension. "Huang Wan, are you going out? With whom?" Song Wan smiled at the two of them, acknowledging their concerns stemming from the original owner's past obsession over Lin Foam, and replied, "Just going to the bank to handle some matters." Huang Ran and Li Lui exchanged glances before smiling at Song Wan. "Do you need us to accompany you?" Their hearts were racing, akin to being on a roller coaster, stirred by Song Wan's unexpected turn of events. It was not that they doubted her, they just wanted her to swiftly move on from that scoundrel. However, the tearful visage she had displayed while drinking did not seem to indicate that she would easily forget. Song Wan, bemused, assured them, "No need. It's just a quick trip to change my bank card." With that, they ceased their inquiries. Not long after, the phone from Huaxia Bank rang once more. Song Wan answered, and the voice on the other end remained courteous and cautious. "Miss Song, our car has arrived at the girls' dormitory." "I'm coming down," she replied, then added, "Is there any other identification I need to bring besides my ID card?" The response came swiftly, No, Miss Song, you only need to be present." Nodding, she bid farewell to Huang Ran and Li Lui before descending the stairs. Upon reaching the bottom of the dormitory, she saw a lone Mercedes parked, with a young man in a black suit standing by the door and a refined woman in a black skirt poised in the passenger seat. Surveying her surroundings to confirm they were indeed there to meet her, she approached them. The elegant woman appeared momentarily taken aback before quickly donning a friendly and respectful smile. "You must be Miss Song?" Song Wan nodded slightly. "Yes, that's me." The woman indicated her nameplate and extended her hand. Hello, Miss Song. I am Kong Hui, the manager at Huaxia Bank. Following her gesture, Song Wan glanced at the nameplate and gently shook her hand. Hello, Manager Kong. Kong Hui's smile grew even brighter as she hastily invited Song Wan into the car, thoughtfully closing the door for her before returning to the passenger seat. As the vehicle slowly departed from Lehigh University, Kong Hui finally relaxed. Given the fierce competition among banks, she had been repeatedly instructed by the bank president to take excellent care of Miss Song, lest their prized opportunities slip away, leaving them with nothing but regret. Had it not been for the president's prior commitments, he would have come personally. A client capable of depositing 20 million into a bank account was a significant figure. If well cared for, she could potentially lead to even greater business opportunities in the future. Knowing the location was a university, she had initially anticipated Miss Song to be a haughty rich heiress and had prepared herself to be exceedingly humble. However, the girl before her was simply dressed and appeared exceptionally amiable, completely differing from her expectations. She seems quite approachable, Kong Hui noted silently to herself. Unbeknownst to Song Wan, this scene had captured the attention of many onlookers, igniting fervent discussions among them.
Wow.
What sort of identity does she have? Someone is treating her with such respect. Indeed, she looks just like one of those rich young ladies from a TV drama, living a commoner's life. That car must cost over $1 million, right? Another little wealthy lady.
Puffed.
In this day and age, anyone can be called a wealthy lady. What is so impressive about a car worth over $1 million? The speaker was a plump girl, around 200 pounds, dressed in a conspicuous oversized t-shirt emblazoned with luxury brand logos, topped off with a large diamond hairpin, each detail screaming, I am rich. She was none other than Wu Wenwen, the new wealthy girlfriend of Song Wan's ex-boyfriend, Lin Feng. When she noticed the group of girls who had just been discussing Song Wan looking her way, Wu Wenwen lifted her chin with an air of arrogance, inadvertently tossing the Ferrari car keys in her hand onto Lin Feng's lap. Darling, let us go shopping. I want to buy some new clothes. Lin Feng, still in shock from witnessing Song Wan board a luxury car, pursed his lips tightly. He could hardly believe it. He had never anticipated that Song Wan would fall from grace so swiftly. Having been in a relationship with her for nearly a year, how could he not know her family's financial situation? They were merely vendors in a small county. How could she afford such an extravagant vehicle? She must have latched onto some wealthy individual. Perhaps she had been secretly seeing someone even before their breakup, all while pretending to confront him about it. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming urge to drag Song Wan out of that Mercedes and confront her. He wanted to know if she had been unfaithful all along. Wu Wenwen, noticing Lin Feng's silence, playfully slapped his arm. Darling, I'm talking to you. Come shop with me. Lin Feng instinctively stumbled back a step before forcing a smile and nodding at Wu Wenwen.
All right.
A few girls, initially engaged in fervent discussions, exchanged glances, each shivering with goosebumps. Chapter 4. Your packaging is too unattractive. I no longer desire it. Huaxia Bank. Upon entering, Song Wan was warmly escorted by Kong Hui to the VIP room, where exquisite pastries and tea were presented. The entire process took less than half an hour. Song Wan merely handed over her ID, and the coveted black card from Huaxia Bank was promptly delivered to her. As she held it, she admired its design, predominantly black. Adorned with an intricately carved orchid in gold at the bottom right corner, it was nothing short of exquisite. Kong Hui then stepped forward to elucidate. Our black card allows for an overdraft limit of 10 million, and in addition to our VIP services in collaboration with prominent brands, we at Huaxia Bank assure you, Miss Song, that should you encounter any difficulties while out, you may contact us directly. Wherever our bank operates, we will strive to provide you with the most sincere service. Naturally, an annual fee is also required, a detail that Kong Hui had already explained with care, to which Song Wan nodded in acknowledgement. If there is nothing else, I shall return to school. Kong Hui, beaming with enthusiasm, replied, we will arrange a car to take you back. As a top-tier socialite in training, how could one possibly lack attire and accessories befitting such a status? System random task. Please procure desired clothing and accessories. Must align with the identity of a socialite. Within a time limit of 5 hours. Task success will reward a brand new Lamborghini Aventador. No penalties for failure. May I inquire if you wish to accept the task? Song Wan's eyes lit up. Was this not an extraordinary opportunity? The Lamborghini flagship sports cars are typically named after Spanish bulls, and the Aventador is among the fiercest of them. Presently, The minimum price for a Lamborghini Aventador exceeds 6 million, and the latest model, as the system indicated, commands a staggering price of over 9 million, certainly surpassing 10 million in total. I accept. Song Wan replied without a hint of hesitation. Task accepted successfully. Current progress, 0%. Once the system fell silent again, Song Wan turned to Kong Hui and said, I just remembered some matters. I won't return to school just yet. Could you take me to Tianhui Plaza? Tianhui Plaza houses one of the largest shopping centers in Metropolis, ensuring ample opportunities to find attire and accessories that match her refined taste. Upon hearing Song Wan's sudden change of plans, Kong Hui nodded without a moment's hesitation. Of course. Would you like us to send an additional vehicle? She had witnessed some second-generation wealthy individuals shopping, and it resembled a shopping spree for luxury goods. Song Wan pondered briefly. Not just yet. The system merely required her to purchase items. Since she was still residing in a dormitory, buying excessively would pose a challenge for storage. Thus, she opted for the same vehicle from her arrival. The driver, skilled and composed, delivered Song Wan to the entrance of Tianhui Plaza's shopping complex in just 20 minutes. Miss Song, I will wait for you in the parking lot. Just call me when you are ready to leave. The driver, clad in a black suit, slightly bowed. His primary duty today being to attend to Miss Song. Satisfied, Song Wan waved him off. You may return. I have some errands to run. Should she receive the system's reward, she would undoubtedly drive herself home, thus rendering the driver unnecessary. The driver, taken aback, quickly smiled respectfully. Then I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. Song Wan nodded, refraining from further dialogue as she made her way into the shopping center. With 4.5 hours remaining, she needed to be meticulous about whether her purchases aligned with the system's standards. Upon entering, she immediately spotted the Dior counter. Without a second thought, she ventured inside. Previously lacking funds, she could only afford a lipstick. Now, with financial freedom, she was eager to explore other cosmetics and skincare products. Observing several sales associates chatting and sipping water, she paid them no mind. After perusing the selection, she was about to pick up a powder compact when she heard a rather disparaging remark from one of the sales associates nearby. If you're not buying, don't try it. The other associates, though silent, wore expressions that conveyed amusement at her expense. Song Wan quickly grasped the underlying contempt directed toward her. And if I were to buy? She inquired, casting a narrowed gaze at the sales associate who had spoken. The associate maintained a condescending demeanor, scrutinizing Song Wan from head to toe before feigning a smile. This is the Dior counter, not some off-brand. Our prices are quite steep. What exactly do you wish to purchase? She harbored a disdain for impoverished students who merely perused, yearning to sample every product without the means to buy even a lipstick. The girl before her was no exception, her dress clearly a bargain from Taobao, and her bag likely costing no more than 50. It was improbable that she could afford anything here. Song Wan paused, her hand gripping the black card, stifling a laugh at the absurdity of the situation. Just as she was about to retort, a middle-aged woman entered the store. Song Wan, sharp-eyed, immediately recognized the nameplate on the woman's attire. Dior Tianhui's store manager. The manager, equally perceptive, spotted the Huaxia Bank black card in Song Wan's hand from a distance and approached her with an almost obsequious demeanor. Miss, what can I assist you with today? I would be delighted to personally attend to your needs. The previously arrogant sales associate stood frozen, her mind blank. Even a dimwit could discern that if this girl were truly the impoverished student she assumed, the manager would not exhibit such deference. Song Wan, however, raised an eyebrow, pointedly gesturing towards the sales associate who had spoken to her earlier. No need. I prefer her services. The sales associate was taken aback, her surprise palpable as she began to introduce various cosmetics, trembling under the manager's watchful gaze. After what felt like an eternity, her voice hoarse from overexertion, Song Wan casually selected a multitude of items. Please package these for me. The sales associate paused, her eyes nearly sparkling with excitement. This must amount to no less than 50 or 60,000. She could already envision the envious expressions of her colleagues. As the sales associate finally completed the last package, Song Wan lazily rose from the sofa. Glancing at her meticulously wrapped purchases, she clicked her tongue in disappointment. Your packaging is rather unappealing. I suddenly no longer desire it. The sales associate froze, her eyes wide with a mix of shock and humiliation. You're doing this on purpose, correct? Song Wan replied with a playful smile, winking mischievously, but no reward for you. Fuming, the sales associate attempted to rise and confront her. But the manager firmly kept her in place, casting a discreet glare in her direction before turning back to Song Wan, bowing slightly as she presented her business card, flattering her with every word. I understand. I truly apologize for the inconvenience caused to you this time. I will report today's situation to the head office. And next time you visit, please do not hesitate to call me directly. I assure you, you will feel utterly at home. Chapter 5. The true boss. Once Song Wan departed, the manager's expression darkened significantly. The gaze directed at the sales associate was particularly frigid. Return to the finance department and settle your salary for this month. You need not come back next month. The sales associate's face turned ashen.
Why?
Just because I offended a young lady. You intend to dismiss me? On what grounds? She just toyed with me. Have I not yet vented my frustration? The manager scrutinized her from head to toe, sarcasm lacing their words. On what grounds? Are your eyes blind? Cannot you see the black card in her hand? The black card from Huaxiao Bank is among the most prestigious in all of Shanghai. You merely assisted her with some cosmetics, and she is already more than forgiving. Do you think she is just an ordinary girl? If I lose her as a customer, not only you, but I too shall be in trouble. Having uttered this, the manager seemed still unsatisfied and turned to the other sales associates, declaring, I have long warned you not to look down upon others. Every customer who comes into our store deserves respect. Must I repeatedly drill the principle of customer supremacy into your heads? Should a situation like this arise again, the one who offends will bear the full responsibility. If the company does not seek compensation from you, then I have lost. The sales associate, who had been arguing moments ago, was left dumbfounded, her body collapsing in resignation. Meanwhile, Song Wan was blissfully unaware of the aftermath. As she strolled into the La Prairie counter, as one of the premier luxury brands, La Prairie's prices were equally lavish. Previously, Song Wan had only seen their complete platinum skincare set online, which cost over 80,000. Now, with ample funds at her disposal, she decided to purchase 3 sets without hesitation. Though her time here had been short, she had noticed the attentiveness of Huang Ran and Li Lui, and thus, she intended to maintain a cordial relationship with them. Song Wan has always been generous to those who support her. The sales associate at La Prairie beamed with delight. 3 platinum sets amounted to a staggering 250,000. This single transaction surpassed several months' worth of her usual commissions. The meticulously packaged cosmetics felt somewhat heavy, and after a moment's consideration, Song Wan provided her dormitory address before proceeding to the next counter. Across from La Prairie, the Dior sales associates could hardly believe their eyes. They disregarded their previous attitudes, casting reproachful glances at the sales associate who had just been reprimanded. 250,000. The customer had swiped her card without a flicker of hesitation. Was she an ordinary individual? Had the sales associate not been so dismissive, that customer might very well have chosen to shop at their Dior counter, undoubtedly reducing their own commissions. The manager was right. Indeed, she was a calamity. She could not be allowed to remain. What if that esteemed customer encountered her again in the mall and chose not to visit Dior? Within the span of an hour, Song Wan had traversed through all the counters, acquiring a comprehensive array of cosmetics and skincare products, totaling nearly 130,000. Upon glancing at the system panel, she noted that the progress bar had reached a promising 25%. With a sigh of relief, she thought, there's hope. After recording the addresses at the counters, she ascended the stairs directly to the luxury apparel store. The system indicated that clothing and accessories were included, thus she needed to consider everything from head to toe. Her first stop was Chanel. With the black card in hand, she encountered no issues, quite unlike her experience on the first floor. Even though she was dressed in a dress costing less than 200, the sales associates at Chanel eagerly introduced her to suitable items. Ultimately, she selected 5 bags and added a particular one that Li Lui had long coveted but hesitated to purchase. Along with a dozen outfits, she spent a total of 172,000. Had this been her former self, such a figure would have seemed unimaginable. Yet now, she swiped her card without a blink. As she prepared to leave, the sales associate graciously presented her with a high-end VIP card from Chanel, assuring her it would be delivered to the school punctually. A glance at the system panel revealed that the progress bar had reached 50%. Not far from the Chanel store was Prada, and Song Wan casually stepped inside. The spectacle at Chanel had not gone unnoticed by the Prada sales associates, who greeted her with the utmost enthusiasm. Miss, may I assist you in selecting something? Would you like me to recommend a few items? The Prada store manager beamed. Fully aware of Song Wan's recent splurge at Chanel, she recognized that this young lady was a true patron of luxury and deserved to be treated with the utmost care. Just as Song Wan was about to peruse the clothing, a familiar couple entered, arms linked. "Oh, darling, look who it is." The girl's voice feigned sweetness, and her ample figure was unmistakable Wu Wenwen. Beside her, Lin Feng wore a broad smile, willingly allowing her to drape herself on him. While most men shy away from shopping, he was an exception. Each time he accompanied Wu Wenwen on her shopping excursions, she would invariably purchase him some luxury items. Just moments ago, he had casually mentioned that his phone was lagging, and Wu Wenwen promptly bought him the latest model from the fruit phone store. However, this pleasant mood evaporated instantly upon spotting Song Wan. Lin Feng had not forgotten the scene of her departing in a luxury car. Seeing her now in a luxury store only solidified his suspicions. The thought of her feigning innocence during their relationship, only to push him away at the slightest provocation while secretly cavorting with some unknown wealthy man, ignited a furious blaze within him. "Song Wan, what are you doing here?" Turning around, Song Wan appraised the scoundrel who had abandoned her, feeling inexplicably bemused. "What I do here has nothing to do with you. Are you out of your mind? Questioning me with such seriousness?" Wu Wenwen, sensing the tension, tightened her grip on Lin Feng's arm and, with a mockingly sweet tone, queried, "Where did you get the money to shop at Prada?" It couldn't possibly be. Her words trailed off, but the implication was clear to all present. Lin Feng's rage intensified. "Song Wan, you better clarify this. Did you start seeing an older man before we broke up?" He could hardly contain his fury. Feeling humiliated before so many people, he yearned to drag her back to school to clear his name, for it was she who had betrayed him. The manager of Prada, witnessing the commotion, swiftly positioned herself in front of Song Wan, addressing Wu Wenwen and Lin Feng with authority. "Excuse me, miss and sir. Please mind your language and refrain from casting baseless aspersions on our esteemed guest." Wu Wenwen was recognizable. She occasionally visited the store to purchase a bag and appeared to come from a decent background. Yet, could she possibly compare to the young lady standing before her? This young lady is undoubtedly the formidable individual who just spent over 1.7 million at Chanel on clothing and accessories. There is simply no comparison. The store manager, without a moment's hesitation, has already made her decision regarding where to stand. Moreover, just listen to their words. Who, possessing a black card, would seek out an older gentleman? What a ludicrous notion. Chapter 6. Rewards received. Please take note. The artificial smile on Wu Wenwen's face faltered momentarily as she turned to the manager, her expression rife with disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? Look carefully. I am a VIP at your store." The manager's smile also stiffened upon seeing the VIP card she presented. VIPs come in various tiers, don't they? It's quite evident who the potential customers are. She could only force a smile and say, "Yes, I recognize you, Mississippi. Are you here to purchase a bag or?" She then discreetly gestured to a sales associate nearby. The associate, perceptive to the cue, approached with a bow and gestured invitingly. "Miss, we have recently received several new bags. May I introduce them to you?" Observing this, Wu Wenwen raised her chin even higher, completely oblivious to the fact that they merely intended to divert her attention. Instead, she squinted her already narrowed eyes at Song Wan with a look of disdain. "Considering how you've trained my dear friend so attentively, I'll let you choose a bag in the store as my gift to you. However, don't be too disheartened. After all, matters of the heart are often a case of previous generations planting trees for the later ones to enjoy." Though she spoke thus, Wu Wenwen's demeanor nearly screamed of condescension. Lin Feng, who had initially worn an angry expression, was suddenly struck by a wave of embarrassment. "What do you mean by training? Wu Wenwen truly lacks the art of conversation." At that moment, Song Wan chuckled lightly. Training a dog is hardly laborious and certainly not worth the concern of Wu's classmate. A nearby sales associate could not contain her laughter, and upon noticing the attention of the three individuals upon her, she quickly adjusted her expression. "I apologize. I suddenly recalled something quite amusing." Lin Feng's face turned a shade of thunderous fury. His gaze towards Song Wan burned with indignation as he gritted his teeth. "Song Wan, don't think that just because you've latched onto an older man, you can shamelessly humiliate others." Song Wan, however, merely regarded him with a playful glint in her eyes, remaining unfazed. "One's perspective varies. Let us stick to the subject without taking it personally." Wu Wenwen, unperturbed, shot a look of impatience at Song Wan. "I'm in a good mood today, which is why I suggested you pick a bag. What I detest most is the pathetic pride of individuals like you who are impoverished. If I were you, I would seize this opportunity to select a bag I like and take it home, lest I regret it later." Song Wan scoffed lightly. choosing not to engage further with the two. Instead, she handed her black card to the manager and proceeded to point out several bags displayed in the window, as well as some clothing pieces that caught her eye. "These, please charge to my card." The manager was overjoyed, barely containing her excitement as she lowered her voice respectfully. "Very well, Mississippi. We will package these and deliver them to your specified location shortly." Suddenly, Song Wan noticed a bag that perfectly suited Huang Ran, and she pointed it out to the manager. "Oh, and include that one as well." The manager's steps were almost buoyant as she processed the transaction. A staggering $3.84 million. Do you see that? Do you see what it means to be a true big shot? Purchasing limited edition bags is like a stroll through the market. Clearly, she had foresight. That plump young lady likely hadn't spent this much in their store over the past 2 years combined. Meanwhile, Wu Wenwen and Lin Feng were rendered speechless, watching as the manager respectfully returned the black card to Song Wan. Lin Feng's expression was a mix of complexity and realization. Indeed, she had ensnared a wealthy patron, one of extraordinary means, far more generous than Wu Wenwen. In that moment, Lin Feng's gaze toward Song Wan shifted to one of calculation. Had he known, he wouldn't have broken up with her. He could have feigned ignorance about her newfound affluence, potentially benefiting from her fortune rather than toiling to please a hefty woman. Lin Feng had missed the crux of the matter, but Wu Wenwen had not. Her eyes fixated on the black card in Song Wan's hand. Disbelief etched across her features. If she wasn't mistaken, Song Wan possessed a black card from Huaxia Bank? How could that be possible? Their family owned a factory with an annual revenue nearing 10 million, yet her father did not possess such a card. Lin Feng had explicitly told her that Song Wan's family merely ran a small food stall in a county town. Song Wan paid little mind to the two, accepting the high-end VIP card from the manager before waving her hand dismissively and striding toward the exit. With only 70 of the progress bar completed on her system panel, she had no time to squander with them. Turning a corner, she began to browse in an upscale shoe store. She purchased 4 pairs of casual shoes from Gucci and 5 pairs from LV, selecting other items of interest to be packaged as well, ultimately spending 800,000, which brought her system panel progress to 90. After a moment's thought, she ascended to a jewelry store. She acquired 3 rose gold bracelets from the Cartier Just Un Clou series and selected a few necklaces of her liking, totaling 930,000. Not to be overlooked were the offerings from Van Cleef Arpels and Bulgari. She had the staff wrap up both the classic and her favorites, culminating in a total expenditure of $3.92 million. Finally, as Song Wan stepped out of the store, the system's voice chimed in as expected.
Ding.
"Congratulations, host. Task completed. Rewards will be credited shortly. Please keep an eye out for them." With a sigh of relief, Song Wan glanced at her watch. It was precisely 5 p.m. when her phone rang at that opportune moment. Upon seeing the caller ID, she paused for a moment, her tone unconsciously softening. "Wei Wei, what's the matter?"
Song Wan.
"How can you still ask me what's wrong?" On the other end, Li Lui's voice was quite irate, a stark contrast to her usual gentle disposition. "Didn't you say you would be back soon? It's been over 3 hours.
Where are you now?
Unable to suppress a sigh, Song Wan rubbed her forehead, feeling somewhat guilty as she replied, "I'm at Tianhui Plaza, just about to head back." Li Lui's voice lowered slightly. "You better. Don't make me and Ran Jia come find you ourselves. If I had known, I would have gone out with you. Who knows what sort of reckless thoughts you might have." Song Wan felt sheepish, faintly hearing Huang Ran's urging voice in the background, realizing their concern for her well-being. She hurriedly reassured over the phone, "Really, I'm on my way back right now." After hanging up, Song Wan couldn't help but smile, only for her phone to ring once more. "Hello, is this Miss Song?" The voice on the line belonged to a young man. Song Wan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Yes. Your order for the Lamborghini Aventador has been finalized. Are you available to receive it now?" Chapter 7. Receipt of the Lamborghini Aventador. Goodness. All the formalities are completed. System 6. The system's adorable voice was utterly earnest, which amused Song Wan to no end. She composed herself and spoke into the phone. "I am currently at the shopping center in Tianhui Plaza. Could you deliver it here?" The response was swift. "Absolutely, we are on our way. We should arrive in approximately 20 minutes. After confirming with them, Song Wan's spirits visibly lifted. With some time to spare, she decided to visit the mobile phone store on the first floor. Although her current phone was not entirely obsolete, being 2 years old, she resolved to purchase an entirely new set. She had a fondness for the Huawei brand, particularly for its superior camera quality. Song Wan opted for the latest Porsche design model in silver, priced at 12,000, along with numerous complementary accessories. For the Huawei, she selected the top-tier model in a soft gold hue, also priced at 12,000. Standing at the entrance of the mobile store, she had already inserted the SIM card into her new Huawei phone. Just as she intended to wander around, she heard an uncertain voice softly call out, "Song Wan?" Turning her head, she spotted a girl in a blue dress with immaculate makeup, eyeing her curiously. It was Qi Xingran, her other roommate. Being a local of the Magic City, she seldom returned to the dormitory, hence her interactions with them were quite limited. Song Wan nodded at her. What a coincidence. Qi Xingran scrutinized her briefly before her gaze lingered on Song Wan's phone for a moment longer. She then gestured towards the elegantly dressed girl beside her, introducing her. "This is my cousin, Qi Zhiyue." Then, turning to Qi Zhiyue, she added, "This is my college roommate, Song Wan." Before Song Wan could respond, Qi Zhiyue rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Cousin, we still need to shop. We don't have time for introductions." She had heard her cousin mention that none of her college roommates were impressive, with backgrounds ranging from laborers to street food vendors. "We could spend this time shopping instead." A hint of embarrassment crept onto Qi Xingran's face as she was about to say something to alleviate the situation when a gasp erupted from the entrance.
Look.
Which rich second-generation S vehicle is this? It could even be a surprise prepared by a wealthy heir for his girlfriend. My heavens, it's a Lamborghini. Just look at the interior. This entire car must be worth over 10 million. Which affluent heir has such extravagant taste? Perhaps it was a little princess who ordered it herself? Qi Xingran gazed towards the entrance in confusion, where a tow truck was slowly approaching, pulling a supercar. The vehicle was none other than a striking orange Lamborghini, its sleek design and flamboyant rear wing captivating the attention of both men and women alike. Just as Qi Xingran was about to turn back to share her astonishment with her cousin, Song Wan's phone rang beside her. "Miss Song, we have arrived at the shopping center." Song Wan smiled gently, "I see." With that, she strode towards the direction of the tow truck. Observing Song Wan's actions, Qi Zhiyue immediately rolled her eyes in disdain. She tugged at Qi Xingran's sleeve, indicating for her to look in Song Wan's direction. Another ugly duckling wishing to transform into a phoenix. Your roommate is not wealthy, yet her aspirations are quite lofty. She truly believes that reality mirrors novels, where a mere accidental encounter could lead to a domineering CEO. In broad daylight, what a naive dream. Qi Xingran furrowed her brow. She did not believe Song Wan was that type of person. Despite their limited interactions, her impression was that Song Wan likely had a boyfriend. However, Qi Zhiyue was unconvinced, asserting that those from smaller towns often lacked experience. Eager to reveal the true nature of her cousin's roommate, she fixed her gaze intently on Song Wan's figure, anticipating the spectacle to share with her friends later. Yet, in the next moment, she witnessed a staff member from the tow truck bending slightly to present a document and what appeared to be car keys to her cousin's roommate with utmost respect. Song Wan accepted the keys, glanced at the document, confirmed there were no issues, and promptly signed her name. All formalities regarding the vehicle had been completed, allowing her to take it on the road immediately. Moreover, she had obtained her driver's license during the summer after her freshman year. The dilemma was that neither she nor the original owner had ever driven a supercar. Just as she was about to inquire about the specifics of operating the vehicle, the system's adorable voice resonated in her mind once more.
Ding.
Detected that the host possesses unknown knowledge, the system issues a random task, slapping the face of a scumbag. As a top-tier wealthy beauty, how could one allow a scumbag to hold them back? Slap the scumbag's face. Bid farewell to him completely. Task success rewards supreme driving skills. Task failure incurs no penalties. Song Wan was taken aback. A scumbag? The only one she knew of was Lin Feng, right? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she noticed Wu Wenwen approaching Lin Feng cautiously, holding onto his arm. "Miss Song," Wu Wenwen's round face bore a hint of a smile, almost ingratiating as she addressed Song Wan. "We were in the wrong before. I shouldn't have troubled you over a misunderstanding. I hope you can forgive me." Although Wu Wenwen usually acted arrogantly, she was acutely aware of who she could and could not provoke. Just the sight of this car represented their family's income for an entire year. How could Song Wan possibly be the daughter of a local street vendor as described by Lin Feng? She suspected that Song Wan was merely pretending to be poor, leading Lin Feng to mistakenly believe she was destitute. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became, wishing she could erase her recent behavior in the shopping center. Offending such a significant figure could potentially jeopardize their family's factory. However, Lin Feng abruptly shook off Wu Wenwen's hand, looking at Song Wan with a heartbroken expression. "Wan Wan, Why didn't you tell me sooner that you are so wealthy? If you had, I would not have pretended to date Wu Wenwen out of concern for you. Lin Feng's face bore the expression of self-sacrifice, which genuinely disgusted Song Wan. With a bemused lift of her eyes, she replied with a hint of amusement. So you mean you pretended to date Wu Wenwen for my sake? Lin Feng nodded vigorously. His eyes filled with affection as he gazed at Song Wan. Song Wan turned away in distaste, facing Wu Wenwen with a knowing look. Did you see that? No matter how much you train a dog, it will always retain its penchant for eating excrement. Chapter 8. Slapping the face of a scumbag, rewarding supreme driving skills. Wu Wenwen nodded vehemently, her eyes slightly reddening. She turned around and, without hesitation, swung her bag at Lin Feng with all her might. You are nothing but a scumbag who cannot change his ways. When I bought you this and that, why didn't you ever say we were just pretending to date? When you were groveling at my feet, why didn't you say we were merely pretending? I have never looked down upon you, you mere enoki mushroom, yet you audaciously claim in my presence that our relationship is a mere pretense. Song Wan, uninterested in the petty squabbles of two dogged souls, addressed Lin Feng directly. I am acutely aware of your character. Should you ever utter such repugnant words to me again, I cannot guarantee what excessive actions I might take. Furthermore, I kindly request that you take a detour upon encountering me in the future. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, a pang of sorrow piercing his heart as he beheld Song Wan's resolute expression. They had been together for over 6 months, and he had invested considerable effort to win her affection. It was implausible for him to have no feelings left. However, when weighed against those feelings, his future loomed larger. With a shortcut laid before him, who would desire to tread the arduous path step by step. Thus, he placed the blame squarely on that fat woman Wu Wenwen. Were it not for her, he and Song Wan would still be thriving together. Everything she possessed, he too would eventually claim. With this thought, Lin Feng's gaze turned towards Wu Wenwen, now infused with resentment. No longer able to contain himself, he seized her wrist and hurled his bag back at her. I was never mistaken. Had it not been for Wan, why would I be entangled with a woman like you? He gestured towards her. Take a good look in the mirror. Do we even match? Two dogs fighting, both covered in fur. One is a scoundrel who betrays for wealth, while the other shamelessly accepts without regard for the boyfriend. This grand spectacle soon attracted a crowd, with some even recording the event. Task completed. Slap the scoundrel in the face. Reward for host. God-level driving skills. God-level driving skills have been credited. Please check your account. Song Wan felt no discomfort. Her mind was already brimming with newfound knowledge of driving. As she entered the car, she became intimately familiar with all the buttons and functions. Until the bright orange sports car sped away, the people at Tianhui Plaza continued their fervent discussions about her. Initially believing that a wealthy second generation was merely trying to impress a goddess, they were taken aback to discover that the young lady herself was the one with wealth. Qi Ziyue, in a state of shock, poked her cousin beside her, her face a canvas of regret. Oh my! Why didn't you tell me your roommate is such a wealthy big shot? I made a fool of myself in front of her. The thought of how she had acted so self-importantly in front of the affluent young lady made Qi Ziyue wish she could disappear into a crack in the wall. Meanwhile, Qi Xingran remained oblivious, still processing how her roommate could possess such wealth. Moreover, the man who had just been so obsequious to Song Wan, now being pummeled by the fat woman, was unmistakably Song Wan's boyfriend, if she wasn't mistaken. As for the whispers behind her, Song Wan seemed utterly unconcerned. With her newfound driving skills paired with a sports car, it felt as though she had been granted wings. No wonder everyone adored sports cars. The exhilaration was unparalleled. A smile graced Song Wan's lips as she reached the entrance of Linghai University in a mere 20 minutes. The bright orange sports car garnered gasps wherever it passed. Wow! That car is so cool. It was a Lamborghini Aventador. How could it not be cool? Not just in appearance, but also in price. A second-generation rich kid, perhaps? Is he from our school? The Lamborghini soon parked beneath the girls' dormitory. Just as Song Wan was about to disembark, her phone rang once more. The caller ID displayed a familiar name. Upon answering, she heard Li Lui's anxious voice, Wan. Our dormitory has suddenly been inundated with numerous employees from luxury boutiques, delivering an abundance of high-end goods that have filled our room. They specifically mentioned it was for you. What on earth is going on? Song Wan slapped her forehead, having forgotten to inform Li Lui and Huang ran about this. I'm downstairs at the dormitory. Just wait a moment, I'll be right there. Hanging up. She exited the car and locked it in one smooth motion. The girls gathered at the bottom of the dormitory could not help but turn their gazes toward Song Wan. Among them were those who had witnessed her leave in the luxurious car. I told you, this young lady must be a wealthy woman, beautiful and affluent. She's the epitome of a winner in life. Exactly. That chubby girl even mocked her from behind. I wish I could drag her over and see if she would dare say such things again. Song Wan had reached the door of room 302. And true to Li Lui's words, a throng of luxury boutique employees awaited her. Since they had come to a girls' dormitory, all the staff were considerate enough to be female. Perhaps due to their arrival, nearly all the girls on the third floor congregated in the hallway, their gazes inadvertently drawn toward the scene. Upon noticing Song Wan's arrival, the employees swarmed towards her. Miss Song, you're back. Miss Song, we have delivered the goods to you. Miss Song. Overwhelmed by the cacophony, Song Wan raised her hand. One at a time, please. After verifying and signing for the items, a full 20 minutes had elapsed. By the time the employees bid farewell and departed, Li Lui and Huang Ran were still in a state of disbelief. While other dormitories might not have witnessed the spectacle, the two, being nearby, had an unobstructed view as Song Wan signed for the items. The total was staggering. It surely amounted to at least 10 million. What does 10 million even mean? They would probably never earn that much in their lifetime, even if they sold themselves. Gazing at the dormitory overflowing with luxury goods, both were left in a daze. Song Wan offered them an awkward smile, feeling a bit embarrassed. Initially hesitant about purchasing so much while in the dormitory, she had found it hard to stop once she started. The thrill of spending was simply too delightful. Finally coming to their senses, Huang Ran and Li Lui found their voices. Wan Wan, what on earth is happening? Did you win a lottery? Song Wan chuckled sheepishly. More or less. As they regained their composure, they immediately pounced on her with excitement. What do you mean more or less? You need to clarify. What's going on? I'm dying of curiosity. Heaven knows how terrified they had been upon seeing those luxury boutique employees approaching. Watching as brands they had only seen in videos were brought into their dormitory made their hearts race. Song Wan had already devised a plausible explanation on her way back. Unfazed by their inquiries, she replied, it's just that someone from my long-lost grandfather's side suddenly came looking for us, and they left behind a substantial inheritance. Chapter 9, Today's Check-in Rewards, Tanga Palace, Number 1 Villa. Huang Ran and Li Lui were momentarily stunned but quickly accepted this explanation. After all, there was no reason for Song Wan to deceive them. Moreover, aside from this reasoning, they could hardly fathom any other explanation that would account for her sudden acquisition of such extravagant items. All right, Wan Wan, it seems you've found success in love and fortune. I would love to see the expression on that scoundrel's face when he realizes just how rich you are. Imagining the scenario, Li Lui burst into laughter. That scoundrel Lin Feng had sought out someone else for wealth, only to find out after breaking up that Wan Wan was the wealthiest of them all. Regret may well lead one to the brink of despair. Song Wan paused momentarily, then, with a smile, recounted the events that had transpired at the shopping center to her companions. This revelation sent Huang Ran and Li Lui into fits of laughter, rolling about on the bed. How shameless was that Lin Feng, who had previously strutted around, so haughtily declaring a breakup with Wan Wan, only to alter his demeanor upon discovering her affluence. Indeed, he even pretended to be in a relationship with Wu Wenwen for Wan Wan's sake. What audacity he possessed! Setting aside thoughts of them, Song Wan approached the meticulously arranged luxury items, retrieving the Lepoini skincare products, a Cartier Just Un Clou rose gold bracelet, and the bags she had chosen for the two of them. These are for you, she announced, presenting the skincare products and bracelets in sets of 3. As a token of their friendship, Huang Ran and Li Lui exchanged startled glances, quickly waving their hands in refusal, shaking their heads vigorously. They had witnessed Song Wan signing the bill, aware that a complete set of Lepoini skincare products cost over 80,000, and the Cartier bracelet was nearly 100,000. While they cherished their friendship, accepting such extravagant gifts left them feeling unable to reciprocate adequately. However, Song Wan remained undeterred, directly placing the skincare products, bracelet, and bags into their hands. This is a celebration of my newfound wealth, specially chosen for you. Aren't you going to take a look? As they attempted to decline once more, Song Wan added, in that case, when you earn your own money in the future, you can buy me nice things too. We shouldn't let such matters create distance between us. Li Lui blinked, then set down her items to envelop Song Wan in a bear hug. Oh my goodness! What have I done to deserve a wealthy friend like you? Huang Ran, equally excited, joined in from behind, squealing in delight, reveling in the experience of being spoiled by her best friend. Caught in this affectionate ambush, Song Wan nearly toppled over. Quick! Open the bags and see if you like them. The two friends finally released their hold on her and eagerly began unwrapping their gifts. Upon seeing the style of the bag, Li Lui couldn't contain her excitement, leaping up once more. This is my absolute favorite. Wan Wan, I love you to bits. Huang ran. Equally thrilled by the Prada bag, admired how perfectly it suited her tall and elegant demeanor. Turning seriously, her eyes sparkling, she addressed Song Wan. Rich girl, I'm famished. Li Lui chimed in, me too. Song Wan smirked, grabbing a nearby pillow and tossing it at them. After a playful tussle, they remembered it was time for dinner. Having returned a bit late, Song Wan found that the meal Li Lui and Huang Ran had prepared for her had cooled to a pleasant warmth. The warm little porridge paired with chicken patties was just right. Later that evening, as she lay in bed, Song Wan recalled to check her text messages. The screen was filled with notifications of her expenditures from the day. She focused on the last message, which read, your card ending in 8106 has a transaction on September 1st at 1734 from the Fruit Mobile Store for 12,000 yuan, with a balance of 838,360 yuan. Huaxia Bank. In just one day, she had spent nearly 12 million, an amount she had never dared to imagine before. If one were to ask her how she felt, she could only say, System, you are simply phenomenal. The thrill of spending is absolutely exhilarating. Of course, don't be modest. Granddaughter. Song Wan. When did I become your granddaughter? System, I advise you not to take advantage of me in such a sneaky manner. The system's voice remained earnest and innocent, seemingly puzzled by Song Wan's reaction. Did you not just tell your roommates that you inherited your grandfather's fortune? The wealth is granted by the system. According to Huaxia etiquette, should I not refer to you as my granddaughter? Song Wan. I suspect you are playing word games, but I have no evidence. A dreamless night ensued. As sunlight streamed through the curtains into the dormitory, Song Wan groggily opened her eyes. Today was Sunday, a day of rest akin to the previous one. Li Lui and Huang Ran, having stayed up late in excitement the night before, showed no signs of waking. Checking the time, Song Wan found it was only 9 o'clock. She tucked her phone beneath her pillow, intending to return to sleep. Beep. A new day has arrived. Shall the host proceed with today's check-in? Startled by the voice in her mind, Song Wan sat up abruptly, her eyelids twitching involuntarily. Check-in. Beep. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the no.
Uno sandalwood villa.
The reward has been issued. Please check your account. Song Wan's eyes widened in astonishment, all remnants of sleep fleeing her mind. Was it the sandalwood she was thinking of? Without granting her time to ponder, her phone rang with an incoming call. Hurriedly silencing it, she stepped outside to answer. May I speak with Miss Song Wan? Came a mature voice from the other end. Familiar with these procedures, Song Wan answered calmly, That's me. The man on the line spoke politely. Your paperwork for the number 1 Sandalwood Villa has been completed. Do you have time to come by for the handover? Yes. I'll arrive in about an hour. Song Wan rubbed her eyes. The system had delivered a major surprise. Known as the most luxurious residence in the Magic City, the Sandalwood's reputation was well-deserved. It featured a blend of British, French, Spanish, and Italian architectural styles, crafted by the world-renowned WATG architectural design firm. Covering over 47,000 square meters with just 18 villas, even the stone used was sourced from the surface mines of the Alps. The smallest villa spans 1,500 square meters, while the number 1 villa, the pinnacle of luxury, occupies 1,800 square meters and is priced at 900 million yuan. Not something easily acquired, even with wealth. Now, the number 1 villa would soon belong to her. Taking a deep breath, Song Wan felt her excitement simmering beneath the surface. With the system, she had acquired a car on her first day, and on the second, a house. In the end, all she could express was, System, you are amazing. The system's electronic voice remained serious. It's merely basic operations. As my esteemed granddaughter, you are a prime candidate for the elite. Do not become overly agitated over trivial matters. Song Wan. Are you addicted to taking advantage of me? Chapter 10. Random Reward, Martial Arts Mastery. After much effort in clarifying to the system that her earlier comments to her roommates were merely an excuse, Song Wan felt utterly drained. The system, seemingly perplexed, quietly remarked, All right, the human world is truly complex. It appears the system still needs to integrate better. Whether it was Song Wan's imagination or not, she sensed a hint of regret in its tone. Having not yet stirred from their slumber, Huang Ran and Li Lui remained undisturbed as Song Wan completed her morning routine. donned her clothes, and quietly took her car keys, slipping out the door. The Lamborghini remained parked beneath the dormitory, drawing the attention of every passerby, who couldn't help but glance at it a few extra times. Song Wan skillfully opened the car door and set off. The striking orange Lamborghini cruised past Linghai University, executing a beautiful drift that captivated onlookers. In just over 40 minutes, before 10 o'clock, Song Wan had arrived at her destination. The middle-aged man she had spoken to on the phone, named Xia Hui, was already waiting at the entrance of Tiangong, accompanied by a competent woman of similar age. As soon as they spotted her arrival, they approached with eagerness. "You must be Miss Song Wan," they said. She nodded and, under their guidance, quickly made her way to the site of Villa No. 1. Just like the Lamborghini, all the paperwork had already been completed. Only a few details remained for handover. After signing the necessary documents, Xia Hui gestured towards the capable woman, introducing her. "Miss Song, your identity information has been fully recorded on our end. Should you have any inquiries in the future, feel free to contact our property manager." The woman, dressed in a tailored gray suit, stepped forward respectfully. "Hello, Miss Song. I am the property manager, Yao Jia." Song Wan nodded and followed her as they toured the interior of Villa No. 1. Typically, villas are sold without any furnishings. Yet somehow, this one had been impeccably decorated, complete with exquisite furnishings that were rare to find. It was ready for immediate occupancy. Sensing Song Wan's scrutiny, Yao Jia quickly reassured her, "Miss Song, we have engaged professional cleaning staff to ensure everything is spotless for your arrival." Those who could afford villas in this area were undoubtedly the elite of Shanghai, and Tiangong prided itself on providing impeccable service. Moreover, Miss Song's acquisition of Villa No. 1 warranted nothing less than perfection. Even someone of her stature found herself awestruck by the lavishness of the interiors upon her first glance. Opulence and beauty radiated from every corner, with every detail exuding sophistication. The decor featured internationally renowned luxury items, some of which she had never even encountered before. Clearly bespoke creations. It was only fitting that such distinguished clientele received the utmost in service. And Yao Jia soon noticed the satisfied nod from Song Wan in response to her remarks. "I have no further questions at the moment," came the unspoken cue for Yao Jia to take her leave. Yao Jia promptly responded, "Then I will assist with a check-in for your vehicle, Miss Song. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Once Yao Jia departed, Song Wan could no longer contain her exhilaration and rolled around on the soft leather bed several times before deciding to explore further. The villa spanned 3 floors, with a grand entrance leading into a spacious living room, which then opened up to the dining area. Adjacent to the dining room were 2 kitchens, one distinctly Chinese and the other Western, as evidenced by their decor. Further inside lay the reception room, facing the garden at the back. The maids' quarters were conveniently located beside the elevator, but Song Wan opted for the spiral staircase instead. On the 2nd floor, there were 4 expansive bedrooms, each equipped with its own walk-in closet and bathroom. Though their styles were similar, each room had its unique charm, presenting a harmonious aesthetic overall. From the connecting balcony, one could gaze down upon the garden. The 3rd floor housed the largest master suite, measuring over 300 square meters, complete with walk-in closets and bathrooms on both sides. The balcony accessed from the bedroom offered the most breathtaking views of the entire villa. As Song Wan stood on the balcony, inhaling the fresh air infused with greenery, she felt an overwhelming sense of rejuvenation. Whenever she wished to escape from university life, this haven would serve as a perfect retreat. Although such a grand villa would undoubtedly require a few maids and chefs to maintain. Lost in her thoughts, her phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, she heard Huang Rant's exasperated voice. "Wan, that scoundrel Lin Feng has been shouting your name with roses in hand downstairs. Where have you been hiding?" Song Wan replied, "I went out to take care of some matters." "What on earth is Lin Feng doing? Didn't I make my stance clear yesterday?" Huang Rant's voice came through, sounding groggy, as if she had just awoken. "How are we to know what that jerk was thinking? He's got a thick skin like a city wall. Wei and I doused him with a bucket of cold water, and he still wouldn't leave." Song Wan felt her initial cheerfulness plummet, much like a sweetened moment suddenly tainted. She could surmise Lin Feng's intentions. It was merely a reflection of the original owner's kindness towards him, coupled with the heart-wrenching sorrow she displayed at their breakup. He likely harbored a delusion of rekindling their romance. If Song Wan's background was modest, Lin Feng's was decidedly worse. He hailed from a rural area, where many underprivileged yet ambitious individuals struggled to establish themselves in the city. Unfortunately, his family prioritized sons over daughters, with his 3 older sisters treating him like a treasure, showering him with gifts and financial support. The original owner only recently learned of his family circumstances, while Lin Feng had promised to care for his sisters once he secured a job. Although she sensed something amiss, her emotions ultimately clouded her judgment. What she received in return for her affection was betrayal, leading to their abrupt separation.
Now,
It seemed Lin Feng had likely offended Wu Wenwen and was frantically seeking a lifeline to avoid any retaliation. As Song Wan contemplated whether to hire a few bodyguards to teach him a lesson, the system's voice echoed in her mind once more.
beep.
The host has demonstrated indifference to the scoundrel and has received a random reward, martial arts proficiency. The reward has been credited. Please check your account. A surge of warmth coursed through Song Wan's body, as if the techniques of various martial arts had been vividly imprinted in her mind. Her muscles seemingly recalling movements effortlessly. Even a simple lift of her leg exuded an air of elegance, as though she had undergone years of training. A mischievous smile curled upon her lips as she spoke into the phone. If he won't leave, just wait for my return. Chapter 11. Why can't girls have WeChat? Upon returning to Linghai University, Song Wan indeed found that a crowd had gathered beneath the girls' dormitory. However, a clear 10-meter radius had formed around them. At the center stood a boy in a white shirt, drenched and clinging to a bouquet of red roses, water droplets glistening upon them, yet he stubbornly remained there. It was Lin Feng. Had it really been nearly an hour? That girl, Song Wan, certainly possessed remarkable composure to remain absent. Honestly, I would have lost my patience by now. He is not bad-looking. It's just a quarrel between a couple. Does it really need to escalate this way? A bucket of cold water cascaded down from above, and thankfully, the boy had a good temper. Otherwise, anyone else would have likely retaliated by now. Isn't anyone going to call that girl, Song Wan? Why, isn't he here? I heard he doesn't even stay in the dormitory. Really? That boy is so pitiful. As Song Wan just opened the car door and stepped out, she overheard a group of girls gathered nearby, engrossed in lively discussion. One cannot deny that Lin Feng's appearance is somewhat deceptive. Among his peers, his fair complexion is striking, and his handsome features, accentuated by a crisp white shirt, only amplify his allure. Those unaware of his true nature might easily mistake him for a man of integrity. With a scoff, Song Wan strode towards Lin Feng. In truth, he had noticed her the moment she arrived, for the resounding roar of the Lamborghini was not easily overlooked. Steeling himself, Lin Feng subtly turned his damp shoulder towards Song Wan, his wet hair hanging over his eyes, resembling a wounded creature, lost and helpless. Wan. From the window of room 302, Li Lui and Huang Ran waved frantically upon spotting her, eager to divert her attention, fearing she might soften at the sight of the scoundrel. Is that Song Wan? The heroine has finally arrived. Am I the only one who noticed that she drives a Lamborghini? Lin Feng seemed to have just realized Song Wan's presence, hastening a few steps forward. His gaze towards her a mixture of surprise and sorrow. Wan, I truly regret my actions. I should not have taken it upon myself to protect you through foolish means. I realize now that my approach was misguided. But you must understand, my heart has always belonged solely to you. A chill ran down Song Wan's spine. She nodded towards Li Lui and Huang Ran before returning her gaze to Lin Feng. Just as the onlookers speculated whether the heroine would be moved enough to throw herself into the boy's arms, she spoke, each word deliberate and clear. Foolish actions? Are you referring to how you were caught in a wealthy woman's car? Or to the moment you boldly declared that you would end our relationship because I could not provide you with financial support? Or perhaps it was when you sought to shamelessly reconcile after discovering my wealth? The crowd gasped in disbelief, their eyes widening in shock. Those who once felt sympathy for Lin Feng now wore expressions of incredulity. Lin Feng's face flushed crimson. Wan, you've misunderstood me. He had learned from Wu Wenwen that the black card Song Wan possessed was not a result of being kept by someone. She was genuinely affluent. The realization that he had mistaken a jewel for a mere pebble, sacrificing his dignity to pursue someone like Wu Wenwen, made him feel nauseous. Instantly, his gaze towards Song Wan deepened with longing. If it weren't for you, I would never have pretended to be with Wu Wenwen. Wan, have you forgotten our promise to marry after graduation? Song Wan suddenly smiled. You remember what I told you yesterday, don't you? Lin Feng felt an ominous premonition. Yet after surveying the surroundings upon her exit, he found no sign of bodyguards. Song Wan had always been a gentle and compliant girl, only driven to utter threatening words out of anger. She had always cared for him. If he persisted a little longer, she would surely feel his sincerity. With that thought, Lin Feng instinctively straightened his back, resolutely declaring, Wan Wan, you know I will never leave you. In the next moment, someone lunged at him from midair. Lin Feng barely registered what was happening before he was thrown to the ground with a powerful shoulder throw. It was only when the pain coursed through him that he realized the gravity of the situation, his face contorting in agony. So handsome. Not only was Lin Feng stunned, but the girls surrounding them were equally astonished. Has she trained in martial arts? I wish I could get her WeChat. But you're a girl. So, what if I'm a girl? Can't a girl have WeChat? It's 2022, how can you still say that? Li Lui and Huang Ran, who had just rushed downstairs, were equally speechless at the unfolding scene. When did Wan Wan learn such a move? Why didn't we know? Just as everyone was left in awe, a plump figure rushed over, panting heavily. Wu Wenwen quickly scanned the area, confirming Song Wan's location. Upon noticing Lin Feng lying on the ground, she immediately understood the situation. Striding up to Song Wan, she apologized, I'm sorry, Miss Song. I wasn't aware he had come looking for you again. With a swift gesture, she signaled her two bodyguards, who promptly dragged the still-dazed Lin Feng away. Wu Wenwen then turned to Song Wan, her smile returning, I assure you, this scoundrel will no longer disturb you. She had been troubled over how to redeem her image before Song Wan, and now Lin Feng had unwittingly provided her with the perfect opportunity. Upon hearing the news, she had rushed over, disregarding her own injury from Lin Feng's earlier attack. That foolish boy truly believed he could betray someone of significance and still expect them to take him back. Not that she wished to meddle, but who knew whether Song Wan might direct her anger towards her as well. The thought made Wu Wenwen seethe with rage towards Lin Feng. Thankfully, she had not arrived late. One girl, witnessing the scene, suddenly exclaimed, Wait, I just remembered that my boyfriend has a roommate named Lin Feng. He mentioned that this Lin Feng recently started dating a wealthy woman and abandoned his girlfriend of over 6 months. Could it be him? The girl quickly pulled out her phone. I need to ask my boyfriend. After a brief conversation, she hung up and began scrolling through her phone eagerly. The girls around her leaned in to catch a glimpse of a screen. It's really him. As the truth unraveled, the crowd erupted in whispers. Realizing they had misjudged the boy as a romantic figure, what seemed like passion was merely a facade. He was nothing more than a gold-digging opportunist. If Song Wan hadn't concealed her wealth, they might never have seen through his true colors.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have earned the title of dazzling little wealthy girl and a random reward of 2 million axe tooth coins. The reward has been credited. Please check your count. Chapter 12. Obediently, say whatever you want. Song Wan raised an eyebrow at the voice in her mind, yet she was no longer the person she had been yesterday. She would not harbor resentment simply because the system awarded her axe tooth coins instead of renminbi. After all, the axe tooth currency offers a multiple cashback upon consumption, making it far more enticing than simply receiving renminbi. Huang Ran and Li Lui, witnessing Song Wan lost in thought, immediately positioned themselves on either side of her, resolutely shielding her. Their gazes toward Wu Wenwen were filled with nothing but loathing. They had not forgotten how Wu Wenwen had humiliated Song Wan at the school gate that day. If it weren't for Song Wan stepping in, they would have confronted Wu Wenwen directly. Now that they knew Song Wan had come into money, they wondered why she hadn't flaunted it sooner. Had Song Wan remained her former self, Wu Wenwen would likely be prancing about with her chin held high. Wu Wenwen, in turn, dared not utter a word. Standing there in a state of anxious trepidation, Song Wan disregarded her and, flanked by her friends, returned to the dormitory. Outside, things were manageable. But once they entered the dorm, Huang Ran and Li Lui erupted into excitement. Li Lui, covering her cheeks with her hands, could barely contain her exhilaration, exclaiming, Wan Wan, how are you so cool? Huang Ran chimed in, when did you buy a sports car? You didn't even tell us. They had been utterly astonished when they saw Song Wan emerge from that striking orange sports car, her nonchalant demeanor leaving them in awe. It was no wonder that people say boys who can drive a Ferrari with one hand are the most handsome. While they might not have a Ferrari driving boy, they had a Lamborghini driving roommate. You have to take us for a spin sometime, Li Lui urged, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Rich girl, give us a hug. We've never even ridden in a Lamborghini. Song Wan found their enthusiasm overwhelming and, with a shrug, extended the car keys toward them. Ranjia, don't you have a driver's license? You can take Wei Wei out for a drive. It was the weekend after all. She didn't want to be troubled. She preferred to relax in the dorm, stream a little, and earn some cash back. Life was blissfully enjoyable. To her surprise, Huang Ran took a step back, her hands flailing in protest.
No, no, no.
I've barely driven since getting my license, let alone in such a luxurious Lamborghini. I can't do it. I really can't. Yet, Song Wan insisted, placing the keys firmly in her hands. It's simple. I'll teach you, and you'll get the hang of it. Ignoring Huang Ran's continued reluctance, she meticulously explained the functions of each button in the car. Alright, give it a try, and while you're out, please pick up some lunch for me. As Huang Ran exited, she walked with an awkward, synchronized gait. With Huang Ran and Li Lili no longer around to create a ruckus, Song Wan relished the newfound tranquility. She climbed onto her bed, intending to open her axe tooth app when a sudden thought struck her, and she tapped her forehead. Before her transmigration, she had been an orphan, and she had momentarily forgotten that the original owner had parents. Now that she had assumed the identity of Song Wan, she felt compelled to fulfill her responsibilities. In her memories, the original owner's parents had treated her with great affection. Being their only daughter, they had always prioritized her well-being. Now that she had financial means, it was time to alleviate their burdens. While the income from her small food stall was decent, it was labor-intensive, and it had even caused them health issues in their efforts to provide her a better life in the metropolis. With this realization, Song Wan wasted no time and hurriedly dialed a number on her phone. The call was answered almost immediately, and her mother's voice came through, laced with concern. Hello? What's wrong, sweetheart? Did something happen at school? Song Wan found herself momentarily stunned, experiencing a sensation she had never felt before, like a warm current flowing gently to her heart, bittersweet yet comforting. Sweetheart? Don't scare me. Why aren't you speaking? Song Wan opened her mouth, studying her emotions before replying. Mom, I'm fine. I just miss you. Her mother's voice visibly relaxed, tinged with a hint of joy. Why haven't you come home for the summer break? You're just trying to make your mom happy. Song Wan tightened her grip on the phone, her voice softening. I just happened to come across a great job opportunity, and I wanted to ease your burden a bit. The original owner hadn't returned home because she had been working over the summer to buy gifts for a scoundrel, but there was no need to divulge that now. My dear is so considerate. I just worry you're working too hard. Her mother's pride was palpable. And then Song Wan heard a sudden noise on the other end. Moments later, the call was taken over by her father. Sweetheart, it's me. Song Wan understood immediately.
Dad.
Is something wrong at school? He inquired. Song Wan replied playfully, Can't I just be calling to tell you I miss you? Hearing the affectionate tone in his daughter's voice made her father's eyes crinkle with joy. Since she had entered university, she had rarely expressed such open affection.
Of course you can.
A smile crept onto Song Wan's face, and the last remnants of her discomfort began to fade. Dad, I sent you some money. Please remember to buy some good food. Her father seemed momentarily taken aback, then the surprise in his voice echoed back to her. Sweetheart, where did you get so much money? Are you hiding something from us? A whole 100,000. The thought that his daughter might have been scrimping and saving since her freshman year to work part-time sent pangs of pain through his heart. Song Wan bit her lip. If not for fearing their suspicion about her sudden wealth, she would have invited them to stay at her place. After all, she lived alone there, and it hardly felt like home. After a pause, she earnestly reassured him. Dad, rest assured, this is what I earned this summer, and I still have more. Without waiting for a response, she continued, I got a job at a publishing house over the summer, and they needed someone to translate foreign texts. I met the requirements, and they hired me. The money I earned is essentially my payment for the work, and it's not even that much. Her academic performance had always been commendable. So her father accepted her words without doubt. That's not too little. My daughter is really doing well, he thought, pride swelling within him. Then he heard Song Wan's voice again, soft yet resolute. I can earn money now, so you don't have to work so hard. In that moment, tears brimmed in the eyes of this strong, iron-willed man, overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 13. Sister Wanyu, do you want me to show my face? Their hometown was rural, and in that era, there were still remnants of gender bias. With only one daughter, they had often faced ridicule. Even his own elder brother had made veiled comments that a daughter was unreliable and not worth any expectations. But he never raised his daughter with expectations. His sole purpose in working hard was to ensure she could enjoy a better life. Now, with their daughter still in college, she had already achieved enough to make him stand tall with pride. Just listen to her words. Although my daughter spoke simply over the phone. How could it be possible to earn 100,000 yuan in just one summer without enduring hardship? Clearly, she is concerned for us. When Song Wan heard her daughter's voice again on the call, it had already transformed into that of her mother, Song Mu. Amused, Song Mu watched as Song Fu hurried off to the restroom, choosing not to expose the truth, but instead expressed her concern. Magic is found in big cities, and expenses can accumulate quickly. I will transfer some money back to you later. Buy some clothes and treat yourself to something delicious. Song Wan hastily interjected. I truly have enough money. This was originally meant for you both. If you don't believe me, I can send you a screenshot on WeChat shortly. After reassuring her mother several times, Song Mu finally believed that her daughter indeed had funds remaining. Once the call ended, Song Wan collapsed onto her bed. It seemed imperative to find time to return home. She resolved to explain that the leftover money had been invested, thus justifying any additional funds she might present. With this thought in mind, Song Wan redirected her attention to the Axia live stream on her phone. Upon opening the app, she discovered that her account had amassed an impressive 2 million Axia coins. In contrast, her private messages section was inundated with activity, filled with various requests for recognition, along with polite greetings from smaller streamers. Among them was an ID that struck a chord of familiarity. Clicking on the message, she found that a streamer named Ting Zhu had sent multiple enthusiastic notes. Thank you, Sister Wanyu, for the 200 treasure maps. Would you like to play a game together? I promise not to hold you back. Sister Wanyu, are you offline? Can I add you on WeChat? We could game together sometime. Song Wan recalled that yesterday, in her excitement for cashback, she had chosen to gift a streamer, who appeared to be Ting Zhu. However, upon seeing the cashback amount, her excitement had led her to abruptly close the Axia backend. As luck would have it, Ting Zhu was currently live. So Song Wan casually clicked in. Compared to the 30,000 viewers from yesterday, the number had significantly increased to over 70,000 now. Is my vision deceiving me? I actually see Sister Yu here. I can't be mistaken. The big shot has returned. Oh no, is Zhu going to be spoiled again? Sister Wanyu, look at me. I want to have your babies. Initially engrossed in his game, Ting Zhu instinctively sat up straight upon seeing the chat. His voice tinged with a hint of grievance as it streamed through his headset. Sister Wanyu, you finally arrived. I sent you a private message yesterday, but you ignored me. Who leaves after gifting without giving a chance to shine? Ting Zhu, who had not shown his face, speculated that the big shot might have been impressed by his gaming skills. However, as he eagerly anticipated a chance to play a few rounds with the big shot, they abruptly logged off without a word. Since yesterday, he had sent numerous private messages, all of which went unanswered. With Ting Zhu's words, the chat exploded. So unfair. The big shot isn't replying, and Zhu is about to cry. Ha ha ha, the big shot is truly aloof, gifting and then vanishing. Don't cry, streamer. It means you're a real big shot. A familiar ID began to flood the chat with repetitive comments, belonging to the little green tea from yesterday. The audience didn't hold back, retaliating immediately. 666, if you didn't know better, you might think you're some kind of godly rich person. 1 million doesn't even faze you. As if we haven't been to big streamers' chats before, even if a big shot comes in and gifts 1 million. Do you think they wouldn't fawn over them? A chorus of viewers chimed in. We choose to admire Sister Wanyu. It's none of your business. Someone like you, with a scent of green tea, must be unloved in reality. Even Ting Zhu couldn't help but frown, straightforwardly saying, Moderator, please ban this person. He couldn't comprehend why someone would incessantly latch onto him just because he didn't take her along for a game match. Song Wan blinked, remaining silent. With a flick of her finger, a bold message appeared in the chat. User Wanyu has activated the Emperor status in streamer Ting Zhu's live room.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Please follow the rhythm.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I want to follow. When the big shot makes a move, you know it's serious. Where did that little troll go? Oh, it seems they've been banned. How rude, not allowing people to see the Emperor before banning them. Ting Zhu paused for a moment. He had heard of the Emperor status in Axia Live, but had never seen it. After all, the first month's fee was 20,000, not something everyone could afford. The chat erupted into fervent discussion. Now that the Emperor is activated, shouldn't Ting Zhu show his face? Wow, if that happens, I might just explode with excitement. +1. Plus my ID number. Ting Zhu read the chat carefully, then recalled that Wanyu had yet to respond to him. Hesitating for a moment, he asked, Sister Wanyu, do you want me to show my face? Before Song Wan could reply, the chat erupted once more. Wait. What did I just hear, sisters? Sister Wanyu, be more decisive. Yes, yes, yes. The big shot has arrived. Does that mean our benefits are coming too? I'm so touched. It was worth noting that Ting Zhu had never revealed his face since he began streaming, and they had often joked about wanting him to do so, only to be met with rejection. No one anticipated that a day would come when they could actually see it. Some diehard fans were already bubbling with excitement, urging, "Big shot. You must agree." "Exactly. Our hopes rest with you. Sister Won Yu, please." Seeing this, Song Wan pondered for a moment before typing, "All right. After all, she was gifting to cash out. If it didn't suit her tastes, she could always move on to the next." On the screen, Ting Zhu's character, after defeating an enemy, stood still without collecting the loot. Not long after, a handsome young man appeared on the screen. He had chestnut-colored hair that was slightly wavy, a prominent nose, and lips reminiscent of cherry blossoms. His most striking feature was his eyes, a light brown akin to amber, which revealed a hint of shyness as he looked into the camera. "Sister Won Yu, is this okay?" Chapter 14. You're done. You've fallen in love.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What a stunning face. Mom, I'm done for. Clearly, you could rely on your looks, yet you depend on your skills. Help. P.S. Not even using a filter. Yet he looks this good. Upon seeing the screen, Song Wan was momentarily stunned. This level of attractiveness could easily rank among celebrities. No wonder he dared to show his face. Amidst a flurry of gift effects on the screen, the treasure map belonging to the Emperor filled the chat with excitement.
Oh.
How I wish I were a wealthy woman right now. Indeed, the value of a gift is determined by the prowess of its giver. Sister Won Yu, you are truly remarkable. Goodness gracious. We have surpassed 1 million. Yesterday 1 million, and today, yet another million.
Oh, dear.
Does the esteemed when you still require any leg ornaments? My friends, can you fathom the sensation of witnessing the Super God Emperor for the very first time in my years of experience? If you are unsure, let me clarify. The Super God Emperor refers to the one who amasses a staggering 1 million within 30 days, specifically 150,000 yuan. My hands tremble in excitement. Combined with the contributions from yesterday and today, the total has already exceeded 2 million. The screen displayed the bewildered face of Ting Zhu once again. The events of yesterday had already left him astounded, and now, today, it was happening once more. However, Song Wan did not pay him any mind. She continued to exhaust the system's reward of 2 million Axia coins before finally pausing. The barrage of comments on the screen was so dense that it nearly obscured the entire display. 3 million in just 2 days, my friends. Is this the stature of a super god emperor? Esteemed one, look at me, standing at 1 meter 80 with abs, and yet I still cry. To the one whining upstairs, scram. Esteemed one, turn your gaze upon me. I have much to say. I suggest the esteemed one you refrain from being so rigid with gender roles. Yet, Song Wan was already too engrossed to glance at the screen, for the system's voice resonated once more in her mind.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have received a 15-fold rebate. The reward has been distributed. Please check your account. Simultaneously, Song Wan noticed a text notification on her phone. Your account number ending in 8106 at Huaxia Bank received an income of 3,000,000 yuan on September 2nd, with a balance of 3,838,818,360 yuan. Though it did not match the staggering refunds from yesterday, it was still quite substantial. A smile crept onto Song Wan's lips. Indeed, money is the most enticing of all. Lost in thought, the voice of Ting Zhu once again echoed from her phone. Sister Won Yu, would you care to play a few games together? His voice trembled slightly, and his live stream audience had once again surged to 2 million. Over the past 2 days, when you had gifted him 3 million, he had to do something in return. The most suitable offering was, of course, a game.
Ding.
The system has issued a random task. Play a game with the streamer Ting Zhu. Task success, reward, all-purpose steward, loyalty 100. Task failure, no penalty. An all-purpose steward? Song Wan's eyes brightened. This was precisely what she needed. Just moments ago, she had been fretting over finding a caretaker. And the system truly seemed to have a knack for her desires. The system, recalling the appearance of the roundworm she had just researched.
How amusing.
Song Wan, humming a tune, typed on the screen, all right. She privately messaged Ting Zhu her WeChat ID, and within mere seconds, a friend request pinged in. As she accepted, a message appeared almost immediately. Hello, Sister Won Yu. Thank you for the gifts you've sent. It was accompanied by a cat emoji in gratitude. Song Wan chuckled and replied, let us play a game. In contrast to the flamboyant attire of Ting Zhu's game character, the anniversary outfit bestowed upon Song Wan by the system appeared rather simplistic. The comments in the live chat fell silent for a few seconds before erupting like a fountain once more. The esteemed one remains humble. Even her attire is unadorned. This is what we call modesty. Tingzhu, it's time to show your skills. Hurry and adorn the esteemed one. Just as this comment was posted, Tingzhu had already sent over a collection of petite skirts from the marketplace to Song Wan's account. Not just clothes, but also vehicles and companions. Anything purchasable with money had been sent her way. Song Wan spent 5 minutes receiving the clothes, eventually donning a simple little skirt. Leaning against her dormitory bed, she couldn't help but acknowledge that this streamer possessed admirable emotional intelligence. Soon after, she heard Tingzhu's clear and pleasant voice. Sister Wanyu, which mode would you like to play? After a moment's contemplation, she replied, let us go with the island. Upon hearing her sweet voice through the headphones, Tingzhu found himself momentarily stunned. Her voice was extraordinarily enchanting, akin to delicate pearls lightly clinking against one another, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. The live chat remained eerily quiet for almost a minute. It wasn't until the girl asked, why aren't we starting, that the audience snapped back to reality and the comments began to flood in like a deluge. Where did that voice come from? No way, no way. It can't be what I think it is. Goodness gracious, that voice.
Ach, I am dying.
Sister, spare me. Which brother will give me a punch?
I am utterly bewildered.
Let me drown in the sound of the sister's voice. This is pure goddess material. A wealthy woman transformed into a lovely sister. I can accept that. Suddenly, I'm envious of the streamer. What should I do? Streamer, give me 1 second to join your team. Yet Tingzhu was too engrossed to notice the comments. His voice directed towards Song Wan softened. Let us get started. Perhaps the surprise from Wanyu had stirred something within him, causing his heart to thump incessantly. Initially, he had assumed Wanyu to be a woman in her 30s. Yet her voice belied any such notion. Originally intending to form a 4-person team, by some twist of fate, he inadvertently clicked the button for unmatched teammates and suddenly, a different atmosphere enveloped the room. Tingzhu, you're finished. You've fallen in love. You're doomed. You've fallen in love. You're finished. The live chat was filled with longtime fans who had never witnessed Tingzhu in such a state. When playing games, he was typically a straightforward guy, indifferent to the presence of lovely sisters. But now, seeing him in this uncharacteristic manner, the remnants of his previous demeanor were nowhere to be found. As expected, once the game commenced, Tingzhu invited Wanyu to follow him and gently said, Wanyu, just stick close to me. I'll make sure to keep you safe. The speed of the comments on the public screen surged even more joyfully.
See?
Tingzhu has ulterior motives. He is no longer even using the honorific. Such treachery. How despicable. The streamer is clearly harboring ulterior motives. Replace the streamer with me. Let me take over. I also wish to protect the lovely sister. Grant me a chance. Chapter 15. Divine Gaming Skills. Tingzhu, however, paid no heed to the public comments. Seeing Wanyu had chosen to follow him, he confidently parachuted down. The location he selected was called Joy Paradise, where obtaining a revival card would allow for a second chance at life, even if one perished. Of course, the area was teeming with players. Tingzhu landed right in the middle of a building and instructed Wanyu, you grab a gun first and wait for me here. I'll come back to get you once I'm done. Song Wan replied, okay. The system merely indicated that they were to play together. However, if she could win effortlessly, why exert herself? Embracing the philosophy of minimal movement, Song Wan stationed herself in the corner of the room, promptly reclining on the bed with her phone in hand. In the next moment, she noticed a notification appearing on the left side of the game screen, announcing a teammate's downfall, none other than Tingzhu. Song Wan. Tingzhu, seated before the screen, had flushed cheeks, staring blankly at the display, rendered speechless. The viewers in the live stream relished the spectacle, their amusement escalating. An epic moment of facepalming, ha 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 ha. I'll come back to assist you after I finish this round. I truly wish I could suppress my laughter, yet it bursts forth, ha ha. My stomach aches from laughing. Can we refrain from such hilarity? Juzi? You lot are merely a bunch of jesters, mocking the streamer. Unlike me, I possess a sinister chuckle.
Tingzhu?
Catching a glimpse of the barrage of messages on the public screen, hastily clarified, this was an accident. It genuinely was. Although her words were directed at the audience, her gaze remained fixated on Song Wan's figure within the game. Meanwhile, Song Wan suddenly heard the system's cheerful mechanical voice.
Ding.
The system has detected that the host is faced with a choice. A random task has been issued. Save the teammate. Reward. Supreme gaming skills. Escape alone. Reward. The title of Master of Stealth. Wearing this will reduce presence by 50%. Song Wan. Is there truly a choice here? She wasn't a secret agent. What would she do with the title of Master of Stealth? Observing that the opponent seemed set on reviving Tingzhu, she acted without delay, seizing her M4 and swiftly eliminating the adversary from behind. Without a trace of hesitation to leave anyone alive for their teammate, she struck decisively, turning the foe into a box. Only then did she approach Tingzhu's location to assist him back to his feet. Once upright, Tingzhu's voice softened considerably. Thank you, Wan Yu. Heaven knows he had intended to unleash his prowess, allowing Wan Yu to witness his strength, only to be ambushed from behind. Song Wan casually replied, no need for thanks, and redirected her attention to the system's voice again.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for completing the task of saving your teammate. Reward, Supreme Gaming Skills. The reward has been issued. Please check, host. As before, Song Wan felt no discomfort. Her mind brimmed with newfound gaming knowledge, and her fingers became significantly more agile. Curiously, she wondered if it were merely her imagination, but she felt her vision had improved as well. Certainly not an illusion. The Supreme Genetic Optimization Fluid is extraordinary. It will gradually enhance every aspect of the host to perfection. The system's cheerful voice explained with a hint of pride. Song Wan raised an eyebrow, noticing the transparent panel before her.
Host, Song Wan. Age, 19.
Height, 161 centimeters can increase. Appearance, 63 can increase. Elite Heiress Progress Bar, 16. Total Progress Bar, 100. Each metric had seen a slight improvement, particularly her height, which had increased by 1 centimeter in just one day. She hadn't even noticed it herself, let alone anyone else. Someone else approaching. Wan Yu, you should hide. Tingzhu's voice, tinged with seriousness, broke her contemplation. However, instead of hiding, she utilized the sound of footsteps to vault out the window. It was the perfect opportunity to test her newfound supreme gaming skills. As Tingzhu remained at the door, engaged in a standoff, the sounds of gunfire rang out, and the enemies before her were swiftly reduced to boxes. Simultaneously, the left side of the screen displayed the message of Wan Yu having taken down 3 opponents in quick succession.
Tingzhu?
What happened to the demure girl? The barrage of comments in the chat erupted like a volcano, saturating the entire screen. Big Boss 666.
Indeed.
We must rely on the Big Boss, a wealthy, melodious, skilled young lady. I'm sold. I could too. Miss, can I have a look at your child? What does it feel like to have the streamer face-bomb twice in a minute? Returning upstairs, what could that possibly feel like? Finding a Big Boss on your own. Crying yet insisting it's fine. Tingzhu, my feelings are quite complex. Throughout the remainder of the match, Tingzhu watched as more viewers in the live stream became fans of Wan Yu. By the time they achieved victory, he appeared somewhat dazed, struggling to comprehend the events. In just one match, Wan Yu had accumulated an impressive 30 kills. He even suspected that they hadn't encountered enough enemies. Otherwise, she could have single-handedly taken down the entire island. Her skills rivaled those of professional players, showing no signs of weakness. Clearing his throat, Tingzhu sincerely complimented Wan Yu. You are truly incredible. He had originally thought of himself as a bodyguard, only to find that the princess could slay dragons. He was relegated to merely scavenging for supplies behind her. Song Wan blinked, accepting his praise without a hint of modesty. The system's offerings were undoubtedly commendable.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. For completing the task, reward, an all-purpose butler, loyalty 100. The reward has been issued. Please check, host. Subsequently, a call notification appeared on the screen. It was from an unfamiliar number. Having grasped the system style, Song Wan answered without hesitation. Indeed, the voice on the other end resonated with notable respect. Miss, I am your personal butler, Qing Lin. The man's voice was youthful, warm, and elegant, eliciting an immediate fondness for its owner. Song Wan paused for a few seconds. Influenced by various novels, she had expected a butler to be at least in his 40s, as a perfect butler must excel in every regard. However, Qing Lin remained oblivious to her thoughts, maintaining a respectful and gentle tone. Miss, I am currently at your school. Would it be convenient for us to meet? Song Wan was taken aback again. Goodness, the system's delivery speed is astonishing. System. Cat with a proud face. Oh. After confirming the meeting location with Qing Lin, she redirected her gaze back to the game interface. Tingzhu's voice rang clear in her ears, laced with a hint of unnoticeable anticipation. Wan Yu, shall we play another match? Chapter 16. Truly an all-purpose butler. With the reward now received, Song Wan certainly opted to make her exit. No. I have a few matters to attend to. I must log off. Ting Zhu's previously smiling eyes widened in surprise, yet he still replied gently, all right. Call me next time you wish to play. Observing that Wan Yu had agreed, yet displayed no reluctance in logging off, Ting Zhu felt an unexpected pang of loss. The viewers in the live stream, eyes sparkling, certainly noticed Ting Zhu's expression. Consequently, their typing grew even more exuberant. The big boss has left just like that. Zhuzi, you're useless. Don't dishearten the streamer, they're already sad. Have you forgotten that the streamer now has the big boss's WeChat? I'm reminding you upstairs. Can the streamer share the big boss's WeChat? I'll send you treasure maps, could you kindly share the earlier information? Listening to Zhu. As he glanced at the public screen filled with messages from those wishing to connect with Wan Yu on WeChat, he simply chose to disregard them. What a jest. Wan Yu alone had bestowed upon him countless treasure maps. There was no way he would compromise her contact details for mere treasure maps. Speaking of which, he still found himself puzzled as to why Wan Yu had suddenly been so generous with her financial support. Initially, he had assumed it was due to her admiration for his gaming skills, yet it was evident that her own prowess surpassed his. If it were because she fancied his voice, then certainly her own was equally enchanting, compelling one to ponder what she might look like in reality. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhu instinctively froze. After he activated the camera, she had sent him yet another flurry of treasure maps. Could it be that she had a particular fondness for his appearance? A surge of unexpected elation welled within him. They were right. He indeed possessed Wan Yu's WeChat ID. He could attempt to reach out to her gradually. Unbeknownst to Song Wan, Zhu's mind was racing with thoughts as she exited the game and made her way downstairs to the dormitory. The maple leaves of September had all turned a vibrant red, and since the dormitory was not too far away, many people often congregated in this area to relax or read. At the end of the maple grove stood a tall,
slender man.
Unlike the youthful boys still clinging to their student days, he appeared to be around 25 or 26, exuding a distinctly mature charm. His strikingly handsome features were nearly flawless, and as he stood there, even a slight movement of his fingers adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses was enough to capture the attention of everyone around him, particularly the passing girls, who seemed almost transfixed by his presence. The two girls in front of Song Wan clutched each other's hands tightly, and one, notably beautiful and elegantly dressed, whispered to her companion, "Is there such a handsome man at our school?" The girl beside her shook her head emphatically. "He can't possibly be from our school." "Oh my, I feel as though all the charming, refined male leads from novels have come to life. He's coming over." The beautiful girl named Xiao thought of this possibility and felt her mind buzz, as if deprived of oxygen. Could it be that some secret admirer from another school had suddenly shown up? As she watched the man stride directly toward her, Su Ruo Qiao hurriedly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Hello, I." Before she could finish her greeting, she saw him walk right past her. Instinctively, she turned to look back, only to find the man had halted before a girl behind her. The coldness in his eyes seemed to melt away upon seeing that girl. Noticing Su Ruo Qiao's stiff expression, the girl beside her quickly offered consolation. "What terrible taste does he have? Qiao, you are far more beautiful than that girl." Su Ruo Qiao shot a glare at her friend, committing Song Wan's appearance to memory before turning to leave. Song Wan, oblivious to having offended someone inadvertently, found herself facing the handsome man who stood before her, respectfully addressing her. "Mississippi Qinglin?" Song Wan's gaze held a hint of surprise. Although she had anticipated this all-capable butler to be youthful, she hadn't expected him to be quite this young. Moreover, the system's aesthetic standards were simply exquisite. His appearance could easily earn a score of 99. Qinglin, undeterred by Song Wan's scrutiny, regarded her with a gentle demeanor, his tone imbued with an air of infinite understanding. "What can I assist you with, miss?" Song Wan felt as though she might drown in the warmth of his voice. Glancing up at him, she suddenly felt cheerful and inquired, "What can you do?" In response, Qinglin chuckled softly. "Anything that you require," Mississippi coughing lightly. Song Wan wondered if it were merely her imagination, but she sensed a tinge of playful mockery in his voice. After a moment's thought, she stated, "At the Tang Palace. I need a few nannies and chefs." Qinglin promptly nodded, acknowledging her request. "Do you have any particular culinary preferences, miss?" "Spicy, but not too spicy," she replied. She belonged to the cannot live without spice category, yet she couldn't handle excessive heat. Her stomach simply wouldn't tolerate it. To put it succinctly, she was both picky and fond of good food. Once they had settled the arrangements for the chefs and nannies, Song Wan suddenly remembered something. "Qinglin, where did you reside before?" Qinglin, looking down at her, replied earnestly, "My background and life experiences, along with all necessary documentation, are entirely legitimate and can be presented for your review, miss, so there is no need for concern. Naturally, I will reside wherever you do." Before Song Wan could respond, Qinglin added, "I am also a professional in financial management. You may entrust me with any funds you do not presently require. I can assist you in managing all assets you acquire in the future." Song Wan's mouth fell slightly agape. He truly was an all-capable butler. After a moment's consideration, she entrusted him with the 30 million she had recently acquired, just as she was about to call Yao Jia, the property manager of the Tang Palace. To clarify Qinglin's identity, her phone rang. The caller ID read Li Lui, and upon answering, she was met with a voice laced with evident distress. Wan. Sob. Ranjia has been taken away." Song Wan's expression hardened, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Where are you now?" "At Shihazhai." Without delay, Song Wan and Qinglin hurriedly hailed a taxi. In less than 20 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Shihazhai was quite renowned in the bustling metropolis. Their private dishes were notoriously delectable yet difficult to secure, often with reservations extending a year into the future. It was said that their cuisine surpassed even that of five-star hotels, attracting only the wealthiest clientele, and the restaurant's revenue could rival that of a publicly listed company. Upon alighting from the taxi, Song Wan spotted Li Lui crouching at the entrance of Shihazhai, her eyes and nose red from crying. Wan? At the sound of her voice, Li Lui looked up and immediately rushed towards Song Wan. "I'm so sorry, Wan, for causing you trouble," sob. Only then did Song Wan grasp the full story. Li Lui and Huang Ran had gone to fetch her a meal and had wandered into Shihazhai. Unaware of the establishment's strict no-entry policy without a reservation, they were about to leave when they encountered the manager. Mr. Huang, upon learning their intent, had kindly invited them inside, explaining that a reserved guest had cancelled, allowing them to order. They thought nothing of it until they witnessed a celadone vase topple before them. Then Huang Ran was detained, and the formerly amicable manager transformed in an instant, demanding compensation for the vase. Li Lui wept. Wan, you must believe me. We didn't touch that vase. That manager was clearly setting us up. If it weren't for the dire situation, she would never have wished to trouble Song Wan. However, the manager was asking for $1 million, and with Huang Ran still in their custody, she felt utterly helpless. From childhood to adulthood, Li Lui had never encountered such a situation, and a chill ran through her body, with only one person on her mind, Song Wan. Song Wan exchanged a glance with Qinglin beside her. It was an easily discernible ruse. It was likely that the Qingxi vase had been shattered by manager Huang, or one of his associates, who, upon seeing the two young ladies, hatched a scheme to implicate them.
Ding.
The system has detected the host's current predicament and has issued a random task. Stand up for Li Lui and Huang Ran. Expose manager Huang's deception, accept the task, and receive 100% stake in Zhehazhai. Decline the task and obtain the title of Ninja Turtle. Wearing this title increases endurance by 50%. Accept the task. Song Wan didn't even need to deliberate. Even without the system's task, she would never abandon the two girls.
Ding.
The host has successfully accepted the task. Congratulations. The host has received the reward, 100% stake in Zhehazhai. The reward has been issued. Please check host. Without further ado, she directly led Li Lui and Qinglin towards the entrance of Zhehazhai. The security guard at the entrance seemed to have been briefed, as he did not attempt to stop them upon seeing the three. After passing through the hall, they arrived at a cobblestone path, flanked by gently flowing springs and surrounded by lush trees. Further ahead lay a series of private rooms, distanced from each other, some separated by plum trees, while others were adorned with orchids and complementary foliage. There were bamboo groves as well as fresh and elegant chrysanthemums, clearly arranged with great care. Regardless of which of the four gentlemen they represented, everything here appeared remarkably harmonious while maintaining excellent discretion. The private room where Huang Ran was located was nestled among the chrysanthemum thicket, the first one upon entering. As soon as Song Wan stepped through the door, she spotted manager Huang, the very individual Li Lui had mentioned. Huang Ran was forcibly seated within the room, her arms gripped by two security guards, one on each side. Manager Huang stood there, high and mighty, wearing a condescendingly friendly smile, dripping with sarcasm. Turning to see Song Wan and Qinglin behind Li Lui, he feigned surprise, saying, "Little girl, have you come to help your friend pay off her debts? Go to hell." Huang Ran's face flushed crimson upon seeing Song Wan's arrival. Wan, ignore him. He is just a scoundrel. Call the police for me. I refuse to believe he can keep lying in front of them. Manager Huang couldn't help but chuckle. After all, these young girls were still naive and had yet to step into the world. His gaze shifted to Song Wan, draped in luxury, and he pretended to shrug, pointing at the shattered Qingxi vase on the floor. This young lady must possess keen insight. It's evident that she recognizes the vase's worth. Our staff clearly witnessed these two girls shatter the vase. Even if the police arrive, they can't simply disregard what has occurred, can they? Song Wan remained silent, stepping forward. The two security guards, intending to act, were swiftly kicked aside by Qing Lin. Song Wan then pulled Huang Ran over, shielding her and Li Lui behind her, before turning her attention to the rotund manager Huang. So, you imply that my friend broke your Qingxi vase? Manager Huang was visibly startled by the actions of Song Wan and Qing Lin, instinctively retreating a few steps toward the door, yet he gritted his teeth and insisted, I, along with several security guards, can testify. Unless you compensate for the vase, none of you will be allowed to leave. Song Wan observed as he discreetly pressed the call button in his hand, not bothering to stop him but merely pointing towards the camera in the private room. Aren't you equipped with surveillance? If you review the footage, it will be clear whether my friend was responsible for the vase's destruction. Manager Huang's face instantly hardened. I'm afraid our surveillance system encountered issues just yesterday and has yet to be repaired. Before Song Wan could respond, Qing Lin adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and smiled. I happen to have some expertise in this area. Why not allow me to see if I can fix the surveillance? Manager Huang's eyes twitched uncontrollably, casting a clear warning towards Song Wan and Qing Lin. This is a Hezhai, and you appear to come from a well-to-do family. Before taking any action, you should carefully consider whether you can afford to provoke our wrath and potentially trouble your family. Seeing that Song Wan's expression remained largely unchanged, Manager Huang quickly added, however, we are not unreasonable. As long as this young lady compensates for the vase, we promise to let the matter rest. With a scoff, Song Wan said nothing more, her gaze at Manager Huang laden with significance. Are you implying that you can speak on behalf of Zhezhai? Manager Huang misinterpreted her demeanor as a sign of capitulation, straightening his posture slightly as he responded, of course, I assure you that once you compensate for the Qingxi vase, Zhezhai will not pursue any further issues with you. At that moment, a phone rang unexpectedly, its sound jarring against the backdrop of the situation. Song Wan calmly answered the call amidst the scrutiny of those present, hearing a voice brimming with cheerfulness on the other end. What a pleasure. You must be Miss Song, the new owner of Zhezhai? Song Wan glanced at Manager Huang before replying, I am. The laughter on the other end seemed to resonate through the line. What a surprise to find such a young owner of Zhezhai. I have completed all the necessary paperwork. I wonder if you have time to come by for the handover? Song Wan observed Manager Huang's expression shift as she replied, I have time. In fact, I am currently at Zhezhai. Chapter 18. Does Manager Huang recognize the next owner of Zhezhai? The voice on the other end was clearly taken aback. You say you are at Zhezhai? Which private room are you in? I will come right away. Without awaiting Song Wan's response, the voice continued, what is the name of your room? Song Wan raised her gaze to the name of the room and replied directly, Tao Ju Hall 1. The private rooms at Zhezhai are named after the four gentlemen, starting with Qingyu Hall, followed by Lanhua Hall, Luqing Hall, and Tao Ju Hall, each numbered from 1 to 5. They were currently in Tao Ju Hall. Room 1. Seeing Song Wan mention the name of the room without a hint of panic, Manager Huang remained unfazed, knowing he had already pressed the call button. In no more than 5 minutes, Zhezhai's security team would arrive. At that point, regardless of how many people she called, it would not matter. Thinking this, Manager Huang's gaze toward the trio grew, increasingly mocking. Little girl, I must say, if the people you summon do not come to compensate, I will absolutely not let you leave. Huang Ran and Li Lui, standing behind, had already realized they had fallen into his trap from the very beginning. Their faces paled, and they wished to speak up in protest, but feared jeopardizing Song Wan's efforts. Huang Ran's gaze was fixed on Manager Huang, her mind already formulating a plan. If Wan Wan couldn't find a solution, she would choose to call the police. Even if it meant taking this scoundrel to court, she would ensure that the innocent Wan Wan was not dragged into it. Yet, Song Wan displayed no signs of panic, while Qing Lin even brought a chair and placed it in front of her. Miss, please sit. Song Wan's considerate demeanor was evidently appreciated by Qing Lin, who, after taking a seat, beckoned Qing Lin and the others to join her. Huang Ran and Li Luowei were momentarily taken aback, but instinctively followed suit upon witnessing Qing Lin's relaxed posture. Manager Huang, standing at the doorway, was nearly driven to laughter by his irritation, casting a malevolent gaze upon the bewildered group. Initially, he had extended a discount out of respect for their status as students. But now that they had brought this predicament upon themselves, he felt no obligation to be lenient. The original price of the exquisite celadone vase was 3 million. Should they refuse to compensate at that rate, he, Huang, would not hesitate to summon the authorities. "Why don't you go and rob someone?"
Li Wei exclaimed.
Her eyes wide with disbelief. Just moments ago, the sum had been mentioned as 1 million, and now it had escalated to 3 million. Manager Huang was more unscrupulous than the rogues outside. However, he merely chuckled, a hint of satisfaction evident on his face. "I provided you with an opportunity. It is you who failed to appreciate it. Do you all think Shi Hizhai is akin to the modest eateries you have encountered before? If a lesson is not imparted today, these young scoundrels will remain ignorant of their own limitations." Lost in thought, he was interrupted by the synchronized march of footsteps approaching their vicinity. Manager Huang recognized the arriving individuals, and his smug expression became even more pronounced. Sure enough, as the security team clad in their uniforms reached the entrance, the tension in his brow visibly eased. He stepped aside, slightly, ensuring the 4 individuals in the room could clearly see the imposing security personnel. His gaze swept over them, and he couldn't conceal his triumph as he addressed the group. "So, what's it going to be? Will you compensate voluntarily, or shall we assist you in making the payment?" If they chose to settle the matter themselves, a simple transfer would suffice. However, should they require his assistance, Manager Huang deliberately prolonged his tone, hinting that it could lead to contacting both their school and their homes. No one had ever evaded the consequences of their actions under Shi Hizhai's jurisdiction. "What shall it be? What is your decision?" Li Luowei and Huang Ran's expressions darkened considerably. They clenched their fists discreetly, torn between the fear of their families being involved and the stark reality that they could not afford such an exorbitant sum. As they pondered their situation, Song Wan's voice gently broke through their thoughts. "Manager Huang, there's no need to rush. The individual who might settle our debt could be arriving shortly." At her words, Manager Huang's eyes brightened with amusement. "Now, that's more like it. If only you had approached me sooner, we wouldn't have needed to call upon the security team." He was fully aware that the celadone vase had not been shattered by these 2 young women. It was his little lover who had carelessly broken the 1 million yuan vase during a quarrel. Yet, he dared not direct his ire toward the affluent patrons who frequented Shi Hizhai. Instead, these naive young women became the perfect scapegoats. This was not his first such endeavor. He was well-versed in the art of manipulation. Individuals from ordinary backgrounds dared not oppose Shi Hizhai. Ultimately, they would have no choice but to pay up. Little did he know, today he seemed to have hooked a substantial fish. Manager Huang's gaze fixated on Song Wan, noticing her composure when he mentioned the 3 million mark, which suggested she hailed from a relatively affluent family. This was fortuitous. The wealthier individuals were. The more they understood the stature and influence of Shi Hizhai, they had no alternative but to comply. As he dwelled on this, a hint of greed flickered in his eyes. Just as he was about to utter another word, a familiar, hearty laughter resonated through the air. "Miss Song, have you come to conduct a preliminary inspection? Why didn't you inform me, Shi, so I could host a welcoming gathering for you?" Manager Huang's smile froze, and he could not process the situation before he recognized the familiar figure briskly entering the room. The newcomer surveyed the occupants and made a beeline for the seated young women. Song Wan caught a glimpse of the visibly anxious Manager Huang, and her smile widened. She had not intended to come, but fate had intervened. "Apologies, Uncle Zhu." Zhu Jianming was none other than the former owner of Shi Hizhai, and seeing Song Wan engage so openly only deepened his fondness for her. Indeed, what a coincidence. It brings me immense joy that Shi Hizhai has captured the interest of Miss Song. By the way, what brings Manager Huang here? Could it be that he has already made your acquaintance as the next proprietor of Shi Hizhai? The last remark was directed pointedly at Huang. Zhu Jianming, astute and seasoned in business, quickly discerned the undercurrents swirling among the group. He regarded Manager Huang with a probing gaze. Beads of sweat trickled down Huang's forehead, and upon hearing his superior's words, he wished he could simply faint from disbelief. What did he mean by the next proprietor of Shi Hizhai? "The current Shi Hizhai is mine," he thought. Huang wiped the perspiration from his brow, feeling his legs weaken. Grasping at straws, he forced a strained smile and asked, "Are you jesting with me, boss? A mere young girl, dressed as she is, can only be the product of a moderately affluent family. How could she possibly be the next owner of Shi Hizhai?" Zhu Jianming, however, appeared oblivious to Huang's desperate hope, approaching Song Wan with a smile. "Miss Song, I have brought the transfer contract for you. Although manager Huang had assisted him during his tenure, he had also compensated him generously. With someone having purchased Shi Hijai outright, the former owner would not jeopardize his standing by offending someone as enigmatic as Song Wan. At that moment, Song Wan rose to accept the contract and promptly handed it to Qinglin. She then returned her gaze to Zhu Jianming, saying, I must express my gratitude to Manager Huang. It was he who allowed my two friends to enter Shi Hijai without a reservation. Before she could finish, Huang had already fallen to his knees with a thud. Miss Song, no, boss, I was wrong. I was blinded by folly and committed this grave error. Please forgive me this once. His voice trembled, and the call button in his hand felt as though it weighed a ton, preventing him from standing upright. After years of service at Shi Hijai, he understood its power all too well. The security team consisted of retired special forces, each capable of handling multiple adversaries. Originally, this security force had been his shield, but now it felt like a death sentence. He knew that no one who caused a disturbance at Shi Hijai had ever escaped unscathed. And now, for the sake of a mere romantic entanglement, he had offended his future employer. Kneeling on the ground, he dared not raise his head, consumed by regret. At that moment, he was consumed by a desire to drag that wretched woman out of the apartment and deliver a sound beating. If the new boss refused to forgive him, his entire future would be irrevocably shattered. However, Song Wan remained silent. Had it not been for her acquisition of 100 shares in Zhezhai, and if Li Loi and Huang Ran had no connection, then what awaited them would be utter devastation. Thus, she felt no sympathy for Manager Huang, a man who would not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Calmly, she turned her head, and upon receiving a reassuring confirmation from Qingling that there were no issues with the contract, she promptly inscribed her name upon it. Then, she turned to Zhu Jianming and smiled. Uncle Zhu, can we now consider Zhezhai to be mine? Understanding the situation, Zhu Jianming nodded readily, naturally. From this moment forth, everything in Zhezhai belongs entirely to Miss Song. A subtle smile graced Song Wan's lips as she turned her gaze towards Qingling. Please check all records pertaining to Manager Huang during his tenure at Zhezhai. She was resolute in her belief that a person like him could not have maintained an untarnished record. Given the events of today, it was evident that this was far from his first transgression. Since Zhezhai was now under her dominion, any underhanded dealings on her territory would not be easily dismissed. Manager Huang's previously hopeful demeanor swiftly darkened as he watched Song Wan, who was unyielding in her disdain, trample upon his pride. A surge of resentment flooded through him. Since she had purchased Zhezhai, she could have approached him with the grace of a boss, yet she chose to subject him to this humiliation. However, with no other choice but to bow his head under her authority, he begrudgingly crawled towards her. Just as he managed to rise, he was unceremoniously kicked down again. This time, his knee struck the ground with a painful thud, contorting his face in agony. Qingling showed no mercy, addressing the security team with authority. Attempting to assault the boss is a grave offense. Detain this individual, and once I finish reviewing his records at Zhezhai, deliver him directly to the police station. Li Loi and Huang Ran, who stood behind, gaped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. If they were not mistaken, Manager Huang's previous actions had clearly indicated an intention to curry favor with Song Wan. How had it suddenly escalated to an assault on the boss? Yet, the two wisely kept their thoughts to themselves, for had it not been for Wan and this man named Qingling, their families would likely have faced threats of their own. The mere thought extinguished any flicker of sympathy they might have felt for Manager Huang. Meanwhile, Manager Huang was rendered speechless by the pain, his mind filled with regret. As they had surmised, he had profited handsomely during his years at Zhezhai. The boss rarely made appearances, allowing him to operate with a degree of impunity. Should they uncover the truth, he would undoubtedly face at least 5 years in prison. With this realization, the resentment in his eyes faded, replaced by sheer panic. Miss Song, please show mercy. I beg you to forgive me this once. I can apologize to the two ladies, and I promise from now on, I will do as you say without question. Song Wan's expression remained unchanged as she turned to Zhu Jianming. Uncle Zhu, what do you think? Zhu Jianming's countenance had darkened considerably. He had long been aware of Manager Huang's shortcomings, which he had dismissed as mere male failings. However, he had not anticipated that Huang's greed would extend into Zhezhai. And evidently, it was not a trivial amount. Gritting his teeth, he replied, investigate. You all, cooperate with this gentleman and conduct a thorough investigation. Watching Zhu Jianming signal for several elite-looking individuals to follow Qingling, Song Wan withdrew her gaze. As she observed Qingling depart with the group, Manager Huang collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. It was over. Everything was lost. Not only had he forfeited his job, but his life was now in ruins. Among those present, not a single person felt sympathy for him. Those who do not engage in illicit activities have no fear of retribution. The consequences of Manager Huang's actions were his to bear. Qing Ling and the elite team did not keep them waiting long before returning with a stack of documents. Miss, here are all the details regarding Manager Huang's tenure. Song Wan skimmed through the files before handing them to Zhu Jiaming, although Zhehezhai now belonged to her. These records were compiled during Zhu Jiaming's management. Indeed, Zhu Jiaming browsed through the materials with an intensity that bordered on fury. Huang Qi, he exclaimed, his voice laced with incredulity. In just 5 years, he embezzled over 60 million. Look at these records. In the span of a single week, Cui Qian's name appears 5 times. Who could that possibly be but Huang Qi's mistress? How dare he siphon off my resources? Zhu Jianming, incensed, let out a bitter laugh. After all, he had always treated his employees well. As the manager of Zhehezhai, Huang Qi had been offered an annual salary of 5 million. Not to mention the inherent advantages that came with his position. Manager Huang instinctively trembled, unable to meet Zhu Jiaming's gaze. Having served under him for so many years, he was all too aware of his boss's methods. This only deepened his sense of despair. However, Zhu Jiaming did not immediately dismiss him. Instead, he turned to Song Wan, his tone tinged with remorse. I apologize for today's events, Miss Song. I shall personally treat you to dinner to make amends. Song Wan nodded with a smile, exchanging pleasantries before departing with Qing Ling and her 2 roommates. With Zhehezhai now under her name, she simply needed to find a trustworthy manager to take over. As for how Zhu Jiaming chose to deal with Manager Huang, that was no longer her concern. Huang ran and Li Lui remained in a state of disbelief until they stepped outside, still processing what had transpired. Wan, did you really buy Zhehezhai for us? Huang Ran finally gasped, as if awakening from a dream, covering her mouth in astonishment. Beside her, Li Lui's eyes widened as she considered the possibility, tears nearly spilling over once more. Song Wan, do you not believe me? Seeing both shake their heads in unison, she wisely refrained from further argument. After all, it was difficult to explain, so she let them think as they pleased. The two, witnessing Song Wan's tacit acknowledgement, felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude. Oh Wan, how can you be so wonderful? Just as Li Lui attempted to rush towards Song Wan, a firm arm intercepted her. Miss, your face seems uneven. You might soil our young lady's attire. Though Qing Ling's words were diplomatically phrased, Li Lui's movement halted abruptly. Suddenly recalling something, she promptly retrieved the compact mirror she always carried in her bag. Indeed, after that bout of weeping, her makeup was in utter disarray, particularly around her eyes. The eyeshadow had smudged, and the mascara had run beneath her eyes, rendering her appearance quite tragic. Beside her, Huang Ran couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Wei, is your mascara not waterproof? Of course not. Li Lui gritted her teeth. When I bought it, the sales assistant emphasized repeatedly that it was absolutely waterproof and sweat-proof. What a deception. Miss, shall I head back to tidy up your place? Qing Ling paid no heed to the laughter of the 2 girls, his gaze fixed solely on Song Wan. It was then that Li Lui and Huang Ran noticed the exceptionally handsome man, and their expressions towards Song Wan transformed instantly. No wonder she found Lin Feng the scoundrel unworthy of her attention. With such an extraordinary specimen present, Lin Feng was nothing but inconsequential. Song Wan disregarded the 2 girls' gazes and nodded at Qing Ling. As she had already communicated via WeChat with the property manager of Tiangong, Yao Jia, before coming out, Qing Ling could proceed without concern. With the nanny and chef arranged, she could move in there at her convenience. Upon receiving her reply, Qing Ling intended to take his leave, but not before kindly addressing Song Wan. I will promptly find the manager for Zhehezhai, and I will handle matters at home swiftly. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to call me. Song Wan nodded, and just as she was about to return to school with her 2 roommates, she suddenly remembered something, smiling at them. I might need to make a trip to the mall.
You 2 can head back first.
Li Lui and Huang Ran exchanged knowing glances, their expressions saying, we understand, as they quickly glanced at Qing Ling and then at Song Wan, winking at her before hastily leaving the scene. Song Wan, however, was unfazed by their implications, focusing instead on Qing Ling. Is there something you wish to purchase, miss? Perhaps I could assist you in your selection? Song Wan nodded, without much thought. I want to buy some things to send back to my parents.
Oh,
And my aunt and her family too. Among her extended family, her relationship with her aunt and uncle was the closest. It was her aunt who had lent her parents money to start their snack stall, and now that they were well off, it was only right to remember them. In essence, Song Wan believed that given her parents' frugal nature, even if she provided them with money, they would likely be reluctant to spend it, perhaps even saving it for her. Thus, she decided to directly purchase items to send back. Gradually, she hoped to change their mindset. This time, they had come to the International Financial Center, a world-class landmark in the bustling metropolis. Song Wan considered, leading Qingling to the ground-floor Hermès boutique. Founded in 1837 in Paris, Hermès remains a timeless luxury brand, largely due to its pursuit of exquisite materials and its elegant practicality. Among its most renowned offerings are its handbags, handcrafted and made from the finest leather, attracting aficionados of bags. Gifting a Hermès bag to a lady is indeed most appropriate. The sales associate, upon noticing their attire, warmly welcomed them inside. Just as Song Wan was about to examine the styles of the bags, a woman's high-pitched voice caught her attention, playfully coaxing the man beside her. "Darling, I love this one. Please buy it for me." Instinctively, Song Wan turned to follow the sound and was momentarily taken aback. Before her stood a woman in her 20s. Sporting voluminous waves, clad in a form-fitting red dress with a plunging neckline that accentuated her curves. She was affectionately linked to the arm of a man who appeared significantly older, balding and standing about 6 feet tall, with a noticeable belly. The man frequently raised his hand to ostentatiously display a gold watch on his wrist, embodying the very essence of a nouveau riche. The woman seemed to catch Song Wan's gaze and casually glanced in her direction, her expression frozen in surprise. "Song Wan?" Song Wan furrowed her brow slightly, momentarily at a loss for words as she recognized the provocatively dressed woman as her cousin, Yu Jinxiu. Chapter 21. Which one do you fancy? I shall gift it to you. Speaking of her aunt, the history is quite lengthy. Song's father was the second child in his family, with a younger brother and an older sister, who is this very aunt. Back when they lived in the countryside, Song's father often recounted how industrious his sister was in her youth. While the adults tended to the fields, it was she who looked after her two younger brothers, Song's father and his uncle. Naturally, they were quite close to her. However, when her aunt was courted by her future husband from the town, she moved away to live there and seldom returned home. One day, Song's father and uncle happened to pass through the town and decided to visit her, only to find her husband violently assaulting her. Unable to stand by, they intervened, and both towering over 6 feet tall, they swiftly subdued her husband, leaving him begging for mercy on the ground. However, divorce was almost unheard of in those times, and her aunt was no exception. Despite Song's father and uncle visiting occasionally thereafter, they ultimately resided far from the town. It wasn't until Song's father married and earned some money from their food stall that they relocated to the county, at which point her aunt's husband no longer dared to act imposingly. Yu Jinxiu is the eldest daughter of Song's aunt and her husband. She inherited her mother's beauty and has always been stunning, though she never applied herself academically, managing to enroll in a vocational college in the metropolis only a couple of years ago. However, Yu Jinxiu has always looked down upon Song Wan's family, regarding them as rural and unsophisticated, leading to a lack of interaction between them. It was unexpected to encounter her here today. Yu Jinxiu instinctively glanced at Qingling beside Song Wan, contrasting him with the older man she clung to. Qingling emanated a refined aura that was unmistakable. Even aside from his handsome exterior, her expression faltered momentarily. Having always considered herself more attractive than Song Wan, she couldn't fathom why Song Wan could attract such a distinguished wealthy heir while she was left to charm a balding man. Was it merely due to slightly better academic performance? What Yus were bookworms, especially those from the countryside. Song Wan nodded at her, choosing not to engage in further conversation. After all, they were not particularly familiar with one another, making it awkward for her to speak. However, while Song Wan remained silent, Yu Jinxiu's older companion broke the ice. His eyes lit up as he looked at Song Wan. "Jinxiu, do you know this young lady?" At the corners of Yu Jinxiu's eyes, a twitch of irritation was barely contained, as if she longed to turn on her heels and depart. Yet, she could only manage a forced smile and say, "Mr. Wang. This is my cousin." The older man, addressed as Mr. Wang, suddenly regarded her with heightened enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Ah, a cousin. What a pleasure." He extended his hand, eager to grasp the one that Song Wan had casually let fall at her side. Just as she was about to respond, she witnessed Mr. Wang's hand being forcefully swatted aside by Qing Lin. Stepping forward, Qing Lin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and offered Mr. Wang a polite smile, stating, "I would advise you to behave yourself, Mr. Wang. Next time you extend your hand, it may not be so easily dismissed." Although Qing Lin's demeanor remained courteous, Mr. Wang couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. He scrutinized Qing Lin's attire, failing to recognize any familiar logos, and suddenly appeared emboldened, adopting a disdainful tone. Is it merely a greeting? Youthful exuberance often lacks restraint. Your cousin ought to be mindful of her surroundings lest she becomes infatuated with some young suitor and is unwilling to make a purchase. That would be quite the embarrassment, wouldn't it? Who the hell is your cousin? Song Wan could hardly contain her exasperation. Look at yourself, you're old enough to be my father's peer, yet you dare to claim cousinship? Have some dignity. How could she tolerate such arrogance from an old lecher? Instantly, Mr. Wang's expression darkened, prompting Eugene Xiao to swiftly mediate. Mr. Wang is my husband, so my cousin is technically my husband's cousin as well. Song Wan, you are being overly sensitive. Song Wan was almost amused by the absurdity of it. How could her cousin fail to notice the mockery aimed at her? She merely retorted, "At least she's protective." Mr. Wang, now smothered by Eugene Xiao's affectionate demeanor, saw his ire dissipate somewhat. However, his gaze towards Song Wan still bore a distinct interest. "After all, you're Jin Xiao's cousin. Which bag catches your fancy? I shall gift it to you." These young ones, he mused, always appeared innocent at first. Yet one could easily discern their true nature when confronted with wealth and luxury. He was well aware of how to navigate such youthful naivety. Eugene Xiao had similarly come to understand the game. Yet, feeling the weight of unspoken criticism, Eugene Xiao cast a furtive glance at Song Wan, her expression shifting to one of discontent. Only now did she realize that her cousin had blossomed into a striking beauty. Her skin surpassed even the meticulous care Eugene Xiao lavished upon hers, and her fair complexion, adorned in high-end luxury brands, transformed her from a mere rustic girl into a veritable heiress. "Oh, dear husband, my cousin isn't fond of such things," Eugene Xiao chimed, shaking Mr. Wang's arm and pouting playfully. Mr. Wang appeared quite pleased, his mood visibly improving. "Consider this a welcome gift for your cousin." The implication being that he would no longer pursue Song Wan. With a sigh of relief, Eugene Xiao feigned generosity and said to Song Wan, "Since my husband has offered, why don't you choose one?" No sooner had she spoken than Song Wan let out a soft chuckle. She found it perplexing that so many insisted on assuming a superior air while offering to foot her bill. The same had happened with Wu Wenwen last time. And now with Mr. Wang. If that were the case, why should she squander their goodwill? With a playful tilt of her head, she inquired of Mr. Wang and Eugene Xiao, "Is that true?" Mr. Wang's smile deepened at her question, and he ostentatiously glanced at the silent Qing Lin, exclaiming, "Of course it is. Feel free to choose." With his affirmation, Song Wan's smile brightened as she turned to the sales associate beside her. "Which is the most expensive bag in your store?" The associate, having been a passive observer up to this point, was suddenly taken aback, quickly adopting a professional demeanor and leading Song Wan to the inner sanctum. "We have just received a new Birkin, available for a purchase of 700,000, provided one meets the prerequisite spending on Hermes apparel, watches, or jewelry. As is well known, the production of Hermes Birkin bags is exceedingly limited each year, necessitating a selection process to filter out the most esteemed clientele. In essence, the one-to-one purchasing requirement means that to buy a bag worth 700,000, one must first spend an equivalent amount on other Hermes products." Song Wan nodded at the associate, her spirits lifted as she declared, "I'll take this one. Let us go pick out the items now." Mr. Wang's expression, however, turned a shade of green at her declaration. Chapter 22. "Surely, you can't afford the bill?" Not only did Mr. Wang's face pale, but Eugene Xiao's countenance also soured. What had started as a simple display of wealth had spiraled into an embarrassment. While a few thousand might have been tolerable, Song Wan's choice of a 70,000 bag was beyond anything Eugene Xiao had dared to suggest to Mr. Wang. Quickly, she interposed herself between Song Wan and the associate, forcing a stiff smile as she addressed her cousin. "Dear cousin, this style may be a bit too mature for you. Perhaps you should choose something more suitable?" Song Wan tilted her head, returning the smile. "It's perfect. I intend to gift it to my mother." "To your mother? You think I'm a fool?" Eugene Xiao's smile was barely maintained. Does a woman from the countryside even know what Hermes is? As Song Wan prepared to follow the associate upstairs, Eugene Xiao seized her arm without hesitation. "Oh, cousin, this style is all show. Let me help you select something else." The associate immediately grasped the situation and halted in place. Song Wan, understanding the implication, withdrew her arm and smiled once more. But I like this one.
Song Wan.
You're just trying to take advantage of me, aren't you? Does your uncle know how vain you are? Yu Jinxio's patience cracked as she confronted Song Wan's obstinacy. Clearly, you're just a country bumpkin who has never seen the world, always opting for the most expensive things. She couldn't fathom how Song Wan's boyfriend could have fallen for someone like her. At this thought, Yu Jinxio instinctively glanced at Qing Lin. There he stood, a serene smile gracing his features as he regarded Song Wan with warmth and indulgence, as if she had merely engaged in a child's playful mischief. Yu Jinxio felt her ire boiling over. How could someone so handsome be so blind? Hearing her words, Song Wan finally wiped the smile from her face.
I am puzzled.
It was you who approached me, urging me to select a bag. Why does my choice now displease you, dear cousin?
Could it be?
Song Wan turned her gaze towards Mr. Wang, her expression subtly laced with contempt. Could it be that this Mr. Wang cannot afford the bill? Mr. Wang's composure shattered, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Qing Lin, declaring, I can most certainly pay the bill, but my dear, you are merely Jinxio's cousin. My invitation to choose was an honor. In front of your boyfriend, why not consider coming with me? I would gladly cover the cost. In Mr. Wang's eyes, besting a woman was a source of pride. Especially when this same-sex individual is younger and more attractive than him. Nothing brings him greater comfort than successfully undermining someone in front of others. If he could entice this rather unrefined man's girlfriend to openly embrace him, he would gladly part with over $1 million. However, before Mr. Wang could bask in his own triumph, he was unceremoniously kicked aside. Qing Ling paid no heed to the startled sales associates within the store, instead coldly regarding the fallen Mr. Wang. I warned you. Utter another disrespectful word about the young lady, and you shall not be spared. Witnessing Mr. Wang sprawled pitifully on the ground, Yu Jinxio let out a shriek and hurried to his side. Qing Ling had clearly not held back. Mr. Wang had lost a front tooth to the door frame. Blood smeared across his face, rendering him a picture of utter disarray. Yu Jinxio immediately turned to glare at Song Wan, her eyes practically aflame with fury. Song Wan. If anything happens to Mr. Wang, you'll be finished. Yet Song Wan merely lifted her gaze, a smile returning to her lips. Oh? I'm eagerly awaiting any trouble that may arise. Yu Jinxio instinctively sensed something amiss in Song Wan's reaction, but before she could ponder further, Mr. Wang seized her wrist. To the hospital. It took Yu Jinxio a moment to comprehend Mr. Wang's demand. Realizing his concern for his own life, she dared not delay any longer, struggling to assist him upright while hastily dialing for emergency services. As she departed, she shot a fierce glare at Song Wan. Song Wan, this isn't over. Amused by the glare, Song Wan couldn't help but chuckle, dismissing it entirely as she redirected her attention to the sales associates. With Qing Ling's assistance, Song Wan quickly selected several garments for her mother, along with a watch and some jewelry, totaling 110,000. In addition to the previously selected Birkin bag, she chose a smaller Kelly 28, bringing the total to exactly 1 million. As she handed her black card to the sales associate, the associate's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! This is a black card from Huaxiao Bank. How blind were those two earlier to have repeatedly mocked someone for their lack of funds? Especially that older gentleman. A clear nouveau riche, brazenly boasting about covering expenses for others. Did anyone truly require his financial assistance? No wonder he had been so bold in his actions, seemingly untroubled by the prospect of repercussions from the nouveau riche. The sales associate silently pressed her lips together. If the nouveau riche did come looking for trouble, it would be her who faced the consequences. After diligently packaging the chosen bags and clothes for Song Wan, the associate finally succumbed to her curiosity. Engaging in fervent discussion with her colleagues about the earlier events in the store, Song Wan then took Qing Ling to purchase gifts for her father and aunt. For her father, she selected Armani clothing, coordinating belts and shoes for a total of 800,000. Additionally, both her father and uncle enjoyed fine spirits. So she purchased 20 bottles of the exquisite Guizhou Maotai, each aged 30 years, priced at 11,999 per bottle, 10 for each. Cautious not to overindulge, she remembered the potential harm of excessive drinking. As her aunt was of a similar age to her mother, she naturally included skincare products, opting for 2 complete sets from the La Prairie Platinum series. Various pastries were also essential, as well as a generous supply of bird's nest delicacies. Lastly, there was her cousin. Being the only child of her aunt and uncle, he had just been accepted into the prestigious Capital Sports University. Unlike Yu Jinxio, her cousin had always been protective of her, viewing her as an older sister. Recalling that the original protagonist had often borrowed money from him while involved with a scoundrel, Song Wan decided to gift him a complete set of electronic devices, an Alienware X17 R2 laptop and the latest smartphone, which she packaged and sent directly to his school address. As for her parents and aunt and uncle, their gifts would be sent home. Chapter 23. Important Connections. Once everything was completed, it was nearing evening. Sitting in the Lamborghini, Song Wan exhaled deeply. Although the effort had been entirely Qingling's, she still felt utterly exhausted. Once the host has fully assimilated the divine gene optimization liquid, her physical capabilities will reach an unparalleled state. The system's adorable voice suddenly echoed in her mind, startling Song Wan. She lifted her eyes to see a brand new transparent panel materializing before her.
Host, Song Wan. Age, 19.
Height, 161 centimeters, can increase. Attractiveness, 63, can increase. Physical fitness, 52, can increase. Skills, divine driving techniques, mastery of martial arts, supreme gaming skills. Elite wealthy progress bar, 17, total progress bar is 100. A new panel displaying physical fitness and skills had been added, and Song Wan's gaze lingered on the physical fitness section for a moment. No wonder she felt utterly drained after such a long day. Her physical fitness had only just reached the average level. Do not forget, host, that the average includes the elderly and children. Song Wan retorted, there are elderly practicing Tai Chi and aunties dancing in the square. Yet here I am, merely lounging. Observing her, the system quietly added, after acquiring mastery in martial arts, the host's physical fitness has received a slight enhancement. It was previously below average. Song Wan inquired, how long will it take for my physical fitness to reach the optimal state? Since physical fitness is an internal condition, undetectable by others, it will take merely a week. If it was unnoticeable to others, why not achieve it in a day? Song Wan pouted, feeling restless. The system responded. Going too fast could adversely affect the host's body. The divine gene optimization liquid will automatically generate the most perfect plan, so please be patient. Just as Song Wan was about to ask another question, the system's voice chimed in once more. The host's attractiveness and height will be adjusted within 6 months.
There's no need to worry.
Song Wan remarked, you truly are a clever little thing. By the time Song Wan returned to her dormitory, it was already 7 o'clock. The girls in the hallway clearly remembered the incident where a luxury store employee had come to deliver goods to her, stealing glances at her as they passed. Given that they were majoring in computer science, with few female students, the floor was filled with unfamiliar faces from other departments. Song Wan remained unfazed by their scrutiny. Heading straight to her room. Upon opening the door, she noticed an unmistakable difference in the dormitory's atmosphere. Qi Xingran, who seldom spent time there, was now seated in a chair, cheerfully distributing snacks she had brought back to Li Lui and Huang Ran. Upon seeing Song Wan return, Qi Xingran's eyes brightened as she approached with the snacks. Wan, they said you haven't had dinner yet, so you should try some of this. It's from a renowned establishment near my home, and is absolutely delicious. Qi Xingran offered a small bag of crispy meat, which indeed smelled delightful, especially with a generous sprinkle of chili that made it all the more appetizing. It's truly delicious.
Lile Wei chimed in,
Also enjoying a fragrant snack and continuously expressing her admiration. Though the reason for Qi Xingran's sudden return to the dormitory remained a mystery, her uncharacteristic gesture of sharing snacks with them was undeniably delightful. The crispy pork was simply exquisite, golden on the outside and tender within, complemented by an extraordinary sauce. Noticing that Song Wan did not take any, Qi Xingran promptly handed it to her, exclaiming with enthusiasm, I specifically inquired about your preferences before purchasing these. It would be a shame to waste them. Faced with this, Song Wan had no choice but to accept it, offering her gratitude. She had a hunch about Qi Xingran's intentions. Sure enough, Qi Xingran soon added, a hint of embarrassment in her voice, I haven't lived in the dorm before, so I'm not very familiar with many things. My mother said it's not good for me to stay at home all the time without interacting with friends from school. Henceforth, I might be living here with you all, so please feel free to let me know if there's anything I can assist with. Li Lui was oblivious, but Huang Ran had already guessed the underlying reason. Throughout her first year, Qi Xingran had rarely returned to the dorm. Now, in her second year, her sudden decision to move back seemed too coincidental to be unrelated to Wan. Yet, to be fair, apart from her somewhat materialistic tendencies, Qi Xingran's character was not fundamentally flawed. It was customary to extend kindness to those who offered smiles, and since they all shared the same dormitory, the three naturally welcomed her with warm smiles. Observing this, Qi Xingran felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her mother's advice had proven correct. The bonds formed during university years were often far sturdier than those forged in the professional realm. The gifts Song Wan had bestowed upon Li Lui and Huang Ran, a Cartier bracelet, a Chanel bag, La Prairie skincare products, and a Prada purse, spoke volumes. Given their backgrounds, without Song Wan's generosity, they might never have indulged in such luxuries. Now, Song Wan had given them without a second thought. Qi Xingran couldn't help but ponder. Had she lived in the dorm since her freshman year and cultivated a good rapport with them, would she perhaps have also received a share of these gifts? Thus, when her mother suggested she consider living in the dormitory, she agreed almost instinctively. She acknowledged her selfish motives, but it was not merely for the sake of acquiring gifts from Song Wan. Establishing connections with such influential individuals was far more advantageous than any material possession. Fortunately, she had 3 more years to nurture this relationship. Even a mere sliver of influence from such prominent figures could dramatically alter her life. With this thought, Qi Xingran regarded Song Wan with newfound seriousness, saying, Wan, I apologize for my cousin's behavior yesterday at the mall. Although she had no intention of associating with the dorm residents, she had never belittled them. Qi Ziyue was utterly spoiled by her uncle and aunt, her words often lacking thoughtfulness. Li Lui and Huang Ran exchanged glances, their expressions revealing confusion. However, Song Wan showed no intention to elaborate, merely shaking her head. I didn't take it to heart. Had it not been for Qi Xingran, she would have remained unaware of who Qi Ziyue was. It was unnecessary to let her mood be soured by someone she did not know. Qi Xingran then chuckled lightly, handing a juice to Song Wan. Drink this. After finishing the crispy pork and juice, their appetites for dinner had vanished. After washing up, they climbed into their beds, knowing they had classes the next morning. After a long day of activity, Song Wan fell into a deep slumber shortly after lying down. The next morning, she was awakened by a voice calling out, Wan, Wei Wei, rise and shine. We need to wash up and head for breakfast. As usual, Huang Ran was the first to awaken, directing her shout towards their beds. After a brief pause, she added, Xingran, time to get up. As Song Wan groggily opened her eyes, she heard the familiar voice of the system echoing in her mind.
Ding.
A new day has dawned. Will the host sign in? Chapter 24, Chu Linyue, Reward, All-Purpose Computer. Sign in.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have acquired ownership of the Jinmao Tower, valued at 80 billion. The reward has been distributed. Please check your account. Jinmao Tower? Rubbing her eyes. Song Wan struggled to process the enormity of this news, but the figure of 80 billion was unmistakable. Thus, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. There was likely no other building in the Magic City that rivaled Jinmao Tower. Upon its completion, it gained fame for its height of 425 meters, encompassing a floor area of 278,707 square meters, complete with 130 elevators. It was a magnificent edifice that housed modern office spaces, a 5-star hotel, a convention center, entertainment venues, and shopping facilities. Additionally, its top floor boasted a renowned observation deck, offering breathtaking views of the entire city. In the blink of an eye, she had become the owner of this grand structure. As expected, her phone rang shortly thereafter. Familiar with the routine, Song Wan answered without hesitation. On the other end was the well-known voice, Hello. May I speak with Miss Song Wan? I am Chao Hai, the property manager of Jinmao Tower. All documents regarding the tower's ownership have been finalized. Would you like to come for an inspection? With numerous companies operating within Jinmao Tower, a dedicated property management company oversaw its operations. When Chao Hai heard of the change in ownership, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, fearing that this young lady might decide to replace their management company on a whim. Thus, his tone was laced with caution. Furthermore, the funds for the next quarter are set to be deposited tomorrow. To which account should they be transferred? Let us discuss that later. I'll notify you when I come by, Song Wan replied nonchalantly. She touched her forehead, aware that she had class soon, and added, I'll send you the account details via text. Understood. Please inform me when you arrive, Chao Hai responded, his voice still respectful. Only after hanging up did he exhale a sigh of relief. It appeared that Miss Song had no immediate intention of changing property management. Quickly regaining his composure, he turned to his secretary, Xiao Su. Please relay the news of the ownership change to all companies within the tower. The new owner may arrive for an inspection soon. Ensure everyone is on their best behavior. The computer science department at Linhai University ranks among the best in the nation, attracting a plethora of talented individuals. Each year, outstanding graduates return to the school to speak, not only to give back to their alma mater, but also to recruit talent. As Song Wan and her companions entered the classroom, the instructor formally introduced the young man standing beside him. His name was Chu Linyue, standing at approximately 185 meters tall, with a strikingly handsome and somewhat aloof countenance. His chiseled features only appeared approachable when he smiled. The students in the class widened their eyes in astonishment at his presence. He was renowned as a prominent figure before graduation, having started a company with his classmates while still in school. The first game they developed gained significant acclaim in the industry. To date, he had released 3 games that became viral sensations online. The students gazed at him in admiration, their expressions revealing a mix of awe and reverence, regardless of gender. Huang Ran was no exception. She excitedly tugged at Song Wan's wrist, shaking it several times, exclaiming that the senior, Chu Linyue, had once been their class guide when he was in school. He had come to our class to elucidate the intricacies of game development. To think that our esteemed guide had actually invited him back, it was nothing short of serendipitous. One cannot help but acknowledge that Chu Linyue possesses a profound expertise in game creation. The entire lecture was replete with invaluable insights, captivating all the students in the class, particularly those with a keen interest in gaming who listened with rapt attention. Even those indifferent to games found themselves engrossed, mesmerized by his strikingly handsome visage. Only Song Wan remained lost in the euphoria of acquiring ownership of the Jinmao Tower, continually marveling at how splendid the system was. From an outsider's perspective, she appeared to be in a trance. Amidst the sea of attentive listeners, Chu Linyue's gaze fell upon her, and his brow furrowed slightly. He harbored a particular disdain for students who were distracted in class, especially during a session he had graciously agreed to conduct in deference to their guide. "This student, do you have any thoughts on what I just shared?" he inquired. Before Song Wan could gather her thoughts, Huang Ran nudged her arm. "Wan, he's calling for you." The entire class turned their eyes towards her, including their guide, whose expression shifted dramatically as he regarded Song Wan. It was undeniable that those who gained admission to Linhai University were either exceptionally intelligent or remarkably diligent. In his mind, Song Wan had always been the latter. She consistently approached her studies with earnest dedication. Given such a rare opportunity, how could she allow herself to drift off?
Ding.
The system has detected the host's predicament and is issuing a random task. As a top-tier socialite, how can one be so oblivious? Task: leave a lasting impression on Chu Linyue. Task success will yield mastery in computer science. Failure incurs no penalty. With resolve, Song Wan rose from her seat and addressed Chu Linyue, articulating each word with clarity. "Hello, senior. I merely wish to express a different perspective on what you just stated." Upon hearing her words, the classroom erupted in murmurs, even before Chu Linyue could respond. Is that really Song Wan? When did she become so audacious? She can't be serious.
Can she?
I never considered offering a different viewpoint. Could it be that her recent heartbreak has rendered her foolish? I heard that the man in question sought to reconcile, yet she rebuffed him. Perhaps she is merely trying to attract Chu Linyue's attention? The final remark came from a female classmate, her face tinged with indignation. Chu Linyue was their idol, not just within their department, but renowned throughout the entire university. As a demigod, he was unattainable. What was Song Wan attempting? To capture the attention of their idol through such means? She might as well dream on. Even their guide couldn't help but smirk, thinking to himself that Song Wan had always been rather conventional in her academic endeavors. Though she made no significant errors, it was evident she lacked the sharpness of what others possessed. Could it be that she genuinely wished to garner Chu Linyue's attention, as others speculated? At that moment, Song Wan heard the familiar voice of the system. Ding! Task successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired mastery in computer science. The reward has been dispensed. Please check your inventory. Chapter 25 Ding. Potential investor detected. As Song Wan began to articulate her thoughts, the classroom gradually fell silent. Being students of this specialty, they could discern whether her assertions were mere fabrications. She did not criticize Chu Linyue's viewpoint. Rather, she employed an alternative method to elucidate the game development concepts he had just discussed. Her explanations were accessible and even simpler than those presented by Chu Linyue. By the end, even Chu Linyue found himself adjusting his demeanor, his gaze towards Song Wan imbued with newfound seriousness. Her voice was melodious, her enunciation precise, and her terminology remarkably professional. Her insights into gaming were refreshingly innovative, not that he had never contemplated them, but he had never ventured in that direction. She did not cease her discourse. As her explanation deepened, soon only Chu Linyue and their guide remained fully engaged. Their guide nodded thoughtfully, admiration shining in his eyes as he regarded Song Wan. He had always believed her to be a reliable student, and now it was evident that her ideas were indeed substantial. Meanwhile, Chu Linyue's previously furrowed brow had relaxed, and his expression now reflected a glimmer of surprise. If her propositions were to succeed, they could significantly reduce the memory footprint of the game while maintaining quality, an invaluable insight he fully appreciated after years in the industry. Consequently, his gaze upon Song Wan sparkled with intrigue. The girl before him was not only charming but also exuded an air of refinement, particularly when discussing her field with such confidence, casting her in the most radiant light. He mused that she might be a prodigy. Securing her for his company would be a stroke of brilliance. As Song Wan concluded her insights, Chu Linyue could no longer contain his thoughts and addressed her directly. "This junior, would you be interested in joining us at Linyue Technology? The compensation is exceptional." His proposition left the previously bewildered students utterly astonished. The name Linyue Technology, established by Chu Linyue during his university years, had garnered significant acclaim in recent years. The company was renowned for its generous remuneration. To be employed there was a dream for many in their department. P.S. Poaching someone in public? Is Song Wan that impressive? Needless to say, her technical jargon was flowing effortlessly. By the end, I couldn't even keep up. With Chu Linyue himself extending an invitation, surely the offer would be even more enticing. Without a doubt, Song Wan has truly ascended to the pinnacle of her career. Haven't you heard? She drove a Lamborghini to school recently. Under the astonished and admiring gazes of her classmates, Song Wan gently shook her head. "I'm sorry, but I'm only in my second year. My coursework is quite demanding. Moreover, with a system at her disposal, she had no pressing need to enter a company post-graduation." Chu Linyue appeared taken aback by her refusal, his deep-set eyes reflecting confusion. "If you're concerned about your studies, you could simply report to the company on weekends." He was not foolish enough to let such talent slip away to another firm. Yet Song Wan shook her head once more. "I apologize, senior, but I am not considering that at this time." Chu Linyue paused, recognizing that it was not the appropriate moment for further persuasion, and nodded before resuming his lecture. As Song Wan settled back into her seat, Huang Ran and a few other girls could no longer restrain themselves and nudged her excitedly. "You are amazing, Wan Wan. Truly. You represented us well. Did you see how all the boys in our class were in awe? You're simply incredible." In the realm of computer science, it is often observed that male students tend to shine more brightly. Today, however, Song Wan's remarkable entrance has certainly elevated the status of her fellow female classmates. With a subtle smile, she refrained from speaking and redirected her gaze to Chu Linyue, who stood at the podium. Were it not for the system, she might have felt ecstatic about such an opportunity. Chu Linyue's lecture was rather brief, and the bell signaling the end of class chimed promptly. This time, however, the students did not eagerly anticipate their exodus from the classroom as they usually did. Instead, they cast their eyes towards Chu Linyue, acutely aware that such an opportunity to hear from their senior would be rare. Chu Linyue seemed oblivious to this sentiment, simply concluding his remarks before approaching the class instructor. Observing this, Song Wan prepared to leave with Huang Ran and the others towards their dormitory. Yet, as they stepped into the hallway, they were unexpectedly confronted by Chu Linyue's imposing figure. His gaze was fixed intently on Song Wan, resolute and unwavering. "Junior, I have a few questions regarding what you mentioned in class. Would you care to join me for a meal?" Before Song Wan could process this, a familiar translucent panel materialized before her. This time, however, it did not display her information. Instead, it read, "Potential investor, Chu Linyue. Age, 25. Height, 186 centimeters. Investment return rate, 5,000. Song Wan gazed at the panel, unable to suppress a slight bite of her lip. System. What on earth is a potential investor? As the name suggests, a potential investor is an individual whom the host can invest in within a short time frame. The investment return rate represents the profit the host can expect within a year following the investment. Upon hearing this explanation, Song Wan's gaze towards Chu Linyue shimmered with newfound intrigue. An annual return of 5,000? This was no ordinary senior. He was akin to her golden goose. What an honor! With her uncharacteristic agreement, Huang Ran and the others swiftly excused themselves from the scene, recognizing the significance of the moment. Chu Linyue, noticing their departure, allowed a hint of a smile to grace his lips. What would you like to eat, Junior? Before Song Wan could respond, a girl dressed in a light yellow dress came bounding over with exuberance. She was stunningly beautiful, the belle of the foreign language department, and her presence instantly captivated the attention of most of the boys behind her. Yet, her gaze was solely fixed on Chu Linyue. Upon noticing Song Wan standing beside him, she raised an eyebrow, choosing to disregard her entirely. Linyue, I heard you returned to campus, so I rushed over. I'm glad I caught you before you left. Chu Linyue's smile, which had just begun to bloom, faded subtly. You needn't have come all this way for me. I have already made plans to dine with my junior. His tone was cool and aloof, yet the girl remained unfazed, standing her ground. Upon catching sight of Song Wan's appearance, her expression transformed, revealing a palpable hostility. This was the very person who had embarrassed her before the handsome senior yesterday. Chapter 26. Random Task Reward, Fluency in French. It had only been a day. Yet, Su Ruoqiao could not forget Song Wan's visage. The memory of her own humiliation while attempting to converse with the handsome senior, only to see him gravitate towards this woman, filled her with resentment. Especially since this woman had already captured the attention of that very handsome senior. And now she dared to encroach upon her Linyue. I haven't eaten yet either. Since you're going out to eat, Linyue, why not let us join you? It's merely an additional companion. I hope the sister wouldn't mind. However, before Song Wan could utter a word, Chu Linyue's brow furrowed slightly, his voice cool yet firm. I'm afraid that would be quite inconvenient. Without awaiting Su Ruoqiao's reaction, he took Song Wan by the arm and departed. Unable to resist a glance back at the girl, Song Wan noted her seething stance, her eyes filled with animosity as they met. What a stroke of misfortune. Her intention of dining with Chu Linyue was not romantic in nature. Shrugging off the tension, she turned her attention back to him. Chu Linyue displayed a markedly different demeanor towards Song Wan, radiating genuine warmth. Have you not decided what you wish to eat, Junior? I'm not picky. Anything will do. Song Wan replied with a smile, adhering to the host's preferences, her goal firmly set on securing this potential investor. They soon arrived at a French restaurant, where Chu Linyue, ever the gentleman, opened the car door for her and extended his hand. Nodding in acknowledgement, they entered the establishment, where it became evident that the owner was an acquaintance of Chu Linyue. Their friendly exchange was apparent, and the owner occasionally glanced in her direction, beaming with goodwill, yet speaking in a language she could not comprehend. Noticing her confusion, the owner promptly switched to halting Chinese, offering a friendly greeting. Hello, your hair looks quite lush.
Indeed.
It is. Song Wan involuntarily smiled as the system's voice echoed in her mind. As a top-tier heiress, how could there be gaps in your knowledge? A random task has been issued. Compliment the owner on his abundant hair. Task completion rewards fluency in French. Failure incurs no penalties. Before she could respond, the system's voice resonated again. Glancing at the owner's shiny hair, noticeably full in the back, she couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly before donning a friendly smile. Hello. Your hair appears exceptionally lush. Oh, truly? Senior, your insight is remarkable. The owner's eyes sparkled with delight. Chu Linyue, unable to suppress his amusement, smiled gently. And after a few more congenial exchanges, he led Song Wan to their table. Pulling out her chair, Chu Linyue chuckled softly. Mr. Petit prefers to hear compliments about his hair. He came to Huaxia after being captivated by an advertisement for a shampoo. Song Wan couldn't help but smirk. And after he arrived in Huaxia, Chu Linyue settled across from her, his tones still lighthearted. He was enchanted by the cuisine here and decided to stay. As for his hair, a little psychological reinforcement goes a long way. Task completed. Congratulations, host, you have attained fluency in French. The reward has been dispensed. Please check your inventory. In the blink of an eye, a wealth of French knowledge flooded her mind. Just as she was about to continue the conversation, a familiar voice rang out.
Linyue.
Are you here for dinner too? The newcomer was Su Ruoqiao, her arm linked with an unfamiliar young man. Song Wan observed with calm composure as she flirted with Chu Linyue. What a coincidence. Why don't we sit at the same table? The young man, clearly excited, turned to Su Ruoqiao and asked, Is he someone you know?
Su Ruoqiao nodded slightly.
Only to hear Chu Linyue speak with an unyielding demeanor. We need to discuss matters. It would be inconvenient for all of us to be together. You should find another table. Upon hearing his words, the expression on Su Ruoqiao's face nearly faltered. Instinctively, she glanced at Song Wan and, feigning affection, smiled at Chu Linyue, saying very well. However, my aunt just called and mentioned she has something for me. She asked me to return home with brother Linyue. We can dine here, and Brother Lin Yu, just call for me when you are ready to leave. Just as she attempted to take the boy beside her and depart, Chu Lin Yu's cold and distant voice rang out once more. Su Ruo Chiao, I will be escorting a junior back shortly. I do not have time to accompany you. If you need to retrieve something, you can simply have my mother send someone for you. His rejection was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. It was evident that even if he did not accompany Su Ruo Chiao, she had ample means to return. In fact, the junior was the one she had brought along. And it was he who was responsible for ensuring her safe return. It would be unreasonable to bring someone along only to abandon them here. The smile on Su Ruo Chiao's face finally wavered. As she looked up, she noticed the chef approaching and deliberately called out to him. Casting a challenging glance at Song Wan as she asked in French, "What are today as special dishes?" The chef, a genuine Frenchman, responded fluently, "Good day, Mississippi.
Today,
We have freshly air-freighted scallops and beef. My preparation of scallops has garnered much praise." Su Ruo Chiao, out of the corner of her eye, noted Song Wan's reaction. And her pride swelled further. Nonchalantly, she glanced at Song Wan and softly remarked in French, "So, dear sister, may I inquire if you have a penchant for scallops?" Chu Lin Yu's gaze towards Su Ruo Chiao turned frigid instantaneously. Just as he was about to speak, the girl seated across from him spoke with a calm demeanor. "I do indeed have a liking for them. Thank you for the suggestion. It seems I made the right choice in coming here today." Her voice remained melodious, tinged with a crisp clarity reminiscent of tinkling bells. Most notably, she replied in remarkably fluent French. Both Chu Lin Yu and Su Ruo Chiao were momentarily taken aback as they observed the chef swiftly approaching Song Wan, his broad face adorned with a delighted smile. Appearing exceedingly amiable, "Oh, miss, your command of French is impeccable. I haven't heard such pure French in ages. Have you lived in France?" Chapter 27. 50 million. Is that enough? At that moment, Su Ruo Chiao could no longer contain herself. Her face turned ashen. Without uttering another word, she seized the boy beside her and moved toward another table. As they departed, she could still hear the chef lavishing praise upon Song Wan, exclaiming, "Your French is simply marvelous. Among all the French speakers I've encountered since arriving in Huaxia, your accent is, by far, the most authentic." The boy beside Su Ruo Chiao noticed her displeasure and hastily attempted to console her. "Ruo Chiao, your French is quite good too." Su Ruo Chiao shot him an exasperated glance, utterly devoid of the enthusiasm to respond. The first time she encountered this girl, she had been humiliated. And now it was happening again. That girl must be doing it on purpose. Upon returning home, she would undoubtedly inform her aunt about this incident and see which side her aunt would take. How shameless of a girl with a boyfriend to attempt to flirt with Brother Lin Yu. What a dreamer. Meanwhile, Song Wan appeared to be unaffected. After sending off the excited chef, the atmosphere between her and Chu Lin Yu had grown considerably more relaxed. Chu Lin Yu's gaze towards Song Wan involuntarily shifted once more. He was inherently a composed individual, yet she seemed to possess an uncanny ability to disrupt his usual patterns of thought, prompting him to reconsider his established perspectives. "I had thought your talent lay in computer science. I did not realize your linguistic abilities were equally impressive." He could not help but acknowledge the surprise that washed over him upon hearing Song Wan inform the chef that she had never been to France. The world is not devoid of geniuses. He regarded himself as one as well. Initially believing he had discovered another genius in class today, he soon realized that the surprises this particular genius presented far exceeded his expectations. Song Wan wore a calm smile. Yet internally, she began contemplating how to broach the subject of investment. As they pondered, the appetizers were served. It was evident that the chef had a fondness for Song Wan's table, as not only had they ordered caviar, but the accompanying foie gras was exquisitely crafted, appearing utterly delectable. Chu Lin Yu could not help but chuckle softly. "It seems I am fortunate to be in the company of a junior today."
indeed.
The subsequent soup and side dishes were noticeably more refined than usual. The main course was even more impressive, featuring St. Jacques scallops and veal in white sauce, which were the chef's specialties, presented with utmost elegance. The salad and dessert were, naturally, as delightful as anticipated. Once they had finished dining, coffee was served, and it was then that Chu Lin Yu finally broached the subject with Song Wan again. "Is it that you do not wish to join Lin Yu Technology because of your heavy academic workload, or is it that my Lin Yu Technology does not entice you?" Song Wan raised her gaze. "Lin Yu Technology holds a position in the hearts of students in our department that no other company can rival. I merely..." She pondered for a moment, striving to phrase her thoughts appropriately. "It's just that I'm not particularly in need of money." Chu Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. He had contemplated numerous reasons, yet never considered this one. His gaze instinctively lingered on Song Wan, noting her attire comprised entirely of luxury brands, confirming she hardly appeared to be in need of financial support. After taking a sip of coffee, he finally regained his composure. But you chose to study computer science. Surely that indicates an interest in the field? To have such talent and not utilize it would be a waste. From Song Wan's expression, it was clear that she exhibited no interest in the subject. After a moment's thought, he continued, "What if I told you that after joining Linyu Technology, you would enjoy the freedom to come and go as you please? You wouldn't have to adhere to a strict schedule like everyone else. You could simply come in when you wished, and the salary and benefits would be exceptional." He had encountered individuals who preferred freedom before. The current game designer at his company had been persuaded under similar circumstances. The atmosphere at Linyu Technology was always pleasant. Who knew? Perhaps she might find herself reluctant to leave. Upon hearing this, Song Wan's eyes flickered slightly. Indeed. If the senior genuinely wished for her to join Linyu Technology, there was another way. Oh? A newfound interest glimmered in Chu Linyu's eyes. "Do tell, Junior." Song Wan blinked. "Does your Linyu Technology still require investment?" This direct inquiry left Chu Linyu momentarily speechless. He never anticipated that Song Wan would propose such an idea. Amused, he narrowed his eyes. "Are you suggesting that you wish to invest in Linyu Technology?" Song Wan nodded with utmost sincerity. Observing her forthrightness, Chu Linyu felt an unexpected surge of joy. Did she truly hold such faith in Linyu Technology? Investment has always been fraught with risk. Did she not fear the possibility of her efforts yielding nothing? To put it plainly, game development is the most financially taxing endeavor. Who can say when Linyu Technology might falter? However, Song Wan's expression bore a hint of surprise. Surely, her senior was unaware of the formidable reputation her name held at our Linhai University, which was akin to a golden emblem, was it not? Not to mention, she had a system to aid her in her endeavors. Loss was out of the question. It was merely a matter of when she would successfully secure investment. Upon hearing Song Wan's response, the curvature of Chu Linyu's lips deepened noticeably. Did the junior share the same sentiment? Song Wan nodded decisively, asserting that a 5,000 return rate within a year was a feat few could rival. A sense of elation swelled within him, yet Chu Linyu composed himself, his gaze towards Song Wan becoming more earnest. How much was she looking to invest? Since the triumph of his inaugural game, numerous investors had approached him. However, since founding the company, he had never accepted any investments. Primarily, he had yet to reach a point of financial desperation, and secondly, the atmosphere at Linyu was thriving, a culture he had meticulously cultivated, which he was reluctant to jeopardize for any external influences. Thus, he had always approached investment matters with utmost caution, rarely opening that door. Yet, the young woman before him was different. Not only did she possess an extraordinary talent for computing, but she was also his junior at school. Currently, apart from the 90% of shares held by him, the remaining 10% was divided between two capable department heads, both of whom had been recruited after considerable effort. If Song Wan could join Linyu Technology and demonstrate sufficient prowess, offering her a stake would not be out of the question. Suddenly, the girl across from him seemed to ponder for a few seconds before tentatively extending 5 fingers. 50 million, would that suffice? Chapter 28. The tactics of a green tea bitch are outdated, sister. Noticing his silence, Song Wan retracted 4 fingers, leaving only her index finger extended. So, 100 million? Chu Linyu. Are today as university students so affluent? He had anticipated investments in the range of 1 or 2 million at most, and with the junior S skills, he could naturally propose a 5 to 10% equity stake while keeping her in the company. Yet here she was, boldly mentioning 50 million and then 100 million. Leaning forward tentatively, his voice tinged with uncertainty, he asked, "You wish to invest 100 million? After a moment's contemplation, Song Wan replied, 200 million would also be acceptable. The next quarter's funds will arrive tomorrow at Jean Mao Tower, and with a 5,000% return rate, naturally, the more invested, the better. Chu Linyu could hardly suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. He wanted to urge the junior not to jest, but observing her earnest demeanor, he couldn't discern any hint of frivolity. Abandoning his coffee, he regarded Song Wan with a contemplative gaze. May I take some time to respond, Junior? He had originally thought he was merely recruiting another talent for the company, but it was clear that the situation was far more intricate. With a 200 million investment, his shares would dwindle to a mere fraction. He then noticed Song Wan's lips curl into a smile. That sounds good.
Chu Linyu instinct kito esalet?
And when he looked at Song Wan again, his expression had grown somewhat complicated. Was she genuinely placing such trust in him regarding a 200 million investment? After concluding their discussion, they exchanged contact information before preparing to leave the restaurant. Not far away, Su Ruo Qiao, upon seeing them rise, hastily approached, disregarding the boy across from her, who was still savoring his soup. Lin Yu Gij, are you leaving? Chu Lin Yu turned to her, his eyes reflecting impatience. Su Ruo Qiao froze, her face instantly adorned with a semblance of grievance. Lin Yu Gij, I've thought it through. I can accompany you to see this sister off, and then we can return home together. This way, we won't trouble auntie to send someone for me. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Lin Yu intended to refuse. But at that moment his phone vibrated. Noticing the caller ID, he answered with a hint of resignation. Mom, what is it? Song Wan, momentarily lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by Su Ruo Qiao's intense glare filled with animosity. Meeting her gaze, Su Ruo Qiao dramatically rolled her eyes. With auntie on her side, who could possibly steal Lin Yu Gij from her? Song Wan, momentarily speechless, pondered how they could possibly be strangers yet conjure such unfounded assumptions. Just then, Chu Lin Yu distanced his phone slightly and leaned closer to Song Wan, his tone tinged with exasperation. Would you mind if I gave you a ride along with someone else? At this, Su Ruo Qiao's expression brightened, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Of course. I wouldn't mind, especially since this sister needs Lin Yu Gij to take her home. The implication was clear. The person hitching a ride had no say in the matter. Chu Lin Yu's grip on his phone tightened, his countenance growing icy, while Song Wan unexpectedly smiled radiantly at Su Ruo Qiao.
How old are you?
When asked her age, Su Ruo Qiao instinctively recalled what Mother Chu had said about her being the perfect match for Lin Yu, given their 5-year age difference. Puffing out her chest defiantly, she replied, 20. Song Wan's smile blossomed even brighter. I'm sorry, but I'm 19. Su Ruo Qiao momentarily failed to grasp the implications of Song Wan's words, only to hear her sincerely state, thus, calling me sister may not be entirely appropriate. Moreover, I have no personal relationship with senior, so there's no need for you to concern yourself with me. As Song Wan uttered these words with a smile, it became evident that such low-tier manipulations were decidedly outdated. Originally, she had no intention of engaging with Su Ruo Qiao. Yet it seemed the latter didn't understand the principle of boundaries. Regardless of whether Chu Lin Yu and she were merely acquaintances, or even a couple, she would never tolerate such juvenile antics for the sake of a man. With a system at her disposal, focusing on accumulating wealth was far more enticing. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the title of Brave Fighter against Green Tea Bitches and receiving a Lamborghini Veneno as a reward. The reward has been dispersed. Please check your inventory. Song Wan paused momentarily, realizing that while many might not know the Veneno by name, its alternative moniker, the Lamborghini Poison, would resonate with most. A limited edition sports car, with only 14 units globally, it commanded a staggering price of 45 million. How much more prestigious it was compared to a standard model. As she pondered, she turned to see Su Ruo Qiao struggling to maintain her facade of composure. Her face now flushed with anger as she directed her ire at Song Wan.
Song Wan.
Enough. At that moment, Chu Lin Yu had just hung up the phone. His gaze towards Su Ruo Qiao now devoid of warmth. Su Ruo Qiao, my mother is still ill. You should know that I detest anyone who exploits my family's situation. A fleeting glance at Song Wan, coupled with the recollection of her earlier statement about their lack of personal ties, inexplicably heightened his irritation. He addressed Su Ruo Qiao, whose presence he already found irksome, with an even colder tone. Besides, the one hitching a ride is you. Perhaps you should grasp the situation. Su Ruo Qiao stood there, stunned into silence. In the past, even when Chu Linyue was indifferent towards her, he had never so explicitly expressed his disdain. At this moment, Song Wan's smile appeared to her as nothing but sheer arrogance. Instantly, the taut string within her heart snapped. Pointing at Song Wan, she exclaimed, "Do you think you can deceive Brother Linyue and me? Spare us your pretenses. Your words are sweeter than a song. Your calculated approach to Brother Linyue is solely for monetary gain. Isn't it? I've encountered women like you before, putting on a facade in front, while plotting behind. Why not just state how much you desire? I can give it to you." And feigning indifference, claiming there's no personal relationship? If there's no personal relationship, why meet privately for meals? If there's no personal relationship, why would Brother Linyue treat her so gently? Why would he go out of his way for her? He even scolded me for her sake. Su Ruo Qiao. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard Chu Linue's familiar voice behind her. Turning around, she saw his face had turned as cold as ice. A shiver ran down Su Ruoqiao's spine, and as if recalling something, she hastily added, "Brother Linue, I was just worried you would be deceived by her. You don't know, I saw her getting too close to a boy yesterday, right at school. Yunyan saw it too. She already has a boyfriend and is still approaching you. It must be for money. I was genuinely worried about you, and I lost my composure momentarily." Fearing that Chu Linue wouldn't believe her, tears welled up in her large eyes. "Brother Linue, please don't be angry. I just worry that if Annie finds out, she might be heartbroken." Before she could finish her sentence, a tow truck carrying a fiery red Lamborghini Veneno rolled to a stop before them. Chapter 29. Reward of 100 million dough coins. That vibrant crimson hue gleamed brilliantly under the blazing sun. Through her tear-filled vision, Su Ruoqiao could only see the dazzling brilliance of the car. She instinctively blinked, noticing the assertive lines of the Lamborghini. Akin to a king of beasts lounging in the jungle, its mere presence enough to set one's heart racing. At that moment, the boy who had just dined with Su Ruoqiao exited the restaurant, and upon witnessing this spectacle, he couldn't help but rush forward in excitement. His face lit up with amazement as he gazed at the fiery red supercar being unloaded.
Wow.
"It's a real Lamborghini Veneno. I can't believe I'm seeing one here." The boy stopped a few steps away from the tow truck, hurriedly pulling out his phone to capture the moment from various angles. "If I post this on my social media, it'll go viral. Who would have thought I'd see a real Veneno in my lifetime? I wonder whose luxurious ride this is. I'm so lucky today." Just then, the person from the tow truck walked towards them. The boy froze and instinctively asked the staff, "Is it not allowed to take pictures?" The staff paused, then directed their gaze towards Song Wan, smiling at the boy. "Whether you can take photos depends on the owner." Following the staff's gaze, the boy was instantly dumbfounded. Could it mean what he thought? The owner of the Veneno was so young? If he recalled correctly, this girl was the same one Su Ruoqiao had mentioned, the one who approached Chu Linue with ulterior motives for money. The staff seemed to validate his suspicion, walking directly to Song Wan and respectfully presenting her with a document and the car key. "Miss Song, the paperwork for the car is complete. You just need to sign here." The boy's expression shifted to one of terror, and his admiration for Su Ruoqiao diminished significantly. "Are you kidding? A wealthy mogul who owns a limited edition Veneno is approaching Chu Linue for money. Is he insane, or is Su Ruoqiao delusional?"
Su Ruoyao.
Oblivious to the boy's change in demeanor, was increasingly displeased with his neglect of her while he focused on photographing the supercar. Upon discovering that the owner was Song Wan, her dissatisfaction reached its peak. Watching the boy's awestruck expression, she couldn't help but adopt a tone laced with disdain. "It's just a supercar, isn't it? Didn't you arrive in one too? Is it necessary to be this astonished?" The boy turned to Su Ruoqiao, his gaze now imbued with an indescribable complexity. "A supercar isn't merely a supercar. My Porsche 718 is over $1 million. But the Lamborghini Veneno is one of only 14 in the world, priced at an astonishing $45 million. Moreover, even if you have $45 million, you can't simply buy it." Su Ruoqiao, now oblivious to the boy's altered tone, stood frozen. Despite the bright sunny day, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. 45 million. A car so rare it couldn't be bought even with wealth. It belonged to Song Wan? Hadn't she just contradicted herself with the words she had spoken to Brother Linue? At that moment, Song Wan had already taken the car keys, greeted Chu Linue, and effortlessly entered the vehicle. The fiery red silhouette vanished in the blink of an eye. She hadn't uttered a single word, yet had made Su Ruoqiao appear a mere jester in her own narrative. Su Ruoqiao abruptly turned to explain herself to Chu Linue, Brother Linue, but he, like Song Wan before him, did not spare her a glance and walked directly past her. Then, seamlessly starting the car, the familiar vehicle followed suit, disappearing from her sight like a wisp of smoke. Unable to contain herself any longer, Su Ruoqiao collapsed onto the ground, bewildered by how events had spiraled out of control. Meanwhile, driving the Lamborghini Veneno, Song Wan had long cast her aside, as the adorable voice of the system echoed in her mind once more.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for successfully maintaining the dignity of a wealthy beauty and earning the title of Green Tea Terminator. System reward, 100 million dough coins. The system has automatically credited the dough coins to your account. Please check your balance. Dough coins? Douyin Live? Song Wan licked her lips slightly. Douyin, unlike other platforms, thrived on short videos, resulting in traffic several times greater. When converted, the virtual currency differed from others. One Do coin equated to 110. Thus, 100 million Do coins amounted to 10 million RMB. The key aspect being that virtual currency offers multiple cashback upon spending, even with the lowest tenfold return. She would effortlessly obtain 100 million. With higher multipliers, the rewards would be even more delightful. The system was undoubtedly guiding her down a path of cashing out on live streaming platforms. Just then, a call from Qingling came through. After listening for a few moments, Song Wan turned the fiery red supercar around, heading towards Tang Palace. Property manager Yao Jia had been waiting eagerly at the entrance of Tang Palace. Although she had received news of Miss Song's new vehicle, she couldn't help but widen her eyes upon seeing that it was a Lamborghini Veneno. Goodness! This was undoubtedly a true tycoon. It was well known that limited edition cars are the hardest to acquire. Not only does one need wealth, but also the right connections. Miss Song, however, was as nonchalant as a market-goer. Yesterday she drove a Lamborghini, and today she had already switched to a Poison. Truly, she was deserving of the title of a magnate who could purchase the esteemed Tangong No. 1 villa. Yao Jia inhaled deeply, adorned with a radiant smile as she approached. Within a mere 2 minutes, she had seamlessly registered the new vehicle into the Tangong system. The information was duly logged. Should Miss Song have any inquiries, she could contact me directly, for I am at your service 24 hours a day. Miss Song nodded with a smile, and then drove towards Villa No. 1. One must admit, Qinglin truly lived up to the reputation of an all-capable housekeeper. Having just arrived yesterday, the villa was already meticulously organized today. Her bedroom was situated on the spacious third floor, the walk-in closet brimming with the latest fashions from renowned luxury brands, while the cosmetics and jewelry area was equally abundant. Qinglin's aesthetic sensibilities were impeccable, and as Song Wan surveyed her surroundings, she found herself utterly delighted. Observing her satisfaction, Qinglin allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips. Miss, the housekeeper and chef are already waiting downstairs. Would you like to meet them? Chapter 30. The Second Potential Investor. Song Wan nodded and followed Qinglin to the first floor. In the living room stood 7 individuals, 4 of whom were positioned at the forefront. Thanks to Qinglin's introductions, Song Wan learned that the woman dressed in simple yet tidy attire was Sister Wu, responsible for overseeing the villa's cleanliness and procurement. Beside her stood 2 middle-aged men clad in chef's attire. The one who appeared to be of Chinese descent was named Zhang Hai, specializing in Chinese cuisine, particularly Sichuan dishes. The blonde, blue-eyed gentleman was Thomas, adept in Western culinary arts. Lastly, there was a woman in her 30s named Jiang Shui, exuding an air of determination, who was a pastry chef. According to Qinglin, Jiang Shui hailed from a lineage of imperial chefs, excelling in desserts. The 3 women trailing behind were, like Sister Wu, tasked with maintaining the villa's cleanliness. Once Song Wan nodded, the 7 individuals collectively bowed, greeting her Miss. Song Wan waved her hand dismissively, indicating they should disperse. There are no strict protocols here.
You need not be so tense.
Just focus on your respective duties. The 7 nodded promptly, though the respect etched on their faces remained unwavering. The affluent residents of Tangong were beyond the realm of their ordinary imaginations. Their sole responsibility was to perform their roles diligently, ensuring the misses' contentment to retain their coveted positions. Especially for the 3 cleaning ladies, this opportunity was one they had secured after rigorous selection, and they were eager to demonstrate their commitment. At that moment, however, Song Wan had already returned to the 3rd floor with Qinglin, reclining on her bed as Qinglin meticulously reported on the expenses incurred, and before she realized it, she had drifted into slumber. Noticing this, Qinglin gently removed Song Wan's shoes and adjusted her position before quietly exiting the room. When Song Wan awoke, over an hour had passed. Checking her phone, she saw it was already 3 in the afternoon. Slipping into her slippers and descending the stairs, she discovered that Qinglin had arranged an assortment of desserts and fruit teas. Grabbing a pastry and settling onto the sofa, she found, unsurprisingly, that the treats Qinglin had procured were exquisite. The pastries were sweet yet not cloying, imbued with a refreshing fragrance, far surpassing any confections available outside. Song Wan blinked, a smile curving her lips. This lifestyle was undeniably delightful. Just then her phone chimed. Upon examining it, she found a message from Li Lui. Hey Wan Wan. You must check out the live stream I shared on Douyin. There's a handsome guy. Super handsome. Universally stunning. Recalling the 100 million Douyin coins awarded by the system earlier that day, Song Wan opened the app to find the coins lying quietly in her account. Clicking on the live stream shared by Li Lui, she noticed that over 1,000 viewers were already present. Though not comparable to the larger streamers, these were genuine individuals. Upon entering, she found the host singing a song titled Years Flowing, his voice clear and refreshing, akin to a gentle brook in summer, offering a delightful sense of invigoration. The host, known as a neon Xingxia, was indeed the super handsome figure Li Lui had described. He possessed a pristine appearance, his hair uncolored, sitting there like a silent masterpiece. "Ah, please don't go, star," one viewer lamented. "It's all that Ding Luo's fault. Does having more fans make him superior? He can't sing, so he suppresses star." I peeked over there, and I was nauseated. What trash singing can actually gain popularity? In this day and age, is having many fans the ultimate truth? Plagiarism disguised as originality and inciting fans to attack genuine creators. What a world we live in. Our Lele is indeed original. There are countless similar scores. Does that mean they're all plagiarized? If you're going to stir things up, at least don't pretend to be pitiful. 666. The scores are practically identical. How is that not plagiarism? I've learned so much today. Trash streamer, just leave Douyin. Enough with your antics against our Lele. Get lost upstairs. Go back to your dog, master. The song quickly reached its conclusion, and as the host finished singing, he leaned closer to the screen, his eyes betraying a hint of exhaustion. "I am immensely grateful to my loyal fans who are striving to defend me, but I'm sorry. I genuinely don't want to continue streaming. I wish to take a break and visit my hometown." The host made no mention of the Ding Luo that the fans were furious about, yet his loyal supporters grew increasingly incensed. Ding Luo is a piece of trash. I could curse him for a lifetime. Please, can someone important come and check on Star? He is really working hard and sings beautifully. Just because Ding Luo has a fan club, does that justify bullying? While Ding Luo continues to stream, he is subtly playing the victim. I'm truly at a loss for words. We, the originals, Haven T said a thing, yet he, the plagiarist, keeps dragging this out. The host gazed earnestly at the stream of supportive comments, yet his expression was laden with bitterness. It was clear that Ding Luo had been the one to plagiarize him first. The fans had even compared the scores, yet the blame was shifted onto him, accusing him of riding on the coattails of popularity. A throng of fans had swarmed over from Ding Li's side, turning his live stream into a chaotic mess. Some had even tracked down his address, sending him dead rats and wreaths. With a barely perceptible sigh, he forced a smile for the camera. "Please don't be upset. Everyone, pursuing this dream of singing has never been particularly realistic. My parents have never supported it, and it's only through my stubborn persistence that I've come this far." After a pause, his voice seemed to lighten, almost as if soothing himself. "Now, I'm merely returning to a more conventional path." Hearing this, the fans in the live stream felt a wave of sorrow and helplessness wash over them. Many had accompanied the host from the very beginning, witnessing his journey of creating original compositions and penning lyrics. They had traversed this arduous path together and finally caught a glimpse of hope, only for a shameless plagiarist to appear. Alas, I find myself weeping in despair. Are those individuals over there truly devoid of vision? My post was swiftly buried, undoubtedly due to the manipulation of some guild. That vile creature has already driven a streamer to withdraw from the platform and now resorts to such despicable tactics again. How utterly revolting. It is you who are repugnant. Were it not for your provocations against our dear Lele, we would not have wasted our precious time to come here to chastise you. As Song Wan grasped the general course of events, she tilted her head slightly and heard a familiar voice echo in her mind.
Ding. Detecting potential investor, Fu Xingmian.
Chapter 31. The Majesty of the Moon Emperor and the Special Gift Effects from the Exclusive Tycoon. Just as when she encountered Chu Linyue, a translucent screen rapidly materialized before Song Wan.
Potential investor, Fu Xingmian.
Age, 22. Potential investment direction, singer. Investment return rate, 3,000. Song Wan swiftly absorbed the information on the screen, her gaze betraying a flicker of astonishment. It is worth noting that Chu Linyue's talents in game design and management were widely acknowledged. Even the investment returns from Linyue technology amounted to a commendable 5,000. Yet, Fu Xingmian alone could offer her a staggering return of 3,000. One can only imagine the magnitude of his aptitude in the realm of singing. As her gaze fell upon Fu Xingmian, he was engrossed in the barrage of comments on the public screen, the insults directed at him flowing past his eyes unnoticed. Instead, he yearned to remember those who spoke in his defense, those who had silently supported him. Even in the face of future adversities, he resolved never to forget them. However, in the next moment, a grand stage effect suddenly erupted on the screen. Wow! A carnival! Huazi! Has our star finally received the favor of a great benefactor? Oh, please! Great benefactor, pay more attention to our star. Talented and handsome, investing in him would be a wise choice. Wow, everyone look at the name. Is this not our Moon Emperor? Is the Moon Emperor here to duel in sound? The Moon Emperor is magnificent. For those unfamiliar, may I inquire who the Moon Emperor is? To summarize, in 2 days, he has spent 3 million RMB on Axtooth. Of course, not all comments on the public screen were harmonious, especially from those displaying the insignia of Lele's fan club. Just because the names are the same does not guarantee they are the same individual. Perhaps they merely followed suit after witnessing the popularity of the Axtooth tycoon. One carnival has led to such a spectacle. Surely, some of you provocateurs have made progress. Perhaps this streamer is merely a performer seeking to ride the coattails of trending figures. Previously, they latched onto our Lele, and now they cling to the great benefactor of Axtooth. Why do they love to latch onto others so? The truth is, dear family, they cannot amend their penchant for provocations. And as for the Moon Emperor, should this truly be the Moon Emperor, I shall live stream myself consuming excrement while standing on my head. Upon reading this comment, Song Wan nearly spat out her fruit tea, setting it down. She directly addressed the individual who proposed the live stream challenge, typing slowly on the public screen. Then do remember to fulfill your promise. The person, seeing Song Wan's unflinching demeanor, retorted with disdain. What are you pretending for? Acting has become an addiction, hasn't it? That individual is a benefactor who has spent 3 million. Do take a look at yourself. Your carnival only amounts to 3,000. What are you pretending for? In quick succession, the public screen was inundated with spectacular effects. Wanyue GIF streamer on Xingxia, Carnival 1. Wanyue GIF streamer on Xingxia, Carnival 10. Wanyue GIF streamer on Xingxia, Carnival 20. Goodness, I lack the education to express my astonishment. A mere exclamation suffices. This is indeed the Moon Emperor. Is this the grandeur of the Moon Emperor? My mouth is watering. Has the Moon Emperor abandoned Xiaozhu? Ha ha ha. The streamer has struck it rich. Tears of envy and jealousy welled in my eyes as I watched. The individual who claimed they would live stream themselves standing on their head. Do remember to honor your commitment, dog head emoji. As the viewer count in the live stream rapidly soared to 10,000 and continued to rise, Fu Xingmian was left in a state of disbelief. The carnival is the most expensive gift on Douyin. He typically receives none throughout the year. He was aware of the Moon Emperor from Axtooth. Although they were not on the same platform, her recent expenditure of 3 million had already set the streaming community abuzz. Such tycoons were not unheard of, as numerous top streamers had received millions during events. Yet the Moon Emperor is a veritable wild tycoon, unaffiliated with any guild or promotional group, a true golden benefactor. He had envied those who received gifts from the Moon Emperor, but never envisioned that he would one day be among them. Without exaggeration, Fu Xingmian's hands trembled with excitement. Thank you, Moon Emperor, for the carnival. Yet the spectacular effects on the screen showed no signs of abating. Wanyue GIF streamer on Xingxia, Carnival 66. Wanyue GIF streamer on Xingxia, Carnival 100. As the most expensive gift on Douyin, the carnival garnered notifications across the entire platform. With the increasing number of carnivals, the viewer count in the live stream quickly surged to 100,000, rivaling that of major streamers. The once sparse public screen was now densely populated with comments, obscuring the earlier dominance of those bearing the insignia of Lele's fan club. Wanyue GIF streamer on Xingxia, Carnival 300. Wanyue GIF streamer on Xingxia, Carnival 800. Dear family, I must say, I am utterly overwhelmed. Wow, this streamer has become rich overnight. Does the Moon Emperor still require accessories? Brothers, join me in exclaiming, Moon Emperor is magnificent. Wanyue GIF streamer on Xingxia, Carnival 1000. Just as Song Wan completed her donation of 1,000 carnivals, the system displayed a unique announcement. Congratulations! Wanyue has obtained the rights to use the gift effect Dragon Ascending to Heaven. Congratulations! Wanyue has obtained the rights to use the gift effect Dragon Ascending to Heaven. Congratulations! Wanyue has obtained the rights to use the gift effect Dragon Ascending to Heaven. The 3 consecutive announcements transformed this notification into something extraordinary. Those oblivious quickly clicked on the introduction to Dragon Ascending to Heaven, and the public screen erupted once more. Goodness gracious! A gift effect exclusively unlocked with 3 million RMB. May I say this is my first time witnessing it? I initially believed the carnival was the pinnacle, never anticipating the revelation of gifts worth 10,000. Could this be a hidden gem on Douyin? I reasonably suspect the officials were concerned that tycoons might grow impatient with the screen tapping and thus provided an alternative. Song Wan was momentarily taken aback. To be frank, her fingers were beginning to ache. Transitioning to the dragon ascending to heaven at 10,000 per gift would be significantly simpler. Thus, the live stream's effects seamlessly shifted from the carnival to the resplendent dragon ascending to heaven. Wanyue Gifts Streamer on Nianxingxia, Dragon Ascending to Heaven 1. Wanyue Gifts Streamer on Nianxingxia, Dragon Ascending to Heaven 100. Wanyue Gifts Streamer on Nianxingxia, Dragon Ascending to Heaven 500. It was only when Song Wan had exhausted her remaining Douyin coins that she finally ceased her activity. At this moment, the number of online viewers in the live stream has astonishingly surpassed 1 million, rivaling the popularity of the most prominent streamers on Douyin. While Douyin is not devoid of wealthy patrons, it has never witnessed a single donation of 10 million. The screen erupted with excitement as this entire sum of 10 million RMB was gifted, prompting even other major streamers to flock to this previously inconspicuous broadcast room. Fu Xingmian has undeniably become a sensation. Chapter 32. 50-fold cashback, 500 million credited. Poverty has indeed constrained my imagination. 10 million. A full 10 million. Let us kidnap the streamer, my friends. I feel no envy, not a shred, truly. Tears stream down my cheeks. The Moon Emperor's generosity is terrifyingly immense. The streamer is remarkably fortunate. He achieved financial freedom within a single day. Fu Xingmian, who had been seated, rose to express his gratitude as soon as Song Wan made the substantial donation during the carnival. Now he is utterly dazed. What does 10 million even signify? He has not signed with an agency. After splitting with the platform, he still has a cool 5 million. As noted on the screen, thanks to the Moon Emperor, he has completely attained financial independence in such a brief moment. He can buy a house and bring his parents from the countryside. He doesn't even need to end his stream. This 10 million brings him not merely financial gain, but also considerable accompanying benefits. Fu Xingmian stared blankly at the viewer count of over 1 million. In this short span, he has gained an additional 1.2 million followers. And the upward trend shows no signs of abating. Thank you, Moon Emperor, for your soaring generosity. Is there a song you wish to hear? Fu Xingmian's voice had grown hoarse, yet the weariness he once bore has vanished, his eyes shimmering like stars in the night sky. Even though the streamer's voice is hoarse, he still wishes to sing? I'd gladly accept 10 million in donations if it meant I could shout myself hoarse too, just kidding. The person above is quite something. Finally, a big shot has taken notice, and losing my voice is a small price to pay. Keeping the big shot around is what truly matters. Even if they are a big shot, is it necessary to be so sycophantic? Ridiculous. The last speaker, brandishing a level 10 fan badge from the Live family, instantly caught Song Wan's recognition. Wasn't he this the one who had previously boasted about live streaming while doing a handstand? Clearly, Song Wan was not the only one to recognize him. Before she could even speak, the entire screen was inundated with comments. Lele's little feet, where is your live stream? Big brother? This the fellow who was shouting about doing a handstand? Lele's little feet, hurry, hurry brother, start your stream. Lele's little feet. How bold of you to show your face. Respect to you, man. When will you begin? For the newcomers, may I inquire why everyone is so keen on this individual? Lele's little feet, this person just said that if the Moon Emperor is real, he would live stream doing a handstand. Ah, what a show. The viewers then witnessed the man swiftly exit the live stream, soon transforming his profile to private. Bro, stop the insults, he has gone. A coward. What is this Live family army? The fans of that fool Dingla. Followers of the main character. All worthless. Seeing that the man had fled in disgrace, Song Wan turned her attention back to Fu Xingmian and typed slowly on the screen. No need to sing. Take care of your voice. There will be plenty of opportunities to sing in the future. Following the recent 10 million donation, her words appeared in bold capital letters, shimmering with golden light, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Wow. How can you be so rich yet so warm-hearted? Did you save the galaxy in your past life? A tip-off from a user who came over from Axia revealed, the Moon Emperor is a very young lady. Not only is she youthful, but her voice is also incredibly melodious. Holy moly, does that mean the streamer is at the pinnacle of life? As Fu Xingmian read Song Wan's message, the deep emotion in his heart had yet to fade when he saw those words. His heart stirred, a mix of sourness and sweetness enveloping him. Her voice is incredibly beautiful. To what extent? Will I ever have the chance to hear it? However, by the time he regained his composure, hoping to say something to her, he noticed her typing gone before she briskly exited the live stream, as though her donation of 10 million was merely the price of a cabbage. Wow. I am truly in awe. Is this what it means to be a true big shot? Is the Moon Emperor genuinely young and her voice enchanting? The person above. Go search for it on that small site. Someone recorded the screen and uploaded it. Let us be honest, keep your hands off my wife, alright? The person above unsheathed their metaphorical sword. Upon exiting the live stream, Song Wan was greeted by a deluge of private messages, her gaze finally resting on the top official comment. Hello, esteemed patron. Are you satisfied with our Douyin gift effects? Song Wan raised an eyebrow and tentatively typed, could we create an even larger effect? The response was swift and eager. What amount are you considering, esteemed patron? Would 100,000 suffice? As if fearing she might deem it insufficient, they hurriedly added, we will ensure the gift effects are as splendid as possible. There are regulations regarding virtual amounts, I hope you understand. Moreover, the 100,000 gift effect will be custom-made just for you. Only you will have access to it. Heaven knows that when they witnessed this patron donate 10 million in one go, the entire company was astounded. They had encountered wealthy patrons before, but never one who treated 10 million as mere pocket change. The manager immediately resolved to create a customized gift effect for this generous benefactor. Determined to keep this illustrious figure on Douyin, Song Wan understood what the regulations implied. After all, it was virtual currency, and amounts too large would be difficult to justify to higher-ups. No matter, 100,000 would suffice. The response remained prompt. Is there anything in particular you favor?
Estime de patron?
We can incorporate it into the customized effect. Song Wan pondered briefly and decided on the moon. After concluding her conversation with the officials, she located Fu Xingyan's message in her private inbox, providing him with her WeChat contact before exiting Douyin entirely. Unfazed by the tumult her actions had incited, Song Wan nestled into her sofa, almost laughing foolishly. She had always thought the system's adorable voice was pleasant, but today it sounded especially delightful.
Ding.
Detected that the host has spent 10 million virtual coins, proceeding with the cashback process.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 50-fold cashback. 500 million RMB has been credited to your account. Please check it. As someone who has never won a lottery, today undoubtedly marks her moment of glory. 50-fold. A staggering 500 million. Gazing at her bank balance, Song Wan felt invigorated. Now, there was no need to tap into the quarterly funds from Jinmao Tower. She could already invest in Chulin Yu's Linua technology. That day, exhilaration kept her from returning to school. She merely informed Huang Ran and the others and directly took up residence in Tiangong. For dinner, she prepared the Chinese cuisine that she yearned for, sumptuous and gentle on the stomach. After finishing her meal, Song Wan indulged in a relaxing bath and then sank into the soft, comfortable embrace of her large bed. The following morning, as soon as she opened her eyes, the system's voice resonated punctually in her mind.
Ding.
A new day. Will the host sign in? Chapter 33. The top client who purchased 100 luxury apartments. Still somewhat groggy, Song Wan sat up and reflexively signed in.
Ding.
Congratulations. The host has acquired 100 fully furnished apartments in the Emerald Lake community. The rewards have been dispensed. Please check, host.
How many?
Song Wan realized she must be hallucinating at such a young age. The host is not hallucinating. It is indeed 100. Hearing the system's unwavering tone once more, Song Wan sat on the bed, stunned and unresponsive for quite some time. The Emerald Lake community is renowned as the most luxurious residential area near Lanhai University. When it was constructed, it became famous for its exquisite landscaping and layout. Due to its proximity to Lanhai University and its convenient transportation, it has become highly sought after by many high-income individuals. To ensure she was not mistaken, Song Wan quickly searched online for the prices of apartments in the Emerald Lake community. The average price was 100,000 per square meter, and the smallest units in the community were at least 180 square meters. In total, 100 fully furnished apartments amounted to over 2 billion. Suddenly, Song Wan regained her composure. With 8 billion from the Jinmao Tower already acquired, what were 100 apartments in the Emerald Lake community worth? Emerald Lake Community, Sales Department. Manager who paced back and forth in the lobby several times, his brow furrowing at the sight of the snacks laid out at the reception. Xiao Lu, what on earth have you placed here? Did I not specify that our top-tier client was arriving? These everyday snacks should not be displayed. Quickly, replace them with the finest treats from the lounge. Once Xiao Lu finally arranged the new snacks, manager who gathered everyone back into the lobby. Observing the neatly lined-up reception and sales staff, he meticulously checked their attire. Finding no issues, he solemnly addressed them. The client arriving shortly is a major investor who has purchased 100 apartments directly from us. You all need to be on your toes and ensure they experience our utmost service. I will make it clear today, if anyone falters, do not blame me for being unsympathetic. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but gasp in astonishment. Even though they had heard the manager mention a top client would be visiting, none anticipated the magnitude of the situation. Property prices in the Magic City were already exorbitant, let alone in the luxurious Emerald Lake community. An average price of 100,000 per square meter. It was astonishing that someone would directly buy 100 units. What kind of person or family were they? As they pondered this, two figures approached the entrance. A man and a woman appeared. The man was portly, adorned with gold chains and a gold watch, clearly eager to flaunt his wealth. Strangely, his head was wrapped in bandages for an unknown reason. The woman was dressed in a revealing outfit, her hair styled in large waves, and her form-fitting black mini-skirt accentuated her curves perfectly. This combination was something the sales and reception staff had encountered frequently. They exchanged glances, speechless. Could this be the major investor who had purchased 100 properties in their Emerald Lake community? Eugene Xiao observed the line of salespeople. Their gazes filled with envy and awe, and her vanity surged to its peak. Look, dear husband, they say the reception here at Emerald Lake is renowned for its attentiveness. We have barely reached the entrance, and they are already here to greet us. The man beside her noticed the awe in the salespeople's eyes and raised his chin slightly. Indeed, quite impressive. He then strode confidently toward the crowd, demanding, "Bring out the floor plans for your units." The salespeople scrambled to comply, but manager who calmly assigned, "Xiao Lu, why don't you fetch the floor plans for this esteemed guest? And take them to view the model as well." The eager crowd abruptly froze. Some quick-witted individuals, quickly realizing the shift in circumstances, promptly returning to their original positions. The rest soon followed suit, their eager demeanor evaporating. It turned out this was not the illustrious client the manager had mentioned. Eugene Xiao had initially felt triumphant, anticipating the admiration of the crowd as she reviewed the floor plans. However, she soon noticed the once attentive salespeople retracting their envious gazes. With a huff, she shot a displeased glance at manager, who, "What is this? We are here to buy property. What's wrong with having more people to introduce us? Stop being so rigid." Just as her words fell, a deafening roar of a supercar reverberated in the air. Eugene Xiao watched as the previously stoic manager, who dashed out in a flash. She then saw the same salespeople who had earlier regarded her with envy now hurriedly rushing outside. Only Xiao Lu, the young salesperson assigned by manager who remained, gazing longingly at the door, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. Eugene Xiao. Following their hurried exit, she turned to see a fiery red Lamborghini parked in front of the sales office. A striking couple emerged from the car, the man handsome and the woman beautiful, exuding elegance. As she recognized their faces, Eugene Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Song Wan? Song Wan had arrived alongside Qing Ling, not only to receive the properties, but also to have Qing Ling drive the Lamborghini back to Tiangong. After all, having two supercars at the university would be too conspicuous. Just as they stepped out of the car, a middle-aged man accompanied by a group of over 20 individuals approached them. The man at the forefront wore a radiant smile. Bowing slightly as he addressed Song Wan, "Miss Song, I am Hu Jun, the manager of the Emerald Lake Sales Department. We spoke this morning." Song Wan politely nodded, a gentle smile gracing her face. The sales and reception staff, witnessing the scene, suddenly appeared enlightened. They had speculated that someone capable of purchasing 100 properties in the Emerald Lake community must be a super-rich individual or a top-tier wealthy heir like the lady before them. The two individuals in the lobby, clearly nouveau riche and a mistress, could not possibly possess such financial clout. Realizing the implications, Eugene Xiao felt a surge of anger and fear, her voice turning sharp as she exclaimed, "Song Wan, what on earth are you doing here? I haven't even sought you out for trouble yet, and you follow me here?" Chapter 34. Impossible. My cousin is just a country bumpkin. As Song Wan's gaze turned toward her, Eugene Xiao's expression darkened further. Despite having spared her from trouble after offending Mr. Wang, she had now reached her limit. After much effort, Mr. Wang finally agreed to purchase a property for her at Emerald Lake, and yet she has followed him here. assessing Mr. Wang's apparent interest in her. She wondered if he was deliberately trying to provoke her. Song Wan turned her gaze towards the source of the voice, only to behold Yu Jinxiu, whose fury was palpable, as if she wished to devour her whole. A flicker of bewilderment crossed her eyes, and her tone grew somewhat frosty. "What business do I have with you while I am here to attend to my own matters?" Yet, Yu Jinxiu appeared to have guessed her thoughts, tightening her grip on Mr. Wang's arm. Indeed, the next moment Mr. Wang's gaze shifted towards Song Wan's direction. Upon seeing her, his expression transformed into one of lewd interest. "What a coincidence, cousin," he remarked. It had only been 2 days since they last met, and it seemed the girl had become even more alluring. He had intended to trouble her in a few days, but now, seeing her demeanor, his thoughts became animated once more. Song Wan's brows knitted visibly. She remained silent, directing her attention to Manager, who beside her. Understanding her cue, Manager, who quickly gestured to Xiao Lu. Without hesitation, Xiao Lu positioned himself in front of Mr. Wang, effectively blocking his gaze. "Esteemed guest, I have prepared the floor plans for you. Would you care to take a look?" However, Mr. Wang was not in the mood for subtlety, shoving Xiao Lu aside with an air of arrogance. "Did you not see we are catching up with an old acquaintance? How lacking in awareness." Yu Jinxiu, witnessing this, also cast a disapproving glance at Xiao Lu. "Indeed, this is a conversation between us. Your input is unwarranted." Xiao Lu, undeterred, stepped forward once more, stating, "I simply wish to ensure that you two do not miss out on your viewing time." What a ridiculous relative, unaware that she had purchased 100 properties. The young lady's disinterest in these two was evident, yet they persisted in encroaching upon her space. Cousins? They were likely separated by thousands of miles. As Song Wan and her entourage proceeded towards the reception room, Mr. Wang's expression darkened immediately. He turned to Yu Jinxiu, his eyes filled with barely concealed ire. "Is this what you meant by exceptional service?" Yu Jinxiu's heart sank, and she abandoned her intent to provoke Song Wan, adopting a saccharine tone as she whimpered to Mr. Wang. "My dear, I assure you, I do not wish to waste our time. Reminiscing can wait for another day. Let us first review the floor plans, shall we?" If the benefactor were truly snatched away by that country bumpkin, she would be utterly distraught. Mr. Wang glanced at her, his eyes lingering on her abdomen for a moment before refraining from arguing. Meanwhile, Song Wan had already led her group into the reception room. Inside, tea and delicacies had been artfully arranged, the pastries exquisite and the tea fragrant, indicative of considerable effort. Manager Hu, wearing a warm smile, invited the two to sit down and presented the meticulously prepared property certificates. A large box filled with documents was neatly displayed before them. "Miss Song, these are the 100 properties you ordered from us. We have completed all the necessary paperwork for you." Song Wan nodded, casually perusing a few documents. Observing her interest, Manager Hu beamed and remarked, "All the properties you purchased are spacious units, besides 80 units of 260 square meters. There are 20 located in the heart of Emerald Lake. They boast the most convenient locations and the finest views. Moreover, these 20 units feature a one-lift per household design, ensuring safety while prioritizing privacy. Would you like to see them now?" Without much thought, Song Wan nodded again, thinking that since she had the time, it would be beneficial to take a look. As they exited the reception room, they spotted Yu Jinxiu and Mr. Wang still lingering, holding the floor plans. Mr. Wang's face flushed with frustration. "The smallest unit is 180 square meters at a price of 170,000 per square meter. That's nearly 20 million. He exclaimed. "Yu Jinxiu, you did not inform me that properties here were so exorbitantly priced." Yu Jinxiu clung tightly to Mr. Wang, her face adorned with a smile as she replied, "Dear, this area is adjacent to Coastal University. The atmosphere is fantastic." Noticing Mr. Wang's unyielding expression, she feigned nonchalance and touched her abdomen lightly, adding, "I am merely considering our child's future." Mr. Wang's demeanor softened somewhat, yet he still lowered his voice, suggesting, "I think the Four Seasons community is quite nice, the environment is good. Perhaps we should go there instead?" Xiao Lu, responsible for their reception, couldn't help but feel exasperated. The Four Seasons community was an older development. Even disregarding layout, its location was far from ideal. It might be cheaper, but could it even compare to Emerald Lake? Yu Jinxiu clearly understood this, and just as she was about to continue her persuasive efforts, she caught sight of Song Wan's group emerging from the reception room. Leading the way was Song Wan, followed closely by an exceptionally handsome and charismatic man, while the previously cold manager was now bending slightly, exuding warmth as he trailed behind. Following them were a throng of receptionists, some carrying boxes, others with juice, and yet others with pastries, creating an atmosphere akin to that of a queen on a royal inspection. At this moment, even Eugene Chio, no matter how oblivious, realized that her cousin was not accompanying her. Yet before her thoughts could fully coalesce, she saw Song Wan walk past as if she were invisible, continuing outside without a glance in her direction. Mr. Wang, finally sensing something amiss, turned to Xiao Lu and inquired, what was her purpose in coming here? Internally, Xiao Lu thought to himself, what a ridiculous question, but maintained an impeccable smile as he replied, she is, of course, here to purchase properties. Seeing Mr. Wang's skepticism, Xiao Lu's smile grew wider, adding with deliberate emphasis, this young lady has purchased 100 properties at Emerald Lake. Did you not notice how our manager has been summoned? Such a distinguished patron was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. At this, he paused momentarily before continuing from the conversation. It seems you have some familial connection to this affluent individual? Eugene Chio was left momentarily speechless, instinctively retorting, impossible. You must be mistaken. My cousin is merely a country girl. How could she afford properties here? 100 units, no less. Just the thought was ludicrous to her. Chapter 35, suddenly trending on 2 hot lists. Xiao Lu wore a look of incredulity. Did you not see the car she drove? Eugene Chio and Mr. Wang instinctively turned to glance outside, just in time to catch a glimpse of a fiery red figure vanishing from view. Mr. Wang, in a fit of indignation, brandished his gold watch before Xiao Lu, declaring, isn't that just a sports car? If I were interested, I could have bought several. Xiao Lu could no longer contain his laughter. You claim you could have purchased several? Mr. Wang shot him a disdainful glare. What? You don't believe it? Before Xiao Lu could respond, a colleague who had accompanied the affluent individual returned. Approaching Mr. Wang and Eugene Chio, the colleague stated calmly, our manager has instructed that due to your offense towards our esteemed guest, Emerald Lake will no longer be able to accommodate you. Both Mr. Wang and Eugene Chio froze, their expressions filled with disbelief as they exchanged glances. What did you just say? The colleague ceased all further conversation, maintaining a decorous yet official smile while gesturing invitingly towards the 2 individuals. The manager had just discerned that these 2 harbored no genuine intent to make a purchase. Rather than allowing them to linger and potentially vex the young lady, it would be wiser to appease her, as they might be remembered favorably in the future by her. Mr. Wang's expression faltered, for in the realm of real estate, there exists no rationale for ushering guests away. It seemed that the Emerald Lake was intent on thoroughly offending him. The colleague's visage remained unchanged, yet inwardly, he could not suppress a derisive chuckle. Speaking of offense, he was curious how these 2, who could not afford properties at Emerald Lake, dared to provoke the young lady. It was crucial to recognize that she wielded a cash flow exceeding 2 billion. Capable of purchasing 100 properties at a whim, such a mogul would be notable even in the bustling metropolis. Mr. Wang and Eugene Chio barely had time to react before they were summarily ejected by the reception staff. As they departed, they could still overhear the mockery-laden banter between the young Lu and his colleague. You wouldn't believe it. That man just boasted about being able to buy several of the young lady's luxurious vehicles. I nearly died laughing. Those are the rare Lamborghini Veneno, of which only 14 exist in the world. Does he think they are cabbages? Mr. Wang's previously indignant expression froze in disbelief as he cast an incredulous glance at Eugene Chio. Did you not say your cousin hails from the countryside? Meanwhile, Song Wan's vehicle trailed behind Manager Hu's, reaching the very heart of Emerald Lake within a mere 2 to 3 minutes. The community's centerpiece was a shimmering artificial lake, which branched into smaller tributaries throughout the area. Adorned with lush greenery and numerous pavilions, all meticulously arranged and elegantly designed. The most prominent building stood proudly at the lake center, encircled by graceful flora. From a distance, it appeared as if it were an isolated gem within the community, akin to a miniature island in the heart of the lake. Upon alighting from her vehicle, Song Wan noted that this building comprised only 20 stories, implying that she had indeed secured the entire edifice. Manager Hu hurriedly approached her, warmly introducing, "This is our central area's property, the most prestigious offering at Emerald Lake." Upon entering, one could gaze through the floor-to-ceiling windows and behold the entirety of the artificial lake. The views unparalleled, and the vista remarkably expansive. Song Wan ventured inside to explore, finding that each floor boasted a distinct design style, yet all exuded exquisite craftsmanship. The furnishings and decorations, though not as costly as those found in the Sand Palace, were nonetheless renowned luxury items. Nodding in satisfaction, Song Wan mused that even should she grow weary of returning to the Sand Palace, this abode would serve splendidly as a retreat, given its proximity to Coastal University. Observing her evident contentment, Manager, who felt an immense sense of relief. Although the transaction was substantial, it was imperative to secure her satisfaction. Should the young lady encounter any dissatisfaction and seek to withdraw, he would truly be at a loss. Due to afternoon classes, after viewing the property, Song Wan bid farewell to Manager Hu and instructed Qing Lin to drive her to Coastal University. In less than 5 minutes, the vibrant Lamborghini Veneno arrived at the university, creating a noticeably larger stir than the previous Lamborghini Gallardo. Especially for the car enthusiasts among the male students, the allure of a supercar was rivaled only by that of a beautiful woman, and the Veneno, as a pinnacle of automotive excellence, was no exception. As Qing Lin drove Song Wan onto campus and back to the girls' dormitory, a flurry of posts concerning the Veneno began to emerge within the university's online forum. Unbeknownst to Song Wan, she alighted from the vehicle and instructed Qing Lin to transfer the property deed into the Gallardo's storage compartment, handing him the key before ascending to her dormitory. Qing Lin lingered, watching until her figure vanished around the staircase corner before returning to his car. The trio in room 302 observed the scene intently, and upon Song Wan opening the dormitory door, she was met with 3 pairs of eager, inquisitive eyes. Huang Ran promptly ushered Song Wan to a chair, her face alight with excitement. "Come on, Wan Wan. Is that handsome guy who brought you back your new boyfriend? Your taste is impeccable. He looks like a refined rogue straight out of a novel." Li Lui quickly chimed in, "Absolutely. He's 1,000 times better looking than that scoundrel Lin Feng." Qi Xingran quietly moved her chair closer, pondering whether only she had noticed that Song Wan had changed vehicles again. Was it truly the rumored Lamborghini Veneno? Song Wan found herself bemused by their fervor. "He is not my boyfriend. He is an assistant sent by my grandfather." Huang Ran and Li Lui were momentarily stunned before erupting into a cacophony. "Oh my, Wan Wan. Your grandfather must be a super fan of good looks. The assistant he assigned to you is so striking. He could outshine any idol in the entertainment industry." Qi Xingran, however, entertained a different notion, her voice low. "What if he is the suitor your grandfather has in mind for you?" Song Wan, overwhelmed by their chatter, swiftly redirected the conversation. "Nothing noteworthy happened while I was away, did it?" At the mention of this, the trio became animated. Huang Ran's eyes widened with excitement. "Just yesterday, as soon as you left, so many people came asking about your whereabouts. Even the class advisor came to inquire about you, and he was positively congenial." "Exactly," Li Lui eagerly added. "We always knew you excelled academically, but yesterday we discovered how knowledgeable you are about your field. Much of what you discussed was beyond the syllabus. When did you learn all of that?" Just as Song Wan was about to respond, she noticed Qi Xingran silently handing her a phone. The screen displayed the university's forum. Hot Topic 1, Hot Knowledge. Another genius emerges in computer science. When will Professor Chai come to recruit? Hot Topic 2, Alumni. Come see the fresh and hot Lamborghini Veneno. Chapter 36, Let the little student choose their own teacher. Both trending topics revolved around her, leaving Song Wan somewhat astonished. Fortunately, the images featured were primarily of her silhouette, making it unlikely for anyone unfamiliar to recognize her. Qi Xingran pointed out one of the posts. According to reliable sources, Professor Chai is already on his way back. Song Wan was taken aback. Surely that could not be right? Professor Chai was renowned in their computer science department, known to have access to national security agencies. Although he remained a professor at Coastal University, he had not taken on students in recent years. Aside from a brief appearance when Chu Linyue designed the first game, he had scarcely been seen at the school. How could her mere classroom contributions possibly entice Professor Chai back? Qi Xingran lifted her gaze, speaking softly. "Do you perhaps hold a misunderstanding of your own worth? Our class advisor has been singing your praises to the heavens. Moreover, if even Senior Chu Linyue is personally extending favorable offers to recruit, why wouldn't Professor Chai find it worth his while to return?" To her surprise, Qi Xingran's words struck true. Upon arriving at the classroom that afternoon, the four were greeted by the sight of an elderly professor, his demeanor vibrant and expectant, waiting for them. Although her hair had begun to turn gray, it was evident that she exuded a remarkable vitality. Who else could it possibly be but Professor Chai? Their class instructor stood beside Professor Chai, both engaged in an enthusiastic conversation until they caught sight of Song Wan, at which point their eyes sparkled in unison. Huang Ran and her companions instinctively stepped aside, observing as their instructor beamed with delight, drawing Song Wan closer. "Professor Chai." This is the student I mentioned to you. She not only possesses talent but also has the ability to maintain her focus. Professor Chai nodded vigorously and immediately began to pose a series of questions to Song Wan. As she answered each one with poise, the professor's gaze seemed to shine with admiration. Excellent. Excellent. Our computer science department has indeed unearthed another gem, he exclaimed. I have a small program here. Would you be interested in giving it a try? Song Wan, well aware that this was a test, nodded without hesitation, eager to discover the extent of her computational prowess. Moments later, Professor Chai, his face alight with joy, retrieved a notebook from behind him and placed it on the podium, his demeanor warm and inviting. Come, young student, take a seat here. Song Wan hesitated, instinctively glancing at her instructor, who nodded proudly at her, urging her to proceed without concern for disrupting the class. The classmates, unable to avert their gazes, watched as Song Wan opened her laptop and her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. Eager to glimpse the screen, they were nonetheless compelled to focus on the professional lecture under their instructor's insistence. Initially feeling somewhat uneasy perched on the podium, Song Wan quickly became engrossed in the small program. It presented a series of levels, and despite its designation as a small program, its execution was meticulously precise. Upon reaching the 10th level, Professor Chai, standing behind her, could no longer contain his astonishment, his eyes widening with uncontainable delight. Although he had sensed her talent during their earlier conversation, he had not anticipated her capabilities to exceed his expectations. This program was a cryptographic challenge, meticulously crafted by him and several colleagues based on the layout of machine components within the research institute. The difficulty escalated progressively, and by the 10th level, it delved into specialized knowledge typically reserved for graduate students. Without a firm grasp of the subject matter, it was inconceivable that anyone could conquer the 10th level in such a brief span of time. Moreover, her pace showed no signs of slowing, indicating that this level was far from her limit. With this realization, Professor Chai's gaze towards Song Wan brimmed with anticipation. Before long, Song Wan advanced directly to the 20th level, leaving Professor Chai genuinely astounded. By this stage, the challenge involved confidential documents from the institute, and had she not been a student of Linhai University, he would never have granted her access to such sensitive material. Yet, her speed remained undiminished. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 30 minutes had passed. Song Wan had reached the 50th level. Observing her fingers fluttering over the keyboard with scarcely a pause, Professor Chai felt his hands tremble in disbelief. 50 levels. She had truly achieved the 50th level. This was no longer a matter of mere confidentiality. The once exuberant Professor Chai had become strangely composed, promptly summoning their instructor currently engaged in teaching. Cancel today's lesson. Please allow the students to leave the classroom. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation reflected in Professor Chai's stern expression, the instructor wasted no time organizing the students to exit in an orderly fashion. At that moment, a flurry of figures surged through the classroom door, clamoring, "Where is she? Hurry, I want to see." "I arrived first, Lu, step aside." The departing students were taken aback, their eyes widening as they recognized the newcomers, individuals of similar age to Professor Chai, accompanied by one or two assistants, clearly not ordinary figures. "Isn't that Lu from the Aerospace Research Institute? If I'm not mistaken, the one in the gray coat is the renowned chip expert Yu Tianming, whom I've seen in the journals." What an impressive gathering. The students watched as these distinguished individuals quickly surveyed the classroom before rushing toward the podium. Meanwhile, Professor Chai's expression turned visibly tense upon their arrival. He had forgotten that the program's level progression was visible to those who had collaborated with him in its creation. They must have noticed the remarkable speed at which this young student was advancing and had come to investigate. As the prominent figures entered, they observed Professor Chai's demeanor and each placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, chiding him lightly. "It's not fair to keep such a talented student all to yourself, old Chai. Indeed, you must offer her a choice. Let her decide for herself." The students who had been forcibly ushered out of the classroom were left in stunned silence. This is even more impressive than the commotion Senior Chu Linyue caused. Chapter 37. The Challenge and the Pursuit of Various Dignitaries. Soon, only Song Wan and the esteemed guests remained in the classroom. With the visitors present, Professor Chai, despite his reluctance, could not dismiss them and reluctantly redirected his attention to the computer screen. It now displayed that Song Wan had reached the 52nd level. The dignitaries, disregarding any formalities with Professor Chai, focused intently on the screen, occasionally expressing their astonishment. They had realized that someone among them had discovered a remarkable talent, Yet they had not anticipated the extent of her exceptional abilities. As Professor Chai had surmised, the esteemed guests, upon witnessing her extraordinary progress, signaled to their assistants to trace the IP address, hastily making their way to the source. Indeed, observing the performance on the computer screen was vastly different from witnessing it in person. Song Wan's slender fingers, even when tapping the keyboard, possessed an aesthetic elegance. Yet what captivated them most was her unwavering focus and composure. It was essential to note that beyond the 50th level lay the Institute's most guarded secrets. Given her evident expertise, it was implausible for her to be unaware of the significance of her task. Nevertheless, her pace remained relentless, surging through each level with an unstoppable momentum. Another 10 minutes passed, and the dignitaries watched in awe as the screen displayed the 60th level, each of them holding their breath. In their exchanged glances, the astonishment and excitement were palpable, for even though they had deemed it significant to arrive here, they had never imagined that this young student could surpass the 60th level. In truth, when they established this program, they never anticipated that anyone could surpass the 60th level. The program consists of a mere 66 levels, and crucially, from the 60th onward, the subsequent levels were merely concocted by a few individuals for amusement, filled with perplexing problems for which they themselves had not discovered solutions. As they watched the young student diligently input one answer after another onto the screen, several esteemed figures instinctively leaned closer to the display. Upon witnessing the complete solution to the 61st level, the elder, known as Lu, could not suppress an exclamation of astonishment. After mentally calculating the implications, he slapped his thigh in sudden realization. The other distinguished individuals promptly turned their attention to Song Wan, noting that the young student remained undisturbed, and thus, they could not help but give Lu a disapproving glare. Professor Chai, taking immediate action, pulled Lu aside and whispered sternly, "The young student is still progressing through the levels. If you disrupt her, woe betide you." Acknowledging his fault, Lu sheepishly mimicked a zipping motion across his lips, indicating his vow of silence, thus earning the right to stand again. Since no answers had been set, levels beyond 60 did not exist in the conventional sense. One merely needed to input the solution to manually advance to the next level. The group remained fixated on the computer screen, where the complete answer to the 61st level had been submitted. In assessments, there often exist questions that require completion before correctness is judged, and Song Wan, unaware of any discrepancies, clicked submit and immediately advanced to the 62nd level. Familiar formulas were entered, forming a complex and intricate barrier, which, once constructed, effortlessly resolved the long-standing conundrum. Level 62. Cleared. The astonishment in the hearts of the esteemed figures was nearly palpable, yet they stifled their reactions. Their eyes remained glued to the screen, not daring to blink, as moments passed and their assistants exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Level 63. Cleared. Level 64. Cleared. Level 65. Cleared. When the 45 minutes elapsed and the bell rang, the screen displayed the triumphant message of completion. The distinguished figures instinctively rubbed their parched eyes, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of their astonishment. They had witnessed a university student conquer their program. In a mere 45 minutes, she had resolved challenges that even they could not surmount. Truly, heroes are born young. What year is this remarkable student at Linhai University? Should we not invite her to join us as a graduate student? As realization dawned upon the group, they approached Song Wan with warm smiles. Stretching languidly, Song Wan finally noticed that the classroom was devoid of students, and several elderly figures had mysteriously gathered behind her. Two of them donned white lab coats, unmistakably having just emerged from a research institute. Casting a curious glance their way, before she could utter a word, Professor Chai interjected, "You must be Song Wan, correct? Come along. Let us find your class advisor and discuss matters as we walk." Before Song Wan could fully comprehend the situation, Professor Chai enthusiastically pulled her to her feet and led her toward the classroom door. The other distinguished figures, observing this, silently cursed Professor Chai's cunning while unwillingly following suit. However, as soon as the classroom door swung open, they were greeted by a throng of students in the hallway, all casting their gaze towards them. At least half of the students who had just exited remained, and others from different classes had rushed over at the sound, their attention converging on the group. Particularly when they spotted Song Wan, the glimmer of insatiable curiosity was evident in their eyes. What had this student done to attract the attention of such illustrious figures, who were seldom seen together? Professor Chai, evidently accustomed to such scenes, guided Song Wan directly towards her waiting class advisor by the window. Upon noticing them, the advisor hurried forward, and Professor Chai, brimming with cheer, proclaimed, "I see that young Song Wan has a solid grasp of her university knowledge and is fully prepared to advance to graduate studies. Why not have her join my program?" The advisor, taken aback, had yet to respond when the esteemed figures behind him surged forward. "Old Chai, have some dignity. We are still here," one protested. "Do not listen to his nonsense, young student. This fellow's abilities are mediocre at best. Come to our aerospace base, and we will offer you the best conditions." Another insisted. "It's evident that you have a keen understanding of software. Joining our research institute would be quite beneficial." A third chimed in. "Our research is paramount, and we are in dire need of talent like hers. You old fellows should step aside." Yet another exclaimed, "You are her class advisor, I presume? What a remarkable talent you have nurtured." The once proud advisor now appeared utterly flabbergasted. Help! Does he truly possess the right to converse as an equal with these distinguished figures? Chapter 38. The Reward of Lanting Commercial Street. As the esteemed figures began to quarrel in the hallway, the advisor hastily intervened. "Esteemed professors, shall we discuss these matters in the office?" Thus, the scene unfolded. Students lined both sides of the corridor, while a passage spontaneously opened in the middle. The advisor led the way, followed closely by the renowned figures and their assistants. If that were all, it would suffice, however. The most striking aspect was how this assembly of distinguished individuals seemed to cherish the young female student, encircling her protectively, their expressions brimming with an indescribable fervor. Even after the figures vanished from view, the students remained momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend the spectacle they had just witnessed. If memory serves, Professor Chai had once shown great admiration for Senior Chu Lingyue, yet never explicitly invited him to be his student. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone knew that Professor Chai had long ceased to take on students. His return to mentor Senior Chu had been quite remarkable. Now they were hearing what? Professor Chai intended to enroll a sophomore female student as his pupil? Moreover, he was competing with a host of distinguished figures for her attention, and had yet to succeed. They could only conclude that the world had become ever more fantastical. In dormitory 302, Qi Xingran suddenly sprang to her feet, startling Li Lui and Huang Ran. Without allowing either to voice their protest, she took a deep breath and thrust her phone before them. This time, it seemed that Wan had truly become a sensation. Li Lui and Huang Ran, puzzled, glanced at the phone screen, which displayed the forum interface they had previously shown to Song Wan. The hot topic had transformed into another discussion, explicitly highlighting the central figure. How formidable is Song Wan, the student who has drawn the attention of numerous esteemed figures? The post even bore an explosive label. Without a moment's hesitation, they dove into the thread, unable to contain their shock, as the first image to greet them was a side profile of Song Wan alongside many distinguished figures in the hallway. Beneath the post, the following remarks were made. "I understand your astonishment at the image I have shared. Indeed, the enchanting young lady depicted is none other than Song Wan, a sophomore from the computer science department, whom I wish to discuss with you all. You may not yet be aware of the remarkable feat she has recently accomplished. Firstly, I presume you all recognize Professor Chai, who is also featured in the picture. Are you not curious as to why this professor, who has not graced our campus in quite some time, has made a sudden appearance today? As a devoted admirer of Professor Chai, I too ponder this question. As it turns out, he has returned to the university specifically for the sake of this captivating young lady. Speaking of which, does she not seem somewhat familiar to you? Indeed, this is the same young woman who was the subject of a recruitment notice issued by Senior Chu Lingyue earlier this morning. Having established this context, allow me to share the more astonishing details. According to my underachieving younger brother, who shares a class with Song Wan, Professor Chai arrived today with a laptop in hand. Perhaps some of you have already deduced the significance of this. Yes, the laptop was prepared specifically for Song Wan. It may have been a test, or perhaps an assessment. Regardless, while my brother's entire class was engaged in their studies below, the young lady was up on the podium, typing away under Professor Chai's watchful eye. Then, something even more remarkable transpired. Just as my brother's class was nearing its conclusion, Professor Chai abruptly instructed their class instructor to halt the lecture and allowed the students to leave early. Those studying computer science would surely recognize the implications of this. Song Wan's talent is beyond question, and while it is inappropriate to delve into sensitive matters here, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Now, here comes the pivotal moment. As my brother's class was about to exit, the distinguished individuals from the image arrived. Lo and behold, They were all clamoring to be Song Wan's mentor. Indeed. How long has it been since you've witnessed such a scene of esteemed scholars vying for a student? Some may still be skeptical at this point, so allow me to introduce the illustrious figures captured in the photograph. You are all acquainted with Professor Chai, so I shall not elaborate. First, standing to the right of Song Wan is a distinguished academician from a prominent institution, the foremost pioneer of the chip era in our country, Academician Yu Tianming. To the right of Academician Yu, clad in a blue striped coat, is the Minister of the Defense Research Department from the bustling metropolis. Next, to the left of Song Wan stands an elderly gentleman in glasses and a white lab coat, the Deputy Director of the Aerospace Research Institute, Liu Yunfeng. Lastly, lurking behind Liu Yunfeng is another amiable figure in a white lab coat. Does he not seem familiar to you? Indeed, he is the very same individual who led our team to an overwhelming victory against the computer team from M country 7 years ago. I ask you, are you not impressed? As one of the first to discover this treasure of a student, I eagerly anticipate her brilliance shining forth. And I hereby document this post as a testament. Lastly, may the scholarly prowess of this exceptional young lady ensure that I never fail a course. The comments beneath the post were numerous, and an unexpected wave of fervor for academic excellence emerged. As Qi Xingran noted, the post visibly exploded in popularity. Thus, when Song Wan returned to her dormitory, she found 3 individuals waiting eagerly at her doorstep. Upon opening the door and taking a seat, she inquired, "What brings you all here?" The trio, eyes sparkling with anticipation, exclaimed, "Wan, which esteemed mentor did you ultimately choose?" Song Wan, reclining in her chair, replied with a hint of weariness, "I did not choose any." "What?" Huang Ran, who had been seated beside her, could not contain her surprise. "Why not, Wan? They are all so impressive." With a languid stretch, Song Wan explained, "Perhaps I simply wish to lead a mundane life and relish in the joys of existence. Therefore, I think I shall forego the relentless grind of the research institute." Observing the mixed expressions of her friends, she added, "However, I did promise to visit the institute whenever time permits. If I can be of assistance, I shall certainly endeavor to help." Only then did Huang Ran return to her seat, her gaze towards Song Wan glowing with admiration.
Wow.
"Did those mentors offer you any enticing benefits?" With a playful wink, Song Wan responded, "The class instructor mentioned that I could choose to opt out of future classes." "My goodness, Wan, you are living the dream." The trio looked at her with unabashed envy. Li Lui, brimming with excitement, clasped her arm and declared, "To celebrate your newfound freedom in university, let us indulge in a grand feast at Lanting Commercial Street tonight." As Song Wan lifted her head, the delightful sound of the system chimed in. Ding. "Congratulations, host, on achieving the campus sensation feat. Reward: ownership of Lanting Commercial Street. The reward has been dispersed. Please check your account." Chapter 39. The Internet Celebrity Ding Dang. Do you know how many fans I have on Douyin? The afternoon breeze carried a slight chill, refreshing against the skin. With 4 companions, Song Wan opted not to drive. Instead, she chose to take the bus with them, just as in the past. The bus driver, a kind-hearted gentleman, was always particularly welcoming to students. The 4 found seats in the back, where Li Lui and Huang Ran immediately began chattering excitedly with Song Wan about the new stores opening in the commercial street and the delectable offerings available. Qi Xingran, seated nearby, observed them with a gentle smile. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Disembarking in an orderly manner and swiftly approaching the entrance of the new establishment they had mentioned. The new eatery was a barbecue restaurant called Yuan Chu Barbecue, a recently popular hotspot. As they entered, they were fortunate enough to find the last available table. "What luck! It must be the good fortune brought by Wan," Li Lui exclaimed, bouncing with excitement as she led the trio to their seats with the server's guidance. Just as they settled in, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Instinctively, they turned to see 3 individuals entering the restaurant. The moment they stepped inside, they captured the attention of all diners present. The foremost figure held a camera, while another carried a sizable canvas bag, flanking a young woman clad in a pink plaid JK uniform, her hair styled in playful twin tails adorned with bell ties that jingled with every step, exuding an adorable charm. However, her makeup appeared somewhat heavy, revealing hints of cosmetic surgery.
Look.
Is that not Ding Dang? Among the patrons, someone immediately recognized the girl. It really is her. The assistant beside her has appeared on screen before.
Wow.
We are actually seeing an internet celebrity here. Where? Is that the Ding Dang from Douyin? Upon hearing their chatter, Ding Dang maintained her cheerful demeanor, though her eyes gleamed with satisfaction as she summoned a server. Do you have any available tables? The server, looking apologetic, replied, I'm sorry. But that table was just taken by another party, and it's the last one. Would you mind waiting to see if something opens up? The smile on Ding Dang's face remained unshaken, yet her assistant stepped forward, lowering his voice to address the waiter. Before our arrival, we did have a conversation with your boss. So you ought to think this through. If your boss discovers that you have denied us entry, who knows what consequences may follow? The waiter, clearly swayed by his words, instinctively glanced over at Song Wan's table, where they had just settled down. Before they could comprehend the situation, 3 individuals who had just entered the establishment approached them. The girl in pigtails at the forefront remained silent, while a man resembling an assistant spoke up to the 4 of them. Hello there. Lila Wei. Being the most enthusiastic among them, eagerly looked at the girl with the pigtails and asked, Hello. Are you Ding Dang? Upon being recognized yet again, the girl in pigtails modestly nodded. Observing this, the assistant's demeanor shifted to one of arrogance as he addressed Li Lui. You must be a fan, right? As a fan, you should be aware of our content, I presume? Li Lui, puzzled by the inquiry, nonetheless nodded in acknowledgement, only to hear the assistant continue. We've made a considerable effort to visit this establishment, and as you know, Ding Dang's time is incredibly precious. Would you and your friends be willing to vacate your seats for us? Li Lui, taken aback, retorted, Excuse me, why should we give up our seats? The assistant, visibly impatient, replied, Since you are a fan, can't you comply with such a simple request? Li Lui felt her cheeks flush with indignation. The excitement she had felt upon seeing Ding Dang vanished in an instant. When did I ever claim to be your fan? Moreover, we arrived first. Shouldn't you wait for another table? The assistant rolled his eyes in disdain. If you're so free, what's the harm in waiting a moment by the side? You should understand how valuable Ding Dang's time is. Huang Ran, unable to suppress herself, stood up, exclaiming, What nonsense! Who do you think you are? Just because you're internet celebrities, you think you can disregard the order of arrival? Is this how you conduct business? The assistant, taken aback by Huang Ran's bluntness, looked at her incredulously. Do you have any idea how many followers Ding Dang has on Douyin? Before Huang Ran could respond, Song Wan interjected with impatience, directing her gaze at the waiter. Aren't you going to handle this? Surely you understand the concept of first come, first served? Kindly ask them to leave. They are interrupting our ordering. The waiter, called out in such a manner, glanced nervously at the arrogant assistant, who, sensing the scrutiny from other patrons, felt his pride waver. He fixed his gaze on Song Wan, his voice laced with irritation. Must you make this so embarrassing? Ding Dang's time is inherently valuable. What harm is there in accommodating us? With a condescending expression, the assistant added, Perhaps we could even arrange for Ding Dang to sign something for you, would that suffice? Upon hearing this, Song Wan couldn't help but laugh. Does your family lack mirrors? The assistant was momentarily taken aback, only to hear Song Wan continue, If you can't afford one, I would be happy to fund one for you. Just to help you realize how inflated your ego has become. At this, even Ding Dang's smile faltered. Noticing that Song Wan showed no signs of yielding, Ding Dang took a few steps closer, leaning in slightly to whisper, Do you have any idea how many followers I have on Douyin? The scent of her perfume was overwhelming, prompting Song Wan to subtly distance herself as Ding Dang continued, If you are unaware, allow me to enlighten you. 3.5 million. Just a slight nudge for me. And who knows if you might find yourselves trending online due to this incident. Song Wan turned to face her. Observing the feigned brightness in Ding Dang's smile as she addressed the waiter, I have your boss's number. Should I call him now? The waiter, suddenly alert, resolved to take action and turned to Song Wan and her companions. I apologize, but Miss Ding Dang has indeed made a reservation with us. Would you kindly vacate your seats? We will do our utmost to find you a new table as swiftly as possible. Chapter 40. Instructions from the boss. Li Lui and Huang Ran rose in indignation, their faces flushed with anger, while even Qi Xingran wore an expression of fury. You had a reservation? Why didn't you mention this when we arrived? Huang Ran added, Just because they are internet celebrities, they disregard the order of arrival? Is this how you run your business? The waiter, feeling cornered, stammered, I apologize. We simply forgot that Miss Ding Dang had a reservation, which is why you were seated at her table. The group found this absurd. In mere moments, it had turned into them occupying someone else's space. Huang Ran, still seething, was about to argue further when Song Wan's calm voice cut through. Then please summon your boss. The girl's tone was soft, yet strangely managed to calm Huang Ran and the others. The waiter froze momentarily, still processing her request, while the assistant scoffed with sarcasm. What? Do you know the owner here? Not at all, Song Wan replied sincerely. But I believe he is a wise man who knows the proper course of action. The assistant and Dang exchanged incredulous glances, bursting into laughter at Song Wan's naivety. As if she were an utter fool. After all, one was a major internet influencer, while the other was merely an ordinary diner. It would be absurd for the owner to side with them over Dang. However, Song Wan maintained her focus on the waiter, who, upon meeting her gaze, hesitated before unconsciously nodding in agreement. Dang's trio made no effort to stop this turn of events, confident that the boss's arrival would ultimately favor them. The barbecue restaurant boasted 2 floors, and the waiter quickly ascended the stairs under the watchful eyes of the patrons. When she returned, she was accompanied by a man in his 30s with a crew cut, evidently the restaurant's owner. The owner approached the group, his eyes momentarily resting on Dang with a hint of surprise as he queried, "You are Dang? I thought you were coming tomorrow?" Dang remained silent, prompting her assistant to raise an eyebrow and explain, "We have an event tomorrow, so we came early to avoid any conflicts. But is this how you welcome us?" He intentionally cast a glance at Song Wan and her companions, his meaning unmistakable. The manager followed the direction of his gaze, and at first glance, he beheld Song Wan seated there. The young girl, exuding an air of youthful composure, met his gaze without a hint of fluster. She sat there quietly, seemingly awaiting his explanation. A sudden jolt of unease coursed through the manager as he was struck by the absurdity of being scrutinized, as if he were the one under evaluation. In mere moments, his thoughts had traversed several convolutions, ultimately resting on the Cartier bracelet adorning Song Wan's wrist, which sent a shiver down his spine. Resolutely, he inclined his body towards her and said, "I sincerely apologize for the unfortunate incident you encountered during your visit to our establishment." Stealing a glance at the assistant, Dang, who stood nearby, he continued, "Miss Xiao had made a reservation for tomorrow, and this table was initially designated for you. To express our sincere apologies from Yuan Chu Barbecue, we would like to offer you a complimentary meal today. Would that be acceptable?" Before Song Wan could respond, Dang and her companions stared in disbelief, their eyes widening. Particularly the assistant, who had been so confident that Song Wan's group would leave in disgrace, now regarded the manager as if he were deranged. "Manager, do you realize what you're saying? What do you mean this table was meant for them? They are internet celebrities with over 3 million followers on Douyin. Are you truly willing to offend them for a few ordinary customers? Has this manager lost his mind?" Ding Dong's smile vanished, and she turned to the manager. "Isn't it sufficient that we have a reservation? I have made a special effort to come here. Why is there a distinction between today and tomorrow? Are you unwilling to collaborate with us?" In truth, the manager felt a twinge of regret after making his decision. After all, Ding was a veritable influencer with an impressive following. If she were to promote Yuan Chu Barbecue, their popularity would undoubtedly soar. Yet, his instincts warned him that the girl sitting there was not to be trifled with. Weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately chose to trust his intuition, which had saved him countless times before. Thus, he gazed at Ding with a look of regret, stating, "Apologies, but your reservation is indeed for tomorrow. If it were tomorrow, we would certainly have a table reserved exclusively for you. However, since these customers arrived first today, I cannot disregard my principles and ask them to leave." Upon hearing the manager's words, Li Lui and her companions felt a wave of relief wash over them, their anger gradually dissipating as they recognized that the manager was, after all, reasonable. In stark contrast, Ding and her companions were fuming. Ever since Ding Dong's follower count surpassed 1 million, they had been accustomed to receiving nothing but praise. Today, however, they had suffered a significant setback in this small barbecue restaurant. It was one thing for students to lack awareness, but they never expected the manager to be so foolish. Ding subtly signaled to the photographer, who immediately understood and prepared to film with his phone. The assistant shook her canvas bag and glared fiercely at the group. "Just wait to be posted online. It would be a disservice to Ding Dong's 3 million fans if this restaurant and these people do not receive the attention they deserve." However, in the next moment, the girl seated there casually played with her phone and softly spoke into the microphone, "Come in." As the assistant and Ding exchanged puzzled glances, they were taken aback when a group of bodyguards in black suits suddenly surged through the door, marching straight towards them without uttering a word. The photographer, startled and trembling, dropped his phone with a loud thud. The bodyguards approached the girl, bowing respectfully. "Boss, please give us your instructions." Chapter 41. The true heiress faced with such an imposing display, Xiao Dingdang and her companions instinctively took a few steps back. Their initial arrogance in gazing at Song Wan faded, especially for the assistant, who had earlier exuded pride but was now filled with trepidation. In this public setting, what did she intend to do? A multitude of horrific scenarios flashed through her mind. Though she wanted to cry out for help, she feared provoking the girl who had summoned a dozen suited bodyguards. Trembling, she clutched her canvas bag tightly. Yet Song Wan merely chuckled lightly. "Don't be nervous. I simply wish to inform you that if you would like to dine here, you ought to queue properly and behave yourself." Pausing momentarily and observing the increasingly fearful expressions on Xiao Dingdang and her companions, her smile remained gentle. "However, if you intend to cause a scene, I may have to intervene." Despite her calm demeanor, Xiao Dingdang and her companions felt their legs weaken. The assistant and photographer exchanged glances, and Xiao Dingdang gritted her teeth, murmuring to them, "Shouldn't we leave quickly?" Once the trio exited the restaurant, the situation was effortlessly resolved, leaving the manager still in a state of bewilderment. The recent events had profoundly impacted him, rendering his mind somewhat muddled. It wasn't until he witnessed the head of the bodyguard squad bowing respectfully to Song Wan again, declaring loudly, "We shall not disturb the boss any further. If you require anything, feel free to summon us," that the manager jolted back to reality. The realization struck him, the only person capable of commanding the bodyguards on this street and having them refer to her as boss could only be the owner of this commercial street. The thought sent a shiver of apprehension through him. Had he nearly offended the proprietor of this entire commercial district? A wave of relief washed over him as he pondered the consequences had he treated her as an ordinary patron and asked her to leave. At that moment, Song Wan nodded at the bodyguard captain. The team entered and exited the restaurant with impeccable coordination, the entire process taking no more than 5 minutes. Remarkably, the other patrons remained oblivious to the commotion, and the establishment returned to its serene ambience. Meanwhile, Huang Ran and her companions were still in shock, having prepared for a heated altercation and a public dispute with Xiao Dingdang online. Yet, in the span of a mere 2 exchanges, the matter had been resolved. Qi Xingran's gaze towards Song Wan deepened, her resolve to align herself with her roommate's formidable family background solidifying further than she had previously imagined. Before they could voice their thoughts, the manager's eyes turned warm and ingratiating as he addressed Song Wan. "So you are indeed our esteemed boss." He swiftly prepared a fruit tea for her and continued, "This was a mismanagement on our part. I kindly ask for your understanding." He patted the nearby server, adding, "Hurry and prepare a meal for our esteemed boss, and remember to bring all of our restaurant's specialties." The waiter immediately reacted, eagerly nodding in affirmation, her steps almost floating as she departed.
Goodness.
Are young ladies today truly this formidable? She appears to be nothing more than a student, yet she is already the superior of her own boss. What extraordinary circumstances must have led to this? It was only after the buzz-cut proprietor left, visibly shaken, that Li Lui could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Wanjing, why do they call you boss?" Huang Ran and Qi Xingran immediately turned their gazes, evidently intrigued by the answer. The roommate calmly replied, "Oh, that? Perhaps it's because I purchased the Lanting commercial street." Purchased? The trio regarded Song Wanjing with varying degrees of shock, with Huang Ran's jaw nearly dislocating. "You mean to say you bought the entire commercial street?" Upon seeing Song Wanjing nod, the 3 friends wore expressions of incredulity. "Your grandfather must be an extraordinary tycoon. What ordinary wealthy person could finance such a venture?" Song Wanjing merely smiled silently as she heard the system's adorable voice in her mind, brimming with pride. Of course, the system is no ordinary system. It seemed the system had automatically assumed the role of her grandfather, and she no longer bothered to correct its interpretation. The Yuan Chu barbecue restaurant, a recently popular eatery in the vicinity, offered delectable flavors. The waiter had nearly filled their table with the restaurant's signature dishes, yet despite Huang Ran's prodigious appetite, much remained uneaten. Burping, Li Lui patted her round belly, declaring she could eat no more. The other 2 were not faring much better. Even the usually image-conscious Qi Xingran was feeling somewhat stuffed. Song Wanjing chuckled at the trio, "Who told you to eat so much at once?" "It's not our fault. The waitstaff were simply too enthusiastic in serving." The 3 exchanged glances, simultaneously lamenting in their hearts the overwhelming influence of Wanjing. Indeed, 2 waiters standing by their table served platter after platter of grilled meat, far more attentive than at any other establishment. Unbeknownst to Song Wanjing, the 4 left the restaurant. While the 2 waiters quietly marveled, Now that's a true wealthy heiress. She clearly isn't interested in petty gains. Meanwhile, the four girls leisurely strolled through the streets at Qi Xingran's suggestion. Initially intending to return home after their meal, the three who had overeaten decided to take a walk to aid their digestion. They sauntered away from the bustling district, meandering along a tranquil lane towards their school. The evening glow cast a gentle red hue upon the trees lining the road, and the laughter of the four girls echoed far and wide. After walking for about 10 minutes, Huang Ran and the others found their stomachs no longer in distress. Just as they considered hailing a cab back to the main road, they encountered 5 or 6 ruffians approaching with exaggerated attire. Li Lui's heart raced, instinctively tightening her grip on Huang Ran and Song Wan. Huang Ran swiftly positioned herself in front of the trio, insisting, "We should head back." However, upon turning, they spotted a few more thugs advancing from behind, clearly part of the same gang. The ruffians' intentions were unmistakable as they leered at the girls. "Hey, where are you ladies off to?" Chapter 42. Everyone knows. Yet you still pretend to be innocent. The girls instinctively glanced around. The narrow path had few pedestrians. Even those passing by hesitated to approach, deterred by the intimidating group of thugs.
Ding.
Detecting the current situation of the host, issuing a random task, defeat the thugs and identify the employer. Task success rewards 200 million Douyin coins, 20 million axe tooth coins. Task failure incurs no penalty. Song Wanjing raised an eyebrow, her gaze towards the thugs imbued with deeper meaning. It wasn't merely the system's rewards that intrigued her, but the mention of an employer. This was straightforward. Song Wanjing flashed a gentle smile at the group of thugs. "Care to play?" The thugs paused, momentarily taken aback, before their expressions shifted to lewd and sinister as they regarded her. "Now that's a sensible girl." Yet in the next instant, the ruffian who had spoken was sent flying, crashing violently against a nearby tree. "Holy moly! This girl knows how to fight!" the blonde thug exclaimed. "Brothers, let's get her." The remaining thugs charged at her. Huang Ran and the others panicked. Li Lui hurriedly pulled out her phone to call the police, while Huang Ran seized a brick from the roadside and charged forward. Qi Xingran, unable to find another brick, swung her handbag instead. However, the chaos escalated. Before the two could find their footing, the thugs had already been subdued. Huang Ran still held the brick, while Qi Xingran and Li Lui clutched their bags. All three frozen in astonishment, their eyes nearly bulging out. "Are you putting on a show, Wanjing?" Huang Ran lowered her brick, shaking her arm in disbelief. Li Lui and Qi Xingran mirrored her shock, staring at Song Wanjing as she lowered her leg, murmuring, "How come we never noticed Wanjing's strength before? Her legs are so straight." Yet Song Wanjing paid them no heed as she approached the leader of the thugs. This thug, with his dyed golden hair and dark complexion, possessed an incongruous appearance. As he locked eyes with Song Wanjing, his body, previously sprawled on the ground, stiffened, and he awkwardly attempted to crawl away in pain. In the next moment, Song Wanjing stepped behind him, effectively blocking his escape. Realizing he was trapped, the blonde thug nearly wept. "Sister. Dear sister. I didn't recognize your greatness and unintentionally crossed paths with you. Please have mercy and let us go." Lifting his gaze to meet Song Wanjing's gentle smile, he felt no comfort in her demeanor. "Then tell me who sent you." Her smile remained tranquil and warm, reminiscent of a blooming lily, pure and beautiful. Yet the thug's face twisted in despair, wishing only to distance himself from her, to escape her gaze forever. The girl paused, her voice laced with curiosity. "Not willing to speak? I'll tell. Just don't hurt me." Terrified of her potential wrath, the thug hastily agreed, realizing the gravity of the situation. "It's not just a few ordinary college girls like I was told." He hesitated to mention the formidable presence among them. With his uninjured left hand, he pointed to his phone in his pocket. "He's nearby. I'll send a signal for him to come." Seeing Song Wanjing nod, the thug quickly sent a message to his employer, signaling for assistance. Indeed, within a mere 2 minutes, a familiar figure dashed around the corner, shouting, "Stop. Do not harm Wan. Otherwise, I shall call the police." Crouched in the corner was Song Wan, while Huang Ran and her companions, who had just lowered their aggressive stances, looked on, and the small-time ruffians sprawled across the ground. "What the hell? Are you blind?" If it weren't for the inappropriateness of the situation, I would have certainly sent a few crows flying over his head, just to illustrate how utterly embarrassing his shouts were in light of the current circumstances. It was only then that Song Wan stood up, regarding the panting figure approaching her with a calm demeanor. "Wasn't it just the scoundrel in foam?" As Lin Feng drew closer, he quickly realized that the situation was not as he had imagined. There was no scene of Song Wan being held captive. Instead, he found her standing unscathed, while Huang Ran and her friends were perfectly fine as well. It was his hired thugs, having exhausted all their funds, who lay in disarray on the ground, some even whimpering softly. Wan, what on earth is happening? Song Wan leisurely crossed her arms, standing her ground. Isn't it you who should know best? Lin Feng's heart raced, yet his face displayed confusion and innocence. Wan, what are you saying? Stop pretending. A golden-haired thug on the ground, furious at Lin Feng's presence, shouted. Everyone knows what's going on, and you're still acting. What a joke. You want to pursue a girl without doing your homework? What kind of heroics do you think you're trying to pull? It's truly laughable. The irony was that he had not only made a fool of himself, but had also implicated his brothers, the fees they were paid barely covering their medical expenses. Lin Feng's face turned a ghastly green, his words stumbling over themselves. What nonsense are you spouting? Wan, you must believe me. I truly have no idea what's going on. Whether Wan believes you or not is inconsequential. What matters is that the police do, Li Lui declared, approaching with her phone raised. Her gaze towards Lin Feng laced with unspeakable scorn. I've already called the police. They should arrive shortly.
You can explain everything to them.
Lin Feng was taken aback. His face shifting from green to red, then pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, the sound of police sirens grew closer. Li Lui tightened her grip on her phone, glaring at Lin Feng. Look, your chance to explain is here. Wan, you must believe me. I did not mean to hurt you. Lin Feng disregarded Li Lui, turning to Song Wan, clutching at her like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline. His eyes filled with terror. I only wanted you to reconsider. Surely, you can understand, right? Please, speak to Li Lui and ask the police to leave. As Lin Feng watched the police car approach, his speech became increasingly incoherent. Yet, the girl he remembered as gentle flashed him a bright smile and replied, I'm sorry, but I am not the least bit kind-hearted. Chapter 43, Random Task, Beihai Hospital in the Magic City. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, his heart sinking. Yet, he mustered his last ounce of effort, swallowing hard before addressing Song Wan sincerely. Wan, do you not have even a shred of regard for the beautiful past we shared? I simply wish for you to return to my side. Must you be so heartless? At that moment, he could not deny that he was genuinely terrified. During this time, Wu Wenwen had been watching him closely, denying him any opportunity to reconnect with Song Wan. Back in the dormitory, his roommates either scolded him for his lack of vision or mocked him for his unworthiness. Regret engulfed him, especially upon seeing the trending posts about her on the school forum. Those who did not know her might not discern her true self, but having spent so much time with her, how could he not recognize her? She appeared to have blossomed, driving increasingly luxurious cars, while prominent figures clamored to have her as their student. Had he not made that fateful misstep, this remarkable girl would now be his girlfriend. The thought of it sent a torrent of anguish through him, akin to thousands of ants crawling over his heart. Just then, he overheard his roommate on the phone, mentioning that his girlfriend had spotted Song Wan and her companions leaving. He had exerted immense effort to evade Wu Wenwen's watchful eyes, finally managing to follow Song Wan. With this in mind, Lin Feng's gaze towards Song Wan grew even more pained. Wan, do you know the lengths I have gone to see you? Song Wan felt a wave of nausea wash over her. The original owner had treated him with such kindness, yet he had taken it for granted, instead pursuing Wu Wenwen behind her back. Now, he clung to her like a leech, utterly disregarding her feelings. To put it plainly, was it not all for monetary gain? Taking a deep breath, she looked at him with unabashed disdain. Do you know what I despise most about you? Lin Feng remained silent, his expression more wounded than ever. Seeing this, Song Wan merely scoffed. If you had been honest about your motivations being financial, I might not have found you so repulsive. But you refused to admit it. Wanting to portray yourself as a romantic, as if the world is filled with fools aside from yourself. How absurd. This is akin to being a harlot and still desiring a reputation. The golden-haired thug, who had been silently observing, suddenly had a moment of inspiration and interjected, Hey, that's a familiar tactic. Realizing Song Wan's gaze had shifted towards him, his face instantly stiffened, and he hurriedly pleaded, My mistake, miss. Please continue. Lin Feng attempted to explain further, but at that moment, several uniformed police officers approached. Leading the group was a stern-looking man in his mid-30s, whose demeanor suggested he was not one to be trifled with. The younger officers trailing behind him hastily approached, their eyes widening at the scene before them. One particularly lively officer exclaimed, "Wow, Captain Lin, what on earth is happening here?" Captain Lin, the stern officer, surveyed the scene and directly inquired, "Who is the one who reported this incident?" Li Lui promptly raised her hand. The situation was straightforward to explain, especially as the golden-haired thugs readily confessed. "You mean to tell me that this young girl single-handedly dealt with all these men?" The lively officer's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Song Wan. "This is 11 young men, dealt with by a seemingly delicate girl? Surely, they could not be colluding to deceive him, right?" However, observing the thugs' expressions as they regarded the police like they were saviors, he wisely chose to remain silent. All present were involved in the incident. Although Song Wan and her companions were not at fault, they still needed to provide brief statements. Thus, they were escorted to the police car. The case was straightforward. And before long, Song Wan and her companions were released first. The lively officer awaited outside, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. "Shall I give you a ride back to school?" Song Wan remained silent, while the other three decisively declined. The police car they offered for transportation was no less formidable than Song Wan's Lamborghini. Having just experienced a scare, it seemed prudent to maintain a low profile. The rejected officer wore a look of regret, his gaze towards Song Wan tinged with a hint of reluctance. He had wished to inquire how the young lady had honed her impressive skills. The group disregarded his glance and exited the police station, hailing a taxi back to school. It was only upon returning to their dormitory that they truly relaxed. Li Lui and Huang Rand exchanged glances, their eyes betraying unmasked schadenfreude. This time, that scoundrel would surely face dire consequences. Qi Xingran couldn't help but chuckle. After all, the head of the academic affairs office had been summoned. Surely, that would warrant a serious reprimand, the sort that would be recorded in his file. At this, a smile crept onto Song Wan's face. Although pesky flies posed no real threat, their incessant buzzing could still be quite bothersome. After this incident, Lin Foam would likely think twice before approaching her again.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, on completing the task, defeating the ruffian and identifying the employer. 200 million Do coins and 20 million Axe Tooth coins have been credited to the host's account. Please check your balance. Just as Song Wan reclined onto her bed, the system's voice resonated in her mind as promised.
Ding.
A random task has been triggered. Assist the Douyin streamer Crazy Sunflower in winning a PK challenge. Success will yield a reward from Beihai Hospital, while failure incurs no penalties. Upon hearing the name Beihai Hospital, Song Wan sprang upright in astonishment. Beihai Hospital in Magic City is one of the 4 prestigious private hospitals in China, renowned for its mystique and excellence. Not only is it equipped with luxurious and advanced facilities, but its attending physicians are also globally recognized experts, having conquered countless medical challenges since the hospital's establishment. Song Wan inhaled deeply, realizing that the system had nonchalantly chosen such a high-caliber institution as a reward. Basic operation. Basic operation. Without delay, Song Wan swiftly opened Douyin Live and searched for Crazy Sunflower. Contrary to his whimsical name, the individual was a dashing young man exuding a sunny disposition. Entering the live stream, she found him engaged in a PK challenge. Spotting the familiar face from earlier that day, Song Wan couldn't suppress a laugh.
Oh.
Isn't that the internet sensation Ding Dang with 3.5 million followers? Chapter 44. The Unique Effect Above the Moon. Crazy Sunflower's live stream boasted over 3,000 viewers. As a gaming streamer, he typically refrained from connecting with others for PK challenges, but today was different. Having just lost a game, his mood was frayed. He shut off the game and began chatting with his fans. At their enthusiastic urging, he initiated a live PK. To his surprise, the first connection was with Ding Dang, prompting a chorus of pessimistic comments in the chat. "Sunflower, you're finished. Your opponent is Ding Dang." Ding Dang? That beautiful streamer who visits stores? Yes, that's her. She has a strong backing. This could end disastrously. Sunflower, it's not that we don't want to help you, but those big names on her side are formidable.
Indeed.
Upon recognizing her opponents, Ding Dong's face lit up with a broad smile. "Sunflower? You're a gaming streamer?" Sunflower shrugged nonchalantly, and Ding Dang playfully addressed her audience. "Hey guys, how about we let this one slide? After all, yes, a gaming streamer. It wouldn't be too entertaining to go all out." Instantly, the chat erupted with indignation. What a distasteful remark. This is too much. Just because you have big names? Come on, Sunflower, crush them. Crazy Sunflower appeared somewhat speechless, but before he could respond, Ding Ding chimed in again with a teasing tone. Come on, Sunflower. Our fans want to see us battle. Are you in? The top supporter in the chat couldn't contain himself and typed, Sunflower, take her down. I still have pocket money. Naturally, Sunflower noticed the top supporter's comment and replied, alright, let us do this. Ding Dang's grin widened. How about this? Whoever loses has to roll 50 times on the spot. Her tone suggested an unwavering confidence in her victory. The chat exploded with excitement. Is she serious? Wow, rolling 50 times? That's downright ruthless. Come on, everyone. Chip in. Let us take down that irritating opponent. However, as the PK commenced, the opposing stream erupted with flashy car effects, rapidly widening the score gap. Viewers from Sunflower's stream were left in awe. Is this the power of a beautiful streamer? One car worth 150, and suddenly, that's a total of 500. How can we compete? Let us go. I'm throwing all my savings into this. I'm from the opposing side. I advise you to give up. You won't stand a chance against Ding Dang's supporters. Get lost back to your side. Who do you think you are? In an instant, the chat was inundated with rocket effects. Ding Dang's top supporter is amazing. One rocket worth 1,000, and the top supporter sent 10 at once, dramatically shifting the score. Top supporter, you're so handsome. Girls, don't fight me for this. I'm giving him a monkey. But before the viewers could bask in their triumph, the opposing stream surged with carnival effects, swiftly reclaiming the lead. Even with the top supporter sending another 10 rockets, the score remained stagnant. The fan holding Ding Dong's light stick chimed in. I told you not to waste your effort. You didn't listen, did you? Shut up. Stupid fans, get out of here. Is this truly the strength of their big supporters? Viewers were left dumbfounded. Typically, they watched gaming streams while eating. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. Crazy Sunflower received a private message from his top supporter. Sorry, Sunflower, this is all my allowance for the month. Sunflower quickly addressed the screen. Guys, don't be upset over this. I'm just a gaming streamer. I don't rely on PKs for my livelihood. We're just having fun. No need to get angry. Yet, upon hearing Sunflower's words, the fans felt even more disheartened. But if we lose, we still have to roll 50 times. This girl is truly ruthless. If only I had money, I would crush them. At that moment, a striking line of text suddenly appeared at the top of the live stream, adorned with a hazy moonlight effect. Welcome, Wan Yu, to the live stream. Oh my goodness! What am I witnessing? Brothers, my eyes are nearly blinded. Please tell me this is real. It's the Moon Emperor. I've never seen such an effect before. It must be unique to Douyin, right? The Moon Emperor has arrived. Everyone, step aside. Yes, I'm talking to you. The trash waving that fan sign from the opposing side. Even the Sunflower was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the moonlight effect illuminating the screen before suddenly coming to their senses. Welcome, Moon Emperor. Welcome, esteemed guest. Almost simultaneously, the person holding the Ding Dong fan sign spoke up again, mocking, what Moon Emperor? None of our big brothers dare to call themselves emperors. Not much money. Yet such big talk. However, this time, the viewers in the live stream did not react defensively. Instead, they chuckled, looking at that person with an expression of affectionate pity for the intellectually challenged. Let me tell you a joke. The Moon Emperor has little money, haha. Is this person trying to be funny? I can't stop laughing. If the Moon Emperor has little money, then your big brothers in this live stream must be beggars. I never expected to witness such absurd statements in person. A big shot who spends 10 million in a day, and you say he has little money? This is hilarious. Song Wan couldn't help but chuckle, typing in the public chat. Indeed, it's not much, but it seems sufficient to deal with you. Just as that person was about to retort, they were met with a stunning sight as a beautifully crafted moon slowly rose on the screen. It was an effect they had never seen before. The moon was three-dimensional, ascending from the bottom of the screen while gently rotating. And one could faintly discern a dreamy silhouette seated atop it, adorned with a shimmering crown. As it spun, the silhouette's flowing gown scattered tiny starlights, making the blurred figure resemble a queen overlooking the stars. Even the halo surrounding the moon was exquisitely delicate. The overall impression of the effect was one of elegance and grandeur. Simultaneously, a conspicuous subtitle rolled across the screen. When you gifts the host a crazy sunflower. Above the moon. Chapter 45. The Moon Emperor is already going wild. Above the moon was a special effect exclusively designed for Song Wan by Douyin. Almost instantaneously, as Above the Moon was displayed, the score for the sunflower skyrocketed, surpassing Ding Dong's by a considerable margin. What is this effect? My focus is on the money. Did you not see the instant score reversal? I am utterly astonished. I have a bold hypothesis. This must not be an effect exclusive to the Moon Emperor, right? Roughly calculating, the price of Above the Moon is around 1 million Do coins, equivalent to 100,000 yuan. Brothers, I'm stunned. Douyin truly is a big spender. Secretly customizing effects for the Moon Emperor, but I love it. He. Indeed, my Moon Emperor is a perpetual deity. Even the person who had just tried to continue shouting fell silent upon witnessing the scene, retreating back to Ding Dong's live stream. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in this live stream was equally filled with shock, not any less than the previous one. What is happening? How did the score on the opposing side suddenly increase so drastically? Glancing over, it appeared a big shot had arrived on the other side. What big shot? Not just any big shot. That is the Moon Emperor. It can't be the Moon Emperor I'm thinking of, right? Yes, that's the one you're thinking of. Douyin seems to have specially crafted a stunning effect for them, worth 1 million Do coins.
What?
1 million Do coins? Are you kidding me? What's the point of joking? Can't you see the score? Ding Dong was completely dumbfounded as she read the barrage of comments. Of course, she knew about the Moon Emperor. Among Douyin streamers, there was hardly anyone who didn't know of this big shot. They had once gifted a small streamer 10 million at once, catapulting a streamer named Anmiangsing to fame. What is going on now? Did the Moon Emperor just switch to the opposing live stream while she was in the midst of her PK? The mere thought of the failure punishment she had suggested earlier turned her face pale, rolling on the ground 50 times. Even if that didn't exhaust her, she would surely be ridiculed. Imagining such a scene made Ding Dong feel utterly despondent. She quickly plastered a smile on her face, charmingly appealing to the big brothers in her live stream. Brothers, Ding Dong doesn't want to roll on the ground. Please help me win this PK, okay? However, the big brothers in the live stream surprisingly maintained a harmonious silence, not continuing to gift. It was a joke. The one on the other side is a true big shot, one who casually spends tens of millions. Even if they wanted to compete, they lacked the capability. Seeing this, Ding Dong secretly took out a spare phone and sent private messages to the big brothers on the leaderboard. Please help me. If I win this time, I'll come to your house and let you handle me as you wish. Consequently, the live stream was once again inundated with carnival gifts. The top 6 on the leaderboard all joined in, surpassing 50 carnivals in an instant. However, just as the score began to catch up to the opposing side, that exquisite moon effect reappeared in the rival's live stream. How can we compete against this? The Above the Moon effect alone brought in over 30 carnivals, rendering any chance of winning futile. Goodbye, streamer. I'm heading over to find the Moon Emperor. Brothers up front, wait for me. I'm going too. In just a minute, the number of viewers in the live stream dwindled by more than half, while the opposing live stream's audience had silently surpassed 100,000. The Moon Emperor is my deity, screaming in excitement, calling for the Moon Emperor. Upon hearing the Moon Emperor had arrived, I rushed over without hesitation. Wah, Moon Emperor. Can we connect and chat? I searched for the Moon Emperor's gaming live stream on that little broken site and have been lost in their voice ever since, plus my ID number. I've been listening all night, sisters. How come I can't meet a wealthy and young person with such a great personality and a pleasant voice? Why is this exclusive effect of the Moon Emperor so beautiful? The crazy sunflowers, observing these comments, couldn't help but grow curious about the little broken site videos they mentioned. They asked Moon Emperor, do you still play games? However, Song Wan had no time to engage with them. With only 2 minutes left in the PK, if they were to fight, they might as well do it decisively. Thus, the viewers in the live stream witnessed the stunning and splendid moon effect continually rising and spinning before their eyes. One Yu gifts the host a crazy sunflower. Above the Moon 5. One Yu gifts the host a crazy sunflower. Above the Moon 10. One Yu gifts the host a crazy sunflower. Above the Moon 20. One Yu gifts the host a crazy sunflower. Above the Moon 100. Until the 100th lunar emissary was dispatched, the PK timer only then indicated its conclusion. At this juncture, the scores of the two streamers had diverged to such an extent that comparison became utterly futile. Another 10 million, my dear brothers, it's maddening. It's yet another day of envying the streamer favored by the Lunar Emperor. How come I lack the fortuitousness of such a streamer? The Lunar Emperor is on a rampage. Do you all remember how the opposing side boasted at the outset? I must admit, my current mood is simply euphoric. I too am overwhelmed with joy. If only the Lunar Emperor could cast a glance my way, I would be beside myself with elation. Undoubtedly, the most jubilant of all is Sunflower. Witnessing a full 100 lunar emissaries being showered upon him in his streaming room, his heart nearly bursting with excitement. 10 million. That's a staggering sum. In this moment, he finally experienced the bliss beneath the stars of tranquility. Swallowing hard, Sunflower still couldn't calm his racing heart. Oh dear. It feels as if I've been pampered by a wealthy benefactor. How could that streamer be deserving of such fortune? The streamer should not be so presumptuous. When did the Lunar Emperor ever claim to indulge you? The Lunar Emperor can connect, right? I long to hear the voice of the Great One. As a fellow enchanted by the sound of the Venerable, let S connect 999, 9999. Upon seeing these comments, Sunflower felt no resentment, a radiant smile blossoming on his face. I shan't mind. Consider this a fee for my indulgence. From this day forth, I shall be the Lunar Emperor S. Where's your dignity? Oh, presumptuous streamer. Everyone stay still. Let me wake him up. Just a gentle reminder, if we calculate it that way, doesn't the tranquility beneath the stars also count as belonging to the Lunar Emperor? Goodness, upon such a remark, I inexplicably began to feel a surge of excitement. May I interject? I am but a fan of the Star-Moon couple. The Great One doesn't select, the Great One must choose. On the other hand, as she watched the popularity of her opponent soar, little Ding Dang felt a pang of envy. Before she could utter a word, she noticed a comment seemingly nonchalantly stating, by the way, since the PK has concluded, shouldn't the streamer fulfill their punishment? Chapter 46, a series of unending surprises, the Centurion S Black Gold card. Upon reading this comment, Ding Dong's demeanor darkened. While the opposing streaming room remained silent, someone in her own chat offered a reminder. Did she really need their reminders? Perhaps due to a chain reaction. The atmosphere in the opposing streaming room gradually shifted. Sunflower had intended to converse further with the Great One when he saw a line of text slowly materialize on the public screen. I heard that losing the PK comes with a punishment? Immediately, the discussion in the streaming room took a turn. Yes, indeed. Whoever loses must roll on the ground 50 times, a suggestion made by the opposing lady herself. She was so certain of her victory that she deliberately sought to see our brother Sunflower humiliated. Just a quiet interjection. Without the Lunar Emperor, Brother Sunflower would indeed face a dismal defeat. Haha, doesn't this situation feel like a case of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot? So, when will the opposing side fulfill their punishment? I'm new here. I too wish to witness the other side rolling. While he could disregard the voices of others, he could never overlook those of you. Thus, with an exceedingly radiant smile, he addressed Ding Dang. I nearly forgot. The PK has concluded. May I inquire when this lovely lady shall commence her punishment? Although it feels somewhat improper to make a lady roll on the ground. Sunflower spoke without a hint of guilt, for after all, it was the opposing side that proposed this punishment. Ding Dang's expression stiffened, yet she too donned a cheerful facade. Playfully chiding Sunflower, I was merely joking, it's just a PK, surely, my dear Sunflower wouldn't he want me to perform such an act, would he? Besides, I am wearing a dress today. Sunflower's smile faltered, and even goosebumps visibly appeared on his arms. The audience in the streaming room noticed that his smile seemed to soften, and even his tone became gentler. You could always change into pants, right? A beauty as upright as you surely wouldn't want to shy away from fulfilling your own request, would you? After all, it's merely a matter of being compared to a green tea. Isn't it? Who can't do that? Sunflower's goosebumps trembled violently. Yet his smile grew ever brighter. He only cared for the happiness of their Great One. As for the opposing side, let those who wish to be sympathetic feel so. The viewers in the streaming room erupted with joy upon witnessing this scene. Ha ha, I'm about to die laughing. I thought Brother Sunflower would yield to the charms of a lady. It's still my brother Sunflower, ha ha ha. Sunflower, I am but the Great One's. Green tea, don't tread upon me. Indeed, one must defeat magic with magic. Help, my stomach hurts from laughing. Who can comprehend the feeling of suppressing laughter during study sessions, only to find oneself socially dead? The opposing streamer must hasten to fulfill her punishment. If delayed by 2 minutes, I may no longer witness it. Prompted to fulfill her punishment, Ding Dang grasped the edge of the table tightly, the veins on her hands becoming pronounced. Her mood had already soured significantly. Even during a meal, she encountered a bizarrely imposing figure who summoned a multitude of bodyguards at a moment's notice. Now, having finally opened a live stream to earn some money, yet another powerful figure appeared on the opposing side. Watching the fan count on the opposing side skyrocket due to this Great One, while her own viewer count dwindled, Ding Dang felt as though her throat was burning with frustration. Was today a day for all the powerful figures to gang up against her? Seeing that none of the powerful figures in her own streaming room were inclined to speak up for her, Ding Dang swiftly changed into a set of athletic wear. The assistant had already adjusted the camera to focus on the ground, and then viewers in Sunflower's streaming room saw Ding Dang weakly lie down on the floor, casting a look of feigned sorrow at the camera. Well, I shall begin now. The audience in the streaming room was instantly left in a state of confusion. Surely, she doesn't believe she resembles a delicate flower? Does she think we would feel pity for her? I shall join in. She hasn't forgotten that this punishment was her own suggestion, has she? Ha 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 ha. Serves her right. This woman used to flaunt her power over other streamers with her wealthy benefactor. Now, the tables have turned. I recall her once forcing another streamer, a girl playing the guzheng, to imitate the shrieks of a gorilla. The wheels of fate turned justly. While Ding Dang continued to roll on the floor with all her might, Song Wan's attention had already shifted, for the voice of the system echoed in her mind once more.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward: ownership of Beihai Hospital in Magic City. The reward has been granted. Please check it, host. Upon hearing this voice, Song Wan could hardly contain her excitement. It is essential to understand that Beihai Hospital is not merely an asset. Aside from the profits it generates each year, the vast network of connections that comes with owning this top-tier hospital is invaluable. As humans, who could possibly escape the grasp of illness? Beihai Hospital boasts world-renowned medical facilities and teams, having successfully addressed countless complex ailments. Even the wealthy must obediently queue for treatment at this hospital, a place whose worth transcends monetary value. Until the phone rang with a call from the director of Beihai Hospital. Song Wan had been unable to suppress her bubbling excitement about the scheduled visit. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in once more. Host, you are destined to become a top-tier socialite. Do not be overly agitated by a mere private hospital. Upon hearing this, Song Wan couldn't help but grimace. For was Beihai Hospital merely an ordinary private establishment? The next moment, the system's cute voice continued. Ding. Detected that the host has spent 100 million Do coins. A virtual gold multiplier cashback is in progress.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 35 times cashback. 350 million RMB has been credited to your account.
Please check.
Simultaneously, the text message on her phone updated directly. Your account ending in 8106 received an income of 35,000,000,000 RMB from Huaxia Bank on September 4th. With a balance of 85,470,726, 260 renminbi. Huaxia Bank. Song Wan could only exclaim two words. So fragrant. Yet this was not the end. For the next moment another notification sounded on her phone. Your account ending in 8106 received an income, interbank transfer, of 46,000,000,000 RMB from Huaxia Bank on September 4th, with a balance of 131,470,726, 260 renminbi. Huaxia Bank. Song Wan immediately realized that this was the quarterly funds from Jinmao Tower? 460 million for just one quarter? How astonishing! But it seemed the system was not yet satisfied with the surprises, as its cute voice gently echoed in her mind again. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your liquid assets have reached 1 billion. A Centurion Black Card has been awarded. The reward has been issued. Please check. Chapter 47. Ownership of Xingyao Media Company. Song Wan had barely registered this when she noticed a black card had appeared beside her. Instinctively glancing at her dorm mates, she realized that the three were engrossed in their own activities, oblivious to her. She let out a small sigh of relief. Hosts should learn to trust the system. Is it the kind that operates without precision? The system's voice, tinged with a hint of pride, resonated in her mind. Unable to suppress a smile, Song Wan replied, Of course, you are the most precise. She picked up the black card. Unlike the black card from Huaxia Bank, the Centurion Black Card is entirely crafted from titanium, exuding a substantial feel. Recognized as the king of cards worldwide, its holders are predominantly dignitaries, billionaires, and social elites from across the globe. Moreover, it is not available for application. Only those who receive an invitation can possess this coveted black card. Correspondingly, the privileges afforded to its holders are unparalleled globally. Regardless of the holder's location, any legitimate request will be met with immediate response and assistance. Each black card bears a unique identification number, with dedicated service personnel assigned according to that number. The functionality of Huaxia Bank's black card derives from it. However, unlike that, the Centurion Black Card has no spending limit, allowing its holder to purchase items of any value. Song Wan examined the black card for quite a while, only to be interrupted by the system's adorable reminder. Host, your Douyin live stream has not been closed yet. It was then that Song Wan remembered she was still in the lively Sunflowers live stream, and upon checking, she discovered the viewer count had astonishingly reached 700,000. The PK interface had apparently closed at some point, leaving only the Sunflower, who was persistently chattering. Where's my Moon Emperor? Where's my big shot? Did he just adopt someone and run off? The public screen was filled with humorous comments. The host scared the Moon Emperor away. The big shot seems to have fled with a train overnight. Ha ha ha, Sunflower, are you a parrot? Does the host resemble that stone looking out for his wife? Ha ha ha, sister upstairs, your description is spot on. Glancing at the public screen, the Sunflower rolled his eyes. What do you mean I scared him away? If the Moon Emperor didn't like me, would he shower me with gifts? I am indeed the one being supported by the Moon Emperor. You mere mortals are just envious of me. As the passive beneficiary of this support, Song Wan couldn't help but twitch her mouth, quickly typing on the public screen. It's late, I must sleep.
Goodbye.
Upon seeing the special moon effect beneath her message, the Sunflower's eyes lit up. Wow, Moon Emperor, you finally came back to life. Song Wan. Immediately after, she saw the Sunflower eagerly exclaiming, Wait, Moon Emperor. At least give me a contact before you leave. It was only then that she noticed he had sent her dozens of private messages, making her mouth twitch again. She sent him her WeChat ID and promptly exited the live stream. In a moment of dazed recollection, she suddenly remembered something. System, you have yet to approve Fu Xingmian's WeChat application. Giving someone your WeChat ID without approval. Oh, the irony of womanhood. Prompted by the system, Song Wan hurriedly opened WeChat, and indeed, Fu Xingmian's application was sitting there. Although Fu Xingmian had not said much, the system's remark left her feeling like a love-struck wife betrayed by her husband. Song Wan instinctively sneezed. What absurdity! How could he possibly be a heartbreaker? Shaking off the chaotic thoughts in her mind, she approved the WeChat request and set her phone aside. After a long day of commotion, she soon drifted into a deep slumber. The next day, as soon as Song Wan opened her eyes, she heard the system inquire in her mind. Ding! A new day has begun. Does the host wish to sign in? Sign in, Song Wan mumbled, clearly having formed a conditioned reflex.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have acquired ownership of Xingyao Media Company. The reward has been issued. Please check. Xingyao Media Company? Song Wan opened her eyes, recalling she had heard that name somewhere before. Upon regaining her focus and checking her browser, she finally recognized the source of the familiarity. Xingyao Media Company is the very company where the renowned singer Gong Li is employed. Almost all of Huaxia's famous singers are under its banner. Her second investor, Fu Xingmian, was indeed suitable for the path of a singer, wasn't he? Just as this thought crossed her mind, her phone rang, displaying a call from Chu Linyue.
Oh.
Isn't he her first investor? Song Wan answered the call, and heard Chu Linyue's calm voice tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Junior, I'm calling you so early. I hope I didn't wake you? No, I'm already awake. What's up, senior? Song Wan chuckled lightly, getting straight to the point. As expected, she soon heard Chu Linyue on the other end say, Do you remember the investment you mentioned before? I've given it some thought. Shall we find a place to discuss it in detail? Song Wan certainly had no reason to decline, and after agreeing on a meeting place with Chu Linyue, she stretched. Finally getting out of bed, Li Lili and Qi Xingran were engaged in their morning rituals, leaving Huang Ran alone in the dormitory. Upon her arrival, Huang Ran's gaze was instantly filled with playful mockery. You received a call early in the morning, and it was from a senior. Could it be Chu Linyue? Song Wan raised an eyebrow but offered no denial. Huang Ran immediately became animated, exclaiming, Oh my Wan Wan, does Senior Chu have feelings for you? Otherwise, why would he invite you out 2 days in a row? Song Wan, amused yet exasperated, managed to restrain her, pressing her back into a chair. We are merely discussing business matters, nothing more. Huang Ran, however, remained unconvinced, chattering away until Li Lui and Qi Xingran returned, at which point she finally relented. The trio had classes to attend that day, and before departing, they cast envious glances at the leisurely Song Wan, wishing they, too, could be excused from attending classes. Once the three left, Song Wan wasted no time. After finishing her morning routine and changing, she headed straight out the door. The vibrant red Lamborghini Veneno drew attention as it cruised down the road. While waiting at a traffic light, the cars behind her halted well before reaching her, creating a conspicuous buffer zone on either side. When the light turned green and she passed through an intersection, only then did an Audi manage to catch up. The driver, clearly inexperienced, abruptly slammed the brakes, causing the front of the car to swerve dangerously toward her. Song Wan was momentarily taken aback. Hearing the frantic shouts from the young man in the passenger seat, "What are you doing with the steering wheel? Don't move it, just turn it back." Yet, in a panic, the driver overcorrected, sending the Audi crashing toward Song Wan's lane. With quick reflexes, she executed a deft maneuver, spinning away from the impending collision. The Audi, now unimpeded, barreled straight into the roadside railing. The driver, a young girl, was left trembling and tearful, exclaiming, "I'm so sorry. It was unintentional." The impact shattered the car's headlights, yet instead of reprimands, a nearby onlooker sighed in relief. That was a close call. If she had collided with that veneno, it wouldn't just be the headlights. She might have lost her life. Chapter 48. If necessary, I shall invest 500 million. In a Ferrari trailing behind, a youthful figure with silver-dyed hair watched in awe as the veneno effortlessly drifted away, unable to suppress a whistle of admiration. Wow, such driving skills. Unbeknownst to Song Wan, who was blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama behind her, she arrived at the prearranged meeting point within a mere 10 minutes. Perhaps mindful of her missed breakfast, Chu Linyue had chosen a charming dessert shop for their meeting. When Song Wan located him, the table was already adorned with an array of petite cakes and confections. Upon spotting her, Chu Linyue's eyes brightened, and he rose, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "My sister mentioned that this place serves delectable cakes, and I thought you might enjoy them as well." Song Wan blinked, noticing that the cake placed in front of her was her favorite, chocolate cream. It appeared both exquisite and appetizing, prompting her to take a seat and nod appreciatively.
"Thank you, senior."
Observing the anticipation in Chu Linyue's gaze, she wasted no time in taking a small bite. It was light and fluffy, without being overly sweet, a delightful taste. Although it could not rival the confections made by Jiang Shui, it was far superior to anything she had previously sampled. Nodding in approval, she remarked, "Delicious. Thank you for your efforts, senior." Seeing her enjoyment, a broader smile crept onto Chu Linyue's face, his tone imbued with warmth as he encouraged, "Let us eat first. We can discuss matters afterward." They finished the petite cakes in silence, and after a mere 5 minutes, Song Wan stirred her coffee and inquired softly, "Did you summon me today, due to some company issue?" Chu Linyue, showing no signs of concealment, nodded. "We are currently developing a large-scale game framework, but we are facing some financial constraints." Intrigued, Song Wan asked, "Did you not anticipate this issue before embarking on the project?" "We did consider it," Chu Linyue admitted candidly, "but my initial thought was to create a simplified version first. We could generate revenue from that before gradually refining the entire framework." Song Wan raised an eyebrow, sensing Chu Linyue's confidence in the project. He continued, his expression tinged with an unspoken concern. "Do you trust me?" At his question, Song Wan's lips curled into a smile. "Senior Chu, if necessary, I would invest 500 million right now to provide you with the funds." She did not directly state whether she believed in him, yet her words conveyed a depth of faith that was profoundly moving. Chu Linyue was momentarily taken aback, his gaze filled with incredulity. "Song Wan, do you realize what you are proposing?" "I am fully aware of what I am saying and will not retract my offer," she replied confidently. Although she initially lacked such funds, now that she had them, why not invest a bit more? With a return rate of 5,000%, an investment of 500 million would yield 250 billion after 1 year. Not to mention, if Linyue technology flourished in the following year, she could expect additional funds. It was an investment that promised assured returns. Chu Linyue remained silent, contemplating until their coffee had cooled before he spoke again. "Initially, I was considering that if you invested 200 million, I could offer you 20% equity. Do not underestimate this 20%. Although Linyue technology is relatively new, it currently holds a market value exceeding 10 billion. However, all funds are tied up in circulation. I simply cannot afford to release that much cash. If it weren't for your being my junior and your evident talent, I would never have offered such a substantial share." However, 500 million changed the equation entirely. Cash flow and market value are not synonymous. Under the terms of a 500 million investment, he would have to offer shares that could significantly threaten his control. Yet, Song Wan seemed to sense his thoughts, and suddenly she smiled. "Just to clarify, I have no interest in managing the company. So even if I successfully invest in Linyue technology, I will not involve myself in its management." Chu Linyue was genuinely taken aback, staring at Song Wan with a fixed gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. To be truthful, he had never considered seeking investors due to this very reason. Linua Technology was his brainchild, and he had a clear vision for its future development. He did not wish to lose sight of his original intentions as the company expanded. Strangely, despite knowing her for only a few days, he felt no wariness towards her. Even when she expressed her trust in him, the flutter of joy within him was undeniable. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Song Wan with earnestness. If you wish to invest 500 million, I can offer you 45% equity. After accounting for the 10% he would give away, he still retained 90% of the shares. If Song Wan refrained from taking part in the management, he was still willing to step back, dividing his shares in half to ensure that her trust in him would yield the utmost reward. Song Wan was momentarily taken aback, only to hear the system's adorable voice gently resonate in her mind.
Ding.
Data change detected. Chu Linua's investment return rate updated to 6,000. The look in Song Wan's eyes shifted slightly as she gazed at Chu Linua. If memory serves me correctly, doesn't he the senior only possess 90% of the shares now? Are you not concerned that I might usurp your authority? Upon hearing her question, Chu Linua broke into laughter. His amusement carried a sense of ease and delight, akin to how the junior believed he would never allow her 500 million to go to waste, wouldn't he? To give a peach and receive a plum in return. This had always been his principle in handling matters. Their eyes met, and the mirth within them deepened simultaneously. The contract they had originally brought was no longer applicable, so they proceeded directly to the premises of Linua Technology. After reprinting the contract and signing it, Song Wan promptly transferred the 500 million to Chu Linua. Once everything was settled, she finally had the opportunity to carefully scrutinize Linua Technology. Linua Technology was not located in the city center. It occupied the 10th floor of an office building. Not the entire 10th floor belonged to Linua Technology. They only occupied 1/3, while the remaining 2/3 were leased to a logistics company. Suddenly, a thought struck Song Wan, and she blinked. If she recalled correctly, she had a commercial building in the city center under her name. If Linua Technology were to relocate to the Jinmao Tower, it would not only be conveniently situated but would also save on rent, achieving two goals with one move. Chapter 49. Not engaging with the fool is my greatest act of tolerance. Having contemplated this, Song Wan refrained from immediately mentioning it to Chu Linua. After all, she had yet to inspect the Jinmao Tower and was unaware if there were suitable spaces available there. Chu Linua then took her on a tour of the various departments within Linua Technology, introducing her to the other two shareholders, the marketing director, Li Xiang, and the head of game design, Zhang Hao. It was evident that they had been briefed by Chu Linua as they greeted Song Wan with both warmth and familiarity. By the time they had roughly acquainted themselves with Linua Technology, half an hour had already passed. Chu Linua clearly noticed that Song Wan was somewhat distracted and chuckled as he remarked, "Would you like to try our newly developed game? Although it is still unfinished. The general framework has been established." Song Wan's eyes brightened at the suggestion, just as she was about to nod in agreement when the system's voice echoed in her mind once more.
Ding.
System has released a random task. Find a new office location for Linua Technology. Task success will reward a Koenigsegg 1. Failure incurs no penalty. Koenigsegg 1. When discussing luxury supercars, one cannot overlook Koenigsegg. And when Koenigsegg is mentioned, who could forget the legendary Koenigsegg 1? Famously known as the ghost car, which has graced both films and video games. With only 6 units produced globally, the price of a Koenigsegg 1 reaches a staggering 100 million yuan, far surpassing that of the Lamborghini Veneno. Song Wan blinked, promptly declining Chu Linua's proposal. The game could be played at any time, but the Koenigsegg 1 was not something one could acquire at will. Bidding farewell to Chu Linua and the others, Song Wan drove her Veneno straight to the Jinmao Tower. Although her arrangement with Chow Hai was not for today, the Jinmao Tower was now hers, allowing her the freedom to visit whenever she wished. Linua Technology was not particularly close to the Jinmao Tower, and after a 30-minute drive, Song Wan finally arrived at the base of the building. The vicinity of the Jinmao Tower was bustling with people, and without hesitation, she made her way towards the office area. Just as she was about to enter, a figure suddenly darted out, charging directly towards her. Song Wan sidestepped, but the figure swiftly followed. Before she could express her annoyance, the figure abruptly skidded to a halt mere inches away from her. "Hey, are you Song Wan?" Furrowing her brow, Song Wan turned to look, only to see a man of similar age to her. He stood about 1.70 meters tall, his hair slicked back. With an unremarkable appearance, he wore round glasses and a gray suit, exuding an air of an elite. After rummaging through her memory, Song Wan finally placed the man's face. Zheng Yihong? Upon being recognized, Zheng Yihong broke into a confident smile. Song Wan, are you here looking for me? Song Wan frowned, about to respond when Zheng Yihong continued, have you finally regretted not accepting my confession back in high school? Song Wan recalled that Zheng Yihong had indeed confessed to the original owner during their senior year. He had acted as if it were a privilege to receive his declaration of affection. At that time, the original owner was solely focused on gaining admission to a prestigious university and had naturally declined. After that, Zheng Yihong had ceased all communication with her. A week later, he even flaunted his new girlfriend in front of Song Wan, insinuating that she had missed out on a significant opportunity by rejecting him. Song Wan couldn't help but scrutinize the man before her. His height had not increased, but he appeared even greasier than she remembered. How had he managed to cultivate such confidence with that demeanor? Zheng Yihong, meanwhile, was also assessing Song Wan. Unlike her furrowed brow, his eyes sparkled with excitement. It was clear that, compared to their high school days, Song Wan had become significantly more beautiful, her aura entirely transformed. Song Wan, I have no idea how much effort you put into finding out that I'm here. Considering your dedication, I am willing to before he could finish. Song Wan coldly raised her hand, signaling him to pause. I was unaware of your presence here before I arrived. Please move aside. I have matters to attend to. Her unfeeling words caused Zheng Yihong's previously cheerful demeanor to falter. Song Wan playing hard to get is excessive. I do not appreciate it. Song Wan. With no intention of engaging with a fool, she simply lifted her foot and walked away. Seeing this, Zheng Yihong hurriedly stepped forward, his expression darkening as he blocked her path. You've been in university for 2 years. Do you not realize the vast difference between us? I heard from Wu Anqi that you've been working tirelessly during the summer break, simply to remain in Shanghai. Haven to you? Song Wan regarded him, her expression inscrutable. Zheng Yihong, perceiving this as an opportunity to strike a nerve, scanned her attire and remarked, I see you have a fondness for luxury goods. As long as you are with me, I guarantee you will never have to wear such imitation pieces again. Pausing, he pointed to the Cartier bracelet on her wrist and added, I can buy you a genuine one. Song Wan had never encountered such a peculiar individual. Her gaze filled with astonishment. However, Zheng Yihong seemed oblivious, lost in his own world. Regardless of why you are here, you must recognize the capabilities of companies that can establish themselves in this location, correct? My uncle's company is located on the 28th floor. If you so desire, I could escort you to have a glimpse. With that, he feigned elegance, adjusting his tie while lowering his voice slightly, reminding her that not everyone is permitted in this office area. Song Wan swore she had never felt so speechless, to the extent that tiny goosebumps rose on her arms. Zheng Yihong, however, misinterpreted her reaction as being moved, his gaze betraying a hint of smugness. Come on, let me take you there, he said, reaching out to grasp the hand that hung by her side. In a flash, Song Wan lifted her hand, her expression one of utter incredulity. Get away. My tolerance for your foolishness is already at its limit. Realizing that Song Wan found him distasteful, Zheng Yihong's entire demeanor darkened. Song Wan, I advise you not to bite the hand that feeds you. It's not just about whether you can enter this building. With a mere word from me, I can ensure that you'll struggle to find a job in the magical city after graduation. Observing that Song Wan's expression remained unchanged, Zheng Yihong lost his patience and scoffed, since Miss Song is so ungrateful, I see no reason to uphold our past camaraderie. With that, he took out his phone and, under Song Wan's watchful gaze, dialed a number. Is this Captain Chun of the security team? We have someone here causing a disturbance, attempting to intrude into the office area. Please send someone to handle it. Chapter 50. The new owner of Jin Mao Tower. It seemed the voice on the other end responded affirmatively. Zheng Yihong hung up, casting a triumphant glance at Song Wan. So, have you thought it over? Song Wan remained unhurried, choosing to stand silently, for she was curious to witness the consequences of offending such a fool. Zheng Yihong, seeing her reaction, felt an increase in his ire. Do you know what it means to be thrown out of Jin Mao Tower in front of everyone? You might even end up being filmed and posted online. Song Wan, is this the way you wish to gain notoriety? Yet, Song Wan maintained her calm demeanor. Oh. But I don't believe I will be thrown out. Just as Zheng Yihong was about to retort, a familiar figure entered through the door. A smile instantly adorned his face. Uncle, you're back? Turning around, Song Wan saw a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Zheng Yihong approaching. Dressed in an elegant black suit, the man greeted Zheng Yihong with a smile. Yihong, what brings you here? Zheng Yihong gestured toward Song Wan, saying, I was just about to head out with some documents for you when I noticed someone attempting to trespass into the office area. The middle-aged man's gaze fell upon Song Wan, and he quickly grasped his nephew's intentions. He chuckled. You should kindly explain to the young lady that our office area is off-limits. Zheng Yihong nodded vigorously, and the next moment, he saw Captain Chen of the security team striding towards them. His look towards Song Wan turned somewhat mocking as he whispered, So, Song Wan, do you want me to intercede on your behalf? Song Wan remained silent, her attention fixed on Captain Chen. Well-groomed and possessing a square face, he appeared to be quite different from Zheng Yihong. Captain Chen, evidently familiar with the middle-aged man and Zheng Yihong, approached them directly. He first nodded politely to the middle-aged man before turning to Zheng Yihong, inquiring, Could you please point out the troublemaker? Zheng Yihong pointed at Song Wan, exclaiming, That's her. She's a high school classmate who confessed her feelings to me, but when I declined, she followed me here. Our office area is not open to the public. I kindly ask you, Captain Chen, to escort her out. Captain Chen followed Zheng Yihong's finger and spotted Song Wan standing there. His expression immediately soured as if he had swallowed a fly. The girl appeared both youthful and beautiful. Crucially, her attire and accessories were undoubtedly high-end luxury items. Such a quintessentially affluent young woman pursuing Zheng Yihong? Having worked in this building for several years, and having encountered Zheng Yihong on multiple occasions, Captain Chen began to harbor doubts about his claims. However, he maintained a neutral face and politely smiled at Song Wan. Miss, may I ask if what Mr. Zheng said is accurate? Before Song Wan could respond, Zheng Yihong erupted in indignation. His eyes narrowed at Captain Chen, laced with irritation. What do you mean? You don't believe me? Don't forget. You're merely the security guard of this building, and it is your duty to serve us. Zheng Yihong deliberately emphasized the word security. Don't think that just because I refer to you as Captain Chen, you can treat us with disdain. The middle-aged man, observing this exchange, noticeably retracted his smile. Xiao Chen, it's not that I doubt you, but Yihong has stated that this young lady intends to intrude into the office building. Consider the ramifications if a confidential document were to go missing from any company upstairs. Could you bear the responsibility?
Clap, clap, clap.
The sound of applause abruptly interrupted their conversation, drawing their attention. Song Wan stood unfazed, her expression radiating amusement.
Today,
I have witnessed the art of twisting truth and inverting black and white. Without waiting for a response from the middle-aged man, or Zheng Yihong, she nodded at Captain Chen and dialed a number on her phone. Barely had she connected the call when Chao Hai answered, his voice tinged with anxiety. Boss. How may I assist you? Song Wan cut to the chase. I'm at the Jin Mao Tower in the office area. A loud thud echoed from the other end, followed by Chao Hai's voice rising in urgency. I'll be right down to meet you. Just as she hung up, Zheng Yihong's mocking voice chimed in. Is she calling for reinforcements? Spare me. If you truly knew someone in Jin Mao Tower, why didn't they come to fetch you earlier? The middle-aged man patted Zheng Yihong on the shoulder, offering him a calming look. I still know a few of the building's owners. I wonder who this young lady has summoned. Zheng Yihong scoffed. Uncle, don't be deceived by her. If she really knew any big shots, would she flaunt herself in counterfeit luxury? The middle-aged man instinctively glanced at Song Wan's attire, only to find his eyes widening in surprise. Counterfeit? This is clearly genuine. However, before he could ponder further, a familiar figure rushed frantically from the elevator. The pace was even quicker than that of the secretary trailing behind. The middle-aged man stood frozen. Manager Chao. What's the matter? Yet Chao Hai paid him no mind, bypassing him to reach Song Wan, his breath uneven. Boss. Why did you come without informing me? The presence of boss rendered everyone speechless in shock, especially the middle-aged man, who had felt something amiss upon observing Song Wan's attire moments ago. Upon witnessing the current situation, a jolt of anxiety surged through him, causing his legs to tremble unsteadily.
What was Chao Hai standing?
He was the property manager responsible for overseeing the rental arrangements of the entire Jin Mao Tower. The only individual to be treated with such meticulous caution by Manager Chao, and referred to as boss, could only be the proprietor of this very edifice. Instantly, the memory of a few days prior flashed through the middle-aged man's mind, when Manager Chao instructed his secretary to inform them of the change in ownership of Jin Mao Tower. At that time, he had boldly asserted that he would exert every effort to curry favor with the new owner upon their arrival.
Yet now,
not only had the new proprietor arrived without his attempts at ingratiation, but he had also allowed that fool Zheng Yihong to thoroughly offend them. Chapter 51. The dead ghost demands payment. Serves him right. Zheng Yihong stood beside him, his throat parched with disbelief. How could this be possible? He was well aware of Song Wan's family background. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act so brazenly. Manager Chow, have you been deceived? How could she possibly be the owner of Jin Mao Tower? Only then did Chow Hai notice Zheng Yihong and his companions, sensing an atmosphere between them and the new owner that was anything but amicable. A sinking feeling gripped his heart as he contemplated a troubling possibility. Especially after hearing Zheng Yihong's foolish inquiry, Chow Hai turned to him with a transformed gaze. Am I not more aware of who the owner is than you? What gives you the audacity to point fingers at the boss? Chow Hai's words were devoid of any compassion, yet Zheng Yihong could not muster a single retort. Even the middle-aged man beside him chose to ignore his usually favored nephew, striding over to Song Wan with a beaming face. So you are the new owner of Jin Mao Tower. I was just pondering how someone with your poise could possibly be an ordinary person. However, Song Wan did not acknowledge them, directing her inquiry solely at Chow Hai. Are they tenants of Jin Mao Tower as well?
Cao Hai Ben Z Petful, nodding in affirmation.
They run an internet company on the 28th floor. Song Wan nodded, glancing at the increasingly agitated Zheng Yihong, a mischievous smile curving her lips. Then let them vacate the premises. Before Zheng Yihong could react, the middle-aged man stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to his face. I won't have you slandering the boss. Apologize to her at once. If the boss does not forgive you, you might as well pack your bags and return home. Do not bring disgrace upon me in this city. He was filled with regret, lamenting his earlier indulgence of Zheng Yihong's reckless behavior without fully understanding the situation. The aura surrounding Song Wan was anything but that of an ordinary person. If they were to be expelled from Jin Mao Tower, he feared he would struggle to find a new suitable location for his company in such a short time, especially given the prime positioning of this building. He had invested considerable effort, hosting dinners and offering gifts, to establish a foothold here. Dazed by the slap, Zheng Yihong stumbled toward Song Wan. Boss Song, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your significance and inadvertently offended you. Please grant me another chance. At that moment, he was no longer concerned with how Song Wan had suddenly amassed such wealth. He only understood that his uncle had always been resolute in his decisions. If he did not placate Song Wan, he could very well find himself sent back home without hesitation. Yet Song Wan took a step back, showing no inclination to accept his apology. With a cold demeanor and a nonchalant tone, she remarked, I cannot accept Mr. Zheng's apology. I am eager to see how you will ensure I cannot survive in this city. The impact of her words struck Zheng Yihong like a thunderclap, leaving him reeling. She had merely echoed his sentiments back to him. How could he possibly have the power to make the owner of Jin Mao Tower unable to thrive in the city? On the contrary, with just a word from her, he could very well find himself forced to return to his hometown. Song Wan, having lost all patience for further dialogue,
Tun to Cao Hai.
Let us proceed. I wish to inspect the 28th floor. The middle-aged man, realizing there was no room for negotiation, felt his hands tremble with anger as he turned to deliver another sharp slap to Zheng Yihong. What a pest! Why on earth did I think it wise to bring you to my side? Captain Chun, witnessing the scene, was internally shaken, silently sealing his lips. Even though he had sensed that the girl was certainly not the type Zheng Yihong had described, he could not have anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. The new owner of Jin Mao Tower was a concept that was entirely beyond his comprehension. To possess an entire building in such a premium location in the city was indicative of an incredibly prestigious background, one that he could scarcely imagine. Zheng Yihong's misguided intentions toward the girl were one thing, but to shamelessly claim she was pursuing him was utterly ludicrous. Captain Chun, reflecting on this, instinctively glanced at Zheng Yihong, whose face was now swollen and bruised. Serves him right. Just then, he heard the girl softly address Manager Chow. The previous Captain Chen was quite commendable. Please consider giving him a raise. Chow Hai, standing beside her, immediately nodded. If you say so, boss, then it is certainly good. I shall inform the finance department to double his salary. Captain Chen was momentarily taken aback, watching as Song Wan's figure gradually disappeared into the elevator, leaving him speechless. Meanwhile, Song Wan had already arrived on the 28th floor, guided by Chow Hai. In stark contrast to the warm and welcoming atmosphere of Linyu Technology, Zheng Yihong's uncle's internet company was filled with various women in short skirts bustling about the office. One woman, clad in a gray mini dress, approached them immediately, particularly eager to engage with Chow Hai. Manager Chow, what brings you to our company? Are you here to see our boss? Chow Hai's lips twitched as he drew closer, only to be greeted by an overwhelming scent of perfume that made him sneeze. Goodness, How could an internet company have so many beautiful women? Not wishing to linger in conversation with the ladies, he guided Song Wan through a brief overview of the layout before swiftly exiting the 28th floor. Breathing in the fresh air, Chow Hai felt rejuvenated, his gaze towards Song Wan now imbued with renewed vitality. Is there a particular company you wish to have occupy Jin Mao Tower? Song Wan nodded. You are more familiar with this place. Aside from the 28th floor, are there any other available spaces? Chow Hai contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. The location of Jin Mao Tower is highly sought after. Typically, there are no vacancies. However, the entire building belongs to you, boss. If you have a specific floor in mind, I can negotiate with them. Then let it be the 28th floor. The location is excellent, and the layout is suitable for Linyu technology. Thus, we will finalize it. The funds for the next quarter will be returned to them, and they should expedite their move out of the building. Chow Hai nodded, showing no inclination to plead on their behalf. Just days prior, he had instructed his secretary to repeatedly emphasize that the big boss would be visiting soon. They neither take it to heart nor exercise caution, recklessly courting danger, as if they are deliberately rushing headlong into a perilous situation. Meanwhile, the voice of the system echoed in Song Wan's mind.
Ding.
Successfully found a new office location for Linua Technology. Reward, a Koenigsegg 1. The reward has been issued. Please check host. Chapter 52. SSCC Supercar Club. As Song Wan emerged, she was driving the Poison, promptly informing manager Hu of the Emerald Lake community to have the car delivered there. She had no intention of lingering at the Jin Mao Tower, politely declining Chow Hai's invitation for a meal and heading downstairs with his company. The fiery red Lamborghini Poison was striking, instantly capturing the attention of those nearby. Among the crowd, Zheng Yihong, who had been unceremoniously expelled, stared in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out. A Lamborghini, a limited edition Poison. Had he known Song Wan had arrived in that vehicle, even 100 times more courage would not have compelled him to provoke her. Oblivious to Zheng Yihong, Song Wan noticed that lunch hour had passed and drove directly to Shihazhai. The staff at Shihazhai evidently recognized her visage well. Upon her arrival, they eagerly rushed to assist her. Some took care of parking while others attended to her belongings. Even the newly appointed manager hurried over. Is it you? As Song Wan was about to step through the entrance, she heard a voice behind her, tinged with surprise. Turning around, she saw a young man alight from a Ferrari, his face brimming with excitement as he approached her. With striking silver hair and fair skin, he bore a delicate, doll-like face, resembling a beautiful youth who had stepped out of an anime. Song Wan furrowed her brow slightly. Do we know each other? The young man confidently drew closer, his enthusiasm unabated. I was right behind you this morning when you evaded a scammer in an Audi with your Poison. That drift was so cool. Before Song Wan could respond, he added, blinking his bright eyes, I can't believe I ran into you here. What luck. Haven't had lunch either? Let's eat together. This was Song Wan's first encounter with someone so familiar, and just then, the manager arrived. The previous manager, Huang, had been dismissed, and the new manager, a woman in her 30s with a polished appearance and short hair, exuded professionalism. Upon seeing Song Wan, she slightly bent at the waist, her expression respectful. Hello, boss. I am Sheng Ying, the new manager of Shihazhai. Boss? Before Song Wan could reply, the young man exclaimed in astonishment, Isn't the owner of Shihazhai Zhu Jiaming? Song Wan was not particularly surprised. The young man, having arrived in a Ferrari, donned expensive attire and sported a Patek Philippe watch, clearly belonged to a wealthy family. It was not surprising he knew the previous owner. Thus, she simply acknowledged yes, he was. The young man's gaze towards Song Wan grew even more curious. He was familiar with the elite of Magic City, particularly the prominent families. Yet, it was remarkable that this girl had silently taken ownership of Shihazhai without a whisper of news reaching him. Moreover, he noted her as the owner of the Lamborghini Poison. Sensing his curiosity, Song Wan's gaze lingered momentarily before she said, Weren't we going to eat? Let us go. Realizing that Song Wan agreed to dine with him, the young man's doll-like face brightened with joy. Sheng Ying led the two to the innermost room of Shihazhai, Qingyu Tang, where the kitchen was promptly instructed to prepare the finest dishes without Song Wan needing to say a word. Qingyu Tang, though labeled a private room, resembled an elegant small villa. Although it was not the season for plum blossoms, glimpses of purple could be seen through the wooden windows. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would carry the delicate fragrance of plums. The young man promptly took a seat beside Song Wan, his excitement unwavering. Shall we introduce ourselves? I'm Su Moyang, 20 years old, currently in my second year at Magic City University. Song Wan raised her gaze to him and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Song Wan, second year at Linhai University. Upon hearing she was also a university student, Su Myung felt a deeper connection. So we're in the same year? What a pity we're not at the same school. If only my grades had been a bit better, I could have gotten into Linhai University. Otherwise, we would have known each other sooner. Song Wan understood his implication and regarded him with a teasing smile. Even if we were at the same school, we might not have met any sooner. Su Myung misinterpreted her words, believing she subtly indicated she was not one of those socially awkward individuals. His smile broadened. You don't need to worry about me recognizing you. I'll seek you out instead. While she might not be socially inept, he certainly was. A stunning girl with exceptional driving skills, he would muster the courage to introduce himself. As they conversed, exquisite and delectable dishes began to arrive one after another. Su Muan couldn't help but exclaim, "You're truly impressive. Usually we need a reservation for Qingyu Tang. I had only planned to dine at Lanhua Tang. But here we are at Qingyu Tang." With this thought, Su Myung's gaze towards Song Wan became increasingly earnest as he quickly articulated his main purpose. By the way, Miss, are you interested in joining our SSCC Supercar Club? SSCC Supercar Club? Song Wan slightly raised her eyes. She had heard of this club. It was the largest supercar club in Magic City, ranking among the top 3 supercar clubs in all of China.
So mọi rằng not that easy.
Most members are supercar owners like us. With your driving skills, it would be a pity not to join. Song Wan pondered for a moment, hesitating little before nodding at Su Moyang. The supercar club had its prerequisites, and being a standout among them, SSCC was undoubtedly noteworthy. The members were either successful individuals or second-generation heirs. Forging connections was indeed beneficial. Su Moyang was taken aback by how readily she agreed, instantly standing up in excitement. He handed her the WeChat QR code on his phone. "Miss, add me and I'll get you into the group." Song Wan paused with her chopsticks, a hint of helplessness on her face. However, she did not refuse, placing her chopsticks down to scan the code. Almost immediately, she was added to a group named SSCC. Su Myung barely had time to eat. He quickly messaged everyone, making a formal introduction in the group chat. "Everyone, let us celebrate. I've finally brought the owner of the Lamborghini Poison into our club." The group fell silent for a moment before erupting with excitement. "No way, Yongge. You're not joking, right? Is she really the owner of the poison?" Chapter 53. The Celestial Sister, what? Have I fallen behind in just a few days of not paying attention to the group? When did the magical city acquire poison? Just 2 days have passed. And this morning, Yongge just captured it. I can't believe Mo Yang is so impressive. It was just this morning. And now he has already made an acquaintance? Wan Yu. The big shot turns out to be a young lady. Wan Yu. Why does your name seem so familiar to me? How old is the young lady? Do you need any charms? Go away. You all can welcome her. But don't scare the young lady. I merely brought her here for you to meet. I still need to have dinner with her. Goodbye, brothers. The last to speak was, of course, Su Mo Yang. After his little show-off, he raised his head and smiled brightly at Song Wan. Don't mind them, young lady. Let us eat first. Those group members are just a bunch of cattle, relishing in the sight of something they can't touch. I must say, Su Mo Yang's personality is indeed cheerful and talkative. Song Wan conversed with him throughout the meal, feeling no discomfort. Instead, she sensed a growing familiarity. By the time they finished dining, it was already past 3 o'clock. Su Mo Yang gazed at Song Wan as she prepared to leave, feeling a tinge of reluctance but refraining from stopping her. Instead, he cheerfully said, "Young lady, when are you free? I'll take you to the SSCC Supercar Club to meet some people from the group." After a moment of contemplation, Song Wan replied, "Perhaps tomorrow. It's a bit late today, and I'd like to go back and rest." Su Mo Yang nodded. Then, "Young lady, let us connect on WeChat. I'll come to your school to hang out when I have time." Song Wan agreed, bid him farewell, and drove back to school. Upon arriving at the dormitory, she found Huang Ran and the others sprawled on their beds. As soon as they saw her enter, their eyes lit up in unison. Huang Ran jumped up enthusiastically. "Wan Wan, you're finally back. I have the most fantastic news to share with you." Song Wan set her bag down on the table. Noticing the trio's barely contained excitement, and suddenly guessed Lin Feng, the three of them instantly perked up, with Li Lui swiftly handing her the phone. Taking the device, Song Wan saw an announcement that read, "Announcement. Today's notice. Lin Feng, a student from the 21st class of the Computer Science Department on the 4th colluded with individuals from outside the school to intimidate fellow students, attempting to evoke a cliché hero saving the beauty scenario to win back the affections of a female classmate. This behavior is egregious and has severely tarnished the school's reputation. Therefore, it has been decided to give Lin Feng a serious reprimand, pending further evaluation. We hope other students can take this as a warning, remain grounded, and avoid excessive indulgence in fantastical narratives, which harm both themselves and others. Upon reading the announcement, Song Wan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Lui and the others joined in, their laughter growing louder. Particularly Huang Ran, who was laughing so hard that she pounded the bed, exclaiming, "The writer of this announcement is truly talented." Now, Lin Feng has completely lost face at Linghai University. Not just a loss of face. Qi Xingran, barely suppressing her laughter, remarked, "I heard he was escorted back to school in a police car. The whole campus has heard about it. He deserves it," Li Lui declared, clenching her fists in laughter. Who told him to abandon Wan first and then resort to such despicable tactics to try and win her back, all while putting on a nauseatingly sentimental front? Does he really think he is so devastatingly handsome that Wan can't live without him? He should take a good look in the mirror. He is nowhere near worthy of her. The four of them continued their playful banter for a while before returning to their respective beds. Leaning back against her bed, Song Wan finally calmed down, letting out a long sigh. She gently addressed the system. "System, do I still have virtual currency left unspent?" "Yes, host. You still have 20 million axe tooth coins and 100 million dough coins remaining." 20 million axe tooth coins and 100 million dough coins. That is quite a sum indeed. Although she was no longer in need of money, who would ever complain about having more? With nothing pressing at the moment, she casually opened the axe tooth live stream. The popularity of Tingzhu's live stream had evidently surged significantly, elevating her to the ranks of major streamers. The barrage of comments on the screen had multiplied several times compared to before. "Wow, family, it's the Moon Emperor. The Moon Emperor finally remembers our little Zhuzi," sob. "Moon Emperor, are you going to give birth to a monkey for her? I heard our Moon Emperor has been keeping a handsome guy on Douyin these past few days." "Ha ha ha ha, Zhuzi, stop playing against the machine. The Moon Emperor is here." "Wow, is this the Super Emperor?" Initially engrossed in gaming, Tingzhu was jolted into high spirits upon spotting a flood of comments about the Moon Emperor. Shifting his gaze to the screen, he was met with the dazzling effects symbolizing the Super Emperor. "Wan Yu, you're here." Although Tingzhu wasn't broadcasting with his camera, he instinctively straightened his posture. Even though they had exchanged WeChat, he was too afraid to disturb her excessively, fearing it might annoy her. Before Song Wan could speak, Tingzhu's face suddenly appeared on the screen. The background seemed different, resembling a university dormitory. "What's going on? Is the streamer still a college student?" Crying. "It seems that I can only see Zhuzi's face when the Moon Emperor is around such a handsome face, drooling." "Mom, why am I drooling at the screen? Is that your roommate behind you? He is also quite handsome." Tingzhu realized the camera had inadvertently captured his roommate and was about to adjust the camera when the door suddenly creaked open. In walked another roommate, panting heavily. "My gosh, Jianghuai, what on earth did you buy that is so heavy?"
I am exhausted.
The boy named Jianghuai, who had just been accidentally filmed, looked surprised and replied, "It's probably the stuff my parents sent me. Let me check." The newly entered roommate placed a large box on the table and opened it. However, both he and Jianghuai were left in stunned silence. Inside the box lay the latest model of an iPhone and an Alienware laptop. "Wow, Jianghuai, what kind of celestial parents do you have?" His roommate's eyes widened with envy as he gazed at the iPhone and Alienware laptop, filled with jealousy. It's one thing to send a package, but who sends an iPhone and an Alienware laptop directly? They must be incredibly wealthy and understand what boys desire. Jianghuai picked up a small note and said, bewildered, "It's not from my parents." His roommate turned in amazement, just as Jianghuai continued, "It's from my sister." Chapter 54. Is your roommate named Jianghuai interested in live streaming? The viewers in the live stream naturally witnessed this scene, and the tone of the comments shifted dramatically. What kind of celestial sister is this? Why don't I have one? I've wanted an Alienware laptop for so long. Hey, not just the Alienware laptop, I want the iPhone too. I'm just wondering where I can find such a celestial sister. Can I ask my parents to have another child? Upstairs, you'd better go back and be remade, ha ha ha. Hearing Zhu finally realized the situation and hurriedly moved the phone camera away. Jianghuai remained blissfully unaware, directly pulling out his phone to make a call. Song Wan, facing the screen, felt a sense of helplessness at such a coincidence and reluctantly answered the phone. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Huai's flustered voice came through. Sister, why did you buy me such an expensive item? You didn't spend all your summer earnings on this, did you? He was aware that Song Wan had stayed in the vibrant metropolis during the summer instead of returning home. However, he was even more cognizant of the exorbitant prices of the alien notebook and the fruit-branded phone. With this thought, anxiety crept further onto Jiang Huai's face. I'll return the items right now. Let us see if you can get a refund. Nearly 50,000 yuan was equivalent to his expenses for 2 years. Song Wan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all, eventually soothing him with the excuse of investment. Meanwhile, Ting Zhu watched the screen with keen anticipation.
Wan Yu?
Upon hearing this, Song Wan immediately typed a message on the public screen. I'm on a call. Instantly, the topic shifted back. Haha. The roommate is on a call, and so is Moon Emperor. Just wait a moment. Ting Zhu. Both were indeed on calls, and someone quipped, I have a bold speculation. Stop imagining scenarios upstairs. There's no connection whatsoever. It's obvious that Moon Emperor, such a significant figure, cannot possibly be idle every day. I had already begun to envision Moon Emperor as a domineering CEO, and I was overwhelmed. A beautiful CEO? How enticing. Ting Zhu understood that Wan Yu was busy and patiently awaited her response. Jiang Huai's inquiries were plentiful, to the point that Song Wan felt slightly overwhelmed. Jiang Huai, however, remained oblivious until he learned that Song Wan had also purchased gifts for both their families, which subdued him a bit. Nonetheless, his tone still carried a hint of earnest caution. Sister, investment is a pitfall, the most enigmatic one. You've made money this time, but don't become too enamored. Who knows, you might step into a pit next time. Song Wan responded, I truly appreciate your concern. By the time Jiang Huai had finally finished his lengthy lecture, 10 minutes had passed. Song Wan found it perplexing how such a charming young man could be so talkative. Yet, despite this thought, after hanging up, she gazed out the window in contemplative silence for quite some time. She had never understood the feeling of family before, but since coming here, both her parents and this cousin had made her feel cherished. Even when they received money or gifts, their first reaction was not joy, but concern for her well-being and whether her funds would suffice. Taking a deep breath, as if she had made a firm resolution, she refrained from typing on the public screen and directly switched to WeChat, locating Ting Zhu from her recent contacts. Does your roommate, Jiang Huai, have any interest in live streaming? Ting Zhu clearly saw the message and was momentarily taken aback. She quickly replied, I haven't asked him, but he plays games exceptionally well. Not inferior to me. Upon receiving this response, Song Wan raised an eyebrow. At the very least, this streamer named Ting Zhu had good character. Not belittling her roommate despite her expressed interest in Jiang Huai, Ting Zhu, oblivious to Song Wan's thoughts, glanced at Jiang Huai before typing again. If Wan Yu likes Jiang Huai, I can persuade him to join the live stream. Truthfully, the moment he heard Wan Yu's voice, it was impossible not to feel a spark. Who wouldn't he be drawn to a wealthy, youthful girl with a melodious voice, especially since he was a voice enthusiast? However, he was acutely aware of the disparity between them. A girl who casually tips millions likely hailed from an extraordinary background, far beyond his reach. Furthermore, Ting Zhu slightly lowered her gaze, recalling that in recent days, Wan Yu had also tipped another male singer on Douyin. For her, tipping them might merely be a pastime born out of boredom. If that were the case, how could he not comply with her wishes? Indeed. As soon as he finished typing, Wan Yu's tone noticeably brightened. Then I'll trouble you with that. Ting Zhu stared blankly at her expression emoji, suddenly feeling an indescribable pang of disappointment. Before Wan Yu could urge him, he was already in motion. Everyone, wait a moment. I need to use the restroom.
I'll be right back.
The audience in the live stream hadn't yet registered what was happening when suddenly the camera went black and the sound cut out. Instantly, the bullet comments exploded. No way, no way. Ting Zhu has become successful? Moon Emperor is still in the live stream and just went to the restroom? Ha ha ha. One has urgent needs. We must be understanding. While understanding was one thing, what if Moon Emperor decided to leave? Perhaps he is still on the phone? In reality, he wasn't on a call. Instead, Song Wan, present in the live stream, merely adjusted her position. After approximately 5 minutes, the camera brightened once more. This time, not only was Ting Zhu present in front of the camera, but Jiang Huai also appeared. I'm back. Since we're in the dormitory, I specifically sought outside assistance. Ting Zhu stood in front of the camera, smiling at the screen. For those who adore my handsome roommate, feel free to follow him. His name is Jiang Huai. Upon hearing him speak, The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement.
What?
The handsome roommate is also live streaming? Tingzhu, you've become successful. I was just about to ask for your handsome roommate's WeChat. Is the handsome guy named Jiang Huai? My interests are quite peculiar. Did Tingzhu just go to the restroom to find outside help? Ha ha ha, handsome guy, I'm here. Ladies, I'll take my leave first. Perhaps it was the allure of Jiang Huai's appearance, or perhaps just a desire to join the excitement. But a wave of viewers suddenly flooded into Jiang Huai's new live stream. Hello, handsome. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd was still thin. Could you possibly engage in a sweet romance with someone? Jiang Huai, how are you persuaded by Tingzhu to join the live stream? Just asking, handsome. Did you get persuaded while in the restroom? Just asking, do you have abs? You're all such lecherous folks. Unlike me, I simply want to ask the handsome guy if he can let the fairy sister come to me. Chapter 55. Once again encountering the exclusive special effect, Crescent Moon Throne. Jiang Huai observed these enthusiastic comments, clearly feeling somewhat out of place. Meanwhile, Song Wan, having exited the live stream, was approached by the staff from the platform.
Boss.
Are you there? Song Wan, somewhat puzzled, sent a question mark. The reply was immediate. Boss, we have created an exclusive special effect for you. Please take a look and see if you like it. Beneath the message was a video link. Song Wan clicked on it, and the video opened with a stunning starry sky. Within the celestial expanse, a complex throne emerged. Before the throne, a picturesque elven queen, barefoot, gracefully walked upon the stars. Her ankles adorned with a faintly visible purple crescent moon entwined around them. Almost instantaneously upon the elven queen's appearance, the throne radiated a soft glow, seemingly welcoming its master back home. As the elven queen gracefully turned to take her seat upon the throne, a breathtaking crescent moon totem materialized in the background. The scene abruptly came to a halt. Song Wan pressed her lips together. She had to admit that this special effect captivated her far more than that of Douyin. Upon receiving Song Wan's affirmative response, the staff member in charge of the reception nearly leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Esteemed one! This special effect was crafted exclusively for you by our design team over the course of 2 days and nights. If they knew you liked it, they would be over the moon." Whether or not the staff would be elated, Song Wan could not say, but she certainly found it delightful. How much is this special effect worth in Axia coins? She inquired. The staff member hastily replied, "It costs 100,000, esteemed one. We have elevated your permissions to the maximum." Heaven knew their boss would be furious upon learning that this esteemed figure, originally belonging to Axia, had chosen to venture to Douyin instead, especially after spending a staggering 20 million in just 2 short days. To entice this affluent individual back to Axia, the boss promptly ordered the design and technical departments to work overtime, producing several sets of moon-themed special effects. Ultimately, they selected the most visually stunning and extravagant crescent moon throne. Thankfully, it seemed the esteemed one was pleased. Song Wan graciously accepted their goodwill. 100,000 Axia coins for a crescent moon throne was far more manageable than 5,000 for a treasure map. At least her fingers wouldn't cramp from excessive clicking. In the live broadcast room, Jiang Huai was still focused on the parachuting when suddenly, an array of special effects burst forth before him. Accompanying this spectacle was a conspicuous announcement above the system. One Yu bestows the crescent moon throne upon the streamer Jiang Huai. The live room, which already boasted a substantial audience, erupted into a frenzy. Wow, what is this special effect? It's so beautiful and evocative. Isn't it stunning? This technology could rival that of animation. The Elven Queen has left me in tears. Is this a new effect from Axia? Fools, look at who gifted this effect. It can't be a new one. It's most likely an exclusive effect crafted for the Moon Monarch, just like on Douyin. The truth is out. The homophone for Crescent Moon is 1 Yu.
Wow, wow, wow.
For the first time, I find a homophone pun so romantic. Jiang Huai stood there, stunned, glancing at Tingzhu with a mix of shock and confusion. Hadn't he merely come to fill the numbers? Wasn't he this guy, Shun Tingzhu, the one who said his boss wanted to see a duo queue? What was happening now? Even if he didn't know the price of the Crescent Moon throne, the exquisite beauty of the special effect made it clear that it certainly wasn't cheap. Jiang Huai felt a pang of anxiety. Yet, this was not the end. One after another, special effects continued to pour in. 1 Yu bestows the Crescent Moon throne 2 upon the streamer Jiang Huai. 1 Yu bestows the Crescent Moon throne 10 upon the streamer Jiang Huai. 1 Yu bestows the Crescent Moon throne 50 upon the streamer Jiang Huai. 1 Yu bestows the Crescent Moon throne 100 upon the streamer Jiang Huai. Oh my goodness! I think I just witnessed the grand spectacle of the moon monarch on Douyin 2 days ago. But I believe the crescent moon throne is even more visually appealing than the Lingyu. Guys, I've done the math, just as I suspected. One crescent moon throne costs 100,000 Axia coins. Oh my god. I'm speechless, guys. One costs 100,000. So 100 would be 1 million? This is the world of the wealthy, isn't it? My poverty has limited my imagination. Upon seeing these comments, Jiang Huai, already in a daze, suddenly widened his eyes. 100,000? 100 would indeed amount to 1 million? He silently turned to Shen Tingzhu, his gaze now utterly vacuous. What did a million even mean? He had never imagined he could earn that much in his lifetime. Even now, in the capital, he could not forget what school he attended, a sports university, where he would likely end up as a physical education teacher or coach.
How could he,
Playing a game on a live stream with his roommate, receive a million from a big shot before the game had even started? Shen Tingzhu, called upon, wore a smile, though a bittersweet feeling lingered within. Though he had anticipated this moment, witnessing it unfold before his eyes was still somewhat disheartening. Did Wan Yu truly favor the likes of Jiang Huai? However, in the next moment, the screen before them shimmered once more with the resplendent crescent moon effect. Wan Yu bestows the crescent moon throne 1 upon the streamer Tingzhu. Wan Yu bestows the crescent moon throne 10 upon the streamer Tingzhu. Wan Yu bestows the crescent moon throne 100 upon the streamer Tingzhu. Another 100. This time, Shen Tingzhu was completely taken aback. The audience in the live room descended into utter chaos and excitement upon witnessing this. Oh my gosh. There are no words left to describe my feelings but wow. Another 100, yet again another 100 have been sent out. Is the moon monarch just throwing money around? In just a few minutes, 2 million had been spent. What a concept. I'm turning into a lemon over here. Indeed, the true big spender must be the moon monarch. Oh, dear big shot, I want to be your leg accessory. Tingzhu, upon seeing the incessant flow of comments, suddenly came to his senses and eagerly stood up to address the screen, exclaiming, "Thank you, Wan Yu, for the 100 crescent moon thrones." "Thank you, esteemed one." Jiang Huai, snapping back to reality, followed suit, saying, "Thank you, esteemed Wan Yu, for the 100 crescent moon thrones. Would you like to add me on WeChat? I can help carry you in the game." The comments instantly filled with laughter. "I can help carry you in the game."
Ha!
He vaguely recalled that Tingzhu had said something similar before. Such familiar scenes, such familiar words. No wonder they were roommates, haha.
Then,
The audience saw a prominent line of text adorned with special effects appear in the comments, not adding. Chapter 56. Driving for the Young Lady. The viewers in the live room burst into laughter. The moon monarch, who had just spent 2 million, declared that he wouldn't fall for such tricks to get his WeChat. Haha, I feel for the streamer for just a second.
meanwhile,
Jiang Huai had not anticipated that the big spender who had gifted him so much would react in this manner, leaving him momentarily speechless. Shen Tingzhu, glancing at him, felt the sourness in his heart inexplicably vanish. It seemed that in Wan Yu's heart, he still held a somewhat special place. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a notification sound chimed from his phone. The contact was Wan Yu, cautioning him, "Do not casually share my contact information with others." Tingzhu was taken aback. Instinctively glancing at the still-dazed Jiang Huai, his heartbeat quickened, each beat growing stronger.
all right.
"I promise I won't disclose your contact information." Only then did Song Wan feel at ease. Without waiting for the two to speak further, she promptly exited the live room. Jiang Huai remained behind, still in a state of bewilderment. Turning his head, he gazed at Shen Tingzhu, his expression still laden with an ineffable disbelief. The big shot left? He casually spent 20 million, and then simply departed? Was he still dreaming, or had the world turned surreal? The audience in the live stream couldn't help but chuckle at his expression. "Calm down. Our Moon Emperor has always been this extravagant," they teased. "Ha ha ha. At least you played a game with him, and now the streamer has lost everything." No, even though the streamer lacked the big shot's contact information, he was still wealthy. Alas, I shall just wallow in self-pity. After ending the live stream, Song Wan immediately heard the system's voice echoing in her mind.
Ding.
Detected that the host has spent 20 million, initiating virtual currency cashback.
Ding.
Congratulations, the host has drawn a 30-fold cashback. 600 million RMB has been credited to the host's account. Please check. Just as the system's words faded, the notification sound of a message followed suit. You received 60,000,000,000,000 yuan from Huaxia Bank. Transfer from another bank. Account ending 8106. Balance 141, 460, 526, 260 yuan. Huaxia Bank. Song Wan was instantly filled with joy. She had just spent 500 million investing in Linua technology, and now it had all returned. A dreamless night passed. The next morning, Song Wan was awakened by a cacophony of screams echoing from the corridor, making it impossible to sleep soundly. When she opened her eyes, Huang ran, and the others were already beneath her bed. Upon seeing her awake, Li Lui excitedly pointed out the window. Wan, look, there's a handsome rich second generation downstairs, driving a Ferrari. They were waiting for someone, but who could it be? Song Wan had long been immune to Li Lui's gossiping tendencies, but upon hearing Ferrari, her eyes widened in surprise.
Ding.
A new day has arrived. Does the host wish to check in? The system seized the opportunity, its voice immediately resonating in her mind. Rubbing her eyes, Song Wan thought to herself, check in.
Ding.
Check-in successful. Congratulations. The host has acquired ownership of the Nanjia law firm. The reward has been issued. Please check. Even though Song Wan had mentally prepared herself, she was still startled by this reward. The Nanjia law firm, headquartered in Modu, is renowned throughout Huaxia. Its offices are spread across various regions of Huaxia. And even in New York and London, branches have been established. Most importantly, the Nanjia law firm has never lost a case since its inception over 30 years ago. Gently patting her cheeks to rouse herself, she realized the system's interventions were becoming increasingly formidable. The host is destined to become a top-tier wealthy beauty. How could she not have her own legal team? The system's adorable voice was earnest, and since it had followed the host here, it naturally had to adapt to local customs, as there are tales that grandfathers are often very fond of their granddaughters. At this moment, Song Wan was finally fully awake. She turned her attention to Li Lui, who was still eagerly waiting to converse with her. Wei, that Ferrari can't be yellow, can it? Li Lui's eyes widened in astonishment. How did you guess, Wan? It was a mere guessing. Song Wan descended from her bed and approached the window, where she indeed spotted a familiar figure leaning against the Ferrari, a trace of helplessness crossing her face. Although Su Muyang had mentioned he would come to school to find her, this was rather early. He didn't even call her. If she hadn't woken up, who knows how long he would have waited downstairs. Dialing his number, Su Muyang's cheerful voice came through the receiver. Miss, have you seen me? Song Wan's lips twitched slightly. The combination of a sports car and a handsome guy was undeniably impactful for the girls' dormitory. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been awakened so early. Beside her, Li Lui quickly caught the blind spot, glancing between Song Wan and the charming guy below who was also on the phone, suddenly realizing Wan. Is that handsome guy down there looking for you? Song Wan nodded, telling Su Muyang to wait a moment before hanging up. Turning to face the starry-eyed Li Lui, she exclaimed, You're amazing, Wan. Ever since you dumped that scumbag Lin Feng, the suitors keep pouring in, and they're all high quality. Huang ran beside her, mischievously nudged her arm. Go for it, Wan. I'm rooting for you. Song Wan was momentarily speechless. By the time she made her way downstairs, several minutes had passed. Su Muyang, with keen eyes, spotted Song Wan and immediately approached her, handing her a cup of soybean milk. Here, warm your stomach. Song Wan accepted it without hesitation, taking a sip and nodding in approval. Quite delicious. Su Muyang's smile widened even further. I had my chef make it specially. Before Song Wan could respond, Su Muyang, brimming with anticipation, continued, Shall we go, miss? Song Wan raised her hand, slightly exasperated. Could you at least let me finish this? Su Muyang blinked, his delicate face with sparkling eyes. No rush. You can drink in the car. Noticing Song Wan's gaze drifting toward the two parked sports cars, Su Muyang's grin widened. We can take one car. I'll drive for you. Song Wan paused mid-sip, smiling as she handed him the car keys. Su Muyang's eyes lit up, as if he had just received his most cherished toy, examining the keys from every angle. No wonder it's called the Poison. Even the keys are exquisite. The roaring sound of the bright red Lamborghini Poison erupted, akin to a beast charging forth, swiftly departing from Linhai University. Chapter 57, Miss. Do you have a Koenigsegg one? In the car, Su Muyang continued to chatter animatedly to Song Wan. Wow. Driving this Poison feels completely different. Miss, you must be incredibly wealthy. Song Wan smiled while sipping her soybean milk, choosing not to reply. Su Muyang, however, was increasingly certain of his assumptions. Anyone who could afford a Poison definitely hailed from an extraordinary background. Moreover, he couldn't find any information about Song Wan, which spoke volumes given that his own family was already considered a top-tier wealthy clan in Modu. Coupled with the fact that several of his acquaintances were equally powerful and still found nothing, it was evident that Song Wan's family background was formidable. With that thought, Su Muyang silently gave himself a pat on the back. It was rare for someone to catch his eye, and to have made such a surprising acquaintance was truly a stroke of luck. Leaving aside the long-term prospects, simply being able to drive the poison made his life feel remarkably complete. "Miss, we're almost at our club." Noticing that Song Wan had finished her soybean milk, Su Muyang, concerned she might be bored, directly brought up the club. "Our SSCC club has quite a few sports cars, but we've never had a poison before. If those guys come rushing over, you must definitely refuse. If it comes to that, just hide behind me. I shall shield you."
Uffed.
Song Wan could not help but chuckle, her gaze lingering on his robust frame for a brief moment before she replied with a smile. "All right. I will certainly hide behind you." Su Moyang's expression brightened even further. The SSCC club boasts an expansive venue, its facade exuding opulence. From a distance, Song Wan spotted 3 individuals awaiting at the entrance, alongside their luxurious vehicles. A Lamborghini LP700, a GTR, and an SLS AMG, all extravagant supercars of considerable value. Yet, Song Wan felt no astonishment. Prior to her arrival, she had familiarized herself with the club. Even the entry-level membership required a Porsche 911, and it operated on a strict membership basis. To gain access to the club, one must either be wealthy or of high status, making the presence of such automobiles utterly commonplace. Naturally, Su Muang also noticed the trio waiting there, and his smile grew even more pronounced as the fiery red Lamborghini Aventador executed a drift, halting directly before them. "Wow, Muang. How did you persuade the lady to let you drive?" Before Su Muang could respond, the 3 had already shifted their focus to Song Wan in the passenger seat.
Wow.
"I've heard Moyang speak of a very young lady, but I didn't expect her to be this beautiful. Greetings, miss, and welcome to our SSCC club. Allow me to open the door for you." Just as Su Myang was about to exit the vehicle, he noticed the 3 eagerly vying to open the passenger door. Their movements swift. Without hesitation, Song Wan gracefully stepped out of the car. Su Moyan quickly moved in, ensuring a respectful distance between Song Wan and the 3 gentlemen before introducing them. "Miss, let me introduce you. This gentleman in the rather ostentatious attire is Qin Yulo, whose family is involved in the entertainment industry. This seemingly suave fellow is Chu Qing, whose family operates in real estate. Lastly, the one who appears the most pretentious is Yi Lan, whose family runs a jewelry business." Upon hearing Su Moyang's introduction, the trio exchanged glances, each adorned with a look of exasperation. "Is there really such a dark portrayal of one's own brother?" Song Wan nodded, glancing at each of them as Su Moyang introduced them, her expression brightening with a touch of amusement. It must be said, from another perspective, Su Moyang's descriptions were rather fitting. Among the 3, Chu Qing was undoubtedly the most handsome, while Qin Yulo exuded the air of a playboy, and Yi Lan possessed the most elegant demeanor. After offering a brief self-introduction, Song Wan was promptly welcomed into the club. The 4 of them boasted some of the most prestigious backgrounds within the club, making it effortless to secure Song Wan's membership. Once the forms were completed, Chu Qing and the others immediately approached Song Wan. "Miss, we have a small competition this afternoon. Would you care to join us?" Su Muang, upon hearing this, dashed over, disregarding any distance from the 3, and with wide eyes, implored Song Wan. "It's a competition against another club, with a few small wagers involved. Please do join us. If those guys see your Lamborghini, their eyes will surely be blinded by envy." The 3 exchanged silent, incredulous glances, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief. Su Moyang had always been averse to his youthful appearance and detested being associated with cuteness. Once, a club member, attempting to curry favor with him, had proclaimed Su Moyang's cuteness to others, only to be swiftly expelled from the club. Yet now, before Song Wan, he seemed to have completely forgotten that disdain, resorting to a rather mischievous display of charm. Unfazed by any underlying awkwardness, Song Wan contemplated briefly before acquiescing to their request. Club competitions were undoubtedly races between top-tier supercars. Both speed and skill were beyond what one could typically experience on the road. Perfectly, having recently acquired divine driving skills, she had yet to truly test them. The 4 of them lit up with excitement upon her agreement. "Miss, you're so agreeable. That fellow Zhu Minghui has just acquired a Bugatti Veyron and has been flaunting it. Let us show them the prowess of your Lamborghini." Laughter erupted as they imagined his expression. "You, miss, are practically our SSCC Club's lucky charm. The Lamborghini is no ordinary supercar in terms of rarity and price. It far surpasses Zhu Minghui's Bugatti Veyron. Even if we lose, we still have the Lamborghini to save face. Bugatti Veyron? Song Wan's attention shifted to the mention of the Bugatti, and after a moment's contemplation, she raised her gaze to the four and inquired, would it require an additional Koenigsegg 1? The four wore expressions of collective disbelief, their faces morphing into comical questions of astonishment. Miss, what did you just say? Leaf Lawn, caught off guard, sputtered out his drink. Believing they had not heard her correctly, she repeated, would it require an additional Koenigsegg 1? Their shock deepened. You possess a Koenigsegg 1? Owning a limited edition Lamborghini Aventador was already astounding. How could she so nonchalantly mention an additional Koenigsegg 1? Chapter 58. You want me to rent a Koenigsegg 1 for you? Soom Xiang, who had brought Song Wan over, stood agape, his eyes brimming with incredulity. What sort of prodigious individual had he found? Both a Lamborghini and a Koenigsegg 1. Song Wan simply jotted down the address of the Emerald Lake community and handed it to them, along with the access card. The Koenigsegg 1 had been delivered earlier and was awaiting her at Emerald Lake, a quick word with manager who would grant them access. Then, she observed as the four began a fervent scramble among themselves. All four were car enthusiasts, otherwise they wouldn't be at the SSCC club. The prospect of a Lamborghini had already excited them, but who could have anticipated the presence of a Koenigsegg 1 waiting for them? Ultimately, it was the seemingly calm Yi Lan who emerged victorious in the tussle. Song Wan, not quite grasping their fervor, propped her chin on her hand and watched the commotion. The four suddenly remembered that she was still present, tempering their enthusiasm. Yi Lan waved the access card in his hand and smiled at Song Wan. Miss, would you care to join me? After receiving her response indicating a desire to rest, the other three promptly launched into a new round of competition. Qin Yilo was the first to raise his hand, followed closely by Chu Qing. Just as they were engaged in their tussle, Su Muyan coldly interjected, you all can go ahead. It seems I am the only one who enjoys accompanying Our Lady. The other three stared at Su Muyan, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief, as if someone had stolen their prize while they were bravely fighting on the front lines. When did he become so possessive? Quick to recover, the trio approached Song Wan, insisting, who says you're the only one? We drove the car back, allowing us to accompany the young lady on her excursions. Song Wan set down her chin-supporting hand, unable to suppress the twitch at the corner of her mouth. I do not require your company. Ultimately, the two who decided to head to Emerald Lake were Yi Lan and Qin Yulu. Witnessing the forlorn expressions of Su Muang and Chu Qing left behind, gazing eagerly at her, Song Wan nearly choked. Casually tossing the poison key before them, she quipped, would you like to take this for a spin first? Their relentless stares made it impossible for her to enjoy her refreshments. Su Muang and Chu Qing's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Su Muang even attempted to rush over for a bear hug, only to be swiftly restrained by Chu Qing, who pulled him away by the collar. As they departed, he offered Song Wan a sheepish smile of youthful ignorance. Once the two had sufficiently raced about, Yi Lan and Qin Yulu returned, driving the Koenigsegg 1, in stark contrast to the flamboyant crimson of the Lamborghini Poison. The Koenigsegg 1 was a pristine white. Thanks to the extensive use of carbon fiber in its construction, the vehicle's weight was a mere 1,341 kilograms, giving it a notably more agile appearance. The sight of the two limited edition supercars parked side by side drew a throng of eager spectators from the club. Time passed swiftly, and after lunch, Su Muang and the others began organizing the club members for their destination, the Blue Chi Circuit. Though it was referred to as a circuit, it was essentially a training ground established specifically for the SSCC club members. As Song Wan rose to her feet, Su Muang promptly stepped forward. Miss, how about I drive you? Before she could respond, the other three hastily approached. Chu Qing once again lifted the mischievous Su Muang away from Song Wan, stating, you've already played chauffeur for her once. Not this time. Su Muang shot him an indignant glare. But his 178 centimeters stature was no match for Chu Qing's 188 centimeters frame. Similarly, Yi Lan and Qin Yulu had already driven the Koenigsegg 1, thus disqualifying themselves. Ultimately, it was Chu Qing who drove the Koenigsegg 1 with Song Wan to their destination. The Blue Chi Circuit, located several kilometers outside the city, had clearly been reached by another group ahead of them. At the starting point of the circuit, several supercars were already parked. The most eye-catching was undoubtedly a silver Bugatti Veyron at the forefront. Leaning against the Bugatti was a man of about 23 or 24, standing approximately 7 meters tall, with a pleasingly average appearance. This was the individual Su Moyang, and his friends referred to as Zhu Minghui. Brother Hui, it's already this late. And Chu Qing and the others haven't arrived. Do you think they're too scared to show up? Spoke a young man standing beside Zhu Minghui, adorned in branded attire and exhibiting a tone of ingratiation. The others nearby echoed their agreement, commenting, "Indeed, they must be intimidated by Brother Hui's Bugatti Veyron. How impressive that he managed to acquire one in such a short time." Zhu Minghui's expression turned haughty, glancing at the direction of their arrival with a hint of mockery. If they are too frightened to come, how will they survive in the city? As the laughter subsided, the unmistakable roar of supercars approached, growing louder. Zhu Minghui and his companions instinctively turned their gazes, only to be left utterly astonished at what they beheld. The leading white supercar appeared not only stylish, but also graceful. Even from a distance, one could sense its lightness and incredible speed, gliding along the track like a phantom. It could only be the Koenigsegg one, yet that was not all. Following closely behind was an ostentatious, fiery red supercar, its sleek body reminiscent of a jungle's fierce predator, capable of instilling fear with a single roar. Was that the Lamborghini Poison? The two elite limited edition supercars parked beside Zhu Minghui instantly overshadowed his once impressive Bugatti Veyron. "This is impossible," Zhu Minghui exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he watched Chu Qing and the others disembark from their vehicles. He understood better than anyone the difficulty of obtaining top-tier supercars. His Bugatti Veyron had only been acquired through the influence of his uncle's business after a prolonged effort to import it from abroad. Thus, he had been confident that Chu Qing and his group would not be able to procure vehicles comparable to his Bugatti Veyron within such a brief period. What was happening before his eyes, then? As his jaw dropped, Zhu Minghui suddenly seemed to realize something, pointing at them with accusation. "You rented those, didn't you? How shameless. Our club has always upheld integrity. What does it say about you to resort to renting cars?" The first to exit the car, Su Moyang scoffed, his gaze on Zhu Minghui filled with blatant derision. "If you lack the experience, perhaps you should refrain from embarrassing yourself, Zhu Minghui. Why don't you try renting a Poison? Or can you even rent a Koenigsegg one? Chapter 59. No longer Miss, but Sister Wan. Zhu Minghui led the Jiuxia Club, a relatively new establishment that had opened in recent years. Its entry requirements were lower than those of the SSCC, and, due to its foundation by the Zhu family, it attracted a number of emerging wealthy individuals. However, since Zhu Minghui took the helm, he had frequently brought people over to provoke them. Despite being the leader of a new family, Zhu's resources were evidently limited. Zhu Minghui was evidently sensitive to such remarks. His gaze at Su Mzong now laced with anger. "Do you think I am unaware of whether your club has a Poison or a Koenigsegg one? Su Moyang, however, ignored him completely and walked straight to the Poison, opening the passenger door for Song Wan. Chu Qing and the others parked the car and stood protectively beside her. This clear display of protectiveness instantly redirected the attention of the Jiuxia Club members towards Song Wan. It was undeniable that the sudden appearance of a female amidst a throng of men was striking, especially one so fresh and radiant. Even Zhu Minghui found himself speculating about Song Wan's identity. Someone capable of garnering the attention and protection of the typically proud Chu Qing and his companions could not possibly be an ordinary girl. Yet before he could ponder further, Qin Yulu's voice rang out. "We are here for a race, Zhu Minghui. It would be best if you refrained from prattling on about nonsense," as if to hide your lack of skill. Only then did Zhu Minghui regain his composure, his gaze towards them darkening. "Fine, but you'll regret saying that. However, I wish to change the stakes for this race." The group turned to him, and he resolutely pointed at the Koenigsegg one, declaring, "If we win this race, I want it." Noticing the frowns on Chu Qing and the others' faces, Zhu Minghui added, "Of course, if I lose, I will surrender my Bugatti Veyron to you." Su Moyang turned his gaze toward Zhu Minghui, exclaiming, "Can you not have any self-respect? Comparing a Bugatti Veyron to a Koenigsegg one? Are you living in a dream?" Zhu Minghui clearly understood the vast price disparity between the two vehicles and replied, "How about we add another 60 million? This remark elicited laughter from Chu Qing and her companions. Chu Qing, still chuckling, suggested, "Why don't I offer you 90 million for you to help me procure a Koenigsegg one? Such extravagant calculations seemed to soar into the heavens. It was common knowledge that a Koenigsegg, valued at 100 million, was not merely an acquisition one could make with sufficient wealth, especially considering that only 6 of these limited edition supercars existed globally. Even the members of the Yongxia Club instinctively pressed their lips together. Although they had previously shown no mercy in flattering Zhu Minghui at the expense of Chu Qing and her companions, they were acutely aware of the formidable influence of Chu Qing's family in Shanghai, which far surpassed that of the emerging Zhu family. They could cling to Zhu Minghui for the sake of their family business, but openly contradicting the elite class represented by Chu Qing was an entirely different matter. Just moments ago, they had been marveling at the Bugatti Veyron, and now, two limited edition supercars had appeared before them. Such depth and capability were evidently beyond what the Zhu family could hope to attain, even with decades of effort. Zhu Minghui's solitary challenge inevitably diminished his imposing aura. 100 million. Surely that will suffice.
Ding.
The system detects that the host is facing a situation. A random task is issued. Win the club competition. Task success. Acquire ownership of Luoyuan real estate. Task failure. No penalty. Amidst the debate, the voice of the system suddenly resonated within Song Wan's mind. Her gaze toward Zhu Minghui shifted perceptively. This was no fool. He was, in fact, her golden opportunity. If her memory served her correctly, Luoyuan Real Estate was the largest real estate company in Luoyuan City, affiliated with her hometown of Yongning County. She had been contemplating how to subtly enhance her parents' quality of life, and with Luoyuan Real Estate, that problem was poised to be solved. With that thought, she tugged at Chu Qing, who was still inclined to refuse, and softly urged the others, "Let us accept his offer." The group turned to her, expressions shifting to astonishment, and whispered, "Miss, it's not that we doubt our skills compared to Zhu Minghui, but if we lose, it's the Koenigsegg one at stake." Song Wan, fully aware of the implications, nodded resolutely. Upon seeing their agreement, Zhu Minghui's eyes sparkled with excitement. He clapped his hands eagerly, and a man clad in a red racing suit emerged from behind him. "This is Zheng Ming, our new member from the Yongxia Club. He will be our representative in this race. I wonder who SSCC will send?" The laughter from Chu Qing and her companions was infectious, even causing the members accompanying them to struggle to contain their mirth. "Zhu Minghui, have you lost all sense of shame?" they mused. Competitions between clubs typically featured their own members, yet Zheng Ming was a professional racer with championship titles to his name. The SSCC members exchanged incredulous looks, realizing the Zhu family's audacity. "If you wish to play this game, perhaps we should invite a world champion for our side as well?" Qin Yulo adjusted his collar, unable to hide his derisive smile. In their circle, where reputation was paramount, it was evident that Zhu Minghui was oblivious to this truth. Zhu Minghui's smile faltered as he prepared to respond, only to see a girl from their group take the keys to the Koenigsegg one and step forward. "How about I take a turn?" Zhu Minghui burst into laughter. "You? Are you certain?" In the presence of a world champion, even Chu Qing, renowned for her driving skills, paled in comparison. Yet Song Wan disregarded his skepticism, winking at her companions. "Let me give it a try." They recognized the eagerness in her eyes and, believing she merely wished to have some fun, did not hinder her. Chu Qing hopped into the passenger seat after she entered the car. "If that's the case, I shall join the lady in this endeavor." Su Muyang and the others made no effort to intervene. It was destined to be a spectacle, and they decided to let her enjoy herself. With their presence, they considered it a victory if Zhu Minghui managed to take home the Koenigsegg one. The two racing cars soon took their positions, and as the signal sounded, both vehicles shot forth like arrows released from a bow. The onlookers turned to the large screen that had already lit up, displaying the silhouettes of the Koenigsegg one and the Bugatti Veyron. Zhu Minghui, noticing Su Moyang's group appearing indifferent, assumed they had surrendered to despair and couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't claim it's unfair. The blue chi track is yours. My Bugatti excels in straight lines, but with real skill, overtaking in curves is not impossible." No sooner had he spoken than the first curve appeared on the large screen. To the astonishment of the crowd, the Koenigsegg one executed a deft maneuver, swiftly overtaking the Bugatti Veyron.
Wow.
Overtaking in a curve. The lady is incredible. The cheers from the members behind them caused Qin Yulo and his companions to abandon their earlier nonchalance. After the shock, their smiles broadened. What else with calling her the lady? From now on, she's Sister Wan. Chapter 60. Sister Wan, you are our goddess. Zhu Minghui was utterly taken aback. He understood precisely how challenging it was to overtake in a curve, otherwise, he wouldn't have used that tactic to mock SSCC. Even a professional racer like Zheng Ming had to slightly reduce speed in such situations. Yet, what was this bewildering display on the screen? A small girl had overtaken a champion racer on the first curve? Don't get too complacent. It's merely a coincidence. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Minghui had no intention of conceding. The road ahead was long, and the outcome was still uncertain. Qin Yulo and his companions, however, paid him no mind. Their eyes were fixed intently on the white Koenigsegg one on the screen, excitement making their breaths quicken. Even the members of the Yongxia Club behind Zhu Minghui were transfixed, their eyes not daring to blink. What had initially seemed an uneven match now ignited fervor among the spectators. The white Koenigsegg one raced along the track like a ghostly specter, embodying its promotional promise. Here comes the second curve. At that moment, someone in the crowd gasped. All eyes sharpened as they focused on the white silhouette on the screen. She wouldn't dare to accelerate without slowing down, will she? It was evident that the second curve was not akin to the first. The first turn was situated on level ground, while the second bend loomed perilously halfway up the mountainside. A moment's lapse in concentration could send one crashing through the guardrail, leading to catastrophic consequences. Observing this, Zhu Minghui could not help but smirk. Clearly, she was just a young girl. Foolishly attempting to show off on such a treacherous curve, she was merely courting disaster. Should the Koenigsegg one smash through the barriers, victory would undoubtedly belong to their Yongxia Club. The thought alone deepened the smile on Zhu Minghui's face. Did she truly believe that such a treacherous turn could afford her the same fortune as the first? How naive and laughable. The members of the SSCC Club turned their gaze towards Zhu Minghui, who was casually leaning against a Ferrari, a nonchalant grin plastered across his face, as though he had already secured the spoils of victory. Yet, the expressions of Su Muyang and his companions darkened, their focus unwaveringly fixed on the large screen. As Zhu Minghui had predicted, the significance of this second turn was utterly distinct from the first. Beyond the desire for victory, their foremost hope was for Song Wan and Chu Qing's safe passage. However, in the next instant, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. The screen displayed the white Koenigsegg one executing a rapid drift, utilizing its weight to sail effortlessly through the second turn without any reduction in speed. Almost without pause, it continued to surge ahead. How could this be possible? Zhu Minghui stumbled back, nearly losing his footing. His gaze, glued to the screen, radiated pure incredulity. That was a mountainside turn. How could she dare attempt it? Moreover, how could she possibly emerge unscathed while accelerating through a drift? A glance at Zheng Ming's maneuvering revealed that even a world-class racer would hesitate when faced with life-threatening risks. Yet this young girl seemed oblivious to fear, watching as the distance between the two cars widened with each turn. Approaching the halfway mark, the gap had grown substantially. Zhu Minghui could hardly maintain his composure and quickly grabbed his walkie-talkie, directing his voice toward Zheng Ming. If you lose to a little girl, I swear you'll never set foot in the international racing scene again. He could not afford the stakes tied to a single Koenigsegg one. Zhu Minghui, do you really believe that if you continue to threaten from the sidelines, I won't have you come over vertically and leave horizontally? Yi Lan adjusted his sleeves, his gaze towards Zhu Minghui seemingly casual, yet it struck a chord of fear within him that silenced any further words. This man was capable of anything when provoked. At that moment, even his grandfather would not dare to anger the Yi family on behalf of someone as diminished as him. Fortunately, he had already relayed his message to Zheng Ming. Yet, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he watched in astonishment as Zheng Ming's Bugatti Veyron, which had previously exuded calm, suddenly accelerated into the next turn, mirroring the little girl's approach. In the blink of an eye, the car veered wildly. Thankfully, the turn was an S-curve, allowing the vehicle to collide with the mountainside. While no harm came to the driver, the outcome of the race was all too clear. When Song Wan returned to the finish line in her Koenigsegg one, her striking figure reappeared before the crowd, igniting a thunderous cheer from the SSCC Club members. Wanjie, you're incredible. Wanjie, you are my goddess. Wait, was Wanjie really recruited by Yang Go and the others? In stark contrast, the Yongxia Club fell into a hushed silence. Zhu Minghui stared blankly at the screen, his gaze fixating on the damaged Bugatti Veyron, his heart aching with palpable sorrow. This was a car he had painstakingly acquired through his uncle. Losing the race was one thing, but now his vehicle lay in ruins. Turning to Zheng Ming, who had also returned, Zhu Minghui's eyes were filled with shadows of resentment. Zheng Ming felt equally wronged. Before their arrival, Zhu Minghui had assured him that, although a few club members were racers, their skills were nowhere near comparable. Yet this girl was simply a phenomenon. Even on the international stage, he had never encountered such a reckless driver. Continuous drifting through S-curves. How is she not ascending to the heavens? Most astonishingly, she had not made a single error throughout the entire ordeal. Taking a moment to collect himself, he turned to Zhu Minghui with certainty. Zhu Xiao. She must be a professional racer, albeit one who has never competed on the international scene. Some prodigious racers are like that, breaking records as if it were child's play. Yet they eschew participating in competitions. He speculated that this girl was likely a gifted racer nurtured from a young age. Otherwise, with such driving prowess, he would have certainly heard of her. Zhu Minghui snapped back to reality, his gaze towards Chu Qing and the others brimming with questions. Didn't you all also seek out professional-level racers? How dare you mock me before the race?
Humph.
The members of Su Moyang's team were too disinterested to respond, but the SSCC club members could not hold back. If you can't play, then don't play, Zhu Minghui. Just because you cheat doesn't mean everyone else does. R1 Jia secured her place in the SSCC fair and square, utilizing her skills with the poison and the Koenigsegg one. Why don't you tell us how Jingming made it into Yongxia? Chapter 61. The Nanjia law firm is always at your service. What did you say? At the mention of the last phrase, Zhu Minghui's face froze in a mask of fury. Poison and the Koenigsegg one, are they hers? How could this be? How could one person possess two top-tier limited edition supercars? That was absurd. Even Chu Qing and the others might not be able to acquire such vehicles. A complete stranger? Song Wan, however, was disinterested in engaging in this debate. She turned her gaze towards him, her demeanor calm and unyielding. The race has concluded. It is time for you to settle your wager. Zhu Minghui's expression hardened visibly. My Bugatti has already been reduced to this state. Do you expect anything further? Why not? Su Moyang twirled the car key in his fingers, flashing Zhu Minghui a radiant smile. Make sure to send the Bugatti for proper repairs, and then bring it to us. Zhu Minghui's grip tightened around his Bugatti key, veins almost protruding from his skin. He had never anticipated that his opponent would win, which was why he had thought to wager the Koenigsegg one now. He stood to lose not only the Koenigsegg but his Bugatti Veyron as well. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he lifted his head only to hear Yi Lan add nonchalantly, "Oh, and there's also another 100 million. It needs to be transferred within a day. Otherwise," Yi Lan smiled gently at him and remarked, "I believe you wouldn't want to know the consequences." Although the Zhu family firmly established itself among the rising powers, if the other families truly decided to take action, a single Zhu family would hardly suffice. Merely relying on the partial lithography technology that our nation, Huaxia, requires and utilizing it as a means to threaten the state is indeed a feat only the Zhu family could accomplish. Yi Lan offered a delicate smile, her gaze directed at Zhu Minghui, imbued with an unspeakable coolness and derision. The phrase dancing on the edge of a knife aptly describes the current state of the Zhu family. Observing that his opponent had grown earnest, Zhu Minghui refrained from further frivolity. Although his countenance remained exceedingly grim, he addressed his companions, stating, "I, Zhu Minghui, am not one to lack integrity. I shall ensure the Bugatti Veyron is repaired and delivered to SSCC, and the 100 million yuan will be arranged within a day. Is it not merely a competition? I can afford to lose." With that, he shot a final glare at Zheng Ming before promptly entering a subordinate's sports car. Zhu Minghui dared not utter another word, and the others from the Yongxia club hastily fell silent. In stark contrast to the initial jubilant atmosphere, they left in the same sports cars. Yet there lingered an undeniable sense of defeat, as if they were fleeing in disgrace.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, on completing the task of winning the competition. Reward: ownership of Luoyuan real estate. The reward has been issued. Please check, host. Upon hearing the system's voice, Song Wan's eyes immediately sparkled. At that moment, she was suddenly greeted by Su Muyang's exuberant voice, "Sister Wan, you're my sister now. Can you teach me how to race?" His excitement was palpable. He had never anticipated that a casually encountered young lady would bring him a cascade of surprises, each more astonishing than the last. Beside him, Chu Qing chuckled. "Without you, we likely wouldn't have had this competition." Despite Zhu Minghui's shameless attempts to exploit loopholes, the reputation of SSCC would undoubtedly suffer should word get out. This situation could not have been more favorable. Not only had they thwarted Zhu Minghui's schemes, but he would also find himself at a loss with a Bugatti Veyron and 100 million yuan in debt. Reflecting on this, Chu Qing's voice took on a deeper tone. "Tell me, how will Zhu Minghui procure 100 million yuan in just one day?" Qin Yulo and Yi Lan instantly grasped his implication, their expressions tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Given Zhu Minghui's temperament, it would indeed be strange for him to disclose the wager to his family. Thus, the question arose, Procuring such a substantial cash flow was no simple feat. Noticing Song Wan's puzzled demeanor, Chu Qing made a gesture he had intended to perform upon exiting the vehicle, gently ruffling her hair, then smiling at her naturally. Zhu Minghui currently serves as a manager at a subsidiary under the Zhu Group. Song Wan was momentarily taken aback by his gesture, but she quickly comprehended his meaning. If conventional means could not yield the needed funds, it was highly likely that Zhu Minghui would target that subsidiary for a scheme. At that point, a mere nudge from them could thrust the subsidiary into a precarious situation. To celebrate our sister Wan's victory in the race, we must treat her to a grand feast. Qin Yulo stepped forward, his gaze sparkling with mirth as he looked at the others. The camaraderie among them was evident, for they shared similar temperaments. Throughout their lives, few had captured their attention as Song Wan had. The others readily agreed, and the group promptly drove towards Sanqianyeyuan. The sight of several top-tier supercars lined up was undeniably striking, and upon their arrival, a host eagerly came forth to greet them. However, just as they were about to enter, a figure dashed towards them with great urgency. Before they could react, the figure accurately lunged into Yi Lan's embrace. Yi Lan's brow furrowed as he stepped back, allowing the figure to tumble aside due to momentum.
I'm so sorry, sir.
My grandmother is ill and hospitalized, and I was rushing over, which almost caused me to collide with you. The girl, clad in a white dress, possessed an exquisite visage, particularly her large, glistening doe-like eyes that evoked a sense of tenderness. Yilong noticed that his shirt had been splattered with lemon juice, causing his frown to deepen. The girl, sensing his displeasure, hurriedly rose and took out a handkerchief, approaching him. Let me help you wipe that off. However, Yilong had already evaded her advance. His tone as frigid as ice, do not touch me. Su Muyang discreetly sidled up to Song Wan, his voice barely above a whisper, yet laced with glee. That guy has a cleanliness obsession. Observing the entire scene, Song Wan felt a sense of déjà vu. The girl before them was on the verge of tears, desperately standing in front of Yilan. I'm truly sorry.
I really am.
Enough. Before Yilan could respond, a young man, exuding an air of professionalism, approached them. Is it not excessive for several men to bully a single girl? Su Muyang and his companions, who had been enjoying the spectacle, were taken aback. Without waiting for their retorts, the elite-looking man pulled the girl protectively behind him, glaring at them with disdain. I detest individuals like you, the spoiled offspring of the wealthy. Do not presume that your family's wealth grants you the liberty to act without consequence. If you have any grievances, direct them at me. The man paused, an imposing aura radiating from him. We are from the Nanjia law firm, and we are at your service. Chapter 62. Feng Yankai, are you tired of living? Su Muyang could not help but step forward, scrutinizing the man closely. Clad in a black suit, his hair slicked back with wax, he presented an appearance that, while not conventionally handsome, was certainly above average. He seemed to embody the image of a respectable gentleman. Su Muyang narrowed his eyes, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. You didn't escape from a mental institution, did you? I've seen people embellish their roles. But this is a new level. The elite man was momentarily taken aback, disbelief flashing across his face. Sir, that constitutes a personal attack. I could sue you for that. The Nanjia law firm, is it? Yilan, who had been icy and disdainful, now fixed his gaze on the elite man, a look of realization dawning upon him. No wonder he was so brazen. He had the backing of the Nanjia law firm. Upon hearing Yilan's inquiry, the elite man subtly lifted his chin. It seems this gentleman has heard of our esteemed Nanjia. Of course, Su Muyang and his friends were now laughing in disbelief. The ever-eloquent Qin Yulo immediately inquired. Even with the Nanjia law firm backing you, pray tell, what exactly can you sue us for? The man faltered for a moment, then his gaze turned toward Qin Yulo, filled with increasing disdain. I witnessed you several men ganging up on a single girl. If you intend to take on the lawsuit, then I shall serve as a witness. The elite man's voice resonated with authority as he stood before the girl, his chest proudly held high, seemingly indifferent to the pressures of the powerful. To speak frankly, he had encountered many signs of privilege, whose formidable exteriors often concealed their cowardice. Qin Yulo observed the expression on his face, the smirk on his lips deepening, his gaze dripping with mockery. Pray tell, how have we, a group of grown men, bullied this young lady? The elite man's fury intensified as he met his gaze. Are you daring to act while being unable to face the consequences? That girl is in tears from your torment. Do you believe everyone is blind? At that moment, Song Wan, who had been quietly observing, stepped forward and fixed her gaze on the elite man. You claim to be from the Nanjia law firm? The elite man's demeanor shifted to one of impatience. Do you truly believe anyone would dare impersonate someone from Nanjia? Just then, the girl nodded. That's good. Without pause for questions, she produced her phone, stating, I happen to have acquaintances at Nanjia as well. Upon hearing this, the elite man's expression shifted noticeably. However, the girl had already dialed a number, and after a brief exchange, she returned her gaze to him. Your name?
What?
The elite man was momentarily taken aback, the earlier bravado evaporating from his eyes. Yet the girl's expression remained calm, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. Regaining his composure, the elite man stammered. You're a girl too. Will you just stand by and watch your companions bully someone? Your name? Song Wan's patience was wearing thin. This man had come forth without understanding the context, hastily condemning Yi Lan and the others. Now, she had no intention of indulging him further. Taking a deep breath, the man prepared to continue his protests when Qin Yiluo's laughter broke the tension. What's the matter? Afraid to reveal your name? Are you worried Nanjia will not have a record of you? The man shot a fierce glare at Qin Yiluo, pride seeping into his voice. My name is Feng Yankai.
You may verify it.
After a pause, he unconsciously glanced at Song Wan. I am merely stating the facts. If you misinterpret this as personal, is it not a bit excessive? The mocking smiles of Qin Yiluo and his companions only grew more pronounced. You've claimed that we second-generation heirs relish bullying others. We wouldn't want you to miss out on experiencing that sensation. Song Wan had already provided her name over the phone, and within a couple of minutes, she hung up. Feng Yankai's gaze remained locked on her, eager to ascertain whether the voice on the other end was indeed from the Nanjia law firm and what had been said. Yet he found himself unable to voice his inquiries. Before he could deliberate for long, his phone rang. A sudden jolt of apprehension surged within him, especially upon seeing the caller ID. Director Tan, what brings you to call? Tan Tianming was practically seething, his tone barely concealing his ire.
Feng Yankai.
Are you tired of living? Feng Yankai instinctively turned his gaze to Song Wan, his hand trembling slightly as he held the phone. Director, what do you mean? Tan Tianming, still simmering with anger, found the situation almost laughable. How delightful. Feng Yankai, I've managed Nanjia for 6 years, and it is my first encounter with someone so blind to their own folly. Before Feng Yankai could respond, Tan Tianming's voice cut through the line once more, laced with fury. I do not care what prompted this foolish act. In any case, you are terminated. At this point, his tone softened slightly, yet the sarcasm lingered. If you must know the reason, I can provide it. In your position, you ought to fulfill your duties. We do not require a fool attempting to accuse our esteemed boss on baseless charges.
Tan Tianming boast.
Not allowing Feng Yankai a moment to comprehend the gravity of his situation, and continued, I will have your belongings gathered and left downstairs for you to retrieve. And, just to add a touch of cruelty, I should mention that your malicious defamation lawsuit will be included. Our entire Nanjia law firm welcomes your complaints as a defendant. Chapter 63. What does this have to do with me materially? With a sudden slip, Feng Yankai fell to the floor, his mind reeling from the abrupt termination. What did it mean to be dismissed? What was malicious defamation? What did it mean to attempt to accuse the boss? His gaze lingered on Song Wan, a flicker of hope remaining.
Who are you?
Yet Song Wan seemed oblivious to his despair, simply smiling brightly at him. What a coincidence. I happen to own a Nanjia law firm. With that, Feng Yankai, who had only just managed to regain his footing, crumpled back to the ground. The others, including Su Moyang, were equally taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of incredulity. While they had long suspected her identity was extraordinary due to her association with poison and the Koenigsegg one, this revelation was astonishing. If memory served, Nanjia law firm was among the foremost in all of Huaxia, renowned even on the international stage for its impeccable record of never having lost a case. Su Moyan couldn't help but blink in astonishment, recalling how casually she had acquired Zhezhai. Compared to this revelation, that incident seemed trivial. They had proclaimed themselves the elite of the Magic City, yet what did that make her? Chu Qing and the others quickly caught on, and soon, laughter escaped their lips. Particularly Qin Yiluo, whose gaze toward Feng Yankai brimmed with amusement. So, this fellow has unwittingly flaunted his authority over his own boss. Unfazed by Feng Yankai's ashen countenance, they scrutinized him for a full 2 minutes, as if observing a curious spectacle. You could make headlines with this story. Feng Yankai, now stripped of any semblance of anger, found himself shielded by the girl in white, who stepped forward with unwavering resolve. Without hesitation, she approached Yilan.
Sir.
noticing the evident disdain on Yilan's face. Her eyes glistened with hurt, yet she persisted. Sir, Mr. Feng did not intend any harm. He merely misunderstood you and acted impulsively. Could you please ask your friends to let him go? The girl bit her lip, her complexion paling slightly, adding an air of pitiable fragility to her already delicate features. However, Yilan recoiled as if confronted by something repugnant, retreating several paces. The girl's distress became even more pronounced upon witnessing his reaction, yet she lifted her head, as if bearing the weight of an immense grievance, and spoke to Yilan with a voice laced with bitterness. If only you could spare Mr. Feng. I would be willing to do anything. Yilan replied curtly, then keep your distance from me. The girl's expression faltered, her humiliation evident. Realizing that she would not receive the desired response from Yilan, she took a deep breath, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and turned to Chu Qing, pleading, Sir, I implore you to kindly assist, urging your friend to cease his grievances. I promise to do anything for you, if you agree. Chu Qing did not acknowledge her, instead directing his attention to Song Wan with genuine curiosity. Do I appear to you as a naive simpleton? The responses from the group were starkly different from her expectations, and unable to endure the humiliation any longer, the girl turned to Song Wan for assistance. Miss, I apologize on behalf of Mr. Feng. He must have worked hard to secure a position at the law firm. Could you not dismiss him over a mere misunderstanding? She stood closest to Feng Yang, close enough to overhear the voice of his superior on the phone. With this thought, she could not help but clench her teeth, adding, You are all privileged and powerful, unaware of the struggles ordinary people like us face just to survive. If he loses this opportunity, it could ruin his entire life. Feng Yang, who had collapsed on the ground, lifted his gaze towards the girl, her words striking him like a radiant moonlight piercing through the darkness, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. With renewed determination, he attempted to rise. He could hardly fathom how such a kind-hearted and innocent girl could be so cruelly treated. Yet, the girl remained oblivious to his gaze, fixated on Song Wan. If you show mercy, I shall be eternally grateful. Song Wan casually met her gaze, her voice piercing through. What can your gratitude bring to me? The girl, taken aback, responded incredulously. You aren't lacking in money. Why must you be so materialistic? Materialistic? Song Wan thought, perplexed. Just moments ago, the girl had offered to do anything for Yilan and Chu Qing, yet here she was accusing Song Wan of being materialistic. Yushu, unable to contain himself, chuckled lightly, leaning in to pat Song Wan's shoulder. You nailed it. Sister Wan is the most materialistic of us all. He winked at her before turning back to the girl. So, someone as ethereal as you should probably refrain from seeking favors from our sister Wan. Qin Yu and Lu, familiar with the intricacies of the entertainment industry, stepped forward, placing themselves between Song Wan and the girl. Moreover, if you are so righteous, why didn't you stand up for Mr. Feng when he was in trouble? The girl hesitated, her voice trembling as she replied, I didn't react in time. Realizing the formidable nature of those before her, she reluctantly turned her gaze back to Song Wan. Today was merely a misunderstanding. There was no need for it to escalate like this. Please, show mercy and spare Mr. Feng. At this juncture, Song Wan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, her tone carrying a weight of gravity. Regardless of your lack of awareness, it remains a fact that he sought trouble indiscriminately. A biased perspective is not a trait befitting a qualified lawyer. She feared that allowing such a fool to remain in the firm might jeopardize its flawless record of 0 losses. The girl faltered, her face paling further. But your actions will render all his efforts in vain. Law firms are notoriously difficult to enter, especially one as esteemed as the Nanjia law firm. Song Wan shrugged nonchalantly. What does that have to do with me? Chapter 64. Today's sign-in, Gene Repair Liquid. Let us go eat. Yushu tugged at Song Wan's arm and winked at her again. Engaging in conversation with someone so dim-witted could easily dull one's own intellect. The group clearly dismissed the girl's pleas, promptly following the waiter into the private room of San Yuan. In a moment of panic, the girl attempted to rush forward to stop them, but was blocked by a waitress. The waitress, also a young woman, wore a polite yet official smile. Miss, please do not disturb our esteemed guests while they dine. Frustrated, the girl stamped her foot. Can't you see I need to speak with them? The waitress's smile dimmed slightly as she gestured for her to step aside. However, it seems our guests are not inclined to converse with you.
Fine.
Who do you think you are, looking down on me? Feng Yang finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly grabbed the girl, preventing her from advancing. Though the girl was clearly still reluctant, she hesitated. But your job. Feng Yang paused, his eyes brimming with emotion as he looked at her.
Stealing himself.
He resolved to reassure her, "Do not worry. Even if I am dismissed, I can find another law firm. I won't allow you to endure any further humiliation from these privileged brats." The girl was momentarily taken aback, biting her lip, and before she could respond, Feng Yang was already pulling her away. Just as she was about to break free, he turned back, filled with concern. "Didn't you say your grandmother was ill, and you needed to hurry to the hospital? Let me accompany you." The girl's smile faltered, and with no other excuse left, she reluctantly followed Feng Yang out. The waitress, having observed the entire exchange, finally exhaled in relief. She had witnessed many girls like her, arriving in luxury cars, mistakenly believing they could charm their way into the lives of the wealthy. Yet, one must confront reality. How could the affluent take a liking to someone so careless as to drench herself? But wait. She did manage to capture the affection of a foolish former lawyer. The waitress's lips twitched slightly as she redirected her gaze, sharing a knowing glance with her colleague. Their expressions conveyed a silent understanding. A lawyer dismissed by Nanjia and served with a lawsuit surely could not expect to find solace elsewhere. In the private room, aside from the drenched Yilan, the others took their seats. By the time the housekeeper brought Yilan a fresh shirt, the dishes had already been served. Sanqianya Yuan was renowned in the metropolis, on par with Shihazhai, and the meal was a feast for the senses. Chu Qing and the others, in a tacit agreement, refrained from inquiring about Song Wan's family background, engaging instead in light conversation. After finishing their meal, more than half an hour had passed.
Su Mai Zan.
Keenly aware of the eager glances from Chu Qing and the others, promptly moved closer to Song Wan. "Sister Wan, you can't drive 2 cars by yourself. Allow me to escort you back." Naturally, Song Wan had no objections and immediately handed him the key to the poison. With a playful wink at them, Su Moyang proudly got into the car. Quick on the uptake, Qin Yulo followed suit, saying, "Well, you will need a vehicle for your return, right?" As if fearing dissent from the remaining two, the trio exchanged nods before swiftly vanishing from sight. The two left behind exchanged bewildered glances. Seriously, these two are something else. As Song Wan took the lead, she drove ahead. However, Su Muang and Qin Yulo, trailing behind, grew increasingly apprehensive. Instinctively, Qin Yulo accelerated, positioning himself alongside Su Muang in the poison. "Surely, this isn't what I think it is?" Su Muang retorted, "You are now a mature man. Learn to remain unperturbed in the face of events." Sure enough, within a mere 20 minutes, Song Wan, driving the Koenigsegg 11, led them straight into the renowned Tenga Palace, touted as the most luxurious residence in the Magic City.
Goodness.
Qin Yulo couldn't contain himself, letting out a long sigh of astonishment. He had already been taken aback upon learning from the manager of Emerald Lake that the entire building belonged to Sister Wan. Yet this situation was entirely different. This was Tenga Palace. Even in their family, only their grandparents owned a villa here. Almost instantly, his mouth fell agape once more in disbelief as they halted right in front of Villa Number 1, guided by Song Wan.
Goodness.
Su Muang finally succumbed to his astonishment as well. Qin Yulo, closely following him, caught his exclamation and shot him a sardonic glance. Unperturbed in the face of events. Huh? Su Muang, however, was too engrossed in the sight of Villa Number 1 to pay heed to Qin Yulo's mockery, his expression a mix of wonder and curiosity. He was increasingly intrigued by Sister Wan's family background. It was evident that Sister Wan was not a local of the Magic City. The fact that someone from outside could purchase a villa in Tenga Palace, especially the top-tier Villa Number 1, was truly astounding. Meanwhile, Song Wan had exited the car, handing the keys over to Qing Ling, who was already waiting downstairs. Su Muang and Qin Yulo, finally snapping back to reality, hurriedly alighted from the vehicle. Su Muang's face still bore traces of shock, and upon seeing Qing Ling's appearance, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, is this your brother, Sister Wan? He's incredibly handsome. Just the kind of look anyone would dream of." Qing Ling, upon hearing this, offered a polite smile, replying, "I am merely the young Mrs. Butler." Su Muang's gaze towards Song Wan shifted dramatically, astonished. "I must say, Sister Wan certainly knows how to play her cards right." Oblivious to his bizarre fascination, Song Wan greeted the two before ushering them back into the car. Su Muang and Qin Yulo, who had expected to be invited up for tea, were left bewildered as Song Wan, having no desire for tea after their recent meal, sent them off before leading Qing Ling into the villa. Knowing she would return, the dining table was already laid out with exquisitely cut fruits for dessert. After a quick nibble, Song Wan ascended the stairs, undisturbed in her solitude. without any noise. She drifted into a deep slumber until 9 o'clock. Upon waking and stretching, the system's cheerful voice echoed in her mind.
Ding.
A new day has arrived. Would the host like to check in? Sign in. As soon as Song Wan opened her eyes, the system's voice chimed in again.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have received 10 vials of gene repair fluid. The reward has been dispatched. Please check your inventory. Song Wan was momentarily taken aback. Gene repair fluid? It can repair all visible and hidden injuries in the human body, enhancing the user's physical constitution to the pinnacle of human capability, dear host. Upon hearing this, Song Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement. As one ages, various discomforts and unseen injuries inevitably arise, particularly for her overworked parents. This gene repair fluid would be perfect for them. Chapter 65. That's called foresight. Remembering the property she had obtained from the sign-in earlier, Song Wan's expression shifted slightly as she descended the stairs to find Qing Ling. Please make the arrangements. I need to return to Yongning County. Qing Ling looked at her earnestly and nodded gently. I will accompany you. Song Wan agreed, recognizing the awkwardness that came with being around family. Given their familiarity, she knew she couldn't reveal all the system's rewards at once. And there were matters she preferred Qing Ling to handle on her behalf, his professionalism beyond reproach. By the time Song Wan finished breakfast, Qing Ling had everything organized. Since it was a homecoming, they opted for subtlety, and thus, she settled into the Audi previously purchased for the nanny's grocery trips. Qing Ling's driving was exceptionally steady. In fact, halfway through, Song Wan dozed off again. When she awoke, they had already entered Luoyang City. Luoyang wasn't particularly large. Within 15 minutes, they had arrived at Ning'an County. The Audi slowly rolled into an old neighborhood, and as Song Wan gazed out at the somewhat familiar scenery, a sense of trepidation washed over her. Although she had accepted their return during their earlier phone call, facing them in person still induced a twinge of panic. Noticing her discomfort, Qing Ling flashed her an encouraging smile. With that, Song Wan alighted from the car, following her memories up the somewhat aged building. Earlier that morning, she had spoken with her parents. Both were overjoyed to know she would be returning today, nearly speechless with excitement. As she unlocked the door and stepped inside, she was greeted by the bustling figures of her parents.
Goodness.
After sitting for so long, you must be exhausted. What are you standing there for? Hurry and rest on the sofa. Her mother, still in her apron, promptly pulled Song Wan to a nearby sofa. The sofa, though small, was impeccably tidy and imbued with a warm, sunlit aroma. Still somewhat dazed, Song Wan heard her mother cheerfully say, "Your dad has been waiting by the door for over an hour, finally got you back." Her mother's voice carried a teasing tone, prompting her father to cough slightly. "It's not that exaggerated. Your mother just has a flair for dramatics." Observing the slight embarrassment on her father's face, Song Wan felt her earlier anxiety dissipate. "Dad, Mom, I've missed you both." Listening to the soft voice of his daughter, Father Song could no longer maintain his facade of embarrassment. His mouth broke into a broad grin. Mumbling under his breath, "At this age, all she thinks about is her parents. She ought to be a bit more mindful of her dignity. Our dear one is simply being filial." Mother Song shot him a disdainful glance, unimpressed by his attempts to play the benevolent parent, and then turned to Song Wan with a radiant smile. "Are you hungry, my dear? I've prepared all your favorite dishes today. Make sure to eat plenty." As Song Wan entered, her heart swelled with warmth at the sight of the banquet laid out before her. She promptly nodded vigorously at Mother Song. "The spicy crayfish and stir-fried clams are my creations," Father Song interjected, discreetly seeking praise from his daughter. Song Wan chuckled softly, having accurately gauged her father's temperament. She looked up at him, her smile sweet, and said, "Thank you, Daddy. You've been away for 2 years and have learned to say thank you," Father Song replied, his cheeks flushing with pride as he struggled to conceal his delight. "I'll fetch the clams so we can eat. Hurry, and wash your hands." Joyfully, Song Wan responded, then washed her hands and helped set the table. Observing this, Mother Song laughed, exclaiming, "Our dear one is more enthusiastic about mealtime than anyone else." Father Song shot her a sidelong glance, retorting, "That's because she loves the spicy crayfish and stir-fried clams I make." Mother Song, uninterested in quarreling, promptly urged Song Wan to eat. Song Wan, who had a penchant for spicy food, had indulged in numerous dishes from private chefs and outside cooks during her time away. Yet upon tasting the food before her, she realized that none could compare. Her palate seemed to instinctively recognize the superiority of her parents' cooking. Be it Mother Song's tangy potato strips and mapo tofu or Father Song's spicy crayfish and stir-fried clams, Each bite whetted her appetite. In front of her parents, she abandoned any pretense of decorum, devouring her meal with gusto, which elicited hearty laughter from both. Particularly, her exuberant compliments, while eating, left the corners of their eyes crinkling with joy. Watching her relish her food brought immense satisfaction to father and mother Song. Truly, she was their beloved child. After a while, Mother Song observed something different about her daughter. She scrutinized her closely, finally asserting, "My dear one has become even more beautiful." Father Song instinctively glanced at Song Wan, ready to banter. "Of course, she inherited her good looks from me." Mother Song shot him a disapproving look, exasperated by his lack of self-awareness. Noticing that Mother Song did not refute him, Father Song's grin widened. "My dear one is so lovely. No boy should dare take advantage of her." At this, Mother Song recalled something and turned her gaze to Song Wan. "My dear, have you seen that girl Jin Xiao during your time in the magical city?" Song Wan paused mid-bite, hearing her mother sigh. "A few days ago, your aunt called, saying that girl is getting married. The engagement banquet is the day after tomorrow, and she wants us to join." "Married?" Song Wan's lips twitched, and the image of the somewhat ungainly face of Mr. Wang flashed through her mind. Mother Song assumed her daughter was merely surprised. "It's only a couple of days earlier than your return. She went out on a blind date and settled down right away. They didn't even ask for a bride price. I wonder what the hurry is." Song Wan was genuinely taken aback. "Mom, are you saying that Eugene Xiao is marrying someone she met through a blind date?" Mother Song nodded. "Indeed. The young man is from our county, and he's rather handsome." At this juncture, Mother Song couldn't help but pause, adding, "Though he has a green lizard tattoo on his ear, which looks rather unrefined." Song Wan nearly choked on her food. "No, he's not unrefined. That's called having foresight." Chapter 66. Where did you buy this lighter? As their conversation flowed during the meal, an hour had already passed by the time they finished eating. Song Wan patted her full belly and stood up to clear the table. However, Mother Song swiftly intervened. "Dear, go rest for a while. I'll handle it." Yet, Song Wan did not pause in her actions, turning to Mother Song with a gentle smile. "After all the hard work you both put into cooking, it's only right that you take a break." Father Song, mentioned in this context, instinctively straightened his back and decisively stood up. "No one needs to fight over it. I'll do it." "All right." Mother Song readily agreed, then snatched the dishes from Song Wan's hands, handing them off to Father Song. Father Song, who had been contemplating how to claim his share of the chores, was taken aback.
"Oh."
Mother Song shot him a glance, smiling lightly. "I just want to have a chat with our dear one." Without waiting for Song Wan to respond, she pulled her into the room. Song Wan's room faced the sun, and upon entering, she was greeted by the warm embrace of sunlight. The room, frequently tidied, even bore a faint, pleasant fragrance. It was only once seated that Song Wan realized what was happening, bursting into laughter. "Mom, were you doing this on purpose?" Mother Song shot a glare at the door. "Your father is the type who can't sit still if he hasn't tidied up for a day." After chatting for a while, Song Wan, mindful of her objective, informed Mother Song that she was slipping out to meet a friend. Qing Ling had casually eaten something and was waiting downstairs. Upon seeing Song Wan approach, he promptly opened the car door. "Miss, I've already contacted the people at Luo Yuan. We can head over now." Song Wan nodded. Luo Yuan Real Estate was located in the heart of Luoan City, and within approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at their destination. The manager of Luo Yuan Real Estate was a middle-aged man whose physique surprisingly had not succumbed to the ravages of time. He appeared rather refined. Having received advance notice, he had gathered several department managers to await their arrival at the entrance. As Song Wan and Qing Ling exited the car, the leading manager hurriedly approached. "Chairwoman, you've arrived." The department managers behind him were nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. Was their new chairwoman truly this young? Song Wan nodded, and the manager continued. "Chairwoman, I am Wen He, the general manager of Luo Yuan Real Estate." Under Wen He's guidance, Song Wan was introduced to the department managers. After instructing them to resume their work, she followed Wen He into the office of the chairwoman. Luo Yuan Real Estate comprised 12 floors, and undoubtedly, the chairwoman's office boasted the most expansive and brightest view. Qing Ling had already made prior arrangements, allowing Wen He to present several of the most luxurious properties under Luo Yuan's name right on the table. Among them, the standout was the Yunding Villa district located in the city center of Luoan. The district contained a total of 66 villas, with numbers 6, 16, 36, 46, 56, and 66 being the most desirable and valuable. Currently, aside from number 66, which had already been sold, the interior designs and layouts of the other 5 villas were laid out before Song Wan. She had just sought an excuse to venture out, intending to help her parents find a new home in Luoan City. It is not that I am reluctant to bring them to the bustling metropolis, but both the Tang Palace and the Emerald Garden are far beyond the acceptance threshold of Song's parents, making it difficult to explain. First, I will enhance their quality of life, and everything else can be addressed gradually. Even with this in mind, Song Wan had no intention of purchasing a modest home for her parents. Luoyang City is not even classified as a second-tier city, and its housing prices are naturally not comparable to those of the metropolis. Even in the most renowned Yunding Villa district of Luoyang, the price per square meter is merely around 30,000. The most expensive villa number 6, when calculated, amounts to only 18 million. Upon observing the layout, Song Wan promptly decided on villa number 6, and additionally, Luoyuan Real Estate also possesses properties in Yongning County. The elderly often harbor some reluctance to leave their homes, so Song Wan conveniently secured a row of townhouses in Yongning County. If her parents were willing, they could easily arrange for her aunt, grandparents, and other relatives to reside together. At that time, a few caretakers could be hired, allowing them to visit their relatives whenever they pleased. Having arranged the housing, Song Wan then took Qinglin to the 4S dealership. The salesperson, upon seeing the two enter, eagerly approached them, inquiring about their preferred car models. "Do you have a Land Rover Range Rover?" Song Wan slightly raised her gaze, as she had always remembered her father's fondness for that particular model. In the past, when finances were tight, her father often mentioned it. Now that they had the means, it was only fitting to fulfill that wish. The salesperson's eyes lit up at the mention of the model. "Yes, miss. Please follow me this way." "How fortuitous that you both came. We just received a Land Rover Range Rover a couple of days ago." Soon, Song Wan and Qinglin were guided to a gleaming black Range Rover SUV. The vehicle exuded an aura of both power and stability, precisely the type her father would favor. "This is our latest model, and it is fully equipped. If you're interested, I can secure the maximum discount for you. Furthermore, there are currently financing options available." "I'll take this one." Song Wan decisively handed over her card. The salesperson, who had been chattering away, abruptly halted, her gaze fixed on Song Wan with disbelief. "Miss, are you certain? This model is the top configuration, and the total might reach 3 million. Song Wan nodded and extended her card forward again. "Go ahead and charge it." The salesperson then noticed the card in her hand. Her pupils widened in shock. Goodness gracious. Is this the rumored black card user? Not daring to waste any time, she hurriedly fetched the store manager. Upon seeing the black card, the manager treated Song Wan with utmost reverence, ensuring tea was served and assisting with the license plate selection. Since Song Wan wished to avoid any delays, all the paperwork was completed in under 15 minutes. As she exited with the car keys, the staff at the dealership stared in awe at the door. What kind of divine second-generation wealthy individual is this? Buying a car is as simple as purchasing cabbage. While they marveled at her, Song Wan was already driving the Range Rover towards home. In no time, the entrance to her house appeared before her. Ascending the stairs and opening the door, she tossed the car keys to her father upon seeing him. He caught them with precision and began to examine them.
Goodness.
"Where did you buy this key fob?" Chapter 67. Goodness, is this worth several billion now? Without responding, Song Wan took back the keys and led her father to the window. He watched as she pressed a button on the key fob, and downstairs, a series of beeping sounds echoed. Instinctively looking out the window, he spotted a brand new black SUV parked below. His eyes sharpened, especially when he recognized it as the Land Rover Range Rover he had long desired. It wasn't until Song Wan returned the car keys to him that he fully grasped the situation. Not a key fob, but a genuine car key? When Song's mother emerged from the room, she was greeted by the sight of her husband, his face flushed with excitement. "Where did this car come from?" he exclaimed. Song Wan smiled at him. "It's a gift for you, Dad." Her father's eyes widened, fully aware of the car's value, and his expression turned serious. "Where did you get such a large sum of money? We must not engage in any illegal activities." The items she had previously sent home had already been quite expensive. Even with summer jobs, it seemed improbable to earn such a fortune. Anticipating his concerns, Song Wan had prepared a copy of her stockholding agreement with Linhua Technology,
which she handed to him.
"Dad, you know I study computer science, and the owner of this company happens to be a senior from our school." As her father began perusing the agreement, she continued, "He initially wanted me to join the company, but I was still in school. At that time, I had a bit of money, so I invested it all, and who would have thought the company developed a game and made a fortune? Even so, granting you 45% of the shares seems excessive, doesn't it? Her father frowned, worried that his daughter might have been deceived. Understanding his concerns, Song Wan smiled reassuringly. At that time, the company was about to develop a new game, so I invested the money I had earned previously again. By now, I am practically a founding member of the company. Besides, my computer skills are quite good. Technical contributions count for something. To further convince him, she mentioned their class advisor. If you don't believe me, you can ask our class advisor. They are aware of my stake in the company. The senior came to our school to give a speech, and it was our advisor who invited him. Upon hearing this, Song's father visibly relaxed. No matter the circumstances, a teacher's word always carried weight. It was only then that Song's mother realized what was happening. Sitting beside her husband, she gazed at the stock agreement with wide eyes. My heavens, are you saying our daughter is now a major shareholder in the company? Song Wan nodded with a smile. So, Mom and Dad, you won't need to run a street food stall anymore. I am now capable of taking care of you. With that, Song Wan's expression softened even further. From now on, you two can simply enjoy life. Spend your days shopping, playing Go, or dancing in the square, whatever brings you joy. Both Song's parents were momentarily taken aback, their eyes glistening with emotion. Over the years, having only one daughter, they had often faced disdain from people back in their hometown, who would say that daughters were meant to be married off, leaving parents without anyone to care for them in their old age. Yet the reality was that they weren't even old yet, and here was their daughter claiming she could support them both. Noticing their expressions, Song Wan playfully winked at them. Mom and Dad, don't get too excited. I have more surprises in store for you. Mr. Song suddenly recalled the car keys in his hand and immediately began to dance with excitement, waving the keys in front of Mrs. Song. Look, our darling bought me a new car. It's the Range Rover I often mention, the one you jokingly said I'd never afford in this lifetime. Mrs. Song's eyes involuntarily curved into a smile. What a good child. In the next moment, a beautifully crafted box was presented to her. The box, made of purple wood, exuded a faint, delicate fragrance, adorned with intricate and elegant plum blossom carvings. This is a gift from Mom. Mrs. Song instinctively accepted it, a deep smile gracing her lips. She didn't care whether the gift was expensive or to her liking. The feeling of being cherished by her beloved child was immensely gratifying. This thought lingered until she opened the box. Upon unveiling its contents, she could no longer ponder whether the gift suited her taste. Nestled within the exquisite wooden box was an emerald jade bracelet. Even without a deep understanding of jade prices, she recognized that such a bracelet could not possibly be inexpensive. Moreover, it was a vibrant green, with a remarkably even color distribution. Holding it in her hands, Mrs. Song's eyes sparkled with delight. No woman could resist the allure of jewelry, especially when it resonated so profoundly with her heart. After caressing it lovingly, she ultimately placed the bracelet back into the box. Darling, this bracelet must be quite costly, right? The bracelet had been personally chosen by Qinglin during their time in the bustling metropolis. And a fully green piece was indeed a rarity. A glass-grade emerald was even more so. However, Song Wan had no intention of disclosing the price to Mrs. Song. Instead, she carefully helped her mother put on the bracelet and said, Mom, do you know the current market value of Linua technology? Before Mrs. Song could respond, Song Wan had already fastened the bracelet onto her wrist. It's in the billions, and it's only going to grow. So, my dear daughter is truly wealthy now. You can spend freely. Mrs. Song was still reeling from the shock of her daughter speaking in terms of billions. And it wasn't until Song Wan brought over 2 glasses of water that she finally regained her composure. While accepting the water, she deliberately avoided using her left hand adorned with the bracelet, exclaiming in a trembling voice, So, our darling is worth several billion now. Mr. Song, too, was astonished. The knowledge that his child could afford a $2 million Range Rover had already pushed his imagination to its limits. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the company had reached such a staggering valuation. Indeed, our darling has returned. Even the water tastes better today. Mrs. Song mechanically finished her water and set the glass down, still feeling a bit dazed. After all, their darling was only in her second year of university. How could they, as parents, not be astonished by such remarkable achievements? Upon seeing that both of them had finished the water laced with gene repair liquid, Song Wan finally revealed a heartfelt smile and said, Dad, Mom, let us go. I have a surprise for you. Chapter 68. the shock from the neighbors in the community. With Song Wan pulling them along, Mr. and Mrs. Song made their way downstairs, with Mr. Song taking out his driver's license. When the Range Rover was unlocked, he was once again astounded. Is this the highest configuration? It must be worth 3 million, right? Sitting in the driver's seat, he explored the interior with eager hands, feeling utterly exhilarated. Today, I'll be your chauffeur, Mr. Song grinned widely, unable to hide his joy. Mrs. Song refrained from teasing him, settling into the back seat while gently caressing the jade bracelet her darling had placed on her wrist, her face radiating happiness as well. Song Wan, needing to navigate, took her place in the front passenger seat. Now an experienced driver, Mr. Song drove with great caution, taking his time, fearful of any minor mishaps. A journey that typically took 15 minutes stretched nearly double the time under his careful driving. Following Song Wan's directions, he parked the car, only to be met with yet another shock. Before them lay none other than the renowned villa district of Yongning County, known for its row houses that appeared both grand and luxurious. However, before he could voice his confusion, a woman approached them. Miss Song, welcome. The young woman, having been forewarned, was particularly attentive in her address. Her gentle and amiable demeanor marked her as the property manager of the villa area. The manager regarded Song Wan with an undertone of respect, and upon noticing Mr. and Mrs. Song, she subtly lowered her posture even further. After all, the parents of the chairman were akin to the great ancestors of their community. Determined to make a good impression, the property manager treated Mr. and Mrs. Song with an enthusiasm bordering on reverence. Offering tea and pouring water, Mr. and Mrs. Song exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Yet, before they could process their astonishment, they learned from the property manager that the entire row of villas had been purchased in their names. Watching as Song Wan casually suggested connecting the small road nearby to the property manager, Mr. and Mrs. Song were left utterly speechless. Goodness! This is an entire row of villas. Counting them, there were 6 in total. How much could this possibly cost? At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Song were completely convinced of their darling's wealth. Under the guidance of the property manager, they toured all 6 villas, feeling as though their lives had taken on a surreal quality. Many people might never own a villa in their lifetime, yet their names were already attached to 6. The property manager enthusiastically praised, "Look how filial your daughter is, planning so thoroughly for you both." Once the time came for them to bring their parents over, it would be incredibly convenient for visits or shared meals. Mr. and Mrs. Song found themselves at a loss for words to describe their current emotions. Both of their families had been supportive. If given the means, they would naturally wish to bring their elders to live together. Yet, they had already exhausted themselves raising their children. Even if they had the desire, they lacked the ability. And now their daughter, still merely a second-year student, had quietly arranged all of this for them. They inhaled deeply, feeling a bittersweet mix of pride and excitement. However, Song Wan showed no signs of stopping. After their tour, she took them to the Yunding Villa district in Luo City. Upon seeing the similarly titled Villa Number 6, their hearts raced once more. Miraculously, after exploring Villa Number 6, neither felt any fatigue. Compared to the row of villas in Yongning County, the Yunding villas in the heart of Luo City were undeniably more luxurious. Both the exterior and surrounding environment left Mr. and Mrs. Song in awe. Throughout their lives, they had never encountered such opulence. Even the furniture within the villa was as exquisite as that seen on television. Returning to their own home, the dilapidated community seemed utterly unworthy of comparison. At this moment, having just finished dinner, the elderly residents of every household sat downstairs in the community, some engrossed in a game of chess, while others engaged in lively gossip. When a Land Rover Range Rover rolled into view, the collective gaze of the crowd was irresistibly drawn towards it. This vehicle exuded an air of grandeur. One elderly gentleman, momentarily distracted from his chess game, could not help but express his astonishment. Those nearby, upon hearing his exclamation, immediately turned their attention to the vehicle. It was impossible not to gawk. After all, this was a Land Rover Range Rover, worth 2 to 3 million. Such exorbitance. How could such a luxury vehicle possibly arrive in our neighborhood? Is a wealthy businessman visiting relatives here? Instantly, both the elderly chess players and the women seated nearby on small stools, gossiping, ceased their conversations. Their attention riveted on a figure emerging from the vehicle, one so familiar it was almost uncanny. As soon as they recognized Mr. and Mrs. Song, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. "Goodness, old Song, have you struck it rich? Is this your car, old Song? I never would have guessed that your food stall was so profitable." "Gillen, Where have you two just returned from? Is this Wan?
My,
How she has blossomed into such a beauty. Questions poured forth, directed at Mr. Song, Mrs. Song, and even at Song Wan. In this old neighborhood, most of the residents were familiar faces. Mr. and Mrs. Song, when they had leisure time, were among them, and thus were well acquainted with their neighbors. Mr. Song promptly cleared his throat, a hint of bashfulness gracing his features. Oh, it's not from our food stall. It's just that our dear child has earned a bit of money at university. He continued, if it were up to me, I would prefer she save it for herself, but this child insists on acknowledging our hard work, and look, she has bought me a vehicle for commuting. Wan bought this? The crowd gasped in disbelief, their eyes now filled with envy as they gazed at Mr. Song. How old is this child? Not even 20, I presume? And she is already so accomplished while still in university. What will she achieve in the workforce? Among the crowd was a man who had always had a contentious relationship with Mr. Song, a fellow food vendor who felt that Mr. and Mrs. Song had overshadowed him in success. Seeing Mr. Song surrounded by admirers, he felt a pang of discomfort and echoed Mr. Song's sentiments with a cough. Children are all like this. Our Ming is also eager to buy us a house right after finishing university. I tell you, old Song, wouldn't it be better to use that money to buy a new home rather than this extravagant car? It's merely for show. It's not practical. Chapter 69, Sign-in. Ownership of Fanyun Hotel. The bystanders turned their attention to the speaker. Oh, old Tian. I've long heard that Ming wants to buy you a new house. Is that finally happening? Impressive, old Tian, who would have thought? Some were supportive, while others were skeptical. Old Tian, that's not quite right. What do you mean by for show? That's simply the child's good intentions.
besides,
How do you know she won't buy a house in the future? As if your Ming could afford such a car. The man referred to as Old Tian was indeed the one who had always been at odds with Mr. Song, his full name being Tian Disheng. Initially pleased that the conversation had shifted to his son, he felt his smile fade upon hearing the disapproving remarks. What nonsense are you all saying? I'm merely trying to provide some sage advice. After all, a house is the most important thing. Living in this old, dilapidated community while driving such a fine car. What is the point? Mr. Song, however, remained unfazed, even playfully patting Tian Disheng on the shoulder. Old Tian has a point. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances at Mr. Song, bewildered by his unusual camaraderie with Tian Disheng. Just as their confusion began to settle, Mr. Song's voice rang out again. Filled with delight. Well, our dear child has just purchased a townhouse in a villa area. She's worried we'd feel lonely and thought to bring the elders from our family over. Can you believe that as something a child should consider? As soon as Mr. Song finished, Tian Disheng erupted into laughter. A townhouse? Old Song, you're exaggerating. Do you know how much those townhouses cost? However, before he could finish his sentence, Mr. Song produced a stack of property deeds from the vehicle. Upon glancing at them, it appeared there were 5 or 6 in total, leaving Tian Disheng momentarily speechless. The others, however, had already crowded around Mr. Song. My goodness, it really is a townhouse. Just look at the building numbers. They're all lined up together. Old Song, you've truly hit the jackpot. By the way, does your Wan have a boyfriend? Surrounded by the throng of admirers, Mr. and Mrs. Song answered questions left and right, their smiles broadening with each exchange. What aspirations does one have in life? To see one's son become a dragon. To see one's daughter become a phoenix. With their child's remarkable achievements, it felt as if all the frustrations of the past years had finally been released, leaving them buoyant and invigorated. Song Wan, standing nearby, watched with a smile, choosing not to intervene. Instead, she retrieved the gifts of cigarettes, alcohol, and snacks prepared for the neighbors from the car and began distributing them. Soft Zhonghua? Oh, how could we accept this? These snacks are exquisitely packaged. They must have cost quite a bit. Song Wan smiled as she handed them out. I've been at school, and I've troubled you all to look after my parents. This is just a small token of appreciation. Please don't think too much of it. As the neighbors received their gifts, a wave of bashfulness swept over their faces, prompting them to shower even more compliments on Mr. and Mrs. Song. Tian Disheng, initially eager to join in, was playfully halted by those nearby. Oh, Wan, your uncle's son has bought him quite a few splendid things. Doesn't he need these? Song Wan promptly retrieved the items, wearing a sheepish smile. Look at me. Almost embarrassed myself in front of Uncle Tian. Tian Disheng's hand froze midair, caught between acceptance and refusal. As the conversation began to favor Mr. Song, with praises either directed at him or Song Wan, Tian could no longer maintain his smile, snorting in disdain as he turned to head upstairs. The crowd paid him no mind. Several aunts, still smiling, reassured Song Wan, "Don't take it to heart, Wan. Your Uncle Tian is always so stingy." "Yes, indeed. But his nature is just how it is." They continued. "He's always bragging about how Mingming is going to buy him a house, yet there's still no sign of it." Song Wan's smile twitched, nearly breaking into laughter. By the time Mr. and Mrs. Song finished their bragging, a full 20 minutes had passed. The couple had enthusiastically prepared dinner. And as they watched Song Wan eat her fill once more, they retired for the night with contented smiles. The next day, uncertain if it was due to returning home, Song Wan unexpectedly slumbered until 10 o'clock. As soon as she opened her eyes, the system's voice promptly resonated. "Ding! A new day has arrived. May I inquire if the host wishes to check in?" "Check in," Song Wan languidly replied, gazing at the speckled sunlight filtering through the window.
Ding.
"Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ownership of the Fanyun Hotel. The reward has been dispatched. Please check it, host." Fanyun Hotel? Is this not hailed as the finest establishment in Luoyang City? Stretching and recalling her high school days when classmates frequently mentioned Fanyun Hotel, she remembered that the VIP card was quite elusive. Before she could ponder further, her phone, resting nearby, rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Answering it with practiced ease, she heard a sweet, syrupy voice emanating from the other end. "Hello? Is this Song Wan?" Upon hearing the voice, Song Wan furrowed her brow slightly. It sounded familiar yet elusive. The female voice, undeterred by Song Wan's silence, continued with an air of familiarity. "This is Wu Anqi." In high school, Song Wan had been preoccupied with her studies and had not stood out in class. She vaguely recalled a proud and beautiful girl named Wu Anqi. Not receiving a response from Song Wan, Wu Anqi inquired again. "Are you Song Wan?" "I am," Song Wan replied, her frown still intact.
What do you need from me?
She had never had much interaction with Wu Anqi, and after graduation, they had not spoken a word, which explained her inability to recognize the voice. Upon receiving confirmation, Wu Anqi's tone brightened. "I almost thought I dialed the wrong number. Song Wan, you're just like in high school, such a quiet one." Song Wan's expression cooled at this remark, yet Wu Anqi seemed oblivious, continuing, "Our homeroom teacher had a baby recently, and we're organizing a celebration for her. I heard you're back. You should come." Although Wu Anqi's words were framed as a question, her tone conveyed no hint of inquiry. "The teacher was quite fond of you back in high school. You wouldn't miss this, would you?" Chapter 70. Is this too extravagant? Song Wan reminisced about her high school homeroom teacher, a gentle woman in her 30s who had indeed offered her considerable assistance in both life and studies. However, Song Wan was not naive enough to miss the inexplicable animosity in Wu Anqi's tone. After a brief pause, she replied coolly, "I'll call the teacher to ask." Upon hearing this, Wu Anqi's voice turned urgent. "What are you calling for?" "The teacher is already here. You're the only one missing." Fearing to raise Song Wan's suspicions, she hastily added, "If it weren't for the teacher's persistent wish to see you, I wouldn't have called directly." Song Wan raised an eyebrow slightly, catching the sound of rustling on the other end. Soon, another voice replaced Wu Anqi's. "Is this Wan?" The gentle voice belonged to none other than Teacher Liu, and Song Wan immediately recognized it. "Teacher Liu?" Upon hearing her voice, Teacher Liu's tone brightened. "And she told me you were back. I hardly believed it until now." Song Wan chuckled. "I just returned yesterday. I haven't congratulated you on your new baby." Teacher Liu's smile widened. "It's all thanks to Anqi. She insisted on organizing this gathering, thinking it would be good for you all to reunite." Song Wan vaguely heard Wu Anqi interject, "Teacher, let me say a few words." The phone then reverted to Wu Anqi's voice, who seemed to have stepped aside. "So, do you believe me now? As if I have something to gain by deceiving you. Hurry over." Song Wan was not one to shy away, especially with Teacher Liu present, so she naturally did not refuse. "Where is it?" "Fanyun Hotel," Wu Anqi replied, her tone slightly elevated. "If you can't get in, just call, and I'll have a staff member come to get you." Song Wan couldn't help but twitch her lips at the coincidence. Fanyun Hotel? Could she not enter? After informing her parents, she quickly tidied up and boarded the car sent by Qing Ling, setting off. The reputation of Fanyun Hotel as the finest in Luoyang City was not unfounded. Nestled in the bustling heart of the city, its decor, while not quite on par with five-star hotels, was hardly lacking. Upon arriving, she spotted the hotel manager waiting at the entrance. Without further ado, she inquired about the location of the private room where Wu Anqi and the others were gathered, and was promptly escorted there. As the door to the private room swung open, Song Wan beheld teacher Lu seated within, surrounded by a dozen familiar faces. The room was not overly spacious, merely a medium-sized one by Fanyan Hotel standards. At a glance, she recognized nearly all the faces. Teacher Lu, noticing Song Wan's entrance, greeted her with even greater warmth than usual. Wan, you've arrived. Song Wan hurried over, presenting the gift she had asked Xingling to prepare in advance, wishing the teacher's baby health, vitality, and happiness. Oh, ISNT, this our academic prodigy? Just as teacher Lu accepted the gift and was about to speak, Wu Anqi stepped forward. Following the sound, Song Wan observed that Wu Anqi was indeed the beautiful girl she remembered, yet her gaze held no trace of friendliness. Song Wan's brow subtly furrowed. She did not recall any past grievances with Wu Anqi. Then, she watched as Wu Anqi turned and pulled a male student from his seat, affectionately linking her arm with his. The boy was tall and slender, exuding a sporty charm. Song Wan vaguely remembered his name as Bai Xiuming, who was not particularly academically inclined. Before she could ponder further, Wu Anqi's voice rang out again. See, our academic prodigy is indeed capable. No need for the staff to come fetch her. Look, she found her way here herself. Bai Xiuming instinctively glanced toward Song Wan, his eyes revealing a hint of evasion. Even as Wu Anqi linked her arm with his, he instinctively attempted to withdraw. Song Wan, it's been a while. It wasn't just him. The entire room fell momentarily silent upon noticing Song Wan. In their memories, Song Wan had always been the quiet girl, concealed behind glasses, engrossed in her studies. Yet now, the girl before them, with her fair skin, dark hair, and exquisite features, exuded a striking elegance that was both captivating and ethereal. The most arresting aspect was her unique aura of tranquility, inviting admiration and a desire to draw near. Had they not noticed that even the class beauty, Wu Anqi, stood beside her, overshadowed? The one most astounded was undoubtedly Bai Xiuming, who was closest to her. As he drew closer, he could distinctly discern her skin, which resembled the delicate luster of mutton-fat jade, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Song Wan was not devoid of emotional intelligence. She immediately grasped the source of Wu Anqi's hostility. Feeling somewhat speechless, she merely nodded at Bai Xiuming before once again making her way towards teacher Lu. However, Wu Anqi was unwilling to let her off so easily. Gripping Bai Xiuming's arm, she directed her words at Song Wan. Song Wan, why are you still so socially anxious? We're speaking to you, yet you can't even muster a response. Bai Xiuming subtly shifted his hand, prompting Wu Anqi to pout in irritation, yet she continued. Haven't you had lunch yet? Today, it's our Xiuming treating you, so feel free to eat without hesitation. After all, without the VIP access to Fanyan Hotel, one typically wouldn't even be able to enter. Song Wan couldn't help but admire Wu Anqi's ability to speak for herself, showing no intention of engaging. Yet, the classmates seated nearby reacted differently, eagerly chiming in. Exactly. We owe our presence here today to Bai Xiuming. I've heard that VIP access at Fanyan Hotel is incredibly rare and requires a one-time expenditure of 3 million to obtain. Bai Xiuming indeed lived up to the reputation of a wealthy heir. He cast a glance at Song Wan, observing her lack of response, which left him feeling somewhat disinterested. It's fine, don't hold back, he replied. Instantly, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement as a staff member respectfully knocked and entered the room, announcing, We have prepared the largest private room for our esteemed guests. Please follow me. At that moment, the astonishment in the gazes directed at Bai Xiuming intensified. Wow. Bai Xiuming is incredible. The largest private room? This is extravagance beyond measure. Chapter 71. Do not trouble the doctors at the mental hospital. It is well known that booking a private room at Fanyan Hotel is a challenging feat had it not been for Bai Xiuming's VIP card. They likely wouldn't have been granted entry. Initially, they believed this to be impressive enough, only to discover that they were being upgraded to the hotel's largest room. Such an arrangement was not something an ordinary VIP could achieve. Instantly, the demeanor of both the boys and girls present shifted as they regarded Bai Xiuming with newfound admiration. Even teacher Lu shot him a surprised glance, smiling. We are not even a full group. There was really no need for the change. Bai Xiuming felt somewhat bewildered internally. The staff member at the door remained respectfully bent, avoiding eye contact with him. Beside him, Wu Anqi blinked, her gaze filled with admiration as she leaned in and whispered. Xiuming, when did you arrange for the room change? Bai Xiuming discreetly shifted her hand away, scratching his head as he looked towards Song Wan. It's nothing. This way. We have more space. What a generous soul. Bai Xiuming is truly remarkable. Wu Anqi followed his gaze, her expression shifting to one of annoyance. Once they settled into the private room, Wu Anqi even took the initiative to sit beside Song Wan. Song Wan, are you studying at Lehigh University? Song Wan turned to face her, her expression cool. However, Wu Anqi seemed unfazed, her face brightening with a wide smile. How come this high achiever from Modu suddenly returned without a holiday? Before Song Wan could respond, Wu Anqi deliberately amplified her voice. I heard from my cousin, who studies at Lehigh University, that you were dumped by your boyfriend. Could it be that you returned to heal a broken heart? Without waiting for Song Wan's reply, she suddenly covered her mouth. I'm so sorry, Song Wan. I didn't mean to let that slip. I just blurted it out. I'm usually this straightforward. You won't mind, will you? Song Wan smiled. Not at all. Wu Anqi's smile deepened, reminiscent of her previous self. She was indeed a bookish girl. Yet, her melodious voice soon pierced the air again. After all, I never hold grudges against those who are prone to idle chatter. You. Wu Anqi's expression shifted, her gaze towards Song Wan morphing into something sharper, who said anything false. You were indeed dumped by that boyfriend of yours, and he is already seeing someone new. My cousin, who attends the same school as you, knows all about it. Why deny it? Otherwise, why would you return now? Enough. Teacher Liu had clearly perceived the unfolding tension. Her previously excited demeanor gradually dimmed as she looked at Wu Anqi with a complex expression. Didn't you say you wanted to gather everyone for a reunion? What is this behavior now? Everyone has experienced breakups. Is it necessary to publicly humiliate someone during such a gathering? Teacher Liu's tone grew serious, unwilling to let her student's character be tarnished. Wu Anqi flinched, her face taking on a hint of grievance. I didn't mean it. Song Wan is the one being overly sensitive. Yes, teacher, Anqi was just joking. There was no malice intended. A boy sitting next to Bai Xiuming instinctively attempted to mediate. Everyone was aware that Wu Anqi was now Bai Xiuming's girlfriend. And without her suggestion, it was likely that Bai Xiuming would have forgotten about their classmates altogether. Exactly. Teacher, don't be upset. Song Wan, why don't you say something? We're all here to enjoy a meal. There's no need to create an unhappy atmosphere. One voice led to another, and several attendees rallied to Wu Anqi's defense. Seeing this, Teacher Liu's expression darkened further. She had initially thought these students merely wished to reconnect under the pretense of a gathering. However, it was evident that they had already begun to adopt some societal vices before even graduating. The students speaking up were clearly trying to curry favor with Bai Xiuming at the expense of her prized student. With a barely noticeable sigh, Teacher Liu stood up, losing her appetite entirely, and turned her attention to the last speaker. What do you want Song Wan to say? The student who had been singled out appeared momentarily taken aback, unprepared for such a public reprimand from a teacher. To please the wealthy heir, they sought to have an innocent person apologize. At that moment, a short-haired girl also rose, her gaze toward the classmate laced with derision. Song Wan instinctively glanced at the girl. With her sun-kissed skin and slender eyes, she wasn't conventionally beautiful, yet her features harmoniously combined to create an overall pleasant appearance. Song Wan recognized her. She was her desk mate from high school, Shi Shuang. Upon meeting her gaze, Shi Shuang offered a soothing smile before turning back to the boy. Throughout this entire time, Song Wan has hardly spoken, yet it is Wu Anqi who has been hurling baseless accusations. What? Did she personally witness the breakup while lurking around the school? Shi Shuang spoke with remarkable speed, hardly affording the young man a moment to respond. Before he could even gather his thoughts, a few girls beside Shi Shuang chimed in, echoing sentiments of disdain. Exactly. Besides, why should it concern her if someone else is broken up? Does she really need to feign concern with her nauseating questions? The young man was momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to formulate a retort. Wu Anqi, observing the scene, cast a look of contempt at Shi Shuang and promptly turned her attention to Bai Xiuming in the distance. Xiuming, are you just going to stand by and let them bully me like this? Before Bai Xiuming could respond, Shi Shuang scoffed. One moment you act like a tough guy, and the next you play the delicate little green tea. Classmate, could you perhaps maintain a consistent character? Or else, you risk appearing utterly fragmented. And then, it would be a bother for the doctors at the mental health facility. A soft laugh escaped Song Wan, unable to contain her amusement. Her eyes sparkled as she regarded Shi Shuang. How had she not realized before how entertaining this girl was? Wu Anqi's expression morphed in an instant, and disregarding the presence of Teacher Lu, she directed her ire at Xishuang. Xishuang, you all need to leave. If I hadn't invited Xiaoming today, you would be off wandering in some corner. Wu Anqi's face flushed with indignation. She should have anticipated that Xishuang and her friends were utterly oblivious. She should never have called them over in the first place. Chapter 72, the owner of Fanyun Hotel, added to the blacklist. Xishuang's smile remained unfazed as she retorted directly, who likes being here anyway? Were it not for your invitation to Teacher Lu, who would willingly come? It's merely a dinner. Why the pretense? The girls around her stood up in solidarity, clearly intent on leaving with Xishuang. Teacher Lu, witnessing the situation escalate, let out a deep sigh, realizing she had no intention of remaining seated. If that is the case, let us gather another day. She had hoped to witness her students enjoying a harmonious reunion, reminiscing about their high school days or dreaming of their university futures, rather than being subjected to such divisive treatment. None anticipated that events would unfold in this manner, and expressions turned grave. Wu Anqi furrowed her brow. Yet the girl at the center of the discussion remained composed, not even shifting in her seat. There was a palpable admiration in her gaze as she addressed Xishuang. Please sit down. The one who can determine your fate is not Wu Anqi. Wu Anqi, named directly, was both furious and incredulous. You really think she is trying to seduce Xiaoming? By Xiaoming, clearly interpreting Song Wan's words as directed at him, smiled warmly and nodded at her, saying, Song Wan is right. There is no need for any of you to leave. Wu Anqi's expression darkened further upon hearing Bai Xiaoming's words. Do you even remember who your girlfriend is? Bai Xiaoming instinctively glanced at Song Wan, who appeared even more radiant and captivating than in high school. He had harbored a crush on her for so long, and now, seeing her excel, it was impossible for him to feel indifferent. Especially since Wu Anqi had mentioned her recent breakup. The best way to recover from heartbreak is undoubtedly to embark on a new romance, after all. Unbeknownst to him, Song Wan was oblivious to his gaze, merely nodding at the manager standing at the entrance. The manager, receiving the cue, promptly entered. Bai Xiaoming, familiar with the venue, greeted the manager with a smile. Manager Liang, what a surprise to see you here. However, Manager Liang did not acknowledge him, walking directly to Song Wan. Bowing slightly with a smile. Boss, how may I assist you? What boss? Wu Anqi blurted out, unable to contain her shock. Had Bai Xiaoming not just introduced this person as the manager, she would have suspected he was merely a plant sent by Song Wan. Song Wan, however, paid her no mind, resting her hand on the table, her gaze casually sweeping over Wu Anqi and the others who had supported her, stating coolly, add a few to the blacklist. Fanyun Hotel shall no longer accommodate them. The manager nodded with keen understanding, diligently noting down the individuals Song Wan had indicated. Those singled out felt their faces pale, their eyes filled with dread as they regarded Song Wan.
Impossible.
How could someone so affluent remain unnoticed until now? Fanyun Hotel, where even Bai Xiaoming flaunted his VIP card, belonged to Song Wan's family. The revelation was staggering, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Especially Bai Xiaoming, who had assumed Manager Liang was seeking him, but was completely disregarded. At that moment, past uncertainties began to crystallize. Why had Song Wan been able to navigate directly to their private room without guidance? Why had they been approached by a server offering to upgrade them to the largest room? It was not due to his VIP status, but because Song Wan was the true owner of the hotel. In contrast, Xishuang and her friends, who had initially stood to leave, exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. In their minds, Song Wan had always been a gentle, easygoing girl, and they had unconsciously assumed her family was of modest means. Yet here was the manager addressing her as boss. This was, after all, the most prestigious hotel in Luoyang City. The realization that someone of such stature could not possibly be fabricated struck them hard. Xishuang couldn't help but rub her temples. What a well-kept secret. Had I known Song Wan's family was so wealthy, Bai Xiaoming wouldn't have had the chance to show off. Even Teacher Lu was left speechless, as if struggling to comprehend how her once demure student had transformed into the owner of Fanyun Hotel in the blink of an eye. The manager quickly memorized the faces, and with a gracious gesture, invited them to leave. The singled-out classmates turned pale, instinctively looking to Song Wan for guidance. Yet, Song Wan, having made her stance clear earlier, chose to ignore their pleading gazes. She had never claimed there was anything wrong with being discerning, but the consequences of such discernment must be shouldered by themselves. Within minutes, those who had spoken up for Wu Anqi were seen departing with their heads low, under the watchful gaze of the server. Wu Anqi, witnessing this, instinctively glanced at Bai Xiuming, only to find him awkwardly gazing at Song Wan, her heart sinking. Regret washed over her. She should never have plotted the gathering upon hearing news of Song Wan's return. She originally intended to completely dissuade Bai Xiuming from this notion. Yet, who could have anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner? Observing the manager, who was usually quite serious, treating Song Wan with utmost deference, Wu Anqi's mood instantly soured, akin to swallowing something unpleasant and cold. In the next moment, a waiter approached them, silently presenting a gesture of invitation with a smile. It was only then that Bai Xiuming, as if awakening from a dream, turned his gaze towards Song Wan, his eyes filled with earnest urgency. Song Wan, I assure you, I was not targeting you just now. The Fanyan Hotel is renowned as a gathering place for the affluent in Luoyang City. Considerable effort and resources were expended to obtain its VIP card. Should his father discover that he had been blacklisted, the repercussions would be dire. Moreover, he had genuinely intended to adhere to Song Wan's wishes. Were it not for Wu Anqi's meddling, he might have already engaged in conversation with Song Wan. Chapter 73. Sister Wan, you are eternal. As Song Wan turned her head, Bai Xiuming's eyes brightened. He seemed to exhibit a hint of shyness as he stammered, Song Wan, I have actually liked you since high school. The sudden confession left everyone momentarily stunned. Even Teacher Liu, who had yet to react, wore an expression of disbelief. The gathering of classmates, initially pleasant, had evolved into chaos, leaving her, who had just given birth, in a state of bewilderment. Yet, Song Wan's expression remained unchanged as she quietly regarded him, then shifted her gaze to Wu Anqi. It was only then that Wu Anqi registered the situation, swiftly delivering a slap to Bai Xiuming's face. Her eyes brimmed with regret and uncontainable fury. Bai Xiuming, do you truly disregard my presence? Bai Xiuming instinctively shielded his face, but his gaze towards Wu Anqi lacked any semblance of remorse. Instead, he coldly replied, you are the one who persistently pursued me, fully aware of my feelings for Song Wan. Otherwise, why would you go to such lengths to ensure she appeared? He had always been aware of Wu Anqi's intentions. He merely took the opportunity to see Song Wan under the pretense. If she were being mistreated, he would never stand idly by. To his surprise, events had taken an unexpected turn. Tears cascaded down Wu Anqi's cheeks as she turned her gaze towards Song Wan, her eyes filled with a chilling animosity. Are you satisfied now? Xiuming has been thinking about you all these years, and the moment you appear, he disregards me, his girlfriend. Are you not pleased? Song Wan furrowed her brow, her voice frosty. Firstly, I had no prior knowledge of Bai Xiuming's feelings before arriving. Secondly, I do not believe Bai Xiuming is particularly devoted. Please do not involve me in your matters, thank you. Wu Anqi was taken aback, momentarily speechless as she regarded Song Wan. Then, she observed as Song Wan slowly lowered her raised hand and straightened her posture, her movements exuding an elegance that was almost breathtaking. Wu Anqi stood there, momentarily entranced, before hearing Song Wan's voice once more. I have never understood how one can be with another while harboring feelings for someone else. This not only disrespects the one in their heart, but also the person before them. Song Wan slightly lowered her gaze, her voice still clear and cold. If individuals like this can proclaim themselves to be deeply affectionate, then perhaps there are no heartless people left in this world. Bai Xiuming was momentarily taken aback, wishing to explain, but was interrupted by Wu Anqi's sudden laughter. Turning to her, he saw tears of mirth spilling from her eyes. She stared at Song Wan, and the intense hatred in her gaze seemed to dissipate entirely. After a long pause, she wiped her tears and, with a sense of relief, spoke, Song Wan, I indeed cannot compete with you. Wu Anqi did not cast another glance at Bai Xiuming, instead focusing her attention solely on Song Wan. The girl before her appeared increasingly refined, her expression tranquil and composed. She sat quietly at the center, exuding an air of nobility and pride that was almost regal. She refrained from flaunting her wealth, thus it was inconceivable that she would attempt to seduce someone who already had a girlfriend. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward a few paces, then bowed deeply to Song Wan, saying, I apologize, Song Wan, for my petty heart. After speaking, she turned and walked out of the room, leaving Bai Xiuming utterly stunned, still yearning to approach Song Wan. Song Wan, you have misunderstood me. I never intended to think of you while being with Wu Anqi. I was merely annoyed by her incessant pursuit. Before he could finish, he noticed Song Wan subtly signaling to the manager. In an instant, he was escorted out of the room.
Uffed.
Upon witnessing this, Shi Shuang could not contain her laughter. doubling over as she chuckled and gave Song Wan a thumbs up. Impressive, Song Wan. I had always thought you were a little innocent rabbit. Throughout their high school years, she had been so meek, yet upon entering university, her demeanor had transformed entirely. Song Wan smiled at her. Now that the bothersome people have left, shall we order? Absolutely. Shi Shuang exclaimed, wrapping her arm around Song Wan's shoulder with unrestrained enthusiasm. After keeping us in the dark for so long, we must treat you to a lavish meal today. Shi Shuang was genuinely carefree, generous, and unpretentious, embodying a spirit of camaraderie. It was no wonder she had boldly stood up for Song Wan without knowing her true identity. Nevertheless, when it came to ordering, Shi Shuang refrained from selecting anything overly extravagant. In fact, the dishes ordered by the girls nearby and Teacher Liu did not even include the hotel's signature dishes. Song Wan took the menu, disregarding the prices, and instructed the manager to note down the finest offerings. Once the manager and staff departed, Teacher Liu, still in a daze, finally spoke up. Wan, do wealthy families really have rules about not disclosing their financial status while underage? Is it like those novels, where they prevent assassinations or groom heirs? How ironic that she had thought all along that this child came from a humble background, secretly caring for her. In reality, the one who needed care was herself. Song Wan couldn't help but smile wryly at the absurdity of it all. She was uncertain about the existence of such rules among wealthy families, but she certainly understood how imaginative Teacher Liu's thoughts could be. With Song Wan present, the pace of service was remarkably swift. One exquisite dish after another emerged, and as the enticing aromas wafted through the air, their mouths watered in anticipation. So delectable. Sister Wan, can we dig in now? They exclaimed, barely able to contain their excitement. Song Wan watched them playfully, her smile deepening. Please, enjoy without reservation. The group immediately commenced their meal, reminiscing about amusing high school anecdotes. Teacher Liu observed with delight, her smile returning to her face. These students were the very first cohort she had taught as a homeroom teacher, and she always hoped for their camaraderie and bright futures. In this atmosphere, it is precisely what she envisioned for a gathering of graduates, filled with joyful laughter and merriment. Amidst the banter and laughter, time invariably flies. Once everyone has feasted and quenched their thirst, glances exchanged among them inevitably carry a tinge of reluctance. One girl cannot help but sigh deeply, lamenting that, without the favor of Sister Wan, she would likely never have the opportunity to savor such exquisite cuisine at the Fanyan Hotel in her lifetime. Chapter 74. I, too, shall be a person of influence in the future. The few individuals beside her nodded in agreement, while Bai Xiuming hesitated to offer them so many signature dishes, some of which were even not listed on the menu. Such a tale would provide ample fodder for their conversations for years to come. As the group rose, their smiles still lingering, they were met by the manager and a team of waitstaff who entered once more, holding a stack of VIP cards. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the staff began to distribute the VIP cards directly into their hands. I'll be returning to school in a couple of days, so if you wish to dine here in the future, feel free to come by, Song Wan said, standing up and smiling at them. The group paused for a moment, their gazes towards Song Wan momentarily dazed. To be candid, her earlier defense of her was not due to a particularly close relationship with Song Wan, but rather a disdain for watching a crowd bully a girl simply to curry favor with a wealthy heir. After sharing a meal together, their perceptions of Song Wan underwent a transformation. Compared to the memory of her they held, they found themselves more fond of her current self. After all, throughout high school, Song Wan had always been solitary, with only Shi Shuang sharing the same desk, making them somewhat familiar. Ultimately, their courage to stand up earlier was primarily due to Shi Shuang leading the way. Now, not only had they enjoyed an extravagant meal, but they had also received a VIP card, a privilege that wealth alone could not guarantee. The girls lowered their heads slightly, their hearts filled with a mix of emotions. The feeling of unworthiness aptly described their sentiments. Noticing their discomfort, Shi Shuang waved the VIP card in the air, jesting, with this card, anyone who dares to put on airs in front of me will find it thrust straight into their face. Look, I too shall be a person of influence in the future. This elicited laughter from the group, easing the tension in their hearts. While they might not utilize the card, its possession held a different significance. In certain respects, it could avert numerous troublesome situations. The gift from Song Wan, though a mere trifle for her, held immeasurable value for them. With this thought, their gazes towards Song Wan were imbued with deeper gratitude. Song Wan departed the Fanyan Hotel only after exchanging WeChat contacts with everyone present. Upon arriving home, she found her parents, Song Fu and Song Mu, waiting downstairs. With keen eyes, Song Mu immediately spotted Song Wan emerging from the car and rushed over. "My dear, weren't you supposed to be at a class reunion? Did your classmates drop you off?" Hearing this, Song Fu abandoned his previous conversation with an old friend and hurried to the car. His gaze landed on the Audi, carrying a hint of scrutiny. Their daughter, still in her second year of university, certainly wasn't in a hurry to date. Seeing this, Qinglin had no choice but to step out of the car. This action instantly mirrored the scene from yesterday, as those who had been conversing with Song Fu and Song Mu quickly surrounded them, their eyes brimming with curiosity. No wonder Wan doesn't look for a boyfriend. Turns out she already has such a handsome young man. One remarked. "Look at him, he is even better looking than the stars on television." Standing next to Wan, they truly make a perfect pair. Even Song Mu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Qinglin's striking appearance, combined with his remarkable demeanor, made him increasingly appealing to Song Mu. Song Wan promptly took Qinglin's hand and introduced him to her parents. "Dad, Mom, this is my assistant, Qinglin, who has brought me back this time." "Assistant?" Song Fu sighed in relief. His gaze towards Qinglin softened, and a smile returned to his face. "So, you're Xiaoqing? Thank you for taking care of our dear girl." If the occasion had been appropriate, Song Wan would have burst into laughter. "Xiaoqing? What an odd name." Meanwhile, Song Mu, still brimming with enthusiasm, chimed in, "Come on, let us head upstairs for a bit. My dear is certainly a beauty enthusiast. She even picks an assistant who looks like this." Qinglin instinctively glanced at Song Wan, who turned to her mother with a wry smile. "Let us postpone going upstairs for now. We need to buy some essentials for the move." She had returned with the intention of taking her parents to the mall. Although the villa's decoration was largely complete, there were still some necessities to be acquired. After all, it would be their home, and it needed to reflect their tastes. Sure enough, upon hearing about the shopping for their new home, Song Fu and Song Mu's spirits soared. "I'll go change," Song Mu exclaimed, snatching the keys from Song Fu's hand and darting upstairs. Song Fu quickly followed. "I'll go too. The clothes our dear girl bought for me from the Magic City have yet to be worn. I should dress a bit more brightly for this occasion." After Song Wan had explained to the neighbors countless times that she and Qinglin were not in a romantic relationship and had no intention of dating, her parents finally descended the stairs, buoyed by her expectant gaze. With her parents now aware of Qinglin's presence, Song Wan decided to have Qinglin drive the Land Rover Range Rover that was gifted to her father. After all, they had quite a few items to select, and given Song Fu's cautious pace, they would be waiting until the next millennium to arrive. Qinglin, ever reliable, drove steadily while maintaining a brisk pace. And within a matter of minutes, they arrived at the largest mall in Luan City. The first items on their shopping list were, of course, bedding essentials, pillows, mattresses, quilts, and covers. Song Fu and Song Mu first tested various mattresses from brands such as Serta, Musi, and Simmons, along with several domestic brands. Ultimately, they settled on Serta. Song Mu selected the quilts, choosing from silk and down options, ensuring both quality and price were satisfactory. Most notably, the pace of their shopping was remarkable. Perhaps due to the effects of the gene repair liquid, they exhibited an energy that belied their age. Song Wan trailed behind them, noting that neither appeared fatigued in the slightest. Particularly, after selecting the bedding, Song Mu moved on to decor items and then to plants. By the time they had explored the entire mall and left addresses with various stores, Song Mu even insisted on visiting a floral shop. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the blooming flowers, as she had longed to purchase some but had been limited by space in their previous home.
Now,
With the villa's ample room, she eagerly designated a spot on the balcony for her floral endeavors. When their dear girl returned, she would be greeted by the fragrant scent of blossoms. Chapter 75. Grandma Song. Is this the car to pick you up? By the time everything was purchased, it was already 8 in the evening. Song Wan directly brought the takeout they had eaten back home, just in time to wash up and retire for the night. As they were heading upstairs, Song's mother cast a glance at Qinglin, her eyes tinged with a hint of regret. She had hoped for the young man to come upstairs and chat for a while. Unfortunately, there simply weren't enough rooms in the house. She couldn't help but wonder how obediently he was faring in the bustling metropolis. Since they had an engagement banquet to attend the next day, the three of them retired to bed quite early. The following morning, as usual, the system's voice echoed in Song Wan's ears.
Ding.
A new day has begun. Would the host like to check in? Check in. With sleepy eyes, Song Wan rose, and the system's voice promptly followed.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have acquired proficiency in human languages, including minor dialects and regional vernaculars. The reward has been issued. Please check your inventory. Song Wan felt a fleeting daze in her mind, and before long, she had instinctively absorbed the information. Goodness, she exclaimed, realizing that she had not merely gained proficiency in French, but had now encompassed the languages of the world, including various dialects. As a top-tier heiress, how could one lack the knowledge to match their status? Ahem, the host's personal panel has been updated. Lifting her gaze, Song Wan indeed saw a familiar translucent panel appear before her.
Host, Song Wan. Age, 19.
Height, 162 centimeters, subject to increase. Appearance, 68, subject to increase. Physical fitness, 9, subject to increase. Skills, supreme driving skills, martial arts proficiency, elite gaming abilities, comprehensive computer skills, mastery of human languages. Progress towards top-tier heiress status, 32, total progress is 100. Upon reviewing the panel, Song Wan was taken aback. Not only had her appearance increased by 0.5, but her height had also grown by 1 centimeter, and her physical fitness had surged from 5.2 to 9. Even her top-tier heiress progress had risen by 15. Instinctively, she stood before the mirror, slightly tiptoeing to see if she could discern her newfound height. While she could not perceive any notable increase, her skin appeared even more refined, and her hair visibly smoother. The reason you cannot notice the height increase is that you were initially quite short. Do not question the system's expertise. Song Wan clutched her heart, which had been pierced by several arrows. System, your words are quite hurtful. Huh. The system seemed to hesitate for a moment, its tone becoming somewhat cautious. Host, your body contains a perfect gene optimization serum. Your height will gradually increase to its most optimal state, so do not be disheartened. Listening to the system's adorable voice, which bore a hint of comfort, Song Wan nearly burst into laughter, but managed to restrain herself. Her expression tinged with a touch of grievance. All right, but we humans do need ample compliments. Otherwise, we may easily feel inferior. The system quietly checked the repercussions of inferiority and suddenly, in a small, earnest voice, declared, Host, you are already quite the little beauty. Keep it up, and you will transform into a great beauty. Unable to suppress the smile that tugged at her lips, Song Wan twirled before the mirror, thinking, indeed. I also believe I look quite good now. Clearly, the system's evaluation criteria were too stringent. Otherwise, how could she, a little beauty, only score 68? The system wished to explain that its ratings were derived from the highest standards of global aesthetics, making it the most authoritative assessment. However, upon recalling Song Wan's previously aggrieved expression, it swallowed these words back down. When Song Wan descended the stairs, her parents had already prepared breakfast. Over the years, the once youthful faces of Song's father and mother had begun to show signs of aging, with white hair and pronounced wrinkles. Yet, in recent days, whether due to an uplifted mood or the effective gene repair serum, they appeared considerably rejuvenated. Observing the beaming faces of her parents as they beckoned her to breakfast, Song Wan's smile deepened further. After finishing breakfast, Song Wan promptly took over the dishwashing duties, telling her parents, Dad, Mom, let me handle this. You both go change your clothes. For Song's father, watching his niece grow up had always been special, despite seeing her less frequently over the years. His early preparations for gifts revealed how much he cherished his elder sister, with Song Wan gently ushering them away from the table. Her parents understood her concern and did not resist, heading off to change instead. Once Song Wan had tidied up the dishes, her parents emerged in their outfits. The clothes were those Song Wan had sent back from the metropolis, crafted from exquisite materials, yet maintaining a low-key style that wouldn't overshadow her aunt and uncle.
Wow.
Where did these handsome folks come from? They look splendid. Song Wan raised an eyebrow, her eyes crinkling with delight. Stop joking around. Song's mother shot her a playful glare and pushed her into her own room. You hurry up and get ready too. As she closed the door behind Song Wan, she could no longer contain her smile. Since today was the engagement banquet for Eugene Xiu, it would be inappropriate to bring Qing Lin along. So Song Wan decided to let him stay at the hotel. As Song's father descended the stairs, he waved the car keys, clearly eager to take the driver's seat. Song Wan stepped forward, snatching the keys and seating herself behind the wheel. Song's mother, with a hint of exasperation, nudged Song's father and pulled him to the back seat. We still have to pick up your parents. We can't be late. Grandma Song and Grandpa Song lived in the countryside, while Uncle Song's family resided in town. It was most convenient for them to go pick up the elderly couple. The rural roads had been renovated, no longer riddled with potholes as in previous years. making the journey smooth. After about an hour, the Land Rover came to a halt in front of their ancestral home. Song's grandparents awaited them by the door, occasionally glancing towards the road. Initially, they were taken aback when a car pulled up, but it was the neighbors, who often sat outside watching the children, that first took notice. The younger parents, upon seeing the vehicle, immediately expressed their astonishment. Is that a Land Rover? No way. That car must be worth over 2 million. Grandma Song, is this the car to pick you up? The neighbor's family clearly understood why Grandma Song and Grandpa Song were waiting there. Hearing the neighbor's young man's question, Grandma Song finally registered the situation. Gazing at the obviously expensive car, she hurriedly waved her hands. No, no. My son said their car is called a Land Rover, not this so-called big tiger. Chapter 76 less, it's several billion.
Uft.
The neighbor's young man burst into laughter. Just as he was about to explain that this was indeed a Land Rover, he saw Song Wan's family descending from the vehicle. Grandma Song, disregarding the neighbor's laughter, immediately brightened upon seeing Song Wan. Goodness, my dear, how I've missed you. Though Grandpa Song did not speak, his gaze towards Song Wan was filled with profound joy. Song Wan hurriedly approached, grasping Grandma Song's hand. Grandma, I've missed you too. What had initially been mere fragments of memory suddenly sprang to life with Grandma Song's heartfelt exclamation. Her gentle demeanor closely resembled that of the headmistress from the orphanage, who had once cared for her. Grandma Song was palpably excited, refusing to release Song Wan's hand as she lovingly caressed her face and examined her appearance, repeatedly exclaiming, "You've lost weight. My dear has been enduring hardships at school." Song Wan, who had recently felt a sense of joy over her weight loss due to a miraculous genetic optimization serum, now found herself in a state of mixed emotions. The neighbors, noticing the scene, gathered around, particularly a couple cradling their child, who looked at Grandma Song with newfound admiration. Is this the family of your little uncle? They certainly exude elegance, they remarked, taking note of their stylish attire, evidently procured from a bustling metropolis. It was amusing to recall how Grandma Song often fretted over her youngest son, lamenting his family's struggles in the county town. Yet, looking at their attire, they hardly resembled vendors of street food. The elderly neighbors chuckled, their eyes reflecting warmth as they regarded Song's parents. Long time no see. You both seem to grow younger by the day. Have you come to pick up your parents? Song's father and mother quickly smiled, retrieving the carefully prepared gifts from their vehicle. We truly appreciate Auntie for always looking after our parents. Please, accept this small token of our gratitude. Without waiting for the neighbor's response, Song's father had already delivered several boxes of gifts to their doorstep. He was not one to come empty-handed. Fully aware of the challenges faced by the elderly couple living in the village, most of the burdensome tasks had been entrusted to them, and errands often required their assistance. He felt a genuine gratitude towards this family. The elderly neighbors were quick to decline, exclaiming, "What are you saying? We're old friends. It's nothing to look after them." As they handed back the gifts, they marveled, "You've really struck it rich. If only you could bring your parents to live with you in the city." When one grows old, what they cherish most is being close to their children and grandchildren. Grandma and Grandpa Song, being exceptionally kind-hearted, naturally wished for a good life for their old friends. This goodness was not defined by wealth, but rather by the joy of being together with their children and grandchildren. Although they never voiced it, every time they saw their friend's family surrounded by their children and spouses, their envious glances were unmistakable. Song's father quickly insisted, "We know what Auntie means. It's not that our precious child has earned money and rushed to buy a house for her grandparents. We're moving in together in a few days, and we'll invite Auntie over for a celebratory meal during the move." The neighbors were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. Did Wan really buy a house for her grandparents? Despite not being malicious, their upbringing in the countryside had influenced their mindset, often favoring sons over daughters. They loved their daughters and granddaughters, yet there lingered a belief that sons were the true pillars of support. Song's father and mother straightened with pride, their faces beaming as they declared, "Indeed, our child is fortunate. She made a smart investment in a company through her school's connections. She made some money and immediately arranged for her grandparents." As he spoke, Song's father, overcome with excitement, raised his voice without realizing it. This child has always been filial, never forgetting how good her grandparents have been to her. Noticing a few neighbors approaching, he deliberately spoke louder, eager for those who had once mocked him for having only a daughter to understand just how remarkable his child was. One daughter was worth more than 5 sons. When Grandma and Grandpa Song got into the car, they appeared bewildered. Grandma Song, feeling a bit nauseous, took the front passenger seat. It wasn't until they had traveled a fair distance that she turned to look at Song Wan, then at Song's parents, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Is what you just said true? Song's father and mother exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy as they nodded. Of course it's true. The property deed is in our possession, and once we've settled everything, we'll bring you over. Grandma and Grandpa Song were visibly incredulous. You really bought a house in the county? How much did that cost? They recalled a young man from their village who had recently been rejected by his fiancée for not being able to afford a house in the county, highlighting just how expensive properties had become. Thinking of this, Grandma Song gazed at Song Wan with concern. My dear, you're studying in the big city, and will need money for many things. Why don't you hold back a little? I've heard from the neighbors that girls in the city often already have their own homes. While they were happy for their granddaughter's success, they couldn't help but worry about their own advanced age. To put it bluntly, how many more years could they enjoy life? It might be better for Wan to save up and buy her own place in the city, ensuring she had something to rely on. Unable to turn around while driving, Song Wan addressed her grandparents. Don't worry, I still have plenty of money. Just ask my parents if you don't believe me. At this, Song's father couldn't contain his excitement. He looked at his parents with a mysterious twinkle in his eye. Guess how much Wan is worth now? What do you mean by worth? Grandpa Song frowned. Simply put, it refers to how much a person is valued. Song's father's smile widened at his father's curiosity. Grandma Song, sitting in the front, couldn't resist glancing back. R11 for sale, at any price. Grandpa Song, with a serious expression, also looked at him, prompting Song's father's grin to falter. That's not quite right. Let me rephrase. How much money do you think Wan has? 1 million? Grandpa Song speculated, his eyes darting as he recalled a recent wedding in the county where the groom's family had purchased a modest home for over 800,000. He then noticed his younger son grinning, extending a few fingers. Less. Several billion. What? Grandpa Song's eyes widened in disbelief, and he cupped his ears to ensure he hadn't misheard. You heard correctly, several billion, Song's father affirmed, his smile deepening. So, Wan is bringing you to live in the county purely out of filial piety. Just enjoy it. Grandma Song, now fully attentive and disregarding her earlier queasiness, turned to Song's father. You mustn't jest. Several billion? Our dear is still just a student. It wasn't until Song's father pulled out his phone and showed them pictures of the villa that the elderly couple began to believe. They scrutinized the images throughout the journey, and by the time they arrived at the engagement venue, they were finally convinced. The groom's family resided in the county, and the engagement banquet for Eugene Xiu was also being held there. The Xuanhe Hotel was one of the finer establishments in the county, where Song's aunt and uncle awaited at the entrance to welcome relatives. As the Land Rover Range Rover came to a halt, both families couldn't help but cast their gazes towards it. Upon witnessing Song's father and the others disembarking from the vehicle, Song's aunt was momentarily taken aback. It was her husband, Uncle Song, who gently nudged her, prompting them to hastily approach. Who might this be? Inquired the male counterpart, Zhou Zheng. While the question was evidently posed by his mother, who donned a deep blue qipao and sported elegantly curled mid-length hair, suggesting she had put considerable effort into her appearance. Aunt Song promptly took it upon herself to introduce Song's father and the others, stating, "This is my younger brother's family." She then gestured towards Song's grandparents, saying, "These are my parents." Zhou's mother immediately approached with a warm smile, exclaiming, Hello. We warmly welcome your presence." She extended her greetings to Song's grandparents with enthusiasm, saying, "Thank you for making the journey, dear elders." Not only had Song's parents prepared their own gifts, but they had also assisted in readying gifts for Song's grandparents. Upon presenting the gifts, Zhou's mother's eyes gleamed with delight. These offerings were evidently of significant value. She had never anticipated that Jin Xiu's uncle was so affluent. Just then, Eugene Xiu and Zhou Zheng emerged from within, and Eugene Xiu's gaze fell upon Song Wan, causing her expression to momentarily stiffen. Before she could utter a word, Zhou Zheng leaned in and quietly asked, "How's she related to you?" "She's my cousin," replied Eugene Xiu, her tone laced with impatience, her eyes regarding Song Wan with palpable wariness. Zhou Zheng, however, appeared oblivious to her demeanor, pausing briefly to observe Song's parents, before his gaze settled back on Song Wan. "Your cousin is quite lovely. It's evident she hails from a well-to-do family." "Lovely? What a joke. She's just a country bumpkin." Eugene Xiu couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Did he not possess a modicum of emotional intelligence to sing her cousin's praises in her presence? Zhou Zheng, feeling somewhat helpless, averted his gaze and scratched his head, saying, "Jin Xiao, don't be upset. I merely complimented your cousin out of politeness." Finally, Eugene Xiao managed to temper her expression and led Zhou over to Song's parents, oblivious to her dissatisfaction. Song's father was pleasantly surprised when Eugene Xiao affectionately handed over an exquisite box. "Jin Xiao, congratulations on your engagement." Eugene Xiao instinctively opened the box, revealing a delicate gold necklace. It was not a gaudy piece. Rather, it was refined, featuring a small gold rabbit pendant that represented her zodiac sign. Seeing this, the corners of Eugene Xiao's mouth twitched. Her cousin, having secured a wealthy heir from the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, even purchasing multiple properties for her. She found it hard to believe that her uncle wouldn't offer her something more substantial for her engagement. Yet, this was all he had chosen to give her? Eugene Xiao's displeasure was so evident that several nearby individuals took notice. Zhou quickly tugged at her arm, and Aunt Song hastily intervened, remarking that her younger brother had indeed put thought into this gift, especially considering it was linked to Jin Xiao's zodiac. Reluctantly, Eugene Xiao forced a smile, saying, "Uncle, Aunt, thank you for your gift and welcome." Meanwhile, Song Wan's smile faded, her gaze towards Eugene Xiao now tinged with coldness. Indeed, some individuals could never be truly nurtured. As Aunt Song had other relatives to attend to, Song's parents led Song's grandparents into the hotel. The male relatives of the Zhou family had gathered in large numbers, some familiar and others not, exchanging pleasantries. After Song's parents settled down with Song's grandparents, Eugene Xiao mysteriously reappeared, swiftly grabbing hold of Song Wan just as she was about to take her seat. "Uncle, Aunt, I need to have a word with Wan." Song Wan turned around, and one could not deny that Eugene Xiao was striking, especially today. Clad in a white cocktail dress with a subtly understated makeup that made her appear several years younger than when they had met in Shanghai. Song Wan did not resist as she allowed herself to be led to a secluded corner. Eugene Xiao surveyed their surroundings, confirming that they were alone before lowering her voice to speak. "Did you return just because you heard about my engagement?" It had always been like this. Had it not been for Song Wan, perhaps President Wang would have already purchased her a home in the Emerald Garden. Contemplating this, Eugene Xiao's gaze toward Song Wan grew even more vigilant. This cousin of hers had never been as attractive as she was. All she ever did was bury herself in books. Who knows how much envy she harbored secretly. It was no wonder that she always seemed to appear at the most inconvenient times to disrupt her affairs. Upon hearing Eugene Xiao's words, Song Wan regarded her with incredulity. "Are you out of your mind? I'm far too busy to concern myself with your affairs." She had always known that this cousin lacked intelligence, but she never anticipated such stubbornness. Was there anything about her that was worth noting? As Song Wan's voice inadvertently attracted the attention of some onlookers, Eugene Xiao quickly tugged at her arm, urging, "Keep your voice down." Noting Song Wan's growing impatience, Eugene Xiao had other matters to attend to and could only warn, "Just forget about what happened in Shanghai. Otherwise, I might just make your university life with the wealthy heir public knowledge." After issuing her threat, Eugene Xiao left without caring whether Song Wan had absorbed her words. Swiftly descending the stairs. Left standing there, Song Wan watched her retreating figure, her gaze filled with contemplation. She had always been the most rebellious. Initially, she had no intention of doing anything, as it was none of her concern. Yet, the more Eugene Xiao threatened her not to act, the more she felt compelled to take action. With this in mind, she swiftly returned to her parents' table. "Mom, what did Jin Xiao just want with you?" Song's mother, who had just taken a sip of tea, almost choked upon hearing the word mistress. "Mistress?" she whispered, yet the urgency of her tone caught Song's father's attention. He shot a glance her way, noticing her struggle to swallow as she conspiratorially pulled Song Wan close, asking, "Is Jin Xiao really a mistress in Shanghai?" Unable to contain himself, Song's father spat out the tea he had just sipped. Song's grandparents looked over, concerned. "What's wrong?" Song's father awkwardly waved his hands, assuring them it was nothing, merely a cough. He then turned to Song Wan, lowering his voice. "Is what you said true?" Song Wan blinked, affirming, "Absolutely." Before her parents could process this revelation, she added another bombshell. "It seems that my cousin might already be pregnant in Shanghai." Song's mother was left utterly astonished. No wonder that day, when she mentioned Eugene Xiao's engagement, her child had reacted so strangely. Song's father took a deep breath, his expression growing serious. He had always been a man of integrity, and this matter was no trivial issue. With the engagement approaching, if word of a pregnancy were to leak out, it would undoubtedly bring shame upon the entire family. After much contemplation, I discreetly called Aunt Song over. She was puzzled and inquired, "What is the matter, little brother? If there's something urgent, do let me know. I still have relatives to entertain downstairs." Such matters were somewhat difficult for Uncle Song, a man, to articulate, so he tugged gently at Aunt Song. She, in turn, lowered her voice and asked, "Elder sister, it seems that while Wenwen was in the Magic City, she heard Jinxiu mention that she was pregnant. Are you aware of this?" Aunt Song's expression shifted dramatically. Her gaze turned fierce as she glared at Aunt Song, seemingly wishing to slap her. "What are you saying? As an aunt, how can you insult your own niece in such a manner?" Uncle Song promptly pulled Aunt Song behind him, asserting, "Sister, this is indeed true. Wenwen would never jest about such matters. You should seriously inquire with Jinxiu and ascertain the situation before it becomes a public scandal." Before he could finish, Aunt Song interrupted. How could it be impossible? She directed her anger toward Song Wan, her face darkening, devoid of any semblance of humor. "In the past, Jinxiu spoke highly of you. And I thought you were a good child. Who would have guessed you harbored such treachery? Is it because your cousin married into a good family that you feel envious? Resorting to such slander against your own cousin, how heartless can one be?" Song Wan let out a scoff, her face brimming with mockery. "If I were slandering Aunt, why would you be so agitated? Had it not been for grandfather and grandmother Song's presence, Aunt Song would have likely struck her." Just as she was about to utter more, she noticed Mother Zhou approaching with Zhou Zheng and Yu Jinxiu. Aunt Song took a deep breath, hastily concealing her fury. Mother Zhou soon arrived, smiling, and asked, "What are we discussing?" Aunt Song's face betrayed some discomfort, fearing Uncle Song might reveal too much, and quickly said, "Oh. My little brother heard that Zhou Zheng purchased a house for Jinxiu in Luoyang City and was envious." Upon hearing this, Mother Zhou's smile broadened. "Jinxiu is such a wonderful child. Of course, we must prepare the best for her upon marrying into our family." The other relatives at the table, upon hearing this, could not help but express their admiration. "Zhou Zheng is indeed capable. I've heard he bought a house in the Luoyuan area." Mother Zhou relished the compliments, her eyes crinkling with delight. "What capability? He just works internally, and they offered him an internal price, which is why he secured it." "Remarkable. Zhou Zheng works at Luoyuan Real Estate?" The surrounding relatives cast envious glances at Mother Zhou. Luoyuan Real Estate is not accessible to just anyone, and acquiring property there is indeed a significant achievement. Yu Jinxiu noticed the envious gazes and affectionately took Zhou Zheng's hand, her face tinged with shyness. Seeing this, Aunt Song shot a pointed look at Aunt Song, her expression rife with sarcasm. "At least my son-in-law is striving for success, unlike Wenwen, who is merely a university student." Then, as if recalling something, she continued, "I've heard that university students are a dime a dozen now. I wonder if they can find decent jobs after graduation? If not, they could always return here and let the son-in-law help Wenwen find a position at Luoyuan." Aunt Song continued her monologue, oblivious to the subtle shifts in Zhou Zheng and Mother Zhou's expressions. Originally, they thought this family was affluent, but Mother Zhou's words suggested otherwise. She discreetly assessed Uncle Song and Aunt Song's attire, feeling uncertain. Could they be pretending to be wealthy? Perhaps even the car was borrowed. Otherwise, why would Jinxiu's mother speak so? Uncle Song and Aunt Song were unaware that within this brief moment, they had already become the subjects of others' judgment as pretentious individuals. They remained silent, casting glances at Aunt Song, whose demeanor was devoid of any warmth. Particularly Uncle Song, who had always held a genuine affection and respect for the sister. Sharing the news about Jinxiu was meant to resolve the matter before it escalated. If it were to blow up later, it could very well make headlines. Aunt Song, being someone who valued her reputation, would undoubtedly struggle to cope with such a situation. Yet, unexpectedly, rather than showing gratitude, she entirely belittled her daughter. Reflecting on this, Uncle Song's regard for Aunt Song dimmed a bit. Aunt Song, however, remained ensconced in her own world, turning to Zhou Zheng with a bright smile. "This should be acceptable, son-in-law, considering Wenwen is a top student from Linhai University." Zhou Zheng, having discerned Aunt Song's attitude, concluded that this family was indeed pretending to be affluent, leading to a drastic decline in his impression of them. Without any intention of offering face, he replied, "I'm afraid that one do. Our standards at Luoyuan are quite stringent. Even graduates from Linhai University must pass our interview before being considered for employment." Aunt Song's expression soured, and she looked at Song Wan with a hint of regret and disappointment. "Then there's nothing to be done. But given that you are a high-achieving student, if you focus your efforts in the right direction, you need not worry about securing a good job, wouldn't you agree? Won? In Chapter 79, rolling up the mat and returning home to farm, Song Wan quietly regarded Aunt Song. To be frank, she had previously harbored a modicum of sympathy for this aunt. In an era marked by domestic violence, even with Uncle Song and Uncle Song backing her, she had been unable to secure a divorce. Uncle Song was unreliable, and Aunt Song had borne the brunt of their household for years. If it were possible, she would not have minded lending a hand. However, observing the present situation, Song Wan regarded Aunt Song with an unflinching gaze, void of any inclination to assist. Compared to her niece, Aunt Song was more inclined to believe in her own daughter's understanding, but surely one should first ascertain the facts. Noticing Song Wan's silence, Aunt Song misinterpreted it as a sign of reprimanding the younger generation, emboldening her further. Believing she had diminished Song Wan's confidence, she smiled and remarked, "There's no need for you to worry too much, woman. You might just meet a good boyfriend in the future like our Jin Xiao and enjoy a life of comfort." Mother Zhou and Zhou Zheng appreciated this comment, but Yu Jinxiu felt otherwise. She was acutely aware of the kind of boyfriend Song Wan had. The one who could casually buy 100 houses in Faitsue Lake, and whose sports car was globally limited. For such a wealthy second-generation heir, even a mere fraction of his wealth would suffice to purchase a house. As this thought crossed her mind, Yu Jinxiu suddenly lifted her head. Song Wan hasn't brought her family along. Could it be that they've broken up? However, before she could inquire further, Grandmother Song interjected. Our dear Wan does not need to rely on any boyfriend for comfort. She is still in university and has already purchased a house for the family, a villa, no less. And yet, she harbors no intention of boasting about it. Grandmother Song's gaze at Aunt Song held a note of disapproval, yet she refrained from publicly disparaging her. Recognizing that today was, after all, Yu Jinxiu's engagement banquet, Aunt Song was well aware that her previous words had crossed a line, so she refrained from further comment. Casting a glance at Song Wan that bore a hint of warning, she was intimately acquainted with her own daughter. Although Jin Xiu struggled academically, she had always been obedient throughout her upbringing. The notion of her being a mistress was utterly inconceivable. Moreover, she was already pregnant. A cold flicker of disdain crossed Aunt Song's eyes. If one is to fabricate a story, at least it should be somewhat credible. If her daughter were truly with child, how could she dare to agree to an engagement upon her return? Seeing that he could not persuade her, Song's father, feeling the weight of his wife and daughter's discontent with his sister, fell silent, his expression darkening. Noticing his demeanor, Song's mother discreetly tugged at his sleeve, understanding his intent. However, with relatives beginning to gather, further discussion seemed ill-advised. Soon, the relatives arrived, and Jin Xiu and Zhou Zheng were directly invited to the stage. The proposal ceremony proceeded swiftly, followed by toasts and dinner. As they approached Song Wan's table, Zhou Zheng cast a dismissive glance at Song's parents. Song Wan, however, smiled brightly, raising her glass of beverage towards them, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Brother-in-law, where did you get that tattoo on your ear? The color is quite distinctive." The table's attention instinctively followed Song Wan's gaze to Zhou Zheng's ear. What a peculiar sight. A fine young man adorned with a green lizard tattoo on his ear. What was the purpose of that? Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up. "Cousin, you have a keen eye." The tattoo artist said this design is exclusive. Indeed, it was rather unique. Beside them, Jin Xiu's expression shifted, her gaze towards Song Wan now tinged with an inscrutable resentment. Without lingering further at the table, she quickly pulled Zhou Zheng away. She regretted allowing Song Wan to join them. Just as she intended to continue raising a toast with Zhou Zheng, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Jin Xiu instinctively glanced over and saw a middle-aged man in a suit striding through the door. Before she could process it, Zhou Zheng became visibly excited. "It's Manager Fan. I sent him an invitation, but I thought he wouldn't come. I can't believe he showed up." His voice brimmed with enthusiasm. Having the manager present at an engagement party was quite a mark of prestige for the company. With this thought, Zhou Zheng hurriedly led Jin Xiu towards the manager. As the protagonists of the day, they were naturally quite conspicuous, and Manager Fan noticed them immediately, approaching with a smile. However, just before reaching them, his steps faltered. His gaze fixed on Song Wan, his demeanor shifting to one of warmth and respect. Yet, as soon as his eyes met Song Wan's composed gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine, and his words took an unexpected turn. "Heavens, I hope I'm not too late." Song Wan's lips twitched slightly as Jin Xiu and Zhou Zheng arrived at the forefront. Zhou Zheng, discerning his superior's intentions, took the initiative to introduce manager. This is my fiancé's cousin, Song Wan. Manager Fan, sensing the enthusiasm in Zhou Zheng's voice, extended his hand towards Song Wan. What a pleasure. Just as Song Wan reached out to reciprocate, she was abruptly intercepted by Song's father. Greetings, he said with a smile, shaking Manager Fan's hand, his eyes brimming with a stern warning. As a father, he was acutely aware of the implications of Zhou Zheng's intentions. How dare this so-called son-in-law attempt to play matchmaker for his daughter right in front of him? Did he not consider the age of this manager? Lacking both height and looks, how could he dare to covet his precious daughter? Manager Fan, seasoned in the business world, quickly grasped the situation. After being shaken by Song's father multiple times and noticing the warning in Song Wan's eyes, he realized that Song's father had misinterpreted the situation. With a cold sweat breaking out, he grasped Song's father's hand firmly, adopting an excessively cordial tone. Greetings. How delightful to meet you. Good heavens. What kind of convoluted reasoning was this? Even with 100 times the audacity, he would not dare to covet his boss's daughter. He had no intention of courting disaster. Only when Song's father's expression began to soften with skepticism did Manager Fan inwardly breathe a sigh of relief. Releasing Song's father's hand, he turned to Zhou Zheng, his eyes now reflecting a hint of displeasure. Originally, he had considered this subordinate perceptive and capable, ready to cultivate him into a trusted ally. But now, what a disappointment! If he had been even a moment slower in his reactions, he might have found himself packing up to return home to farm. Chapter 80. What grievance, what resentment. Zhou Zheng, having worked alongside Manager Fan for several years, quickly sensed that his superior was displeased. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he cast an angry glance at Song's father. His mother-in-law had just remarked that Song Wan was a cousin of little consequence. Even if she graduated from college, she would be competing with countless others, toiling endlessly for meager returns. Now a golden opportunity lay before her. Yet she failed to appreciate it. Zhou Zheng discreetly patted Jin Xiu's back, signaling her. The family was so vain that they needed to rent luxury cars just to attend an engagement party. It was evident that having the manager notice her cousin was a stroke of luck, even if she could not be the main wife. Being kept on the side would still yield substantial benefits. Over the years, she might very well end up with her own luxury car. It was a bargain presented on a platter, yet her uncle acted like a blockhead in obstructing it. Jin Xiu understood Zhou Zheng's insinuation all too well. Yet this very understanding made her even less inclined to mediate. Her grip on the cup tightened, just having been rejected by a wealthy heir. She now found another boss taking an interest in Song Wan. What kind of luck was this? Seeing that Jin Xiu remained silent, Zhou Zheng took it upon himself to speak up. Without addressing Song's father, he turned his attention to Aunt Song. Mother, didn't you say earlier that my cousin should join our company after graduation? This is my superior, the finance manager of Luviyuan Real Estate. Once he gives the nod, it would be a simple matter for her to join the company. Aunt Song's eyes widened in surprise, completely oblivious to the deeper implications of Zhou Zheng's words. She turned to Manager Fan, her demeanor suddenly becoming somewhat reserved. Manager, greetings. Manager, greetings. Sitting beside Aunt Song was Uncle Song, who, being quite astute, immediately grasped the underlying meaning of his son-in-law's statement. He promptly stood up, raising his glass as he approached Song's father. Come. Let us ignore these youngsters and share a drink. Song's father, his expression dark and forbidding, abruptly rose to his feet, knocking the drink from Uncle Song's hand, causing it to spill everywhere, some even splattering onto Uncle Song himself. Song's father showed no sign of being appeased, had it not been for the occasion. He would have already delivered a solid punch. This is not the first time that Zhou Zheng has confronted Uncle Song. He is quite adept at it. Manager Fan, observing the scene, was left utterly bewildered. The incredulity in his gaze towards Zhou Zheng was akin to a thunderclap striking his mind. What enmity or grievance could possibly exist? Is it not a matter of discomfort for this lad, if he does not bring harm upon him? Fearing further indiscreet remarks, Manager Fan discreetly cast his eyes toward Song Wan, filled with a desperate desire for survival, and spoke. The personnel are uniformly managed by the Human Resources Department. We in finance have no say in this matter. In hindsight, if he had known that Zhou Zheng would be such a troublesome presence, he would have thought twice before attending. Not only had the endearing persona of his subordinate crumbled, but he also risked offending the newly appointed boss, leaving Manager Fan on the verge of tears. Believing that his superior was merely rejecting him indirectly, Zhou Zheng eagerly led Manager Fan to an empty table, insisting on arranging new dishes. However, Being invited to the secluded table, Manager Fan felt no sense of warmth. He had originally intended to present a red envelope and depart. But who could have anticipated being saddled with such a dim-witted subordinate? The audacity of suggesting such impropriety in front of the big boss was beyond comprehension. With 1,000 expletives racing through his mind, Manager Fan, ever the dutiful subordinate, did not dare to leave while the boss remained. With his thoughts still lingering on the matter of angering his superior, Zhou Zheng ensured Manager Fan was settled before pulling Yu Jinxiu toward the restroom. In Zhou Zheng's absence, Uncle Song timidly resumed his seat. Witnessing the unfolding farce, Song Wan's desire to expose Yu Jinxiu evaporated entirely. These two individuals were truly a perfect match. However, as fate would have it, chaos soon erupted in the venue, accompanied by piercing screams. The diners instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the commotion. Spotting a 12 or 13-year-old girl stumbling forward, incessantly exclaiming, "Cousin-in-law is bleeding," both Aunt Song and Mother Zhou sprang to their feet, disregarding everything else, and dashed toward the direction from which the girl had emerged. The onlookers were perplexed, gazing toward the restroom. The girl's mother hurriedly enveloped her in an embrace, soothing her. It's all right. She must have just bumped into something. A little bandaging will suffice." Yet, the girl suddenly burst into tears, her voice thick with sobs. "No. She's bleeding a lot. She fainted." Though the girl's voice was not particularly loud, in the hushed atmosphere, her words resonated clearly. Instantly, the expressions of all present, whether relatives of the bride or groom, shifted dramatically. No wonder the rush to get engaged. It was evident there was a deeper reason. Both Aunt Song and Mother Zhou, still en route to the restroom, heard the girl's proclamation. Mother Zhou, in her innocence, refrained from considering the implications, reassuring Aunt Song. "It's probably just her monthly cycle. Sometimes it can be quite painful, but we'll take her to the hospital, and she'll be fine." However, Aunt Song could no longer hear her. Her mind buzzed with the recollection of her brother's ominous words. Jinxiu may already be pregnant in the city. Unbeknownst to Mother Zhou, who thought Aunt Song was merely overwhelmed with concern, she hastily grabbed her and continued toward the restroom. Yet, upon arrival, both women stood frozen in shock. Zhou Zheng was cradling Yu Jinxiu, his hands stained with blood, a look of utter bewilderment etched on his face. Meanwhile, Yu Jinxiu lay unconscious in his arms, their clothing slightly disheveled, unmistakable evidence of an unfortunate occurrence. Aunt Song, in a daze, murmured, "This must be menstrual pain. We must hurry to the hospital." Before she could finish, Mother Zhou delivered a sharp slap across her face. "What nonsense are you spouting? Open your eyes and see this isn't simple menstrual issue." Mother Zhou's voice was laced with hysteria, as someone who had experienced childbirth. She could discern at a glance what had transpired. This is clearly a miscarriage. How could Zhou Zheng and Yu Jinxiu, having only recently met, possibly be in such a predicament? No wonder they were in such a hurry to get engaged. Yu Jinxiu had evidently been pregnant all along, manipulating her son into becoming a fool. Aunt Song, disregarding the slap, continued to frantically pull at the unconscious Yu Jinxiu, insisting, "To the hospital, to the hospital." Zhou Zheng finally snapped back to reality, hastily preparing to carry Yu Jinxiu outside. Mother Zhou rushed forward to block him, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Let them take her on their own. Carrying someone like this into the car will only soil it." Aunt Song, in a frenzy, retorted, "Given how things have escalated, doesn't Zhou Zheng bear any responsibility? Are you willing to risk Yu Jinxiu's life?" At this, Zhou Zheng disregarded Mother Zhou, urgently departing with Yu Jinxiu. As they passed through the hall on their way to the entrance, the gathered relatives were left in a state of confusion. Observing the commotion, Song father entrusted the care of Song grandfather and grandmother to Song mother and hurried to follow. Song Wan remained still, letting out a soft sigh within. This was precisely why she had refrained from intervening earlier. Song father had been raised under Aunt Song's watchful eye. The bonds of family are not easily severed. While she felt no loyalty to Aunt Song, she could not disregard her father's feelings. Catching a glimpse of Manager Fan, who was seated with an air of composure, she realized that revealing the matters of Luoyuan real estate to her parents would only complicate things further. The hall, still buzzing with the aftermath of the incident, prompted Song Wan to turn toward her mother. "Mom, I've called Qinglin to pick us up. Let us take Grandpa and Grandma home first." The elderly couple stared blankly at the entrance, their expressions tinged with anxiety as they inquired, "What has happened to Jinxiu? Is everything all right?" Song mother quickly reassured them. "It's nothing to worry about. Modern medicine is quite advanced. Anping has already gone over. You needn't fret. Anping, of course, was Song father's name. The elderly couple held a degree of faith in their reliable youngest son, and hearing this eased their concerns slightly. Qinglin arrived promptly, and Song mother and Song Wan each assisted one of the elders into the vehicle. Just as they settled in at home, hardly having a moment to catch their breath, Song father called. His voice was slightly breathless but soon calmed as he relayed, "Everyone is safe. The baby is fine, though she will need to rest thoroughly. She has been moved to a hospital room. You should bring your parents to visit." Song mother was taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication behind Song father's words. The two elders, with personalities akin to her own mother, appeared composed but were likely filled with unexpressed worry, fearful of being a burden. Not allowing them to visit would only lead to wild imaginings. Therefore, she turned to Song grandfather and grandmother, smiling gently. "Anping just called. Jin Xiao is all right now. Would you like to go see her?" Grandfather Song and grandmother Song remained silent, while Song Wan instructed Qingling to take several individuals to the county hospital. Outside the ward of the county hospital, Mother Zhou was vociferously berating Zhou Zheng, indirectly criticizing him by saying, "I already told you that the person has family. Why are you here, idly worrying? Hurry up and tidy yourself to go home." Zhou Zheng instinctively glanced at the ward, but Jin Xiao was in there. What connection do you have with her? If anyone should be concerned, it should be the child's biological father. What are you doing here, stirring the pot? Go home. Mother Zhou shot her son a disappointed look, feeling that the day's events had already brought enough shame. She recalled how she had previously praised Jin Xiao in front of relatives for her beauty, wisdom, and the fact that she worked in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. And she wished she could travel back in time to silence herself. Besides, isn't your boss still at the hotel? Shouldn't you make sure she has settled? Zhou Zheng then realized with a sudden sense of urgency. Just then, Manager Fan's call came through. Zhou Zheng's expression tightened as he hastily answered the phone, only to hear Manager Fan's gentle voice, "Xiao Zhou, is your fiancé all right?" Realizing that his superior had witnessed the whole fiasco, Zhou Zheng's face stiffened, and he replied, "It's nothing. Thank you for your concern, manager." Manager Fan's soothing tone continued, "That's good to hear. During this period, you should stay home and take care of your fiancé." Zhou Zheng's face turned an even deeper shade of green. "Manager, she doesn't need my care. I can go to the company tomorrow." Manager Fan suddenly chuckled, maintaining his gentle demeanor, yet his next words left Zhou Zheng utterly stunned. "What I mean is, Xiao Zhou, you are on leave.
Permanently.
What do you mean?" Zhou Zheng stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Manager Fan, undeterred by Zhou Zheng's shock, continued with an almost diabolical calmness, "I forgot to mention. The new boss happened to be at the company for an inspection the day you were absent. Otherwise, you wouldn't be unaware of who the big boss is. You even introduced the big boss to me and brought them to work at your own company? I don't have the audacity to do that." By the end of his statement, Manager Fan's tone had grown cold. Heaven knows that when the general manager called him earlier, his heart nearly skipped a beat.
Fortunately,
the big boss did not seem to hold any grudges. With that thought, Manager Fan's voice turned even colder. "So, I should congratulate you on receiving this honor. You are the first to be personally ordered to be dismissed by the big boss." Without waiting for Zhou Zheng's reaction, he hung up the phone. As the busy signal beeped in his ear, Zhou Zheng stood there in a daze. Introducing the big boss to Manager Fan? Bringing the big boss to work at his own company? The events that transpired at the hotel replayed in his mind like a bustling marketplace, finally freezing on Song Wan's calm and composed face. The big boss? Jin Xiao's cousin is the new big boss of their company, Luoyuan Real Estate?
so,
What did your manager say? Mother Zhou, sensing something was amiss, asked anxiously. "This isn't our fault. It shouldn't leave a bad impression on your manager, right?" Zhou Zheng seemed to suddenly snap back to reality, his gaze towards his mother filled with confusion, his tone abnormal. "Mom, I can't give up on you, Jin Xiao." Mother Zhou was taken aback. "You can't possibly want to be a rebound, can you?" Zhou Zheng's face contorted in pain as he lowered his voice to his mother. "I've been dismissed. She's Jin Xiao's cousin." Before he could finish his sentence, Mother Zhou, with a look of astonishment, interrupted, "That family of pretentious rich folks. How could they possibly have such capabilities?" At her words, Zhou Zheng's thoughts turned to his perception of Song Wan, his gaze towards his mother now filled with despair. Pretentious rich folks? That is the big boss of Luoyuan. Chapter 82. There is 10 million in the account. If that isn't enough, I'll call you again. With that thought in mind, Zhou Zheng spotted Song Wan and her group approaching. Panic surged within him as he fumbled for words, only to see them enter the ward. Jin Xiao appeared somewhat pale, with Aunt Song sitting by the bed, who lowered her head slightly upon Song Wan's entrance. As Eugene Chio did not seem to have any significant issues, Aunt Song had no intention of lingering. Seeing this, Zhou Zheng rushed forward, exclaiming, "Miss Song, I have decided to marry your cousin." His nonsensical declaration caused Aunt Song to furrow her brow, regarding him as if he were insane. However, Song Wan understood this to be his declaration of loyalty, and with a scoff, she nonchalantly stated, "Whether or not you marry my cousin is of no concern to me." Zhou Zheng was momentarily taken aback, as he had assumed the two families had a close relationship, especially seeing Song Wan's expression devoid of any emotion. He hurriedly said, "Boss, I was wrong." Before he could finish, Song Wan raised a hand to pause him, her voice cold and tinged with irritation. "Do you think being dismissed is too light of a punishment?" Zhou Zheng was instantly stunned, retreating involuntarily as he recalled her obedient and lively demeanor during their previous interactions, mistaking her for a mere girl. Yet, the icy expression on her face instilled fear within him. He knew the influence of Luoyuan real estate in Luoyuan City, especially with the girl before him being the big boss. With her status, dealing with him would be as effortless as a meal. Not daring to utter another word, he lowered his head and stepped aside. He watched helplessly as the girl walked out of the hospital, regret gnawing at him. Song Wan, however, seemed indifferent, leading the elderly couple out to explore the villa. The decorations in the villa were nearly complete, just awaiting the arrival of their belongings. Qingling had also arranged for the housekeeper, and as Song's parents guided the elderly couple joyfully around, they spent nearly half an hour exploring the few floors, which lifted Song Wan's spirits. Since everything was ready, they did not return to their old home. Song Mother had arranged a room for Song Wan on the second floor, and perhaps due to their previous modest living conditions, she had intentionally added many feminine touches while decorating Song Wan's room. Unaccustomed to the bed, Song Wan washed up and fell asleep until dawn. As soon as she opened her eyes, the system's voice resounded.
Ding.
Another new day. Would the host like to check in?
Check in. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for acquiring the formula for an exceptional hair growth solution. The reward has been issued.
Please check.
Exceptional hair growth solution? Song Wan instinctively touched her increasingly lush hair, and just as she was about to speak, the system's voice chimed again. Detection indicates the host has acquired the formula for an exceptional hair growth solution. A random task is now released. Acquire the Qingxue Cosmetics factory in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. Complete the task to gain ownership of the Huanyu Security Company. There is no penalty for failure. Good heavens. Song Wan's eyes widened slightly. Was this a chain task? The exceptional hair growth serum requires no further elaboration. No one understands the staggering number of bald individuals better than her. After all, as a top student in the computer science department, she was once among the many who suffered from receding hairlines. However, she possesses the perfect genetic optimization serum, and Song Wan subconsciously brushed her fingers through her lush hair. Yet, others do not share her fortune. Produced by the system, the quality is undoubtedly guaranteed. Once it undergoes safety testing and hits the market, it is bound to be an instant sensation. As for the Qingxue Cosmetics factory, she had not heard of it prior. It seems to be a relatively small establishment, making acquisition a straightforward endeavor. More importantly, there are the rewards awaiting her. Ownership of the Huanyu Security Company.
To her knowledge,
Huanyu Security is the largest private security firm in China, reputedly staffed by retired veterans, with certain connections to higher-ups. What is it that she lacks the most right now? Is it not connections? Song Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It truly was a case of a timely opportunity presenting itself. Just as she was about to finish her thought, she was interrupted by the system's soft voice. "Do not liken me to a parasitic worm." The voice, tinged with urgency, was clearly anxious that Song Wan might compare it to something elongated. Systems, too, can harbor traumas. Song Wan paused, a smile instinctively forming on her lips, and continued. "You are my most cherished little treasure." The system's voice suddenly became bashful. "Really? Is that true?" "Indeed," Song Wan affirmed solemnly. "The host is also the system's little treasure." The system's voice grew softer, a hint of crimson haze flickering in her mind as it spoke. Meanwhile, Song Wan, brimming with excitement, hurried downstairs and dashed to her parents. "Mom, Dad, I have some matters at school and might need to return to Shanghai." Her parents, taken aback, suddenly remembered their precious child was still in university. Song Mother exchanged a glance with Song Father and nodded. After all, her daughter's school matters were of utmost importance. Song Mother appeared as though she wanted to apologize to Aunt Song, but truth be told, Every parent cherishes their own daughter. Why should an apology lead to forgiveness? Their daughter owed them nothing. Song father, feeling the weight of their gaze, scratched his head in helplessness. He understood very well why Song mother had been upset with him all night. Thus, he quickly chimed in, indeed, school matters are paramount. It's perfectly fine for you to return home during the holidays. He felt a bit guilty, yet given the circumstances he, as her uncle, could not simply turn a blind eye. Ultimately, his primary concern was for his daughter. Hence, after confirming Jin Xiao was safe, he knew Aunt Song needed comfort the most. Yet he still accompanied his niece home. Song Wan, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. She retrieved a pre-prepared bank card. This is your pocket money for me. After I leave, you can indulge in some activities you enjoy. Dad, you've always been interested in fishing. Please take Mom and Grandma out to fish whenever you can. And Mom, you can invite your friends for shopping, pampering, or whatever brings you joy. Her rapid-fire words left her parents momentarily stunned. They had always labored tirelessly for their child, never imagining they would be able to enjoy life at such a relatively young age. Then, they heard their daughter hesitantly add, "There's 10 million in the card. If you run out, just let me know, and I will transfer more." Chapter 83. Tingfei Daily Chemicals? So impoverished? Both Song father and Song mother could not help but widen their eyes simultaneously. 10 million? Song Wan nodded and continued, "If you need to purchase anything, please opt for quality over frugality." Pausing, she gazed at them earnestly. "After all, my earnings will only increase, and you should start living more exquisitely from now on." Song father and mother were left utterly speechless. In a moment of vivid imagination, Song mother envisioned her daughter showering them with cash, shaking her head to dispel the vision. Yet her astonishment at Song Wan was palpable. How could 10 million sound so casual coming from her daughter's lips? After finishing their meal, Qingling had already driven the car to the villa. They then visited Grandpa and Grandma Song next door to bid farewell before getting into the car. Just like on their return journey, Song Wan dozed off once more during the ride, waking up to find herself already in Shanghai. Noticing Song Wan's drowsy eyes, Qingling smiled warmly. "We will arrive shortly. I've had them prepare fresh fruit for you, Mississippi. Just a little longer." Song Wan blinked sleepily and instinctively nodded. Upon reaching Tang Palace, the servants had indeed set out her favorite fresh fruits. As she enjoyed her snack, Qingling organized the detailed information about the Qingxue Cosmetics factory. As expected, the factory was not particularly large, with a market value of approximately 5 million. Moreover, the cosmetics factory was indeed looking to transfer ownership. Song Wan raised an eyebrow, and Qingling gently informed her, "To prevent others from getting ahead, I have already inquired with the factory's manager. She will be present all day today. If you wish to visit, you may do so at any time." Upon hearing this, Song Wan stretched and couldn't help but smile. Having Qingling by her side had saved her countless troubles. Without further hesitation, she and Qingling set off toward the Qingxue Cosmetics factory. Since they were in Shanghai, there was no need for Song Wan to conceal anything, so she instructed Qingling to bring out the Lamborghini Veneno. The Qingxue Cosmetics factory was somewhat off the beaten path, a little further south, and they would reach the suburbs. Upon arriving at their destination, they found a large G-Class vehicle parked at the entrance. Remembering that the cosmetics factory was indeed looking to transfer ownership, Song Wan felt a surge of urgency. She was indifferent to this small cosmetics factory, but she was keenly interested in the Huanyu Security Company. With this thought in mind, she promptly stepped into the factory. The interior was immaculate, devoid of any sounds from machinery. As she walked further in, she soon heard voices coming from the office. "Qingxue, how about it? Tingfei Daily Chemicals has made the highest offer recently. Why not just transfer the factory to us?" The voice belonged to a young man, his tone laced with a hint of flippancy. Song Wan and Qingling approached, witnessing a confrontation between a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, standing around 6 feet tall, but his bulkiness diminished his perceived height. Clearly, he was the one who had just spoken. In contrast, the young woman facing him looked considerably younger, perhaps around 23 or 24, and possessed a strikingly clean and beautiful appearance. Both of them had noticed Song Wan and Qingling's arrival, instinctively turning their gazes toward them. The young woman appeared to have recalled something. Her gaze towards Song Wan filled with surprise. "Are you Miss Song, the one interested in purchasing our cosmetics factory?" Her astonishment was understandable, as Song Wan's youthful appearance was strikingly deceptive. Song Wan nodded and extended her hand in a friendly manner. "Hello, I am Song Wan." The girl promptly reciprocated the gesture, her expression revealing a hint of excitement. "Hello, I am Qingxue." Song Wan momentarily hesitated, instinctively lifting her eyes to the sign bearing the factory's name. Following her gaze, Shun Qingxue, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, "My parents co-founded this cosmetics factory, and they named it after me." "Wait, who are you?" The man, feeling overlooked as the two engaged in lively conversation, was suddenly discomfort, his expression darkening as he directed an unmistakably displeased glance at Song Wan. "Little girl, do you understand the concept of precedence?" Before Song Wan could respond, Shen Qingxue coldly retorted, "There is no precedence to speak of." Turning to the man, her face unmistakably etched with disdain, she declared, "Kai Yuxiang, I have told you before, this cosmetics factory will never be sold to your Tingfei Daily Chemical. You can forget about it." Kai Yuxiang's casual grin widened as he pointed at Song Wan. "You can't seriously believe this little girl is capable of acquiring your cosmetics factory? A mere child dabbling in a game. Do you really think she can be a savior?" Shen Qingxue's expression grew increasingly frosty as she replied, "Whether or not she is a savior has nothing to do with you. I have made it clear, I will never sell the factory to you." Kai Yuxiang remained unfazed and shifted his attention to Song Wan. "Little girl, this cosmetics factory is already earmarked for someone else. You should just return to wherever you came from," he added, as if to intimidate her. "In this vicinity, I doubt there are many who dare to oppose Tingfei Daily Chemical." Unable to contain her laughter, Song Wan glanced at the man's corpulent visage and remarked with a hint of amusement, "Tingfei Daily Chemical? Really?" Kai Yuxiang, momentarily confused by her tone, responded impatiently, "Just know your place and leave while I'm still in a good mood." But the next moment, the young girl, with a slight frown of confusion, asked, "Tingfei Daily Chemical? What is that?" Kai Yuxiang's expression froze, the earlier mirth evaporating as he looked at her with newfound seriousness. "So, you are determined to stand against us at Tingfei Daily Chemical?" However, Song Wan chose to ignore him, returning her gaze to Shun Qingxue. "How much did he offer?" Shun Qingxue hesitated, quickly responding 1 million. Hearing the anger in her voice, Song Wan regarded Kai Yuxiang with a knowing look. "Tingfei Daily Chemical? Is that really how impoverished you are?" Chapter 84. The Third Potential Investor. She had recently reviewed the information on Qingxue Cosmetics Factory. While its market value was not high, it was still around 5 million. Although attempting to sell it now would inevitably lead to some depreciation. 1 million? It was evident that Kai Yuxiang was either destitute or attempting to exploit the situation. Upon hearing Song Wan's words, the flesh on Kai Yuxiang's face quivered with indignation, and he responded with a forced laugh, "Little girl, do you even comprehend the words you utter? Surely your family has taught you the dangers of speaking carelessly?" Song Wan's expression remained unchanged, and just as she was about to speak, Shen Qingxue stepped in front of her. Blocking Kai Yuxiang's gaze directed at Song Wan, she turned back to him, her tone laced with unmistakable fury. "Kai Yuxiang, I have made it clear that it is my decision not to sell the cosmetics factory to you, and it has nothing to do with anyone else." Kai Yuxiang's gaze lingered on her delicate face for several seconds before his smile returned. "Qingxue, you know very well how I feel about you. Why must you force me to resort to such tactics? If you become my girlfriend, we would be family and Qingxue Cosmetics would seamlessly merge with Tingfei Daily Chemical, ensuring that both prosper together. This factory is your father's hard work. Can you bear to let it fall into the hands of a clueless little girl, only to see it fail?" At this, Song Wan couldn't help but laugh, peeking out from behind Shen Qingxue. "This esteemed Yuxiang, your schemes are so transparent that even those in Kyoto have heard of them." Essentially, he was attempting to pull a fast one.
Medje?
The prosperity of Tingfei Daily Chemical equating to the success of Qingxue Cosmetics. What audacity! Kai Yuxiang's face stiffened once more, and unable to restrain himself, he stepped forward, attempting to take action. Yet, in the next moment, his imposing figure was sent sprawling backward. Shen Qingxue was taken aback, glancing at the seemingly composed figure of Qing Lin, who had just returned to her side, and then at Song Wan, whose expression remained unchanged. She couldn't help but question her own perception. How could someone of Kai Yuxiang's stature be sent flying so effortlessly? Observing the effortless manner in which it was accomplished, one could almost believe it was a mere illusion if Shen Qingxue hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes. Meanwhile, Kai Yuxiang, now on the ground, sputtered and bled from his mouth. In fact, when he opened his mouth, a tooth flew out, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. It took Shen Qingxue quite some time to decipher what he was trying to say, which was likely a feeble, "Are you seeking death?" Kai Yuxiang, now realizing his speech was slurred, glared at them with malice, hastily retrieving his phone from his pocket with trembling hands. He had never endured such humiliation throughout his life. He wanted them dead. No, he wanted them to suffer. Shen Qingxue snapped back to reality, instinctively swallowing hard. Although she felt a surge of satisfaction, a trace of concern crept in as she glanced at Song Wan and Qing Lin. He is the heir of Tingfei Daily Chemical. You are not from our side, and may not understand their ruthlessness. Now is the time for you to leave, though potentially losing a buyer. Shen Qingxue was not one to overlook the gravity of the situation. The only reason the conversation had begun was because of her. Yet Song Wan simply smiled, standing her ground without any intention of departing. I genuinely want to see just how ruthless Tingfei Daily Chemical can be. Beep. Detected potential investor. Shen Qingxue. Investment profile. Potential investor. Shen Qingxue. Age. 23. Investment direction. Actress. Investment return rate. 3,000. The sudden chime of the system in her mind caused Song Wan to pause. Her gaze towards Shen Qingxue shifting noticeably. You are an actress? Shen Qingxue, clearly taken aback, responded, how did you know? Her face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. I graduated from the Shanghai Drama Academy and have acted in a web drama. Currently, I have semi-retired. I wouldn't call myself an actress. Song Wan, keenly observing the melancholy in her eyes, felt a surge of curiosity and ventured to ask, since you have acted in a web drama, why have you decided to semi-retire? Shen Qingxue's gaze instinctively fell on Cai Yuxiang, who was on the ground, trembling as he dialed a number, hatred evident in her eyes. Although Tingfei Daily Chemicals may not have connections to the entertainment industry, Cai Yuxiang is well acquainted with the owner of her company. When the unspoken rules fail, they resort to threats of confinement to force her compliance. Despite her firm resolve to leave the entertainment world, this unscrupulous man continues to pursue her relentlessly. Just as her troubles compound, her mother suffers from heart failure and is hospitalized, leaving the family without liquid assets. Her father is left with no choice but to sell the cosmetics factory he co-founded with her mother. Subsequently, Cai Yuxiang approaches her once more. As a publicly listed company, Tingfei Daily Chemicals wields considerable influence, leaving smaller firms hesitant to compete. Larger companies, however, dismiss their cosmetics factory as beneath their notice, placing Qingxue Cosmetics Factory in a precarious position. Thus, Cai Yuxiang brazenly offers 1 million to purchase the cosmetics factory. Shen Qingxue's almond-shaped eyes redden with anger. And by the time she processes the situation, she has already recounted the events to Song Wan. With a slight change in complexion, she smiles apologetically at Song Wan, expressing her embarrassment at divulging her troubles to someone younger. Perhaps she was moved by Song Wan's audacious mockery of Cai Yuxiang, or perhaps by their effortless dismissal of such a formidable adversary. As her gaze falls upon Cai Yuxiang's action of putting away his phone, she instinctively turns to gently grasp Song Wan's wrist, urging, you all should leave quickly. If you don't, the people from Tingfei Daily Chemicals may truly arrive.
Yet.
Song Wan seems unfazed, her voice still laced with a faint smile. Sell me the Qingxue Cosmetics Factory. 5 million. Shen Qingxue's grip on Song Wan's wrist falters, her eyes wide with disbelief. What did you say? Song Wan repeats with a smile, I'll offer 5 million. Sell me the Qingxue Cosmetics Factory. Shen Qingxue's voice grows strained. Are you aware that Tingfei Daily Chemicals has connections with security personnel and underworld figures? Song Wan remains unperturbed, so, will you sell it or not? Observing Song Wan's calm and composed smile, Shen Qingxue inexplicably finds herself tranquil. Sell. Her mother is still in the hospital, and only with money can they afford the exorbitant medical equipment needed. The documents are readily available, and without paying heed to Cai Yuxiang, who lies awkwardly on the floor, the two women sign the agreement and affix their seals. As the 5 million is transferred, the system's voice resonates in Song Wan's mind. Ding. Acquisition of Qingxue Cosmetics Factory task completed. Reward. Ownership of Huanyu Security Company. Reward has been issued. Please check host. Chapter 85. You'll be allowed to leave. But not in that manner. Just then, a cacophony of car horns erupts from outside. Shen Qingxue instinctively glances at Song Wan, her eyes reflecting evident trepidation. It's the people from Tingfei Daily Chemicals. I'll call the police. However, as she reaches for her phone, her wrist is firmly grasped by Song Wan. With an air of nonchalance, Song Wan looks toward the still prostrate Cai Yuxiang, her eyes glinting with coldness, yet her smile unwavering. No need. Shen Qingxue can't help but feel a surge of anxiety. Miss Song, you don't understand how rampant Tingfei Daily Chemicals is. They think nothing of injuring others. As her words fade, A dozen men clad in garish attire, adorned with gold chains, enter, wielding knives or clubs. Their demeanor is reckless, unmistakably indicative of street thugs. Among them, Song Wan spots a familiar face. Her gaze lands on the young man at the back of the group, his striking golden hair causing her to smile instinctively. Long time no see. The young man, taken aback, stammers sister. The leader of the thugs turns to him. What? Your sister? The young man nods vigorously, then shakes his head, his expression a tumult of confusion. Brother Wang, there must be some misunderstanding. However, the thug leader pays him no mind, scanning the scene until his gaze settles on the sprawled Kai Yuxiang. Rushing over, he inquires, Kai Xiao, are you alright? Kai Yuxiang rolls his eyes. Do I look like I'm fine? The leader suddenly realizes that Kai Yuxiang's front teeth are missing, turning his attention back to Song Wan and her companions. So, it was you who injured Kai Xiao. The young man, clutching a club, rushes forward, attempting to appease the leader with a smile. Brother Wang, my sister has a bit of a temper. There is definitely some misunderstanding here. The young man is at a loss. He had finally managed to elevate his status, only to encounter a familiar face on his first outing. What are the odds? It's absurd. While these men may be unaware of the formidable capabilities of Song Wan, he knows all too well. Despite their numbers and weapons, in a real confrontation, it could very well be they who suffer. Kai Yuxiang's eyes blaze with fury. When did I ever recruit a street thug to speak on my behalf? Without hesitation, Brother Wang nods, signaling his men, who swiftly encircle the four, including the young man. As he approaches Song Wan, he realizes he has unwittingly found himself in their ranks. His smile falters, leaving a grimace on his face. What kind of misfortune has he brought upon himself? Amused, Song Wan reaches out, unceremoniously demanding, give it to me. The young man instinctively hands over the iron rod without hesitation. By the time he realizes what has transpired, the iron rod is already firmly in Song Wan's grip. Observing the expressions of the surrounding thugs, the young man grimaces, resigned to his fate. Clearly seasoned, the thugs waste no words. Following Brother Wang's lead as they charge toward the four, Song Wan positions Shen Qingxue behind her, brandishing the iron rod as she lunges forward. Qinglin is equally swift, as if they have rehearsed this countless times, delivering a kick in another direction. In mere moments, two opponents crumple to the ground, bewildered and unaware of what just transpired, as an iron rod is deftly seized from one of their hands. The young man stands trembling, observing the fluidity of Song Wan and Qinglin's movements. It's no exaggeration to say that with a mere flick of their wrists, adversaries would fall. They barely even reach him. Strangely, the young man suddenly feels as if he is being protected by a formidable sister. His internal conflict dissipates, replaced by an unexpected sense of elation. Let them have their way earlier. Now they will face the consequences. Song Wan and Qinglin's coordination is swift and precise, and within 2 minutes, all of the thugs lie defeated. Witnessing their once vibrant and belligerent companions sprawled on the ground, Brother Wang stares in disbelief at Song Wan and Qinglin, as if encountering phantoms. He can hardly process their movements. As I observed the two individuals retracting their legs, their garments remained impeccably unwrinkled, their movements exuding an unparalleled elegance. Was this an act meant for the silver screen? Surely, such dramatics would be deemed excessive even in a film. Beside me, Kai Yuxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. And upon realizing the gravity of the situation, his tone grew increasingly irate. What the hell? No sooner had he uttered those words than he felt the gentle gaze of Song Wan directed towards him. Kai Yuxiang's considerable frame trembled involuntarily, his eyes filled with terror. I am Tingfei Daily Chemicals' young master. How could I have been so foolish? Despite his words being somewhat garbled, Song Wan grasped Kai Yuxiang's meaning. With a casual flick of her wrist, the iron rod in her hand spun gracefully. Song Wan approached with a smile, followed closely by Qinglin, who also wielded an iron rod. Kai Yuxiang's trembling intensified, visibly accelerating, as he pointed at the two and exclaimed, "You mustn't come any closer." In his eyes, the young and beautiful girl appeared akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. "Let me go, and I shall not dare to oppose you." Meanwhile, Shen Qingxue stood in stunned silence. She had witnessed firsthand how Kai Yuxiang had mercilessly beaten a passerby, merely for accidentally brushing against him, leaving the victim with broken legs. Afterward, he received no compensation. Instead, the assaulted individual was left destitute, with whispers of his eventual suicide echoing in the air. Thus, her aversion towards Kai Yuxiang was deeply rooted. Now, however, his once imposing visage was marred, bloodied and bruised, his front teeth missing, his face a mask of unrestrained fear. Devoid of the arrogance he once exuded. The tension in Shun Qingshua's heart suddenly dissipated, and a dark thought crossed her mind. It would be ideal if a wretched person like Kai Yuxiang were to live forever in such shadows. At that moment, Song Wan's cool, clear voice cut through the air. I will let you go. However, not in that manner. No sooner had she spoken than the sound of vehicles pulling up echoed at the entrance. One after another, well-trained men in black suits strode through the doorway, ultimately coming to a halt before Song Wan. Chapter 86. This is no longer his sister. She must be his aunt. Clad in uniform and bearing icy expressions, they emanated an undeniable aura of authority. Their waistbands bulged ominously, hinting at concealed weaponry, their presence exuding an air of mystery. Yet, upon halting in front of Song Wan, they bowed without hesitation and declared, "Boss." The onlookers, whether it be the quaking Kai Yuxiang, the incapacitated ruffians rolling on the ground, or Shun Qingxue, were rendered utterly speechless. Especially Kai Yuxiang, the ruthless glint in his eyes faded entirely upon witnessing this cadre of men in black. Any thoughts of revenge had evaporated, leaving only sheer terror etched across his face. His previous audacity stemmed from a certain awareness of his surroundings. To openly bear firearms with official sanction, one could only be associated with the Huanyu Security Company, aside from government officials. Moreover, the exquisite silver pentagram badges adorning their chests were an unmistakable emblem that no one would dare to counterfeit. In the shadows of the bustling metropolis, the presence of Huanyu security personnel was not to be trifled with. To address a mere girl as boss was unfathomable. Kai Yuxiang could no longer bear to contemplate the implications. The regret swelling within him was beyond verbal expression. He could only hope she would overlook him or dismiss him altogether. However, the girl before him clearly harbored no such intentions. She nodded towards the leading man in black and gently gestured in his direction. Contact person, conduct a thorough investigation into Tengfei Daily Chemicals. Focus particularly on him. Kai Yuxiang's heart sank, his mind blank. Huanyu Security Company had connections at higher echelons, and many of their actions were orchestrated by those in power, a fact known to nearly all in the upper echelons of society. Hence, the fear surrounding Huanyu Security Company was palpable. Tengfei Daily Chemicals was already under scrutiny, and the individuals connected to Huanyu Security Company were beyond the reach of his influence. It was over. Utterly finished. Despite the sun shining brightly, a chill enveloped Kai Yuxiang's entire being. As the world around him blurred, he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Beside him, the ruffian leader, Brother Wang, was equally dazed. Wasn't this merely a response to a few unruly lackeys? Even Brother Wang, slow on the uptake, realized that he had unwittingly provoked forces far beyond his comprehension. Instinctively, he released the unconscious Kai Yuxiang, who fell face first onto the tiled floor. The men in black, however, paid no heed to their plight, responding affirmatively to Song Wan with, "Yes, boss." As for the incapacitated ruffians sprawled on the ground, Song Wan's gaze swept over them. Sensing their fear, and without a moment's pause, she ordered, "Take them to the police station." The operatives from Huanyu Security Company acted swiftly, clearing the scene in mere moments. Watching as the ruffians were escorted by police officers, each adorned with silver handcuffs, Jin Mao's heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. His perception of Song Wan transformed entirely. This was no longer just a sister. She was indeed his aunt. Emerging from the cosmetics factory, Jin Mao's face remained etched with astonishment and trepidation. Initially, he had assumed her to be a nimble young woman unfortunate enough to attract the attention of a scoundrel. Little did he know the depths of her background. Unable to suppress the beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, he found his former ambitions of a life in the underworld fading away. He had thought these ruffians were formidable, brandishing knives and iron rods. Yet, the prospect of them being imprisoned was far from a trivial matter. Had he not fortuitously been on the right side of the law, he might have found himself among them. Unbeknownst to Song Wan, as tranquility returned to the factory, she turned to Shen Qingxue and inquired, "Which company are you currently signed with?" Only then did Shen Qingxue snap back to reality, her gaze towards Song Wan now imbued with a flicker of excitement. Jinhua Entertainment. Incredible. The memory of Song Wan effortlessly dispatching a group of adversaries filled her with awe as she regarded her with starry-eyed admiration. Song Wan, unfamiliar with the entertainment industry, had never heard of such a name. With a slight narrowing of her eyes, she boldly proposed, "Are you interested in switching companies?" "Ah?" Shun Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. And as realization dawned, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Do you have an entertainment company under your wing? None. Song Wan replied with a shake of her head, her honesty refreshing.
Beep.
Detected that investor Shin Qingshue's friendliness has reached 95. The system has issued a random task. Create your own shampoo brand. Task success will reward you with absolute control over Shengshi Entertainment Company. Task failure incurs no penalty. Suddenly startled by the system's notification, Song Wan couldn't help but freeze momentarily. Even though she was not well-versed in the entertainment industry, she had certainly heard of Shengshi Entertainment Company. Unlike the obscure Jinhua Entertainment, Shengshi Entertainment stood as a prominent entity within the realm of entertainment. With a controlling stake of 67%, it was tantamount to gifting Shengshi Entertainment to her. As for the task, a mere jest. With the distribution of the exceptional hair growth serum, what was there to fear about establishing a shampoo brand? Thus, she swiftly turned her attention to Shin Qingshui and remarked, however, it will soon come to fruition. Shin Qingshui was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze fixed on Song Wan with a dazed expression, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What merit do I possess to deserve such generosity from you? No one could fathom the depths of her despair during her lowest moments, had it not been for her mother still in the hospital. She might have contemplated a tragic end with that loathsome man, Kai Yuxiang. Just as she was about to plunge into despair, it was this young woman before her who had brought forth a glimmer of hope, illuminating her path once more. She could hardly conceive the dire circumstances she would have faced had the girl not arrived at the cosmetics factory today. And now, knowing her plight, the girl was willing to establish an entertainment company for her. Song Wan, unaware of Shin Qingshue's internal musings, instinctively called a halt to her unusual gaze. Actually, I had already planned to acquire an entertainment company. With a return on investment akin to Fu Xingmian's 3,000, it was evident that Shin Qingshui possessed the innate potential to become a superstar. Otherwise, Song Wan would not have been so inclined to invest. Overwhelmed, Shin Qingshui could no longer contain herself, tears brimming in her eyes. Oh, how can this person be so kind, even now, still considering my pride? Chapter 87, Sister. A wealthy lady has taken notice of your brother's stunning beauty. Although Qingshui Cosmetics Factory was not a top-tier establishment, its facilities were notably well-equipped, showing no signs of age. Upon learning of the shampoo formula in Song Wan's possession, Shin Qingshui eagerly guided Song Wan and Qing Lin on an in-depth tour of the shampoo section. Given that Qingshui Cosmetics primarily focused on lotions, the area allocated for shampoo was relatively smaller. After contemplating, Song Wan proposed several modifications to Qing Lin. She suggested entirely eliminating other production areas, as she had purchased the factory primarily to create her own shampoo brand. With the system's exceptional hair growth serum at her disposal, the scale of production would undoubtedly grow in the future. From the outset, the exceptional hair growth serum was not aimed at ordinary shampoos, so the machinery and environment must be optimized accordingly. Qing Lin diligently took notes. After half an hour of exploration, Song Wan handed the formula for the exceptional hair growth serum directly to Qing Lin. With existing machinery and the formula in hand, producing the final product would not take long. Once sent for testing and confirmed to be safe, it could be launched. Arrangements for product packaging and pricing also needed to be established, followed by marketing strategies. Song Wan had already conceived of ideas in her mind, awaiting the product's completion to proceed. Declining Shin Qingshue's invitation to dinner, Song Wan returned directly to Tangong with Qing Lin. Just as she changed her shoes and settled down,
Her phone rang.
glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was Huang Ran, whom she hadn't seen in several days. Answering the call, she heard Huang Ran's exasperated voice on the other end. Wan, have you bought another handbag? Confused, Song Wan replied, what handbag? Without further ado, Huang Ran hung up the phone, and a WeChat video call popped up. In the video, Huang Ran pointed at several luxury packaging bags in a box, saying, these. When we picked up the delivery, we found a package for you, so we thought we'd bring it back. Following her finger, Song Wan's eyes first fell upon a large cardboard box. At that moment, Li Lui's face appeared. The box was damaged at one corner when we picked it up, so they asked us to verify the contents. Upon opening it, they found another box inside for protection, and within that, there were these items. Song Wan recognized several familiar luxury packaging bags, 2 from Chanel, 1 from Dior, and beneath 3 bags, there was clearly another small box yet to be opened. Under Song Wan's guidance, Huang Ran opened the small box inside. A complete set of cosmetic miniatures came into view. Foundation, eyeliner, mascara, eyeshadow, lipstick, brow pencil, highlighter, contour. and powder, everything one could desire, and from various brands, indicating thoughtfulness in selection. Blinking, Song Wan said, "Can you show me the delivery slip?" The video quickly focused on the delivery slip outside the box, and indeed, the sender's name was conspicuously marked as Jiang Huai. Song Wan couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. This lad had come into money and decided to send her gifts at school? Huang Ran and Li Lui, clearly recognizing the name, exclaimed in surprise, Wan, isn't this your cousin? Nodding, Song Wan replied, "Please take it back to my dorm first. I'll ask him." Huang Ran and Li Lui nodded in agreement, hanging up the call. Without delay, Song Wan dialed Jiang Huai's number. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Huai's excited voice came through the line, "Sister, did you receive the gifts? Do you like them?" In the boys' dormitory at Kyoto Sports University, Jiang Huai stepped onto the balcony with his phone in hand. As soon as the delivery notification came through, he knew his sister couldn't resist calling him. He had put considerable effort into selecting these gifts, scouring through the little blue book for a long time. Song Wan pursed her lips and finally decided to play along. "Why did you suddenly buy me these? Where did you get so much money?" Pausing, as if realizing her question lacked depth, she added, "You haven't done anything illegal, have you?" On the other end, Jiang Huai quickly responded, No. Your brother is a law-abiding, filial citizen, so you needn't worry." His tone rose slightly, and one could easily imagine the pride on his face. Then, in a mock-serious tone, he continued, "Sister, my newfound talent has recently been discovered." Song Wan, fully engaging, feigned surprise. "What talent? You haven't been scouted by a talent agent to become a star, have you?" There was a moment of hesitation on the other end before Jiang Huai quickly clarified, "No, not at all. It's not that serious." Fearing that Song Wan might conjure up some earth-shattering career, Jiang Huai straightforwardly revealed, "I'm a streamer now. A couple of days ago, my roommate dragged me into a live stream, and guess what?" Hearing Jiang Huai's unmistakable excitement, Song Wan couldn't help but smirk. "What?" Jiang Huai, checking that no one was around in the dorm, shyly confessed, "A wealthy lady was captivated by your brother's extraordinary looks and showered me with a tremendous amount of money."
Uffed.
Song Wan felt an immense sense of relief that she was not currently sipping water, for otherwise, she would undoubtedly have spluttered it out. The tone of her voice when addressing Jiang Huai on the other end of the line was tinged with an indescribable incredulity. "What did you say?" Jiang Huai, blissfully unaware of the absurdity, repeated with a hint of shyness, "It's all because my brother is exceptionally handsome." And he caught the eye of a certain affluent individual at first glance. Following this was a frenzied flurry of financial transactions. Song Wan gingerly touched her jaw, feeling a twinge of dental discomfort. "Are you certain that they were captivated by your looks?" Jiang Huai's tone shifted to one of earnestness. "Sister, do not let your imagination run wild. They certainly do not have any ulterior motives towards me. I genuinely believe that this wealthy woman simply appreciates my unparalleled beauty." After spending lavishly, she vanished without leaving even a shred of contact information. At this juncture, a trace of wistfulness crept into Jiang Huai's voice.
Imagine it.
A billionaire who splurged 10 million in one go. If only I could have obtained her contact details, it would have been such a delight. He had inquired and discovered that she had previously showered money upon Juzi and had added her contact without any expectations, merely indulging in a game. In fact, the game had even elevated Juzi's status. How could such a benevolent, affluent individual, devoid of any demands, not allow him to acquire her contact information?